Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 345, Shock and Disbelief. In the not-so-spacious courtyard, the air felt incredibly heavy as it flowed through, causing everyone's hearts to gradually tighten in response. Gazef, Gagarin, Evil Eye, and Climb, standing as a group of four, were utterly speechless as they stared at the two figures facing off in the center, almost unconsciously holding their breath. Riezel and Brain stood opposite each other. One stood casually, completely at ease, while the other crouched low, body tense, hand hovering over the hilt of his sword in a posture that screamed readiness to strike at any moment. At a glance, most would probably assume that Brain was the clear favorite to win this duel, as, with his distractions cast aside, he had fully embraced the presence of a swordsman. Now, his aura radiated sharpness, his posture betrayed no weaknesses, and the pressure he exuded was palpable, while the composed expression on his face, combined with the focus in his eyes, was clearly the hallmark of a warrior who had been tempered by countless trials. Anyone could see at a glance his incredible skill and unwavering discipline. In contrast, Riezel looked almost sloppy. He stood with a careless posture, his movements loose and relaxed, and he hadn't even bothered to grip his sword's hilt. From head to toe, he seemed riddled with openings. Adding to this was his noticeably youthful appearance, which only gave the impression of an arrogant and clueless youngster. Against Brain, no one would doubt it would take Riezel all of a second to lose. Yet despite this obvious disparity, it wasn't Riezel who looked tense but Brain. Riezel, for his part, stood in place casually, but this alone was enough to weigh on Brain with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Who the hell is this guy? Such a question dominated Brain's thoughts. He racked his brain, trying desperately to recall any information about a strong individual resembling the young man before him, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember a single human swordsman who was both this young and this powerful. Is he the 19-year-old leader of Blue Roses who had already stepped into the realm of heroes? Brain couldn't help but get lost in thought, wondering if Riezel was the leader of Blue Roses. No, isn't the leader of Blue Roses supposed to be a woman? Besides, while the leader might have already entered the realm of heroes, there's no way she's strong enough to be on the same level as this guy. At the very least, he didn't think someone who had only recently entered the realm of heroes could exert this kind of pressure on him, even if he himself had yet to reach that realm. Given this, who in the world was this young man? No matter how Brain thought about it, he couldn't find an answer. No, calm down. Now's not the time to worry about this. Brain pushed down the doubts swirling in his heart, forcing himself to focus on the fight ahead. If he didn't, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance. His honed instincts as a warrior warned him of that. As a result, he cleared his mind even more, focusing entirely on the fight. Meanwhile, Riezel, who had been silently watching him, suddenly spoke up. Before you draw your sword, how about you tell me what you've been through? Such an unexpected question left Brain momentarily stunned before he sank into a long, long silence. After what felt like an age, he finally responded. Okay, no harm in telling you. Maybe it was because Brain had reclaimed a bit of his pride as a warrior that he finally relented, so right in front of everyone, he began recounting his experience. After losing to Stronov at the Kingdom's tournament, I joined a bandit group to become stronger and hone my skills. Needless to say, Brain's goal was to seize opportunities to kill and sharpen himself on the edge of life and death. In truth, the bandit group I joined was actually a mercenary group, fighting wars for nations, but when there wasn't a war, they'd raid wealthy merchants or nobles to make money. Such a revelation made several people present frown. It was clear that it wasn't a path of honor, yet Brain didn't seem to care. I joined them not for money, and not for violence either. I only did it to keep my skills sharp and to have a justified reason to kill. As long as I could hone my skills, it didn't matter what kind of group I joined. That was how I ended up joining them with that mindset. And then, I ran into that incident. It happened over 2 months ago in the fortress city, Irantal. At that time, Riezel had just been promoted to Mithril Adventurer, while Mammon and Nabe hadn't yet made their names known. In the northern forest near Irantal, a powerful vampire had appeared. At that time, the group I was with happened to be stationed in that area, right inside that forest. Brain continued his recount. They had set their sights on some rich merchant's daughter, supposedly from the Baharuth Empire. She was staying at the Shining Golden Pavilion, the fanciest inn in Irantal, throwing money around like it was nothing. Unfortunately for her, she caught the attention of one of our scouts. I still remember it like it was yesterday. It was such a quiet night, until a fire suddenly broke out at the Shining Golden Pavilion, causing the merchant's daughter to leave Irantal in a hurry. Seeing the opportunity, our scouts lured her into the forest, and then, that was when the horror began. Brain's voice began to tremble. I don't know the exact details of what happened since I wasn't part of the ambush. I stayed back at our base, and then out of nowhere, there was countless earth-shattering noise and chaos everywhere. Someone came running back, screaming that everyone we sent out was dead. He said they ran into a terrifying vampire, and that vampire was fighting someone. I ignored the complete mess at the base and ran out on my own. And then, guess what I saw? Brain's expression twisted into something dark and anguished. I saw two people, no, two monsters, fighting each other. Every clash between them shook the ground, shattering it like glass. Every blow sent trees crashing down, one after another. I couldn't even see their faces, just two blurred shadows chasing and colliding with each other. Everywhere they went, it was like a natural disaster had ripped through, tearing the entire forest apart. And me. I was barely hanging on, struggling just to survive the shockwaves from their fight. I gave it everything I had to stay alive, and even then, I barely made it out. As Brain recounted what he had experienced that night, everyone listening felt as though they were right there in the middle of that battlefield, his fear, despair, and utter helplessness seeping into their minds. Faced with something so catastrophic, the fragility of humans became painfully clear. Brain continued, his voice heavy with emotion. Afterward, a massive explosion suddenly went off in the forest, way worse than anything I'd seen before. I was lucky enough to escape the center of it and somehow made it out alive. Even so, whenever I think back to that moment, to the sheer power and terror I felt, it's like all the effort I've put in so far has been one big joke. Can you even imagine? While we humans train endlessly just to chop down a single tree with our swords, there are monsters out there who can level an entire forest just from the shockwaves of their battle. It was then that I realized. Humans are weak and powerless. No matter how hard we try, we'll never match those beings who are born strong. Brain gripped his sword so tightly that his hand began to bleed, and his eyes looked as though they might weep blood. Against that kind of power, it wouldn't matter if I trained for another 10 years or even 100, no way I could even begin to hold my ground. Why bother training? Why bother honing my skills? Might as well go back to my hometown and be a farmer again. From that moment, Brain's spirit was utterly crushed, and his confidence shattered as he fled the forest in disgrace, leaving Riezel far behind until he finally reached the royal capital, Riezel. Needless to say, that was how Brain Unglaus had ended up like now. Everyone remained silent. Gazef and Gagarin, in particular, had especially complicated looks as they gazed at Brain. Truthfully, they could understand him. They understood that the stronger a warrior became, the more unimaginable effort and training they had to endure to reach their current level. Both of them clearly knew how much blood, sweat, and tears they had shed, as well as the struggles and perseverance required to get there. Yet, to have worked so hard, to have fought so desperately, only to find that even surviving the shockwaves caused by the battle of others was extremely difficult, leaving no choice but to flee, was a truly pitiful fate. Even Climb fell into silence, staring at his own hands, which had been blistered and worn countless times during sword practice. For a long while, Climb was unable to say a word. Finally, even Evil Eye couldn't help but let out a sigh, unmistakably one of sympathy and pity. Only Riezel, listening to Brain's story and watching the sorrow and unwillingness on his face, had a strange emotion flicker in his eyes. All right, I get what you've been through. Riezel scratched his cheek awkwardly, like someone who had accidentally gone too far with a prank. Okay, enough talking. Draw your sword and start. Hearing this, Brain took a deep breath, steadying his nearly collapsing spirit. Right now, he didn't want to think about anything else and just wanted to draw his sword. Maybe this would very well be the last swing of his sword, so he would let it end everything with a perfect finale. With this one strike, I'll give it my all. Brain resolved to let all the effort he had poured into his training shine through in this one strike since he knew he owed himself that much. Ability boost. He immediately used a martial art that could temporarily enhance his body's overall strength by an entire level, offering a more comprehensive boost than the simpler body strengthening. Afterward, he focused his entire consciousness on one point, allowing his senses to expand outward and making him acutely aware of the sounds, air, and vibrations in his surroundings. It was, in fact, his original martial art known as field that allowed him to clearly grasp everything within a 3-meter radius, pushing both his attack accuracy and evasion rate to their absolute limits. Through years of effort, he had created several original martial arts, with field being just one of them. He had also developed another original martial art in his relentless pursuit of striking faster and more precisely than his opponents, a martial art called Instantaneous Flash. Instantaneous Flash was a single, lightning-fast slash that pushed his attack speed to its peak, and to master it, he had undergone extraordinary training, swinging his sword not hundreds of thousands, but millions of times. Such relentless practice had caused his hands to develop calluses specifically adapted for instantaneous flash, as even the grip of his sword had been worn into the shape of his hand. What was unexpected, however, was that this endless pursuit of perfection eventually gave rise to yet another original martial art that had attack speed surpassing even instantaneous flash, leaving no blood on the blade after a strike and making the attack trajectory impossible to detect, a martial art named God Flash. By combining God Flash and field, he fused the two martial arts into one, creating an unavoidable and absolutely precise strike of unparalleled speed, named Wind of the Great Forest. "This is my blade," Brain shouted with all his might, pouring a lifetime of effort into this one strike, making it shine in this very moment. Boom. With a fierce stomp, the genius swordsman let out a roar and turned into a gust of wind, a shadow, launching himself like a fired arrow, causing the air to whistle as he charged straight at Riezel. Schwing. Finally, the sword in Brain's hand left its scabbard. It was a slash, fast and relentless. As Brain drew his sword from its scabbard, it took no more than a fraction of a second for the cold glint of the blade to reach Riezel's neck. No one could react to this strike, not even Gazef or Gagarin. All they saw was a flash of an arc in front of their eyes, and then, nothing. Among everyone present, only two people reacted to Brain's rapid and fierce strike. One was Evil Eye. Behind her mask, her pupils shrank sharply, as if shocked by the speed of the strike. As for the other, who else but Riezel? He calmly stared at Brain, then at the sword coming at him, his eyes glinting with sharp clarity. And then... Schwing. Whoosh. A crisp sound, accompanied by the howling wind, echoed abruptly. It was the sound of Brain's sword being stopped. Yes. Brain's sword had been stopped, or rather, held between two delicate fingers, trapped tightly in the gap between them. What? Seeing such an unbelievable scene, Brain's face twisted in shock. At the same time, everyone present had their eyes widened in disbelief. No choice. At this moment, Riezel stood calmly in place in front of them all, holding out two fingers and effortlessly pinching Brain's sword near his neck. Not bad. Riezel offered a calm evaluation. Still not fast enough, but it's decent. In the next moment, Riezel kicked out, his foot slamming into Brain's chest. Bang. With a dull sound, Brain was sent flying backward. Chapter 346, a name that would be impossible to forget. Bang. In the corner of the courtyard, Brain was slammed hard against a pile of dull practice swords, the impact scattering them in all directions, clattering to the ground in a mess. Cough. Brain coughed sharply as if all the air in his lungs had been forced out, sounding like he was on the verge of coughing up blood. Riezel's kick wasn't particularly heavy, and for someone with Brain's build, it shouldn't have been enough to make him spit blood, yet Riezel's kick completely stunned Brain, leaving him in a heap, frozen in place, unable to recover his senses for what felt like an eternity. You. When Brain finally came back to his senses, he looked at Riezel, disbelief written all over his face. Of course, Brain wasn't the only one, as everyone else present wore similar expressions of disbelief. He caught the sword. Climb's eyes widened in astonishment. You can't be serious. Gagarin stared dumbfoundedly. He caught the sword with his fingers. Evil Eye couldn't believe her eyes. Everyone stood frozen, their emotions shifting wildly as they stared at Riezel. The looks in their eyes were impossible to read as they still processed what had just happened. Even Gazef, who had already witnessed Riezel's strength firsthand, having been sent flying easily when Riezel used sixfold slash of light, couldn't help but show a look of disbelief. It was clear just how terrifying it was for Riezel to stop Brain's strike with just his fingers. To put it bluntly, the slash Brain had just unleashed was one that even those in the realm of heroes would struggle to react to. At the very least, people like Gazef and Gagarin, who were just one step away from reaching that realm, didn't believe they could have easily blocked that slash even with all their effort. It was not strange. It was, after all, the ultimate strike from Brain Unglaus, a genius swordsman who had poured every ounce of his strength into that attack. Even those within the realm of heroes would be left in awe of such an attack. Sadly, to Riezel, the so-called ultimate strike was barely worth his notice. As a return gift, I'll give you a strike of my own. Riezel's voice rang out softly. Don't blink, since this might just be the strike you've been chasing all along. As Riezel spoke, he moved with deliberate slowness, his hand inching toward the hilt of his sword at his waist. In the next second, a lethal sense of danger erupted from deep within everyone's hearts, forcing expressions of fear onto their faces, especially Brain, who immediately realized that Riezel was about to draw his sword against him. Wait. With a pale face, Brain tried to speak out, but unfortunately for him, it was already too late. Who? H-A-A-A. A sharp, rhythmic breathing sound echoed clearly in everyone's ears. It felt as though the very air was trembling. It was like the heartbeat of the world itself. BZZZZT. Suddenly, the crackling sound of lightning came with the sharp, audible breathing, causing streaks of electricity to surge forth, wrapping around Riezel's body. Thunder breathing, first form. As these faint words echoed as if they had emerged from the depths of the earth, all light in the courtyard vanished. Boom. It was replaced by a sudden flash of lightning, followed by the rumble of thunder. A lightning bolt soon streaked across everyone's vision, followed by a slash that etched into everyone's consciousness, fleeting but deliberate, as if slowed for a moment. When the world regained its colors and the lightning bolt disappeared, everyone realized that Riezel was no longer where he had been standing but had somehow already appeared behind Brain. Click. Followed by a clicking sound, Riezel sheathed his sword. Thunderclap and flash. Still facing away from Brain, Riezel calmly uttered the name of the strike he had just unleashed. Silence. A deathly, oppressive silence. At this moment, everyone lost their voices, their reactions, and even, it seemed, their very souls. They stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to move, unable to speak. In their minds, there remained only the image of that thunderous flash of lightning, that breathtakingly beautiful slash, and nothing else. Even Brain was no exception. Thunderclap and flash. Brain no longer had the strength to turn around and face Riezel, standing in place instead, muttering the name of Riezel's strike under his breath. However, if one looked carefully, not only was Brain's body trembling, with his hand holding his sword also trembling, but the front of his shirt had also been split open, cleanly sliced without so much as scratching the skin beneath. Brain naturally knew this wasn't because Riezel couldn't slash him but simply because Riezel had held back, deliberately sparing him, which resulted in such a precise outcome. In this deathly silence, Riezel's voice rang out once more. If you want to judge the entirety of the human race, you'd at least gotta pull off a strike like the one I just did to qualify. Otherwise, as someone who hasn't even fully stepped into the realm of heroes, what right do you have to casually evaluate the strength or weakness of the human race? If you haven't witnessed the peak of what humans can achieve, what makes you think it's impossible to reach it? In the end, you're just arrogant enough to believe you're already one of the strongest among humans, so when you feel despair, you assume humans as a whole must feel despair too. Little do you know, you're just a frog in a well. Riezel walked out from behind Brain, stepping in front of him. Now do you understand how strong humans can truly become when they push themselves? Saying this, a faint smile appeared on Riezel's calm face. Oh, by the way, the two so-called monsters you saw in the northern forest of Riezel back then. One of them was me. As soon as Brain heard this, he felt as if a thunderclap had struck his heart. You. With wide eyes, Brain stared at Riezel, his gaze filled with even deeper disbelief. Yeah. Riezel nodded calmly before explaining straightforwardly. That night, I ran into a vampire in the forest and fought with her, but I didn't expect you to be there at the time. Because of my battle, you ended up in this sorry state, so I guess I'm partly to blame for what happened to you. Even though Riezel said it like this, there wasn't even a trace of guilt on his face. It was not without reason. You shouldn't have been a bandit in the first place, so just think of it as your karma or something. Riezel shrugged and threw this reasoning casually at Brain. Wanting to get stronger isn't wrong, but how you choose to do it matters. You gotta think it through, or else this is the outcome, got it? Leaving these words, Riezel turned away, looking at Gazef and ignoring Brain entirely. Okay, this is as far as I'll go, the rest is up to you. No problem, right? Riezel asked calmly. Why yes. Gazef snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, looking a little flustered. Actually, this is more than enough. Thank you, Sir Brynhart. I'll head back to the inn then. Riezel nodded, turning around. If anything comes up again, just come find me there. Understood. Please, be careful on the way. Gazef respectfully bowed his head. Riezel smiled faintly, giving a slight nod to the others before striding out of the courtyard and leaving Gazef's home. All that remained was Brain, standing frozen in place, unresponsive for a long time. It was only after this that the others present seemed to snap out of their daze, instinctively moving closer toward Gazef. Seeing Riezel's figure vanish, Gazef then approached Brain, who was still standing in place, staring blankly. Seeing Brain like this, concern crept onto Gazef's face. Unglaus, are you all right? Gazef asked softly. Hearing this question, the others turned their attention to Brain, their faces mirroring Gazef's worry. Under their collective gaze, Brain lowered his head, his shoulders beginning to tremble. At first, everyone thought his spirit had been completely crushed, driving him further into despair, but to their surprise, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. It started quietly but grew louder and louder until it echoed through the courtyard. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was almost maniacal, but it was filled with an odd sense of joy, pure and unrestrained. So it was you. One of the monsters from back then was you. Brain laughed like a lunatic, thrilled and overjoyed by the revelation. Lord Unglaus. Are you okay? Climb stuttered nervously, clearly shaken by Brain's bizarre behavior. On the other hand, Gazef and the others had a faint understanding of why Brain was suddenly laughing so happily. What was the reason? Simple. A monster like him is not even from another race, but a human. Humans can actually become that strong. Is that what humans are truly capable of? Is that the pinnacle of the human race? He's right. I've really been such a frog in a well. Brain laughed and laughed until he couldn't help but wave his arms and stomp his feet in excitement. Surely, only someone as strong as him has the right to evaluate all of the human race. Someone like me. I'm nowhere close. It's not that humans can't get that strong, it's simply because I haven't reached that level yet. It just means I haven't worked hard enough. Even though Brain was saying things that belittled himself, he didn't look discouraged in the slightest. On the contrary, the more he spoke, the happier and more exhilarated he became. My effort hasn't been wasted, has it? If I keep pushing myself, I'll definitely become stronger and stronger. Maybe I could even reach his level someday. Speaking to himself, Brain's eyes burned with determination, and all traces of the despair and hopelessness he had felt before were completely wiped away. Seeing Brain looking cheerful, both Riezel and Gagarin finally felt at ease. I'm glad you finally figured it out, Unglaus. Riezel said, being the first to offer his blessing, his face lighting up with a genuine smile. Ha! Not bad. You're finally starting to resemble the Brain Unglaus I remember. Gagarin chimed in with a satisfied expression. Stronov. Brain snapped out of his excitement, and when he saw how genuinely happy Riezel was for him, his exhilaration cooled, replaced with calmness. Once he had calmed down, he looked at Riezel with gratitude. That honored one just now, you brought him here for me, didn't you? Brain asked sincerely. You went out of your way to help me. I really appreciate it. No need, it was no big deal. Riezel shook his head. A man like you getting broken down would have been such a waste. I just thought I'd give it a shot, that's all. Still, you saved me, saved my life, my purpose, my everything. Brain fixed his gaze on the men he had once dreamed of defeating, speaking earnestly. It's because of you that I've been able to pick up my sword again. I, Brain Unglaus, will always remember this favor. Seeing a rare look of solemnity on Brain's face, Riezel gave a relieved smile. In that case, let me see your swordsmanship one more time. Riezel said, his expression fierce with a warrior's determination. I've always considered you a rival, you know. After seeing that slash of yours earlier, I'm dying to face it head-on. You mean Wind of the Great Forest? Brain asked with raised eyebrows before giving a wry smile at Riezel. If it were the old me, hearing you say that would have made me so happy I couldn't sleep for days. In truth, that slash was something I created just to beat you, but now, I know the truth, there's always someone better out there, always a human greater than another. Compared to his, my Wind of the Great Forest is just child's play. Such self-deprecating words left everyone around Brain speechless, unable to come up with even a single rebuttal. As they thought back to that flash of lightning and that shockingly peerless slash, everyone instinctively agreed with Brain's words. Indeed, Brain's slash had already been incredibly fast and powerful, but compared to Riezel's, it was in a whole different realm. I get how you feel. Riezel let out a wry smile. No choice. My six-fold slash of light was also effortlessly countered by Sir Brinhart. Back then, I couldn't even make him use the move he just demonstrated. Remembering the battle with Riezel at Karn village, Riezel sighed with regret. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized just how skilled he is in swordsmanship. As soon as everyone heard this, they froze in surprise. Wait a sec. You mean? You didn't know about it before? Gagarin asked, looking shocked. Huh? Didn't you already know that guy's strong? Yes, I never denied that. Riezel nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing. It's just. I always thought Sir Brinhart's true strength lay in magic, not swordsmanship. It wasn't until today that I realized how completely wrong I was. Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless once again. Are you saying he's actually a magic caster who also excels at swordsmanship? Evil Eye, who had been silent all this time, asked in an astonished tone. While I don't know the full extent of Sir Brinhart's abilities, I'm certain he can use 5th-tier magic. Riezel nodded with a serious expression. So yes, he's definitely a skilled magic caster who's already stepped into the realm of heroes. As these words echoed across the courtyard, silence fell once more. What an amazing person. Climb murmured, his voice carrying an undeniable sense of admiration and awe. Brain felt the same, as, at this moment, his eyes were full of longing. Gagarin and Evil Eye exchanged a shocked glance, as though they had 1,000 things to say but couldn't put them into words. With that, the name Riezel Brinhart was now deeply etched into the hearts of everyone present, a name that would be impossible to forget. Chapter 347, The Leader of Blue Roses and the Third Princess. At the deepest part of the royal capital, Riezel. In this area, which resembled a heavily fortified military zone, stood an enormous castle occupying a vast stretch of land. Its outer perimeter measured approximately 1,400 meters, surrounded by thick walls, and around the walls stood 20 massive cylindrical towers, forming a robust defensive network that enclosed the extensive grounds, securing everything within. It was a royal castle known as Rolente Castle, the most important place in the Riezel's kingdom. Within Rolente Castle were three grand palaces collectively known as the Valencia Palace, and the largest of these palaces served as the royal family's residence, the home of the Riezel kingdom's royal family. One had to admit that the design of this palace was remarkable in its ability to draw in light. Not only was it illuminated by continual light throughout, but its surfaces were also polished to a dazzling shine year-round, free of even the smallest speck of dust, truly the epitome of luxury. At this moment, Climb was walking briskly down one of the palace's corridors alongside Gagarin and Evil Eye, heading toward a specific destination with quick steps, an unmistakable sign that they were in a hurry. "Seriously, we're screwed," Gagarin muttered as she walked. "I didn't think we'd waste so much time. I bet our devil boss gotta be fuming right now." "It's my fault," Climb said, taking the blame onto himself. "Lady Aindra specifically asked me to summon you both to the palace to meet her, but I ended up delaying this important task." Indeed, he had shown up at the Adventurers Inn because the leader of Blue Roses had asked him to fetch Gagarin and Evil Eye, who were staying there. Locu's Alvian Dale Aindra, the leader of Blue Roses, was an old friend of the Riezel kingdom's third princess. Locu's, who had stepped into the realm of heroes at the age of 19, wasn't just the highest-ranking adamantite adventurer but was also a noble by birth, a true noble young lady. As a result, this well-known leader of Blue Roses would often appear at Rolente Castle, usually because of invitations from the third princess to visit the Valencia Palace for personal chats. Currently, the third princess had invited Locu's to take on a confidential commission, and to assist with this, Locu's had borrowed Climb, the princess's personal bodyguard, to summon her companions, Gagarin and Evil Eye, to the Valencia Palace. Unfortunately, due to brains matter, the three of them had been delayed, forcing them to rush toward the third princess's quarters now. Climb blamed himself for the delay, believing it was his fault that he hadn't brought them to the palace on time. However, this mistake clearly wasn't on him. "Nah, it was me who got caught up in Brain Unglaus's situation," Gagarin said, slapping Climb's back with her large hand. "In the first place, it was me who suggested we go see him. It's got nothing to do with you, kid. If Her Highness gets mad, I'll tell her it's all on me." "Exactly." Evil Eye chimed in, sounding far more talkative than she had been at Gazef's home and seemingly having her guard down. "Like Gagarin said, this isn't your fault. We chose to go there on our own. If Locu's asks, we'll explain it ourselves." In the next moment, Evil Eye's tone suddenly shifted. "Besides, it's not like our leader is completely blameless here either." Such a statement made Climb pause. "Huh? What does this have to do with Lady Aindra?" Climb asked, looking a little lost. Seeing his reaction, Evil Eye hesitated for a moment before revealing something to him. "Actually, Locu's told us long before this to keep an eye on someone named Riezel Brynhart." "Eh?" Climb froze, completely stunned. "It's real." Gagarin nodded, confirming Evil Eye's words. "Well, this actually concerns a senior member of Blue Roses, so when we saw Riezel Brynhart show up, we couldn't help but follow him. It was all to observe him properly." Because of this, Evil Eye claimed that their delay wasn't entirely unrelated to the leader of Blue Roses. "Anyway, this isn't on you. You don't need to take all the blame for yourself, kid." Gagarin continued bluntly. "We'll explain everything to our boss later." "All right." Climb still looked a little uncertain but didn't insist on shouldering the responsibility, so he nodded to show he understood. And so, the group quickened their pace, hurrying to a particular room. Finally, as they arrived, Climb stepped forward and politely knocked on the door. "Knock knock." "Princess, I'm back," Climb stated, his voice unconsciously becoming more respectful as he spoke through the door. Gagarin and Evil Eye stood behind him, waiting for him to lead the way. Moments later, a clear and gentle voice came from inside the room. "Come in." A soft, chime-like voice, warm and soothing, resounded from behind the door, lifting Climb's spirits. "Excuse me," Climb said as he reached out and pushed the door open. In the next moment, a room that was both luxurious and tastefully understated appeared before them. What caught the eye most, however, wasn't the expensive furniture or the opulent decorations but rather two striking young women with golden hair who sat by a table near the window, dressed in exquisite dresses. Their beauty was the kind that could only be described as breathtaking. "You're finally back, Climb." Saying this was the master of the room, a young woman with a voice as gentle and soothing as wind chimes. She possessed a beauty so breathtaking that it couldn't be easily captured in a simple portrait. Her smooth, silky long golden hair flowed gracefully past her neck and draped over her back, while her deep blue eyes, as dazzling as blue jewels, radiated a soft warmth, making anyone who saw her, without exception, be struck with awe, captivated by her beauty and filled with genuine admiration. She was Renerthier Chardalon Ryle Vaiself, the third princess of the Riezel kingdom, known as the Golden Princess. Following Renner, the other beautiful young woman in the room also spoke up. "Geez, you two sure took your sweet time. Saying this with a hint of irritation was a young woman who looked slightly older than Renner and had the same striking golden hair, but her eyes were green instead of blue. Even though her beauty didn't quite match Renner's, she still exuded extraordinary charm. She was none other than Locu's Alvian Dale Aindra, the leader of Blue Roses. Renner and Locu's, arguably the most famous in the kingdom in their own ways, were now gathered together in this very room. "Sorry to keep you waiting, princess." Climb was the first to bow his head, apologizing to his master. "It's fine as long as you're okay." Renner didn't seem upset with Climb and instead looked relieved after seeing that he returned safely. It was clear that Climb's prolonged absence had worried the princess, leaving her to wonder if something bad had happened to him. Realizing this, Climb felt both happy and guilty, so he quickly bowed even lower, apologizing repeatedly. "We're here, boss. Sorry for being late." Just then, Gagarin and Evil Eye spoke up one after the other, greeting Locu's. Unlike Renner, however, Locu's didn't have such a forgiving demeanor, so her face still showed a clear sense of annoyance. "You two didn't drag your feet on purpose because you heard you were heading to the palace, did you?" Locu's question wasn't entirely baseless speculation. She knew her adventurer companions were different from her since they weren't fond of places filled with rules and formality, like castles or palaces, and they especially disliked having to dress up and wander around in places like that. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't have been surprising if Gagarin and Evil Eye deliberately slowed down after being summoned. Needless to say, Locu's had a reason to ask that kind of question. "Now that's unfair, boss. We just got held up by a few things, not on purpose." Gagarin shrugged helplessly. "Is it just you here? Where are Tia and Tina?" Evil Eye asked while looking around. As soon as she asked this, two voices responded immediately in unison. "We're here." Two voices rang out together, identical in tone and pitch, coming from a shadowy corner of the room, a particularly well-hidden spot. From there, two petite figures suddenly darted out, appearing in front of Evil Eye. They were twin sisters who looked completely identical, even down to their outfits, named Tia and Tina. Like Gagarin and Evil Eye, they were members of Blue Roses, the highest-ranked adamantite adventurers. Locu's Alvian Dale Aindra, the group's leader and Templar. Gagarin, the group's warrior. Evil Eye, the group's magic caster. Tia and Tina, the group's assassins. Together, these five formed one of the few adamantite adventurer groups in the Riezel's kingdom, known as Blue Roses. At this moment, all the members of the renowned Blue Roses, known across the Riezel's kingdom and even throughout human society, were gathered in this room, standing before Renner and Climb. It was, in a way, quite a spectacular sight. "You two are here, huh? Low presence as always." Gagarin grinned, though it was hard to tell whether she was genuinely happy or mocking Tia and Tina for their lack of presence. However, Tia and Tina didn't care in the slightest and immediately started scolding. "We've been here from the start. We've been waiting for you two forever. Where did you even go? Don't tell me Gagarin was out hunting for guys again, looking for someone to sleep with. Is that why you're late? You really ought to tone it down a bit, Gagarin. You know, there isn't a man alive who could handle you." Just like that, the twins didn't hesitate to tag-team their jabs, mostly aimed at Gagarin, making her expression crumble. "You two better quit badmouthing me like that, seriously," Gagarin said, visibly annoyed. "Anyway, I'm way better than you two little brats. If someone were to sleep with you, I bet they'd be worried about crushing you like a pair of twigs." At this, the twins fired back without missing a beat. "More like the guys you're into would get crushed under you." Poor Gagarin. "You should face reality, you're not even a human anymore. Honestly, we've all started wondering if you've turned into a dragon already. If not a dragon, definitely a gorilla." "Who's a gorilla?" Finally snapped, Gagarin roared in anger at their mocking, loud enough that Evil Eye, who was standing nearby, instinctively covered her ears. "Okay, that's enough, you three." Locu's cut in, unable to stand it any longer. "Keep the situation in mind, will you? Can you see there's a pure and innocent princess here? Don't let Renner hear your nonsense." Hearing this, Climb, who was standing by, nodded repeatedly, as if protesting Gagarin, Tia, and Tina for saying inappropriate things in front of Renner. "Come on, I'm already 16. Stop treating me like a kid, okay?" Renner puffed out her cheeks, protesting in her own odd way. "No, this is still too early for you." Locu's, like a big sister, spoke firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument, which only made Renner pout even more. Thankfully, Gagarin and the others seemed to take Renner's presence as a princess into account and refrained from spouting any more vulgar remarks. Regardless, Tia and Tina weren't done and started questioning Gagarin and Evil Eye about why they were late. "Alright, so why were you two so late? Forget about Gagarin, but Evil Eye being this late. That's pretty rare." With these questions, the two brought the topic up again. Gagarin and Evil Eye exchanged a quick glance before turning to Lockhughes in unison, seeming unsure as if debating whether they should bring this up in front of Renner. It's fine. Go ahead. Lockhughes said, noticing their hesitation. Renner isn't an outsider. She won't go around spilling our secrets. If you need me to step out, I can leave for a bit. Renner offered with a gentle smile, her tone thoughtful. You can have the room, and we'll discuss our matters later if that works better for you. Nah, that's not necessary, Your Highness. Gagarin said, shaking her head. Besides, that guy on your side already knows about this, so there's really no point in keeping it hush-hush. All right, I'll explain. Evil Eye, ever straightforward, stepped forward without hesitation before turning to Lockhughes. We actually ran into Riezel Brynhart. As soon as these words left Evil Eye's mouth, the room fell silent. A flicker of something unrecognizable flashed in Renner's eyes, but it disappeared as quickly as it had come. Riezel Brynhart. Lockhughes, on the other hand, first looked surprised before her expression gradually shifted, growing solemn. Chapter 348, A Human. A Godkin. A Player. Lockhughes had been keeping an eye on Riezel Brynhart for quite some time. Why? Simple. Just like Gagarin had mentioned, it had to do with a senior member of Blue Roses. However, the senior had retired after Evil Eye joined Blue Roses and passed on her position to Evil Eye. In truth, Lockhughes hadn't been in touch with the senior for a long while, since not only had her whereabouts always been a mystery, but even reaching out to her hadn't been an easy task. However, just recently, the senior contacted Lockhughes out of the blue and entrusted her with a task. I hope you can investigate a young man named Riezel Brynhart. Yes, this was the nature of the task. Even though the details behind it weren't explained, the senior hinted at something. He is very special and may have a huge impact on this world. I'm not sure yet whether that impact will be good or bad, so I hope you'll take this seriously, and try to make contact with him if possible. Because of these words, over the past few days, Lockhughes and the other members of Blue Roses had been keeping track of Riezel, using their connections and channels to investigate him. Given this, Gagarin's detailed knowledge of Riezel, which she had shared in the Adventurers and before, wasn't just by chance. Now that Gagarin and Evil Eye had encountered Riezel in person, it had caught Lockhughes' attention. How did you two run into him? Lockhughes asked immediately. Gagarin and Evil Eye then explained how they met Riezel and Gazef at the Adventurers Inn, and how they went to Gazef's home for Brain's matter. I see. Lockhughes nodded in understanding and then added with a sigh. So Brain Unglaus got involved in something like that. Pity him. While Lockhughes focused on Brain, Tia and Tina were focused on something else. In fact, they weren't concerned about Brain's situation at all but were more interested in what Riezel had done when confronting Brain. You're saying Riezel Brynhart stopped a full-powered strike from Brain Unglaus with just his fingers? Is that even possible? Brain Unglaus is a genius swordsman who once fought evenly with Gazef Stronov. Even if he wasn't at his best, a full-powered strike from someone like him shouldn't be something anyone could just stop, no. Forget 2 fingers, even using both hands, our boss couldn't do that, right? Tia and Tina voiced their doubts. Everyone immediately turned to Lockhughes, who nodded in response. If Riezel Brynhart had used special methods, like using a magic item or casting defensive magic beforehand, it could have been possible, but based on what you're saying, he must have overwhelmed Brain Unglaus with pure strength, stopping his full-powered strike with just 2 fingers, right? Lockhughes seemed almost self-deprecating as she spoke. If that's the case, even if I were twice as strong, I still couldn't pull something like that off. Her assessment, as the leader of Blue Roses, who had already reached the realm of heroes, made everyone's faces turn serious. Are you saying that Riezel Brynhart is even stronger than you, boss? Even way stronger. Tia and Tina both looked completely shocked. Gagarin and Evil Eye, however, did not doubt it a bit. You weren't there, so you didn't feel the ridiculous power of that guy like we did. Gagarin said in a deep voice. If you'd been there and felt the pressure he gave off just by unsheathing his sword, you'd understand. I dare to say his strength is definitely on a whole different realm, like nothing we've ever seen before. Yeah. Evil Eye agreed with Gagarin, speaking seriously. Honestly, it's the first time I've felt a sense of danger like that from a human. Even those demon gods don't give me that kind of feeling, yet he did. If I were to go up against him, honestly, even if all of us attacked him together, we'd probably be killed in an instant. Her statement finally made Lockhughes, Tia, and Tina go pale. Even you can't defeat him, Evil Eye? Lockhughes asked, looking stunned. It couldn't be helped. Others might not know, but Lockhughes and the other members of Blue Roses were very aware of how strong Evil Eye was. Maybe most people would think that the strongest member of Blue Roses was Lockhughes, who had entered the realm of heroes at such a young age, but they were terribly wrong. In truth, the strongest in Blue Roses wasn't Lockhughes, but this girl standing in front of them, who hadn't even revealed her true appearance and had a small stature like a little girl, Evil Eye. Even though Evil Eye was the latest to join Blue Roses, she was, without a doubt, the strongest in the group, far surpassing even Locke's in power. In fact, the two weren't even in the same league. Evil Eye's background was extraordinary, and her strength couldn't be measured by the standards of a regular human. If using the Adventurers Guild's difficulty levels, Locke's would struggle with difficulty levels above 90, while Evil Eye could easily handle difficulty levels above 150. Evil Eye could even defeat the Laengler Lava Lord from the Azurlisha Mountains that Gagarin had mentioned in the Adventurers and before. Yet now, Evil Eye was saying that she would be killed instantly by Riezel, even if she fought together with them. Was she joking? Locke's wasn't the only one who thought this way, as even Tia and Tina shared the same sentiment. Like Gagarin said, if you were there, you'd understand what I meant. Evil Eye sighed. As much as I don't want to believe it, I can't match that human, that's the truth. Everyone instantly fell silent. Now I wonder, is he even a human? Could he be like Evil Eye, not a human? Tia and Tina, without regard for Renner and Climb's presence, asked these questions amid the bewildered looks of the two. If it were any other time, Evil Eye would have at least shown some sign of annoyance, but unfortunately, she didn't have the energy for that now. I suspect, he might be a player descendant. Evil Eye revealed her guess. A player descendant. Many people in the room immediately showed confusion at this unfamiliar term. Players are a very special group of individuals. Evil Eye began explaining to everyone. Either they were born with incredibly powerful abilities, or they possess extraordinary potential, allowing them to grow stronger at a jaw-dropping speed. Some of them are humans, some are not, but they all have abilities powerful enough to affect the world. Even when compared to the legendary Dragon Lords, they're not far behind. For example, the 6 great gods who founded the slain theocracy, they're players. The 8 great kings, who defeated the dragons and ended their rule over this world, were also players. And the 13 heroes you're familiar with? Some of the members were also players. Evil Eye's revelation caused Climb, who had been listening quietly until then, to speak up. Even among the 13 heroes. Evidently, the topic of the 13 heroes was of interest to Climb. It was understandable since they were perhaps the most famous legendary figures of the current time. It was said that around 200 years ago, a group of powerful beings known as the demon gods appeared in this world. They were brutal and vicious, even more evil and sinister than the 8 greed kings, who had taken their personal desires to the extreme in legends. Among the vile acts they committed, the most notable ones were destroying one nation and civilization after another, causing great disasters, and bringing terrifying calamities to the world. As a result, to resist these ruthless and violent demon gods, the strongest individuals from various races, nations, and civilizations rose, forming a group under the leadership of a mysterious figure to fight against them. In the end, they succeeded in defeating all the demon gods and ending the chaos they had caused, becoming a legend sung by the various races across the world. Yes, the strongest individuals from different races, nations, and civilizations who stood up to fight the demon gods were collectively known as the 13 heroes. Because the crisis caused by the demon gods almost swept across the entire continent, involving all races, nations, and civilizations, and because it happened just 200 years ago, which was not too long ago, the deeds of the 13 heroes were widely known throughout the continent, making them even more famous than the 6 great gods or the 8 greed kings. In the Riezel's kingdom, children would sometimes play and imitate the famous figures among the 13 heroes, acting out their favorite heroes. Just from this alone, it was clear how famous their legends were. Climb, still young and at the age where he was fascinated by hero tales, not only took a great interest in the legendary tales of the 13 heroes but also admired several figures among them. Now, hearing that Evil Eye had mentioned the presence of special individuals known as players among the 13 heroes, it was impossible for Climb not to be curious. Evil Eye didn't want to go into too much detail, but perhaps she felt that this level of secrecy wouldn't hurt to reveal, so she nodded and responded to Climb's question. Yes, there were players among the 13 heroes, and the mysterious leader was one of them. Even though the leader of the 13 heroes was certainly an interesting topic to discuss, Evil Eye only mentioned it briefly and did not intend to delve deeper into it. Anyway, all you need to know is that there is a group of incredible individuals called players in this world. Of course, since players exist, their descendants also exist. Sometimes, there are individuals who awaken immense power, becoming stronger than anyone else. In the slain theocracy, they call these individuals godkins, at least, anyone who inherited the bloodline of the 6 great gods is referred to as such in their country. Evil Eye's implication was clear to everyone. Do you mean that Riezel Brynhart might be a godkin from the slain theocracy? Locke's asked in surprise. Not necessarily. Evil Eye shook her head. He could also be someone who inherited the bloodline of players from outside the 6 great gods. Well, that's the only origin I can think of for him. Otherwise, it's hard to explain how a human could have such absurd power. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought, and after a moment, they all nodded in agreement with Evil Eye's statement. If the so-called players were truly that powerful, then inheriting their bloodline could indeed make someone extraordinarily strong. Considering that the powerful leader of the 13 heroes was a player, if Riezel inherited the bloodline of such a person, didn't that mean he was no different from a descendant of the 13 heroes? With that kind of origin, Riezel truly seemed to match the identity of someone with that level of power. Such a thought was in everyone's mind until Renner suddenly spoke up. What if Riezel Brynhart you're talking about is actually a player himself? At this question, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Princess. Climb looked at Renner with a bewildered expression. Lockhughes and the others also turned to Renner, their faces filled with uncertainty. What's wrong? Did I say something weird? Renner blinked, looking confused. I just thought, if that person is as strong as you say, maybe he's not just a player descendant, but something more. Lockhughes and the others furrowed their brows and fell silent. Renner's words, though seemingly simple and naive, actually got straight to the heart of the matter and pointed out the core issue. Everyone highly valued Renner's opinion because they all knew how special Renner Thier Chardalon Riezel, the third princess of the Riezel kingdom, was. She had a gentle and compassionate personality, deeply valuing the kingdom and the well-being of its people. Among those who were knowledgeable and blessed, her reputation and popularity had always been very high. For the sake of the kingdom and its people, she enacted numerous policies and instigated reforms within the kingdom. Even though most of these policies and reforms had failed due to the self-interested nobles, there had still been successful ones. For example, the banning of slave trading, which eliminated legal human trafficking within the kingdom, was a result of her efforts. As a result, she was extremely popular not only within the Riezel kingdom but also outside of it. Many people genuinely praised her, seeing her as one of the few royals who was not only highly intelligent but also truly cared for her people. Because of this, when someone like Renner voiced an opinion, no one could ignore it, at least, Lockhughes and the others felt this way. It's not impossible. Evil Eye said with a solemn tone. Looks like we really need to find a chance to meet Riezel Brynhart. At this, every member of Blue Roses nodded seriously. Renner no longer spoke, only watching Lockhughes and the others continue their discussion about Riezel, her eyes occasionally flickering. In them, unknown emotions swirled. Chapter 349, The Plan of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Time passed, and the discussion in Renner's room ultimately lasted about an hour. Once the discussion was over, Lockhughes and the other members of Blue Roses stood up one by one from their seats to bid Renner farewell. All right, we'll head back to prepare. We'll let you know when the action begins. Lockhughes spoke to Renner as she and her adventurer companions prepared to leave. I'll leave this in your hands. Renner nodded, replying seriously. Don't worry, we're doing this for the sake of the kingdom, right? Lockhughes said with a faint smile. Yes. Renner replied, then made an apologetic look. I'm sorry to trouble you. I know adventurers shouldn't get involved in national affairs, but I still handed you this commission. Don't worry about it. We're adamantite adventurers, after all. Even if we bend a few rules, the guild will turn a blind eye. Lockhughes chuckled. I heard Riezel Brynhart had the guts to take on the warrior captain's commission back when he was just a copper. Even if we're not as strong as him, we won't lose in spirit. I'm glad you feel that way. Renner said with a beautiful smile. I'll be waiting for your good news then. Got it. Lockhughes nodded confidently before leaving Renner's room with the others. Now, only Renner and Climb remained in the room. I'll head out too, Princess. Climb said, bowing his head. Evidently, he felt that, with everyone else gone, it would be problematic for him and a princess like Renner to be alone in the room together. Won't you stay for a cup of tea? Renner asked, her eyes looking moist. Seeing this, Climb's heart raced for a moment, but he summoned all his willpower to avoid looking her way, forcing himself to refuse. I want to go and train a bit, see if I can improve my strength. It wasn't an excuse. Climb genuinely felt the urge to work harder at training. It couldn't be helped. Today, he had seen Riezel, Gazef, Brain, and many of the adamantite adventurers from Blue Roses, powerful figures he rarely got the chance to meet. Considering everything that had happened and all the heroic tales he had heard, he couldn't contain his desire to grow stronger, especially after watching the confrontation between Riezel and Brain. He wanted to become stronger and had thought about it all the time. No choice. Climb was, after all, Renner's personal bodyguard, a position that came with its share of controversy. Why? It was simply because Climb had been an orphan from a slum, someone who could have easily died at any moment, until Renner happened to pass by and took him in. Despite others' objections, she had decided to make him her personal bodyguard, entrusting him with her protection. It was easy to imagine that, as the third princess of the Riezel kingdom, famously known as the Golden Princess with beauty and intellect that could make anyone gasp in admiration, she would cause a stir by taking an orphan from the slums as her personal bodyguard. Even more so, this orphan was not only someone almost her own age and of the opposite sex, but she also always kept him close, letting him move freely around her at all times, which was bound to upset many people. It wasn't just members of the royal family who resented this arrangement, as nobles who sought to harm Renner or those who coveted her beauty or royal bloodline looked at Clym with disdain, viewing him as a thorn in their side. What made matters worse was that Clym didn't have much to offer. Even though Clym wasn't exactly weak, he had no remarkable skills to make him stand out, nor did he possess any particular value that would make Renner, a princess, see him as someone deserving of special treatment. As a result, Clym's situation in Rolente Castle wasn't ideal, as even Renner had her reputation slightly tarnished because of him, receiving her fair share of criticism. Having experienced the situation firsthand, Clym was determined to become stronger and wanted to be the kind of man worthy of his position and responsibilities to help ease his master's burdens. With such a mindset, Clym worked exceptionally hard, to the point where even Gazef looked at him differently, praising him in front of Riezel as a hard-working warrior who could endure great hardships. For someone like Clym, today's experience only intensified his desire to become stronger. Whether it was Riezel's appearance, which made even the many adamantite adventurers of Blue Roses feel inferior despite Riezel being about the same age as him, or Riezel's battle with Brain, both had a huge impact on his desire to grow stronger. Especially when he thought back to Riezel's breathtaking sword slash and the dazzling lightning bolt, his heart burned with passion, and he wished he could be as strong as Riezel, strong enough to unleash such a strike himself. If he were that strong, he could help his master to the greatest extent, right? With such loyalty in his heart, Clym was able to reject the temptation to spend time alone with the Riestai's kingdom's most popular princess, having tea and chatting together. All right. Renner looked a little disappointed, but she didn't press on. You need to know when to stop. Don't rush things, or you'll end up ruining your health, okay? Her care warmed Clym's heart and further solidified his determination to get stronger. Yes. I'll be careful, princess. Clym could only say the words that didn't quite feel true to him before bowing to Renner and leaving the room. Renner watched Clym leave with a warm gaze as if seeing her beloved off, but after he closed the door behind him, her expression instantly changed. Her eyes no longer held warmth, and her face was no longer innocent. It was as if she had become a completely different person, her entire demeanor turning cold and cruel. Soon, Renner stood up, walked to the window, and opened it. Whoosh! A gust of wind immediately blew in, making the curtains flutter and sweeping into Renner's room. Renner quickly knelt on one knee, facing the direction the wind had come from, and spoke with the respect of a vassal. Your Excellency. Her voice was incredibly respectful as if she were on a pilgrimage. At this moment, a figure of a man stood in her room, even though it was unclear when he had entered. He was dressed in an unusual outfit that had never been seen in this kingdom, exuding an evil aura. He wore a mask, concealing his face, and a tail wrapped in metal plates hung from his waist, indicating that he was not human. If Riezel were here, he would immediately recognize this man. Indeed, he was none other than Demiurge, the floor guardian of the 7th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. I've heard everything. Demiurge, wearing a mask, did not show his true face and stood with his back to Renner, hands folded behind his back, speaking in the tone of someone in a higher position. I didn't expect that man would come to this city at such a time. Is this a coincidence? Or does he know something? Demiurge spoke as though to himself, yet it also seemed like he was talking to Renner. Riezel Brynhart, the man you instructed me to pay special attention to and investigate thoroughly, is it him? Renner, who lowered her head and maintained a respectful posture, spoke in a tone as if reporting to her superior. From Renner's tone, it was clear that she had already submitted to the Great Tomb of Nazarick and had become one of their people. If Lockhughes and the others found out about this, they would surely be shocked senseless. Indeed. Demiurge replied calmly, still not turning around. He's a man who needs to be approached with extra caution. Our investigation into him has never stopped, but the results have been slim as if he just appeared out of thin air. Very suspicious. Could he really be a player? Even though he himself denies it, his claim isn't 100% trustworthy. We can't just take it at face value. Demiurge launched into a mental brainstorming session, reflecting on various aspects of Riezel's situation as he talked to himself. It had become a recent habit of his. As one of the few NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick known for his intellect, Demiurge was not only the floor guardian of the 7th floor but also the strategist assisting Albedo. Demiurge had been putting all his efforts into investigating Riezel, trying to use his wisdom to uncover Riezel's origins and figure out his true nature, helping the Great Tomb of Nazarick come up with a strategy to deal with him, but unfortunately, no matter how much he investigated, he couldn't find much relevant information about Riezel. In fact, more than 2 months ago, it was as if Riezel Brynhart had never existed in this world, and all they could find were traces of him from the past 2 months. It was almost as if Riezel, just like the Great Tomb of Nazarick, had only suddenly appeared in this unknown world 2 months ago, with no prior existence here. As a result, many in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, including Demiurge, had begun to suspect that, like Ains, Riezel might be a player. As for why they couldn't make a final judgment yet, it was because they couldn't explain how Riezel knew so many secrets about this world. A human so mysterious, who had had several questionable interactions with the great tomb of Nazarick, made Demiurge increasingly wary and focused on Riezel. Just like Albedo, he believed that sooner or later, Riezel would become their enemy and a threat to his lord. For this reason, Demiurge couldn't ignore the fact that Riezel had appeared in the royal capital of the Riezel's kingdom. Nonetheless, the most important thing is that we can't let him interfere with our plan. Demiurge thought about the rare large-scale operation within the great tomb of Nazarick lately and the recent arrangements in the royal capital, causing his face, hidden beneath his mask, to grow serious. Renner Thier Chardalon Ryle Veyself. Demiurge finally turned around to face Renner. How are the tasks I assigned to you going? At this question, Renner lowered her head even further. Yes, everything is going smoothly according to the plan. Renner replied respectfully. Our prey is almost here, and I've already commissioned Blue Roses to take care of the decoy who's been luring them in. I believe this will help stir up the situation in the royal capital, making it easier for your excellency's actions. Good. Demiurge nodded in approval. You've done well, Renner Thier Chardalon Ryle Veyself. As expected from the Golden Princess, you truly are one of the few intelligent humans. You're too kind. It's simply what I should do. Renner replied with a humble tone. Indeed. Demiurge seemed to reach for his glasses but then remembered he was wearing a mask, so he lowered his hand and spoke with a hint of meaning. Well, this is also for the sake of your wish, right? Yes. Renner didn't hide her feelings and gave a hollow smile. It's a rare opportunity to fulfill the wish I've always dreamed of, so naturally, I'll do my best. If Albedo hears what you said, she'll be very happy. She's quite fond of you, after all. Demiurge chuckled softly. It's an honor. To earn Lady Albedo's favor makes all my efforts feel worthwhile. Renner responded sincerely. In that case, you can go tell her yourself. Demiurge turned his back. Since the preparations are ready, it's time for me to take action. Yes, I will cooperate fully. Renner nodded humbly. What about Riezel Brynhart? His presence isn't part of our plan, is it? Right, he's an unknown factor. We can't let him ruin our plan. Demiurge muttered, his eyes flashed with cold light. Even though he said this, he knew he couldn't just move against Riezel. While he truly wanted to eliminate Riezel, the only unstable factor to have existed since the great tomb of Nazarick arrived in this world, Riezel was different from the natives of this world. Not only was he mysterious, but he was also incredibly powerful, making him not so easy to deal with. Acting rashly against him wouldn't just be bad for the great tomb of Nazarick but would also be a setback for Ain's plans. Ain's was, after all, particularly cautious around Riezel, so he might have some sort of plan prepared against him. Understanding this, Demiurge couldn't let his own actions ruin Ain's plans. Speaking of which. As if remembering something, Demiurge spoke again. Didn't those tools you control really want to get close to him? If that's the case, just secretly arrange for them to entangle him a bit. By the time our plan begins, anything he tries to do will have limited influence. Understood. Renner obeyed the order without question. Demiurge smiled faintly, gazing at the sky. Let the royal capital be the first stage to welcome Nazarick. Whether it's the slain theocracy or the Riezel's kingdom, they are all just gifts for the Supreme Being. No one can stop us. Not even you, Riezel Brynhart. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the air, a devilish laugh echoed, making the sky darken. Chapter 350, Anticipation. The next day, morning. Today, the weather in the royal capital of the Riezel's kingdom was as bad as always. Even though it wasn't pouring rain as it had a while ago, dark clouds would occasionally drift by, blocking the sunlight and causing the puddles that had accumulated on the side of the road not to dry up, making the road conditions pretty terrible. Meanwhile, the street where the adventurers in was located had the same bad conditions, making many adventurers reluctant to go outside in such weather. Moreover, because of the rumor that the inn had recently been hosting several rare adamantite adventurers, including the all-female adventurer group, Blue Roses, many adventurers eager to see the highest-ranked adventurers in person had chosen to stay in the inn, making the hall on the first floor much livelier than the day before. Upon closer inspection, several adventurers in the inn were wearing orichalcum or mithril identification tags, an uncommon sight, especially in Riezel, where only mithril adventurers were usually the highest rank. Needless to say, this showed that adventurers based in the royal capital, Riezel, were far superior to those in Riezel, both in terms of rank and strength. In such circumstances, Riezel left his room and headed to the hall on the first floor, and, without surprise, his arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. He's so young. A kid like him, is he really Riezel Brynhart, the one they say is on par with an entire adamantite adventurer group? Seeing Riezel, the adventurers started discussing among themselves, some even giving him challenging glares, clearly skeptical of the rumors about his strength. Riezel, however, seemed to ignore them all, or perhaps he was used to this kind of attention, as he quietly left the inn and stepped outside. Today, he decided to take a walk. It was his first time in the royal capital of the Riezel's kingdom, and he wasn't familiar with the surroundings, so he planned to visit the Adventurers Guild in the city to see if he could gather some information about the local monsters. If there were any powerful monsters near the royal capital worth fighting, he intended to face them to gain some excelia. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming to this world, which was to improve himself. Now that he had learned so many magic spells from Ains, his magic expertise had improved greatly, making his need for magic less urgent than before. Given that, he thought it would be a good idea to develop his status and see if he could level up in this world. If he could reach level 7, his strength would see a major boost. It's a shame it's becoming harder than before. Riezel thought back to the status he had just updated this morning. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, B767S. End, B741S. Dex, A815SS. AGI, A837SS. Mag, C660SS. Lightweight, D. Swordsman, D. Mage, GF. Battle Adept, G. Fast Attack, H. After more than 2 months of effort, Riezel's overall ability proficiency had increased by just under 1,400. In the world of Danmachi, reaching level 6 would already be a huge achievement, and having such growth in level 6 in under 3 months would definitely be mind-blowing to many. However, when it came to Riezel, this growth was undeniably small and disappointing. As for why, there were 2 main reasons for this. 1, it was because he was already level 6. At such a level, further progress was definitely much harder than the previous level since the required excelia had increased, so his growth rate inevitably slowed down. Second, it was because there were too few powerful opponents in this world. Unlike in the Akasha continent, where he could face opponents usually around level 3 to level 4 when accepting challenges from other swordsmen, sometimes even encountering sword masters who were level 5 or level 6, he often gained a lot of excelia by defeating them. On the other hand, the natives of this world were pitifully weak, as even those who entered the realm of heroes were only around level 3. Moreover, given that those with the strength of level 3 and above in this world were exceptionally rare, his opponents all this time had been either ordinary adventurers or monsters, neither of which had given much excelia. As a result, after 2 months, his growth had only reached this point, far from what it used to be. Luckily, both MAG and Mage had considerable improvement, or else the gains from these 2 months might have been even less. Maybe it was because Riezel had acquired many magic spells with strange and unique effects in this world that he had used magic more often these past 2 months. As a result, not only had his MAG proficiency increased significantly, surpassing his STR, END, DEX, and AGI, but its rank had also jumped straight from C to SS. Even Mage had been upgraded by a rank, so his results weren't too bad. However, if he wanted to gain high-rank excelia for leveling up, he should pick his opponents more carefully. How about I go pick a fight with Platinum Dragon Lord? I still haven't settled the score from before, right? Or maybe I could cause some trouble for Ains. Now that I think about it, Nazarick should be getting ready for some big moves. Once that happens, those guys won't hold back anymore. In other words, the humans of this world are about to face serious trouble, a big disaster, since those heteromorphs will have a field day with them. Pondering the way the Great Tomb of Nazarick operated in the later stages of the original work, Riezel's brow furrowed deeply. Honestly, he had known from the start that he wasn't on the same path as them, and he definitely couldn't get along with Ains, the protagonist from the original work. For now, they were more or less at peace because he had his own plans and Ains was somewhat cautious about him, not daring to approach him carelessly, but this situation definitely couldn't last long. Considering he had never fully opened up to Ains or the Great Tomb of Nazarick and sometimes even considered taking action against them, he bet they probably sensed this, which was probably why they were always wary of him and never relaxed their attitude toward him when he was around. At this rate, a conflict between them was just a matter of time. Needless to say, this wasn't something just a few of the intelligent individuals in the Great Tomb of Nazarick sensed, as Riezel felt it as well. However. So what? Riezel relaxed his furrowed brows. If our paths are different, we won't be able to work together. If conflict is inevitable, then maybe this is for the best. At least this way, he wouldn't have any hesitation and could confidently make a move against the Great Tomb of Nazarick when the time came. If it were them, they would definitely bring him a lot of excelia, maybe even some high-rank excelia for a level up. Having such a thought, Riezel actually started anticipating it and couldn't wait to have a good fight with the floor guardians of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Naturally, regular excelia was important too. Before going into full-blown conflict with the Great Tomb of Nazarick, looking for powerful monsters as opponents was also a good option. Coming to a decision, Riezel left the inn and headed toward the Adventurers Guild to gather information about the local monsters. Unfortunately, his plan was immediately disrupted when he reached the street in front of the inn. Lord Brynhart. An unexpected person appeared before Riezel and excitedly called his name. It was none other than Brain Unglaus. Yesterday, this genius swordsman had been utterly drained, his spirit completely crushed, but today, he had transformed, his disheveled appearance was gone, and he had cleaned himself up, looking neat and proper. From the look of it, Brain seemed to have been waiting in front of the inn for a long time, as the moment he saw Riezel, his face lit up with joy, and he hurried over to greet him. "How come you're here?" Riezel asked, completely surprised. Surprisingly, as Brain gazed at Riezel, his expression was full of respect, as if he were not facing a junior or a much younger man but rather a life mentor or a role model who had walked a path ahead of him. His attitude was incredibly humble. "I came specifically to find you, Lord Brynhart." Brain replied, bowing respectfully. Clearly, his demeanor was completely different from yesterday, a far cry from the weary, broken man from before. "If you were looking for me, why not go inside?" Riezel asked, not sure what Brain wanted. "You could just tell the staff at the inn, and they'd come to notify me in my room." "No, I couldn't possibly trouble you with something personal like that." Brain quickly shook his head. "Such matters would be too rude to impose on you. I thought waiting for you here would show my sincerity." At this point, Riezel started to get an idea of what Brain was after. No choice. As Brain spoke, his eyes kept drifting toward the sword at Riezel's waist, giving Riezel a clear hint of what he wanted. "Speak then. What is it you want from me?" Riezel asked calmly, hiding his surprise. Brain immediately straightened up, becoming more serious. "I'd like you to teach me your swordsmanship, more specifically the sword technique you used before, Lord Brynhart." Brain responded earnestly. "Yesterday, your slash was so incredible that I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I mustered up the courage to come here and ask you." What he said was undoubtedly his true feeling. After the confrontation with Riezel yesterday, he had regained the confidence he once had and no longer felt hopeless. Instead, he thought about picking up his sword again, starting from scratch to train himself. Now, he was convinced that, with hard work, he could achieve a level of skill he had never known before, perhaps one day reaching the same level as Riezel, to be able to face the kind of battle Riezel had shown in the northern forest of Irantal. In truth, just thinking about the slash Riezel had made that time, he hadn't been able to sleep at all last night. It was truly impossible. Riezel's slash had been so astonishing that he now felt his once proud martial art, Wind of the Great Forest, looked like child's play, something to laugh at, not even worth showing anymore. When Climb saw Riezel's thunderclap and flash, he was filled with admiration, a yearning for that kind of power, but when Brain saw Riezel's thunderclap and flash, it struck him in a much deeper way. It couldn't be helped. Thunderclap and flash was very similar to Wind of the Great Forest, both were designed for a single, decisive blow, the ultimate strike. From Riezel's thunderclap and flash, Brain saw many things. He saw the shortcomings of his Wind of the Great Forest. He saw his own ambitions, the ultimate form of his sword. If he could learn Riezel's thunderclap and flash, he knew his Wind of the Great Forest would be transformed, and his sword would never be the same again. Such a realization was what drove Brain to act. As a result, after learning from Gazef where Riezel was staying, Brain quickly came to the inn to ask Riezel for guidance. "Can you please grant my humble request?" Brain, with an unusually sincere attitude, bent deeply in front of Riezel as he made his request. Such a humble posture caught the attention of the adventurers around them, who couldn't help but look over with puzzled expressions. It was understandable. In the eyes of others, it must have seemed odd to see a middle-aged man like Brain bowing so respectfully to a youngster under 20. Luckily, they didn't know that Brain was the genius swordsman from the rumors who could stand toe-to-toe with the Riestei's kingdom's warrior captain. If they had, they would probably have been shocked by this scene. "Get up." Riezel had already guessed Brain's intentions, so upon hearing the expected request, he immediately spoke up. "I won't waste your time." Brain, thinking Riezel was rejecting him, quickly added. "They're just cheap items, but I do have some magic items with me. If you don't mind, I can offer them as payment." Saying this, Brain started introducing his magic items to Riezel. This one's called the Necklace of Eye. Its effect is to protect vision, enhance resistance to blindness, and grant dark vision along with light correction. It really works wonders at night. This is a magic ring that lets you infuse low-tier magic into it. Right now, it contains lesser protection energy, which can resist energy damage like fire magic, ice magic, and even magic weapons with elemental attributes. And this is the Wyvern Amulet. It's made with powdered eyes of a wyvern, and when worn, it reduces the wearer's weight and load while also improving speed and agility to some extent. If you don't want magic items and would prefer magic potions, I've got those too. Brain went on, eagerly introducing each magic item he carried, sometimes a necklace, sometimes a ring. I didn't mean it like that. Riezel, a bit troubled, was about to tell Brain he wasn't interested in the magic items when, suddenly, he paused as his attention was caught. Wait, that Wyvern Amulet, what does it do again? Riezel asked urgently, noticing something crucial. Reduces the wearer's weight and load. Was there such a magic item? If that were the case, wouldn't it be a perfect magic item for a development ability like lightweight? Chapter 351, Great Magic Items. One should know that lightweight was a development ability that could boost its user's DEX and AGI depending on the weight the user was carrying. While the lighter the user's load, the stronger the effect of this ability. If the user's body were overloaded and too heavy, the effect of lightweight would be weakened or even barely noticeable. Because of this, Riezel had never worn heavy armor or too many items on his body, aiming to avoid interfering with the effectiveness of lightweight. He even asked Tsubaki to specially craft a lightweight weapon like Fool to maximize the effect of lightweight, showing how much he valued this development ability. Now, Brain had actually offered him a magic item that could reduce the wearer's weight and load. Knowing this, how could he not care? As a result, Riezel dismissed his earlier disinterest in Brain's magic items, and his gaze began to sharpen with interest. When Brain saw Riezel's reaction, he was truly happy. He was afraid of Riezel not showing any interest in his magic items at all, since if Riezel didn't care about them in the slightest, he would have to worry about whether he could convince Riezel. Stronov wasn't lying to me. Lord Brynhart is indeed interested in magic items. Brain recalled how he had asked Gazef for Riezel's whereabouts, and how Gazef had shared his thoughts of Riezel with him, making him feel another wave of gratitude for Gazef. Poor Riezel had no idea that, in Gazef's eyes, he had become a magic item enthusiast. It couldn't be helped. Since Riezel had originally agreed to take on Gazef's commission with the condition of getting his magic ring, Gazef had developed a false impression that Riezel was particularly interested in valuable magic items. As a result, when Brain had planned to ask Riezel for help, Gazef, always keen to be helpful, passed the information on to Brain, causing him to believe that using magic items as a reward would be the way to go in exchange for Riezel teaching him swordsmanship. It was, ironically, a win-win misunderstanding. Right away, Brain quickly explained the magic item's effect to Riezel. Yes, the Wyvern Amulet has the effect of lightening the wearer's weight and reducing their load, along with slightly increasing speed and agility. While it's not as valuable as Stronov's ring, it's still a rare magic item. While speaking, Brain took out an amulet from his chest, an amulet with dragon-like wings embroidered on its surface. Here it is. Please, use it. Brain respectfully handed the Wyvern Amulet to Riezel. Riezel took it casually, and as soon as he held it, he immediately felt a change within his body. Evidently, this amulet was different from Gazef's ring. It wasn't an active magic item that required its wielder to activate it manually to use, but a passive item that took effect as soon as it was worn. As soon as Riezel held the amulet, he could clearly feel his body lighten, and the weight of his clothes and weapons also decreased significantly, which in turn allowed his lightweight to start kicking in, quickly boosting his DEX and AGI. This is a great magic item. Riezel praised, clearly not hiding his fondness for the Wyvern Amulet. At this, Brain, with good timing, seized the moment to press on. Do you like magic items that can reduce weight and improve agility? Brain asked with a smile. If that's the case, this item might suit your preferences. He immediately pulled another magic item out of his chest, this time a fingerless glove that was black and red in color. Not only was there just one glove that didn't seem to offer much protection, but it also looked thin and left the fingers and back exposed, barely enough to even keep someone warm. Nevertheless, since this glove also had a similar effect to the Wyvern Amulet, it was without a doubt a perfect magic item for lightweight. It's called the Giant's Glove, a magic item made from the hair of the giant race. Brain enthusiastically explained. It's also imbued with a magic spell called Lightweight Cargo, which reduces the weight of the weapon the wearer holds without affecting the weapon's power. Once one wears it, even a child can easily lift a heavy weapon weighing over 100 pounds. Like the Wyvern Amulet, it's a magic item that works just by wearing it, and by the way, it also slightly boosts the strength of the arm wearing it. It's not really useful for me, but if you like it, I'll give it to you. Because the sword Brain used wasn't a heavy one, he didn't have much use for the Giant's Glove, but for someone who favored heavy weapons, this magic item would be an invaluable treasure, worth quite a bit. Brain respectfully handed the Giant's Glove to Riezel, who accepted it. Riezel thought for a moment before putting the glove on and gripping the sword at his waist with his gloved hand. Feeling the weight of the sword, he noticed that the load it placed on his body had truly decreased. Feeling the glove's effect, Riezel was quite amazed. One should know that his main weapon, Hermit, was quite heavy, and when it came to weight alone, it was almost on par with a war hammer or a two-handed axe, which made using it a challenge for him, especially in terms of its impact on lightweight. Now, with the Giant's Glove, the glove reduced the weight without affecting the weapon's power, which would significantly lessen the impact on lightweight. If mixed with the Wyvern Amulet, which also reduced weight, wearing these two magic items meant he no longer had to worry about lightweight being undermined. This is also a great magic item. Riezel praised once again. I'm glad you like it. Brain responded happily, his face lighting up. In truth, the two magic items Brain had given to Riezel weren't exactly rare in this world. Even in Yggdrasil, these two items would likely only be classified as legacy class, or even lower, as low-class magic items. However, when paired with lightweight, they became incredibly effective, so for Riezel personally, the value of these items could even rival that of legendary class items. With such beneficial magic items now in his hands, Riezel felt that refusing them would be a crime. Besides, he wasn't exactly opposed to teaching Brain, considering he had guided many people in the past, including all the Hashira in the world of Demon Slayer. Satisfied with the unexpected gain, Riezel looked at Brain and spoke up. I can teach you Thunderclap and Flash, but whether you can learn it depends on you. Thunderclap and Flash could be said to be the strongest sword form of thunder breathing. However, one should remember that thunder breathing was considered the hardest breathing style to learn among all the fundamental breathing styles, as its body requirements were even more demanding than sun breathing in certain aspects. Riezel didn't mind teaching Brain, but whether Brain could learn it was something he couldn't guarantee. It was not without reason, as even Kaigaku, a demon slayer who became an upper-ranked demon, couldn't even learn Thunderclap and Flash. Given this, even if Brain had the potential to learn thunder breathing, it wasn't a given that he would be able to master Thunderclap and Flash. Moreover, there was another big problem. Kaigaku, who had become an upper-ranked demon, was equivalent to level 4, while Brain, like Gazef, hadn't even officially entered the realm of heroes, which was the realm of level 3 and above in this world. At best, Brain was at the limit of level 2, still far from level 4. Considering this, since even Kaigaku, at level 4, couldn't use Thunderclap and Flash, it was only natural that Brain, who hadn't even fully stepped into level 3, couldn't learn it. For this reason, Riezel decided to be upfront, not wanting Brain to get his hopes too high. I understand. Brain immediately understood Riezel's point and replied without hesitation. Something like that slash, someone at my level would definitely struggle to master. I'm aware of my limits. In the past, Brain had thought of himself as a genius, and in terms of pure talent, he even believed he was above Gazef, never doubting that his abilities were enough to learn any swordsmanship. Naturally, this wasn't blind confidence but clear self-awareness. Gazef probably didn't know that after the Kingdom's tournament, when he defeated Brain with fourfold slash of light, Brain had secretly learned this martial art by himself and even perfected it. Needless to say, the fact that Brain could self-teach and learn something like Gazef's fourfold slash of light without anyone's help showed just how talented he was. His ability was certainly at a level that could amaze someone like Gazef, the so-called strongest warrior. However, now Brain had come to understand what it meant to be the best, the strongest human, to be in a realm that even those within the realm of heroes couldn't reach. Considering this, his once proud skills and talent, in the eyes of those above him, might be nothing at all. At least, Brain didn't believe he could easily master Riezel's stunning slash the way he had mastered and perfected Gazef's fourfold slash of light. Nonetheless, since there are humans who can master that slash, who can wield that slash, then I, Brain Unglaus, will push myself to the limit to at least brush against that aspirational realm. Brain had cast aside all his past arrogance and pride, becoming a swordsman purely focused on getting stronger as he adjusted his attitude and mindset. I believe, if I work hard, even I should be able to touch 1,000th of that slash. It's my wish, no, I should say, my ambition. While saying this, a smile like that of a child appeared on Brain's face, not as fierce as Gazef's but still capable of touching one's heart. Just then, someone watching couldn't help but cheer. What an ambition. You've completely changed, Brain Unglaus. When this loud voice came from the direction of the inn, both Riezel and Brain realized that a group of people had appeared by the inn's front door at some point. They were a group of 5 fully armed women. Some were beautiful, some were muscular, some were petite, and some barely had a presence, almost as if they were transparent, but one thing they all had in common was that they wore adamantite identification tags around their necks. At the same time, the adventurers around them immediately started whispering and gossiping with one another upon seeing the 5 women. Oi, aren't they Blue Roses? Yeah, they're that famous adamantite adventurer group. It's them. Yes, the 5 women standing at the door of the inn were none other than the members of Blue Roses. As for the one who spoke, it was none other than Gagarin, who, unlike yesterday, was now wearing high-quality equipment. She wore a crimson suit of armor with sharp, protruding studs, an eye-like pattern on the chest, and gloves uniquely engraved with 2 intertwined serpents. Hanging from her waist was a massive war pick, alongside a luxurious red cloak that looked like something a noble would wear covering her back. She was truly armed to the teeth, flaunting an array of outrageously expensive magic equipment. Standing next to Gagarin were Evil Eye and the twin sisters, Tia and Tina, all of whom were also equipped with magic equipment that clearly indicated their high quality. Meanwhile, leading them was Lakuz, dressed in dazzling equipment that transformed her into a young female warrior, making her stand out even more. Is she Lakuz? As soon as Riezel recognized these prominent female adventurers, his attention immediately went to their leader, Lakuz. She was a well-known adventurer, a 19-year-old Templar who had entered the realm of heroes, an existence like Gazef, but saying she was the same as him wasn't quite right either. Even without the equipment she now wore, against Gazef with the kingdom's 4 treasures equipped, she would still be more than a match for him, especially now that he had lost the magic ring that allowed him to step into the realm of heroes. Of course, if it was about power, Riezel, familiar with the original work, knew that the truly powerful one was the one who stood behind Lokiu's evil eye. Given this and considering that those within the realm of heroes were only equivalent to level 3, Lokiu's was obviously still not enough to catch Riezel's attention. In that case, why did Riezel's attention immediately go to Lokiu's? It was simply because of the massive greatsword she carried with her. Because the blade was sheathed, Riezel couldn't get a good look at it, but just examining the hilt alone, he could tell how intricate and finely made it was, especially the massive blue-black jewel embedded in the end of the hilt, within which flickered a flame-like glow, emitting an unusual magical energy. That must be the famous cursed sword Kilinirim, right? Riezel thought to himself, gazing at the cursed sword with curiosity. Chapter 352, Butterfly Effect. Kilinirim. It was one of the swords of darkness wielded by the hero known as the Black Knight, one of the 13 heroes who ended the war with the demon gods 200 years ago. Legends say that the Black Knight was of mixed blood, human and demon, carrying 4 pitch-black swords. They were Cursed Sword Kilinirim, which could unleash dark energy, Corrupted Sword Croctable, whose inflicted wounds could never heal, Death Sword Sphees, which could be fatal even with the slightest graze, and Evil Sword Hyumulus, rumored to hide some unknown special ability. These 4 swords were scattered across the world, their whereabouts unknown, and over time, they became legendary weapons, inspiring countless dreams yet leaving people to wonder if they truly existed. However, with the arrival of Lokiu's, the legend turned into reality. Why? Because one of the swords of darkness, the one capable of unleashing dark energy, Cursed Sword Kilinirim, was now in her hands. Yes, the massive greatsword she wielded was none other than the legendary black sword once held by the Black Knight of the 13 heroes, Cursed Sword Kilinirim. Carrying Kilinirim, Lokiu's appeared alongside the other members of Blue Roses as they approached Riezel and Brain. Sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. We just happened to step out of the inn and saw you two standing here, talking about something like that, so we couldn't help but speak up, hope you don't mind. Lokiu's bowed slightly to Riezel and Brain, apologizing as she took responsibility for Gagrin's sudden interruption of their conversation. Meanwhile, the other members of Blue Roses didn't bow or apologize and just stood behind Lokiu's, their gazes fixed on Riezel and Brain with curious intensity. Tia and Tina, in particular, shifted their attention from Brain to Riezel, scrutinizing him as if they were evaluating something, their eyes never leaving him. In contrast, Evil Eye remained silent, while Gagarin stepped forward with a grin directed at Brain. Well, looks like you found your confidence as a warrior again, Brain unglows. Guess I gotta give you some respect now. Hearing this, Brain dropped the childish, honest expression he had been wearing and shrugged. I just got a wake-up call from Lord Brynhart. Honestly, it was pretty embarrassing. Brain glanced at the members of Blue Roses for a moment before smiling. I see now. So this is the famed Blue Roses, one of the 4 adamantite adventurer groups in the kingdom, huh? Impressive. I can tell your strength is at least on par with mine, 2 of you are even stronger. My past self really was ignorant, huh? It was not strange for Brain to say this. In the past, he had heard of Blue Roses but had never taken them seriously because he stubbornly believed that within the kingdom, the only one who could rival him was Gazef, while the rest were insignificant, even the highest-ranking adamantite adventurers. In other words, he was convinced he could beat anyone other than Gazef. However, now he realized how arrogant that mindset had been. Facing them directly, Brain immediately noticed that Gagrin, Tia, and Tina were all someone not far behind him in strength, while Lokiu's gave off the most dangerous feeling. He was certain he wouldn't stand a chance against her, a Templar who had truly stepped into the realm of heroes. As for Evil Eye, he had been puzzled by her since they first met yesterday. She didn't seem particularly dangerous, yet her presence triggered his sharp instincts, making it clear that he couldn't afford to underestimate her. Because of all this, Brain spoke the way he did. You're not bad yourself, Mr. Unglows. Lokiu smiled at him. A genius swordsman who could hold his own against the warrior captain, I've heard a lot about you. I heard you had a rough patch recently and thought it'd take you a while to recover, but it looks like my worries were unnecessary. It's all thanks to Lord Brynhart. Brain responded without a hint of arrogance. And please, don't call me a genius swordsman anymore. One setback nearly crushed my spirit, so someone like me doesn't deserve that status. Just being considered a swordsman again is already something I'm thankful for. Compared to someone like me, Lord Brynhart is the true genius, the true swordsman, and the true powerhouse, so please, let's not bring up my embarrassing stories in front of him. Brain's words immediately drew everyone's attention to Riezel. We've definitely heard about Sir Brynhart's strength. Lokiu said as she extended a hand toward Riezel, looking him straight in the eye. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Brynhart. I'm Lokiu's Alvian Dale Aindra, the leader of Blue Roses. As soon as she finished speaking, the twins behind her, Tia and Tina, chimed in. I'm Tia. And I'm Tina. We've been dying to meet the famous Riezel Brynhart, who's said to be as strong as an entire adamantite adventurer group. You're so young. Honestly, you look even younger than our evil boss. It's hard to believe a kid like you is that strong. While introducing themselves, the twins tossed in some personal comments that came across as a little rude, making Locke smile awkwardly. Riezel didn't seem to mind as he glanced at Locke's outstretched hand for a moment before reaching out to shake it. Even though Locke had entered the realm of heroes at just 19 years old, her hand was remarkably soft and smooth, not at all what one would expect from an adventurer's hand but felt like the well-cared-for hands of a refined noble lady. Nevertheless, Riezel didn't linger on the thought as, after giving Locke's hand a light shake, he quickly let go. I've heard a lot about you all, Blue Rose's ladies. Riezel responded calmly. If anything, you're all my seniors, so there's no need to pay attention to Brain Unglause's exaggerations, just treat me normally. Fair enough. Locke nodded, giving him a long, thoughtful look before smiling. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of formalities anyway. Since Sir Brynhart feels that way, we won't bother with them. Let's work well together. Finally. Gagarin jumped in. I can't stand all those rules and etiquette. Most of us here are adventurers anyway, so why not just get to know each other the adventurer's way? Adventurers actually need to follow etiquette the most sometimes. Evil Eye muttered, giving Gagarin a side eye. You're just lazy, you muscle-headed brute. Everyone burst out laughing at this. Are you guys heading out on a quest? Brain asked, noticing how the members of Blue Roses were fully geared up. Judging by your equipment, it must be something pretty challenging. Upon hearing this, Riezel recalled the storyline from the original work. If his memory served him right, at this point in time, Locke and her adventurer group were in the royal capital because they had accepted a commission from the third princess to eliminate the criminal organization that lurked in the Riestai's kingdom's shadows, Eight Fingers. Eight Fingers was a massive organization that dominated the kingdom's underground world, engaging in numerous illegal activities, including but not limited to slave trafficking, assassinations, smuggling, larceny, drug trade, security, banking, and gambling. Given this, they were, without a doubt, a criminal organization. Not only did they have deep connections with nobles across the kingdom, working secretly with many of them, but they were also the overlord of all illegal activity within the kingdom. In short, they represented the kingdom's darkness. Even more astonishing, they even had a group of enforcers known as Six Arms, each member boasting strength comparable to an adamantite adventurer. Anyone who wanted to challenge them had to carefully consider their chances of survival. In the original work, Blue Roses accepted a commission from the third princess to deal with Eight Fingers with the hope of wiping them out entirely and erasing the kingdom's darkness once and for all. Now that all the members of Blue Roses are fully armed and ready to move out, are they getting ready to handle Eight Fingers? Riezel knew that this was actually pretty dangerous. Because adventurers usually took on commissions through the Adventurers Guild, under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to accept commissions directly from clients. Locke and the others skipping the guild and taking a commission directly from the third princess were undoubtedly breaking the rules. If it were serious enough, they could face punishment from the guild or even be expelled. Not to mention, the guild had an unwritten rule that adventurers weren't allowed to casually get involved in national affairs. Locke and the others helping the third princess eliminate an underground organization was a matter tied to national policy, which meant another violation of the rule. If Blue Roses weren't one of the kingdom's rare adamantite adventurer groups, with every member being incredibly valuable, the guild wouldn't just let this slide. In the original work, the reason Locke accepted the commission was not only because she was a noble of the kingdom but also because she had ties to the royal family and was even a close friend of the third princess. Considering this time was probably for the same reason. If that's the case, then Nazarick will probably get involved soon, right? Riezel thought to himself, some unknown emotions flickering in his eyes. However, what Locke said next would surprise Riezel. We are preparing for a commission from someone, and it's a very tricky one. Locke exchanged looks with her adventurer companions, then continued seriously. You might not know this, but recently, a very terrifying monster sneaked into the royal capital. When Locke said this, Evil Eye, as if on cue, moved her hands under her cloak. In an instant, the surrounding noise seemed to fade away, and it felt as though a thin membrane enveloped them, completely blocking out the nearby commotion and any sounds from the area. What's this? Brain quickly asked as he noticed the change. Don't worry, it's just a magic item. Evil Eye explained calmly. Even though the conversation we're having now can be heard by you guys, if others overhear, it could cause quite a stir. Yeah. Gagarin nodded seriously. If you guys know about it, you can be on guard, but if regular people hear about this, it could probably just cause trouble. Seeing the members of Blue Roses take on a very cautious attitude, both Riezel and Brain felt the gravity of the situation. A terrifying monster has sneaked into the royal capital. Are you serious? Brain asked, instinctively lowering his voice. Riezel, on the other hand, furrowed his brows and gazed at Locuse, waiting for her explanation. Locuse nodded and then explained the situation to both of them in detail. First, this is information currently known only to the royal family and nobles. It hasn't been made public yet to avoid causing panic among the people. We also learned about it from the third princess. It was said that about a week ago, a very powerful monster caused a huge disturbance abroad. It attacked a city in the slain theocracy, causing a massive uproar. Afterward, the people sent by the cardinals managed to force the monster back, but it escaped into our kingdom. Some reliable information from high-ranking officials of the kingdom said that the monster made its way to the royal capital and has been hiding in the shadows. It seems the monster has considerable intelligence. Not only can it summon and control lower-tier monsters and undead, but after arriving at the royal capital, it also took control of the underground world, defeating and occupying the long-established territory of Eight Fingers, turning the people in charge into its servants. In other words, the monster had now become the ruler of the kingdom's underground world. Because of this, the royal family and nobles took this matter very seriously. Several times, they sent out troops for reconnaissance and extermination, but every troop they sent has gone missing, returning only with limited information. At this point, Locuse's expression turned stern. We received a secret commission from the third princess to investigate one of Eight Fingers' hideouts, which is now controlled by the monster. Our goal is to gather as much intel as possible and, if possible, eliminate the monster. Although adventurers are usually forbidden from interfering with national affairs, what we face this time is a monster that has enslaved Eight Fingers. As adventurers who specialize in hunting monsters, it's our duty to take on this commission. Now, we are planning to visit the hideout mentioned in the intel sent back by the fallen troops and confront the monster. At Locuse's explanation, Brain furrowed his brow deeply and fell silent. Riezel, on the other hand, lowered his gaze, his mind focused on one thought. Is this the so-called butterfly effect? It looks like the original plot has changed. Chapter 353, Doubt and Curiosity. Eight Fingers had been controlled by an unknown, highly intelligent, powerful monster, and even the people in charge had been enslaved. Clearly, this event had never happened in the original work. At this point in the original work, the first conflict between Blue Roses and Eight Fingers had indeed occurred, triggering a series of subsequent events that ultimately involved the Great Tomb of Nazarick, causing even greater chaos. However, the sudden invasion of a powerful monster taking over Eight Fingers was something that had never happened in the original work, though it wasn't exactly accurate to say such an event had never happened. In the original work, by the end of the event, Eight Fingers, the organization controlling the kingdom's underground world, was ultimately taken over by the Great Tomb of Nazarick, but that only happened after the event had concluded and wasn't part of the initial event. Yet now, it seemed like this had happened earlier, and the one leading the takeover wasn't the Great Tomb of Nazarick, but the unknown monster that had attacked the slain theocracy a week ago. It was simply unbelievable. Wait. Could it be? Riezel's eyes flickered slightly as an idea came to mind. Driven by this idea, Riezel turned to Locuse and asked a crucial question. What kind of monster took over Eight Fingers? Riezel's question was also the question Brain wanted to know the answer to. Needless to say, to control the underground world's biggest organization without drawing attention from the public, the monster was clearly not just powerful, but highly intelligent. It might even be a humanoid monster. Surprisingly, it turned out to be true. While I haven't confronted or seen the monster directly, if nothing is wrong, it should be a vampire. Locuse's answer made Riezel narrow his eyes. A vampire. Brain muttered, his expression grew somewhat unnatural. It was unavoidable since the word vampire brought up memories he would rather not recall, the memories of that night in the northern forest of Riezel when the monster that appeared there was actually a vampire, something he only found out after the fact. Riezel had also mentioned yesterday that the monster he fought in the northern forest of Riezel during that earth-shattering battle was a vampire. Even though he had heard that the vampire was defeated by adamantite adventurers known as Dark Hero Mammon and Beautiful Princess Nabe, he still couldn't imagine anyone other than Riezel who could handle that vampire. Now, upon hearing Locuse mention that the powerful monster who snuck into the royal capital and controlled Eight Fingers was actually a vampire, Brain immediately had an intense reaction. Could it be that vampire, Lord Brynhart? Brain asked nervously. I don't know. Riezel shook his head, not giving a clear answer. Huh? What's up? Gagarin, seeing their reactions, immediately asked. Do you two know that vampire? At this, the rest of Blue Roses immediately focused on Riezel and Brain. You haven't heard about it? Brain asked Gagarin while glancing at Riezel's expression, and seeing that Riezel didn't stop him, he continued. About 2 months ago, a particularly powerful female vampire appeared in the northern forest of Riezel. We're talking about her. Brain's answer made Gagarin and Evil Eye remember the conversation between Riezel and Brain yesterday. At that time, Brain had mentioned the terrifying battle between two monsters that had drained his spirit as a warrior, which had taken place in the northern forest of Riezel 2 months ago. One of the so-called monsters had been Riezel, while the other had been a vampire who came from who knows where. Additionally, it seemed that news of the vampire had also spread widely and was known to many adventurers. Wasn't that vampire already defeated by those two new adamantite adventurers from darkness? I heard the same thing. Tia and Tina both spoke up. Who knows if it's really true? Brain spoke with a doubtful tone, a frown adorning his face. I can't imagine that vampire being defeated by anyone other than Lord Brynhart. Whether or not that so-called dark hero really had that kind of strength, personally, I had my doubts. If that vampire's still alive, with her power, controlling 8 fingers would be a piece of cake. I even think the legendary Landfall wouldn't stand a chance against that vampire. She's just that terrifying. What Brain called Landfall was a legendary monster. It was said that this legendary monster's true form was a high-tier vampire known as Vampire Lord, a powerful and terrifying vampire who could wipe out an entire country alone. Fortunately, Landfall had been defeated by the 13 heroes 200 years ago, and that achievement was still widely talked about. Regardless, if one were to name a famous vampire, one who was both powerful and highly intelligent, Landfall would immediately come to mind. However, when Brain compared the mentioned vampire to the legendary Landfall, the members of Blue Roses showed odd expressions. Humph. You've never even seen how strong Landfall really was. How do you know she's weaker than the vampire you mentioned? Evil Eye suddenly snorted and then spoke with a somewhat angry tone. For some reason, she was really getting into an argument with Brain about this topic. At Evil Eye's words, Brain replied bluntly. Because that vampire could go toe-to-toe with Lord Brynhart, and after seeing that battle, I can guarantee that even the 13 heroes who defeated the demon gods wouldn't be able to beat her. However, since Landfall was defeated by the 13 heroes, it shows she was definitely weaker than the vampire who fought Lord Brynhart. Or do you think Landfall could go toe-to-toe with Lord Brynhart? If that's the case, I'll take back what I said. Brain's overly direct and honest reasoning left Evil Eye speechless. In some ways, Brain's point was actually valid. At least, Evil Eye knew very well that out of the 13 heroes, only 6 of them had truly stepped into the realm of heroes, while the rest were more like someone of Brain's caliber. With such 13 heroes, besides the leader and that platinum-armored man, almost no one could have defeated Landfall, not even in a joint effort. In other words, since Landfall was defeated by the 13 heroes, it was clear that Landfall couldn't have been stronger than any of the beings the 13 heroes hadn't been able to defeat. Could the 13 heroes defeat Riezel? Could Landfall go toe-to-toe with Riezel? Evil Eye couldn't help but glance at Riezel and recall the overwhelming presence he gave off when he drew his sword yesterday, the deadly feeling of danger, the heart-stopping sensation. In the end, Evil Eye had to admit that Landfall could never go toe-to-toe with Riezel. However, since the vampire that appeared in the northern forest of Riezel could go toe-to-toe with Riezel, didn't that mean Landfall was no match for that vampire? Understanding this, Evil Eye felt speechless, which made her very upset, even a little embarrassed and angry. At the very least, someone of your level, Landfall can easily beat. Evil Eye said, taunting Brain like a petulant child. If this had happened before, Brain would have definitely been provoked by her words, but now he wasn't the same person he used to be. I know I'm still far from enough since there are plenty of monsters in this world that could easily beat someone like me. Even that Landfall probably has no problem killing me. Seeing Brain respond so calmly, accepting his weakness and her taunt, Evil Eye felt like she had punched cotton, utterly unfulfilling. Ahem. Lockhughes cleared her throat before changing the subject. Anyway, we get that the vampire is strong. Mr. Unglause's suspicions also make sense. A vampire that powerful wouldn't just appear so easily, especially not in just 2 months with 2 showing up in quick succession. That's simply unrealistic. If we think carefully, the vampire who caused a stir in the slain theocracy and snuck into the royal capital, secretly taking control of 8 fingers, might be the same one that showed up in the northern forest of Riezel. Lockhughes concluded with a serious expression, indicating that Brain's suspicions were reasonable. At this, the members of Blue Roses agreed with her, and aside from Evil Eye, who was still a bit upset, the rest of them nodded thoughtfully. How can you be sure that the monster controlling 8 fingers is a vampire? Riezel asked Lockhughes, speaking up at just the right moment. Lockhughes had already said that she had neither confronted nor seen the monster herself, so how could she be sure it was a vampire? Riezel was puzzled by this. 2 reasons. Lockhughes explained, holding up 2 fingers. One is the intel from the fallen troops which said they encountered the members of 8 fingers, 6 arms. Aside from undead King Davernok, all the others had been turned into vampires. 6 Arms was rumored to be as powerful as an adamantite adventurer group and lived up to their name. They were made up of 6 people. They were Spatial/Pashurian, who could slay enemies from a distance, Dancing Scimitar Edstrom, who skillfully wielded special magic weapons, Thousand Kills Malmvist, a poison sword master who specialized in thrusting, Phantom Devil Succulent, a master of illusions, Undead King Davernok, who wasn't even a human but an undead lich, and Battle Demon Zero, a hand-to-hand combat expert and the leader of the group. Among the 6, only Undead King Davernok wasn't a human, while the rest were all humans. As everyone knew, when humans were bitten and had their blood sucked by a vampire, there was a chance they could be turned into the same kind of vampire, coming under the vampire's control and domination. Considering this, since all the humans in 6 arms had been turned into vampires, it was enough to prove that the monster secretly controlling 8 fingers was, in fact, a vampire. Needless to say, this was the key reason Lockhughes could confidently proclaim that the monster's true form was a vampire. Another reason is because of the big uproar caused by the monster in the slain theocracy. Lockhughes continued her explanation. According to the intel gathered by the third princess, the monster that attacked the theocracy has vampire characteristics, which is why we're all sure it's definitely a vampire. Riezel nodded, signaling that he understood, but at the same time, his mind started to churn. Now that she said it, the vampire who attacked the slain theocracy, snuck into the royal capital, and took control of 8 fingers could actually be Shaltir Bloodfallen. Clearly, this wasn't something that had happened in the original work. It was only natural. In the original work, Shaltir and the Great Tomb of Nazarick didn't know that the one who used a world item to mind control her in the northern forest of Erantil was the Black Scripture. However, since Riezel had already sold this information to Ains, the Great Tomb of Nazarick now knew that the one who used a world item to mind control Shaltir was from the slain theocracy. In such a situation, given Ains' obsession with an affection for the Great Tomb of Nazarick, it was easy to imagine that he would hold a grudge against the slain theocracy and take action against them. Even though Riezel had warned Ains not to recklessly attack the slain theocracy, it didn't mean Ains would just stay silent. Ains would definitely be scheming against the slain theocracy in secret, taking action against the theocracy for daring to harm an NPC created by his former guild companion. Even if he wasn't daring enough to openly attack the theocracy for now, he would surely move slowly, testing the theocracy's bottom line, doing things in secret if necessary, and gradually eroding the theocracy. If the vampire was really Shaltir, the reason she attacked the slain theocracy was probably because of Ains' orders. With both old and new grudges, Shaltir would likely be more than happy to do so. However, from what Lockhughes had said, the slain theocracy had forced that vampire back. If that vampire is really Shaltir Bloodfallen, that's totally impossible. In the first place, why would that vampire, after attacking the slain theocracy, sneak into the royal capital and take control of 8 fingers? If it was done secretly and without anyone noticing, that'd make sense since it's just like Ains' sneaky style, but causing such a ruckus that the kingdom's higher-ups are all aware of it doesn't seem like something that cautious guy would do. A sense of doubt began to rise in Riezel's heart. Did something unexpected happen? Or maybe this has nothing to do with Ains or Nazarick at all. Of course, the bigger possibility is that there's some deeper scheme behind this. Riezel made several guesses in his mind, thinking about the storyline of the original work. Meanwhile, noticing that Riezel had fallen into deep thought and sensing his interest in the matter, Lockhughes suddenly realized that this might be a good opportunity. Sir Brynhart, if you're interested, would you like to come with us? Lockhughes took the chance to extend an invitation. As soon as the members of Blue Roses heard Lockhughes' words, their spirits lifted, and they all looked at Riezel with anticipation. Riezel snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Lockhughes and the others in silence. Come with you, huh? He pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Well, if I don't go see it myself, how will I know what actually happened? With a curious heart, Riezel decided to go take a look to see if this was something Ains had cooked up. Chapter 354, 8 Fingers Hideout. As the leader and ruler of the underground world of the Riestai's kingdom, the criminal organization known as 8 Fingers seemed to have more than just one hideout in the royal capital. 8 Fingers was divided into 8 departments based on their business dealings, each responsible for activities like slave trafficking, assassinations, smuggling, larceny, drug trade, security, banking, and gambling. While these departments worked together for mutual benefit in the big picture, they kept to themselves on a day-to-day basis, each running its own operations, and it was even said that their relationships with each other were far from good. Because of this, there were at least 8 hideouts scattered throughout the royal capital, possibly even more. Moreover, these hideouts were actually protected by corrupted nobles who had business dealings with 8 Fingers, making them quite well hidden. Normally, even finding these hideouts would be an extremely difficult task, and if someone did manage to find them and wanted to confront them, they would have to deal with the kingdom's corrupted nobles first. However, since the leaders of 8 Fingers had already been enslaved by the monster that snuck into the royal capital and cut ties with humans, the third princess was able to successfully acquire information about their hideouts this time and bypass the obstacles posed by the corrupted nobles. Apparently, the nobles who had cooperated with 8 Fingers or had been bribed by them ultimately lacked the courage to continue protecting these criminals once they were under the control of an unknown monster, so many of them chose to remain neutral this time, not obstructing the operation, which, in turn, allowed Blue Roses to obtain the necessary information and take action against 8 Fingers. According to Lockhughes, the place they were about to visit was one of 8 Fingers' hideouts, specifically the one mentioned in the intelligence gathered from the fallen troops, where they were expected to encounter 6 Arms. Since 6 Arms is the strongest department and enforcer of 8 Fingers, if they're both in the same place, there's a high chance that the vampire behind it all is there too. Shortly after Locuse warned everyone, the group immediately set off to the hideout. As for why they chose to act during the daytime rather than at night, it was mainly because many members of Eight Fingers had already been turned into vampires, so considering they were no longer humans, Locuse judged it was better to strike during the day rather than at night. Vampires are weakened by sunlight, while at night they gain various advantages, so it's better to fight them now while the sun is still up before they gain those advantages at night. Locuse's reasoning was thorough, and it made one realize why she was the leader of Blue Roses. However, in Riezel's eyes, her reasoning didn't hold much weight. Vampires who were weakened by sunlight were generally low-tier vampires, while higher-tier vampires could almost ignore this weakness. If the vampire controlling Eight Fingers was really Shal-tier, they would be facing the highest-tier vampire ever seen in this world, far stronger than even the legendary vampire known as Landfall. Shal-tier was, after all, a floor guardian of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, a level 100 true vampire, so there was no way she would have a weakness to sunlight. As for the low-tier vampires that would be weakened by the sun, honestly, even if they were twice as strong, they could easily be defeated by any adamantite adventurers, whether they were weakened or not made little difference. If the ones heading to the hideout of Eight Fingers had been made up of lower-ranked adventurers, they might have considered taking advantage of the said weakness, but this time, their group consisted entirely of the highest-ranked adamantite adventurers, with even Brain, who was just a step away from the realm of heroes, so there was no need to worry about such a small advantage. More importantly, the hideout they were heading to was not in the city center, but in a more remote area, some distance from the bustling parts of the royal capital. It was an area that felt as though the entire region had been sealed off in darkness since the surrounding buildings were tall, blocking most of the sunlight, so even during the day, very little light managed to filter through. Moreover, given that the weather in the royal capital had been bad recently, and the sun rarely appeared, under such conditions, the vampires' weakening from sunlight would be minimal. Seriously, looks like the gods aren't on our side, after all. Locuse gradually started noticing the problem, glanced up at the gloomy sky, and forced a bitter smile. I actually kinda like this kind of weather. For us, fighting in this kinda weather is actually an advantage. Tia and Tina, the twin assassins, had different opinions on this. Because they were best at fighting in the dark, and many of their techniques and abilities only reached their full potential in dark environments, this weather, in fact, worked to their advantage. I feel the same way. Evil Eye was just as relaxed, clearly aware of the advantage of fighting in this kind of environment. Well, I've got a magic item to help me, so I won't be affected even in complete darkness. Even Brain said as much, patting the necklace of eye hanging around his neck, confirming to everyone that he was telling the truth. Gagarin, standing beside Brain, looked at him with raised eyebrows before speaking up. By the way, I didn't expect you to come along too, Unglaus. Among the group, only Brain wasn't an adventurer, and considering he had no ties to the royal capital, even if something happened to the royal capital, it probably wouldn't affect him. For this reason, Gagarin was surprised that Brain decided to join them in doing this dangerous commission. I'm just following Lord Brynhart. You don't need to worry about me. Brain replied lightly, his reason unexpectedly simple. Well, I'm actually glad you're here with us. Gagarin said with a big grin. A powerful guy like you coming along makes me feel a lot more at ease. It was no joke. Having someone who could go toe-to-toe with Gazef, known as the strongest warrior, made the members of Blue Roses feel more secure. At the very least, Gagarin didn't think she could match Brain's skills, and Tia and Tina probably weren't his equals either. Among Blue Roses, the only ones who could likely defeat Brain were Locuse and Evil Eye. Having someone of Brain's caliber join their group, it would be impossible not to feel grateful for his presence. However, Brain's response to Gagarin's words was surprisingly calm. Don't expect too much from me. If our opponent is really that vampire, someone of my level would be killed instantly. I'm not trying to sound harsh, but only Lord Brynhart can stand a chance against that vampire, while the rest of us would be wiped out in a flash, even if we all teamed up. If Lord Brynhart weren't here, I definitely wouldn't have come along to get myself killed. Indeed, in Brain's view, what Locuse and the others planned to do was basically suicide. If the vampire who controlled Eight Fingers was the same one that had appeared in the northern forests of Irantal, even if all the members of Blue Roses teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance. You should consider yourselves lucky that you ran into Lord Brynhart before setting off and convinced him to come along, or else. Brain didn't finish his sentence, but Locuse and the others understood his meaning, causing them to feel quite uncomfortable. You know, this hasn't even started yet, and you already think we can't beat that vampire. Honestly, I really doubt your brain, Unglaus. You've been talking all this gloomy stuff since earlier. I really have been underestimated, huh? I hope that vampire is as powerful as you say. Tia and Tina both threw jabs at Brain, and even Evil Eye coldly tossed out a remark, clearly feeling a bit annoyed by his statement. Who were they? They were one of the Riestei's kingdom's adamantite adventurer groups, Blue Roses. They weren't unfamiliar with powerful monsters, and no matter how powerful a monster was, it was, in the end, still a solitary creature. As long as they fought together as a group, there wouldn't be many monsters that could handle them on their own. Naturally, they couldn't imagine such a strong vampire even existing. In this situation, Brain's statement, which seemed to raise the morale of the enemies while diminishing their own, was truly hard to swallow. Nevertheless, it seemed Brain had already anticipated such a reaction, so he remained calm. Whether you believe it or not, this is just how I feel. I just hope the vampire we're about to face isn't that vampire. Upon hearing Brain's calm words, Evil Eye and the others couldn't help but furrow their brows. All right, enough already. Lockhughes finally spoke up. Whatever the case, now that we've already started moving, there's no reason to turn back. We don't have the luxury of retreating. Because the royal capital, Riezel, was the capital city of the Riezel kingdom, it housed not only the royal family and nobles but also many commoners. It was the kingdom's central hub, something that couldn't be afforded to be lost. Now, such a place had a powerful monster lurking within. No matter how strong the monster was, they had to eliminate it to protect the royal capital and the kingdom from any harm or threat. As Lockhughes said, whatever the case, they couldn't retreat. Besides, even if such a powerful vampire really does exist, with Mr. Unglaus's high regard for Sir Brynhart, even if we're totally outmatched, it won't be a big deal, right? Lockhughes spoke in a light tone, helping to ease the tension. You're right. With Lord Brynhart here, even if we run into that vampire, at least we'll have a fighting chance. Brain showed absolute confidence in Riezel, which made the dissatisfaction on Evil Eye and the others' faces slowly fade. In the end, the group glanced toward Riezel, the young man who had been walking in the middle and hadn't said a word since the start. We've arrived. As Riezel noticed that everyone was looking at him, he completely ignored them and simply said these words. Only then did they realize they had indeed arrived at their destination without even noticing. They had passed through dimly lit alleys, made their way to the center of a secluded area, and eventually reached the place mentioned in the intel. It was a building surrounded by towering walls that created an isolated space, looking like a heavily fortified prison. Seeing the building, a transparent gleam flashed in Riesel's eyes before he turned to Lockhughes. It's here, right? Yes. Lockhughes confirmed the location once more, double-checking the information she had gotten before nodding seriously. No doubt, this is the place mentioned in the intel. It's where the kingdom's troops were ambushed by Six Arms. Upon hearing her confirmation, everyone immediately went on high alert. Since the intel mentioned the appearance of Six Arms, even without considering the vampire who controlled 8 fingers, they had to prepare for a possible encounter with Six Arms. Considering the members of Six Arms were all on par with adamantite adventurers, it meant they were on the same level as Blue Roses. Even worse, now that almost all of them had turned into vampires, becoming monsters far stronger than humans, the members of Six Arms, aside from undead King Davernok, were probably even stronger now, certainly not easy opponents to handle. Faced with such beings, even Brain was fully alert now, his hand resting on his sword at his waist, ready to spring into action at any moment. Even Lockhughes and Evil Eye had slightly tensed up, no longer as relaxed as before. Tina. Without turning around, Lockhughes called the twins, who immediately understood her intention. We'll go scout ahead. You wait here for our report. As assassins, scouting tasks were Tia and Tina's specialty, so the two immediately vanished into the shadows, blending into their surroundings and the darkness as they headed toward the hideout. However, at that moment, Riezel, who had been staring in the direction of the building, suddenly spoke up. No need to go. Riezel said calmly, gazing at several spots. We've already been detected. Looks like there's some sort of magic or magic item set up nearby to detect intruders. In the next second, his words were confirmed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by countless sky-splitting sounds, a sudden barrage of arrows rained down from the direction of the building, piercing the air and covering the area where Riezel and the others stood. Damn it. Looking at the barrage of arrows, Lockhughes couldn't help but shout in alarm. We've been spotted. Get ready for battle. As soon as the words left Lockhughes' mouth, the arrows began to fall from the sky, raining down on everyone. Clearly, the battle had come faster than they had expected. Chapter 355, Vampire Servants. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless sky-splitting sounds echoed violently through the empty alley as a barrage of arrows shot toward Riezel and the others like torrential rain, leaving no corner untouched. Amid this, the surrounding buildings were the first to feel the impact of the arrows, with some embedding themselves in the walls. Lockhughes and the others quickly reacted, preparing to deal with the rain of arrows, but Riezel was one step ahead as he had already chanted magic. Wall of protection from arrows. In an instant, the flow of air around them shifted. What Riezel cast was a magic spell that could weaken shooting attacks. As the air began to change, the arrows, which had been coming at them like a downpour, were immediately affected by the airflow. One by one, they started losing their aim. Clink, 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 clink. With a series of clinking sounds, all the arrows that had lost their aim veered off target, some brushed past Riezel and the others, while others seemed to lose their power and fell to the ground, embedding themselves in the earth or the surrounding buildings. Only then did Locuse and the others move, scattering in northwest longer, staying close together to avoid concentrated enemy attacks. Riezel, however, remained where he was, not moving an inch. Chirp, 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 chirp. Suddenly, several sharp cries rang out. Everyone noticed that, after the barrage of arrows, a large swarm of shadows had flown out from the prison-like building. Be careful. Vampire bats. Evil Eye's eyesight seemed to surpass everyone else's as she immediately recognized the source of the shadows and shouted a warning to the group. Vampire bats were small bat monsters, as their name suggested, that attacked humans and other creatures, feeding on their blood like vampires. While they were not strong, at best, they would be considered level 1 or 2 monsters in Yggdrasil, easily dealt with by even the lowest-rank copper adventurers. The real danger of vampire bats was not their individual strength but their tendency to attack in large groups. When a significant number of vampire bats appeared, even mithril adventurers would find it difficult to deal with them. Vampire bats were among the most commonly summoned servants of vampires, so if a swarm of them appeared, it usually meant that there was a vampire nearby, controlling them from afar. More importantly, the larger the swarm, the stronger the vampire controlling them. Now, the number of vampire bats flying out from the building in front of everyone was so great that it could be described as blocking out the sky. Such a sight, with them swarming out so densely, left even Evil Eye shocked. Oh, how could there be so many vampire bats? Not only Evil Eye, but even Locuse and the others showed signs of shock. Gagarin. Tia. Tina. Fall back. Locuse quickly gave an order. TCH. Gagarin, Tia, and Tina clicked their tongues simultaneously but didn't disobey Locuse's order, quickly retreating. You kidding me, this many? Brain muttered while furrowing his brows and stepping back. Facing such a large number of flying monsters, close combatants like Brain, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina were at a severe disadvantage. No choice. Close combat-oriented classes had very few abilities that could perform ranged attacks or, in some cases, none at all. If surrounded by a swarm of vampire bats, there would be no way to fight back, just like an elephant slowly being eaten by ants, bitten and drained of blood until eventually dying from blood loss. For this reason, Locuse ordered Gagarin, a warrior, to fall back and called for Tia and Tina to do the same, leaving only the magic casters, who could perform ranged attacks, to face the swarm of vampire bats. Fly. Evil Eye was the first to move, using Fly to soar into the sky, drawing the attention of several vampire bats. Maximize magic, shard buckshots. Immediately after, Evil Eye cast her enhanced magic, turning countless crystals into bullets that shot toward the swarm of vampire bats. Poochie, 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 poochie. With piercing sounds, the crystal bullets hit the vampire bats charging toward Evil Eye, knocking them out of the air one by one, blood splattering as they were pierced. Go. Floating swords. Locuse then commanded, causing several pointed blades to rise behind her. Floating swords was a magic item Locuse was skilled in using, consisting of a set of 6 golden swords. As the name suggested, floating swords were swords that could float and fly freely, and under Locuse's control, they became flying blades capable of striking enemies from a distance. Now, Locuse activated this magic item, making the 6 swords shoot out, weaving through the vampire bats and slashing them down one after another as if wielded by invisible hands. Unfortunately, the vampire bats were just too many. Even though Locuse and Evil Eye had launched wide-ranging attacks, killing many vampire bats, many still managed to fly through and head toward the warriors in the back. As expected, Riezel, Brain, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina became targets for the vampire bats. In this dangerous situation, Riezel cast another magic. Anti-life cocoon. It was a defensive magic that rejected life, preventing any creatures from passing through. When Riezel chanted the magic, a barrier of light about 10 meters in radius rose from the ground, enveloping him and the other 4, protecting them. Pang, 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 pang. With loud sounds, the vampire bats crashed into the cocoon-like light barrier one after another, only to be bounced off, unable to break through and attack Riezel and the others inside. Seeing this, Riezel immediately cast another magic. Shockwave. A distorted, invisible shockwave immediately erupted from Riezel, as if an unseen explosion had centered around him, sweeping outward in all directions. Boom. With a booming sound, a large number of vampire bats were blasted away by the shockwave, blood raining down in dark, mist-like splatters as they flew back through the air, falling to the ground. Nice. Impressive. Seeing the scene, Locuse and Evil Eye, who had been planning to come to the rescue, couldn't help but shout in surprise. Lord Brynhart's really a magic caster? Brain, seeing Riezel use magic for the first time, exclaimed in astonishment. It was truly his first time seeing Riezel use magic. Even though Gazef had told him that Riezel was a skilled magic caster, he had been a bit skeptical. Now, however, he couldn't help but believe it. Regardless, the fact that a magic caster could deliver that impressive slash left him with mixed feelings. Gagarin and the others, meanwhile, didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Riezel had protected them, they couldn't help but glance at him more than once, until their sharp eyes caught a second unusual occurrence. "Something's coming!" Gagarin shouted, causing everyone to quickly look in the direction of the building. In the next moment, everyone saw a group of creatures emerging from the prison-like building, moving toward them across the ground. Among this group, there were two types of creatures approaching. One type was people whose bodies had completely lost all moisture, looking like dried corpses as they staggered toward them, moving with jerky, stiff motions. Their movements were rigid, with sharp claws growing at the ends of their dry, twig-like arms. Meanwhile, their hollow eye sockets glowed red, and their slightly parted mouths revealed unusually sharp canine teeth, showing that they weren't humans but monsters. Lesser vampires. Tia and Tina immediately informed everyone about what the monsters were. Lesser vampires were a lesser version of vampires, basically, a degenerated form of vampires. Regular vampires typically had intelligence nearly equal to that of humans and sometimes looked completely human. Compared to humans, however, not only did they possess far greater physical strength and abilities, but they also had various special powers. Except for silver, metal weapons with equivalent properties, or magic weapons with considerable strength, physical attacks on them would mostly be mitigated. Lesser vampires, on the other hand, were a degraded and shriveled, corpse-like version of vampires. Even though they still retained memories from their previous lives, their thinking abilities were pitifully low, and their combat skills were poor, nothing compared to regular vampires. Lesser vampires were usually born after being drained of blood by a vampire and were subject to the control and enslavement of the vampire who created them. At this moment, countless lesser vampires were emerging from the prison-like building, growling and stiffly advancing toward them. Are they people from Eight Fingers? I see, so they've all really been turned into vampires. Tia and Tina spoke one after the other. Watch out, there are also vampire wolves nearby. Gagarin, already drawn her war pick, cast a sharp, hostile glare at another type of creature beside the lesser vampires. Next to the lesser vampires, there was a group of monsters, completely black, as if shrouded in the night, with vicious, intelligent red eyes, resembling wolves. Vampire wolves were a type of monster with excellent tracking abilities, and like vampire bats, they usually served vampires, enslaved and controlled by them. However, they were much stronger than vampire bats. In Yggdrasil, they were not only around level 7 monsters but sometimes even stronger than lesser vampires. Their movements were incredibly agile, not sluggish like those of lesser vampires. After bursting out of the prison-like building, they immediately dashed toward Riezel and the others like a real wolf pack. Some even leaped onto nearby buildings, stuck to the walls like geckos, and ran toward everyone, surrounding them. Like the vampire bats, their numbers were also considerable, which meant they had also been summoned by a very high-tier vampire. Well shit, now I believe the monster secretly controlling Eight Fingers is definitely a vampire, and way stronger than our shorty. Gagarin remarked in a low voice, causing Tia and Tina to fall silent. Needless to say, the ability to summon and control so many vampire servants like vampire bats, vampire wolves, and lesser vampires was a clear indication of the immense strength of the vampire behind them. It was right there in front of them, impossible to ignore. Damn it. How did such a strong vampire suddenly show up? Even Evil Eye, who had flown into the air, seemed extremely unwilling to admit this, cursing as she did. Pang, 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 pang. At the same time, the agile vampire wolves had already pounced in front of everyone. Some charged toward Locus, who was still on the ground and hadn't been protected by magic, while others collided with Riezel's anti-life cocoon, producing countless loud crashing sounds. HAAA. Shouting, Locus finally started using magic, casting various support magic to enhance her abilities while manipulating floating swords and sending them out to kill vampire wolves and vampire bats left and right. Crystal Wall. Evil Eye cast defensive magic, forming a wall made of earth element crystals around herself. While it could defend against a certain degree of attacks, it weakened with each hit and could only block attacks that didn't exceed the wall's defense limit. Nevertheless, as the crystal wall formed around Evil Eye, neither the biting attacks of the vampire bats nor the claw strikes of the vampire wolves managed to do more than scrape off a layer of powder when they struck it, unable to reach her. Fireball. In this tense situation, Riezel cast another offensive magic, casting fire attribute magic inside anti-life cocoon. Soon, a scorching flame gathered at his fingertips, swirling and expanding, and several seconds later, the fire had grown larger than anything around him, causing everyone who saw it to stare in shock. Is that really Fireball? Evil Eye shouted loudly, her voice full of disbelief. However, Riezel didn't pay attention to her, and with a calm expression, he shot the oversized fireball from his fingertip, sending it through anti-life cocoon before crashing into the swarm of vampire wolves and vampire bats rushing toward him. Boom. In the next second, a tremendous explosion erupted. As the massive fireball detonated, it sent a storm of fire that engulfed the vampire wolves and vampire bats without mercy. In an instant, countless vampire wolves and vampire bats were scorched by the flames, their corpses instantly turned to charcoal and crumbled to ash. Any monster lucky enough to avoid the firestorm was still sent flying by the explosion, crashing one by one into nearby buildings. Such a massive explosion not only stunned Locke's and the others but also stunned the monsters rushing at them. For a moment, the monsters dared not approach Riezel's direction anymore. They stopped in their tracks, trembling, and, surprisingly, began retreating. Locke's, Evil Eye, Brain, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina all involuntarily halted their actions, their gazes fixed on the calm-faced Riezel, fear flashing in their eyes. Chapter 356, The Strongest Human Alive. At this moment, except for Locke's, Tia, and Tina, who hadn't witnessed Riezel's battle with Brain, everyone else began to understand why Riezel's swordsmanship was so strong, yet he was also described by Gazef as a skilled magic caster. Seeing the destruction caused by Riezel's fireball, everyone couldn't help but wonder, could fireball actually unleash that kind of power? Why could a third-tier magic like fireball exert such power? Fireball was indeed a wide-area offensive magic, but its power shouldn't have been that great for a mere third-tier magic. Riezel's fireball, however, would easily be on par with fifth-tier magic or even sixth-tier magic. What was sixth-tier magic? It was a magic tier already considered legendary. Looking at all the countries that existed, only one person could use magic spells of that tier, while the others could only manage up to the fifth tier, including Locke's, who had stepped into the realm of heroes, and Evil Eye, someone who surpassed human limits. Yet, Riezel had managed to cast third-tier magic with the same power as sixth-tier magic. How could that be possible? Could it be talent? Locke's and the others started to think this way. Just like martial arts, talent was a unique, native power found only in the natives of this world and didn't exist in Yggdrasil. Talent was essentially a special ability people were born with, and it appeared in certain individuals with a certain probability. For example, among humans, about 1 in every 200 people had a talent. Given this, talent was not particularly rare in this world, as even in a small, unknown village of 100 people, it wasn't unusual for someone to have it. However, while talent wasn't rare, it varied in strength, and some of them were more useful than others. For instance, some people had a talent like being able to predict the weather tomorrow with 70% accuracy, but unfortunately, in this kind of world, it was almost completely useless. Talent was an innate ability that couldn't be chosen or changed, so there were many cases where even someone with talent still ended up leading a regular life, sometimes even working as a farmer in the countryside, completely unable to leverage their talent to rise above their circumstances. In other words, even if someone was born with a powerful talent, whether they could use it effectively was still uncertain. A simple example was someone who had an amazing talent that could boost the power of their magic, yet lacked the ability to learn magic. What could they do in that case? Nothing. If someone couldn't take advantage of their talent, then that talent would effectively be useless, with no way to make use of it. Simply put, while talent wasn't rare, very few people could make good use of it. Among those present, several were actually talent holders. Locke's, Evil Eye, and even Brain all had talents, with Evil Eye's talent being particularly strong, even changing her life entirely. However, Evil Eye's talent couldn't be used effectively right now, and Locke's talent was of a type that didn't have much presence on a daily basis. Brain, on the other hand, didn't even know he had a talent, which showed just how rare it was to find someone who could use their talent well. Riezel's situation, in the eyes of those present, seemed to be one of two possibilities: either he had some special racial ability like those of other races, something that could enhance the power of his magic, or he had a talent that greatly increased the power of specific magic. Since humans generally didn't have racial abilities, the first thing everyone thought when they saw Riezel's magic was that he must have a talent that significantly boosted the power of particular magic or even raised the tier of specific magic. As they watched the alley charred black by Riezel's fireball and the monsters stunned by its power, everyone's minds remained unsettled. Riezel had no idea what the others were thinking at this moment, but one thing was sure: seeing the monsters suddenly stop, he didn't plan to hold back. If anything, it seemed like he wanted to settle things once and for all, so he intensified his attack. Triplet maximize magic, fireball. Casting fireball once again, Riezel extended his fingertip before 3 massive fireballs quickly began to expand and take shape. Upon closer inspection, these 3 fireballs were even bigger than the previous one, large enough to dwarf a small one-story building. Thanks to this, the intense flames completely illuminated the alley and even rose high enough to be seen from other parts of the royal capital, bright enough for the citizens in the surrounding areas to easily notice. At the same time, Locke's and the others were bathed in the firelight, their skin flushed from the heat as they felt the temperature around them steadily rise, their faces growing stiff with discomfort. In their minds, only one thought remained. It looks like we'll easily pass this obstacle. As everyone had imagined, the battle, when Riezel showed a bit of his capability, quickly came to an end. With the endless barrage of massive fireballs shooting out one after another, whether it was vampire bats, vampire wolves, or even the slow-moving lesser vampires, they all ended up as nothing but burned charcoal in the explosion, repeatedly consumed and blown away by the flames. In the end, even the monsters had a hard time leaving behind a complete corpse, and along with them, the surrounding buildings were also incinerated. Not only had the alleyways become completely ruined, either scorched black or blasted into huge craters as if they had been ravaged by artillery fire, but nearby buildings had either collapsed or been bombarded with holes, almost turning into half-wrecked ruins. Hey, there shouldn't be any civilians around here, right? Locuse, having recalled her floating swords, couldn't help but voice her concern as she looked at the entire scorched area, staring at the ruins of the buildings. It was clear she was starting to worry, fearing that there might be innocent civilians living in them. If there were people in those buildings, they'd be doomed already. They'd definitely be caught in the blast, and it'd be a miracle if anyone survived. Brain shrugged and expressed his thoughts. Brother Riezel, you really went overboard, didn't ya? Gagarin protested. Hearing this, Evil Eye, Tia, and Tina quickly spoke up in Riezel's defense. It should be fine. I don't sense any living auras nearby. Same here. Tia and Tina, the twin assassins, seemed to have confirmed the area with their abilities, speaking with certainty in their voices. You know, even if there are civilians living here, they probably aren't good people. Otherwise, Eight Fingers wouldn't have made this area their hideout. Evil Eye spoke while tugging at the hood on her head. Upon hearing their words, Locuse thought about it carefully and then nodded. You're right, this is their hideout, so there probably aren't any ordinary civilians around. If there were, the weird stuff going on here would have been noticed, and word would have gotten out, blowing the whole thing. Indeed, Eight Fingers was ultimately an underground criminal organization. Even though many nobles were involved with them, offering protection and support, they would never bring their criminal activities into the open. Considering this, it was impossible for innocent civilians to be living around this area. If anyone did live nearby, it was likely they were somehow connected to Eight Fingers. People like them, whatever happened to them, deserved it, so there was no need to worry about their lives. With such a thought, Locuse finally put her concerns to rest and turned to the others. Is everyone okay? Any injuries? Do you need to rest or get healed? Locuse's question was met with a series of headshakes. We're fine, not even a scratch. We're in perfect condition. I mean, we didn't even join the fight. How could we have any injuries? Tia, Tina, and Gagarin spoke one after the other. I was protected by Lord Brynhart, didn't get hurt at all. Brain shrugged his shoulders, seeming completely at ease. My magical energy wasn't depleted much. I don't need any rest. Evil Eye said while glancing at Riezel. It was all thanks to Riezel's amazing display of power that she hardly had to make a move. Furthermore, with the enemies being forced to retreat in panic by him, they had no time to focus on her. As a result, her magical energy consumption had been minimal, so her condition wasn't affected much. Earlier, it was only Riezel who had used a lot of offensive magic, casting extraordinary fireball again and again, which must have cost a fair amount of magical energy. At least, she thought that if it had been her, she would have already burned through nearly 90% of her magical energy and would be struggling to keep up the fight at full strength. Considering this, if Riezel needed to rest or recover, she wouldn't be surprised at all. However, she had no idea that Riezel, with his highest rank development ability, Spirit Healing, had an automatic magical energy recovery rate far beyond what she could imagine. He had never experienced a situation where he ran out of magical energy to the point where he needed rest, so let alone 3rd-tier magic, even if he repeatedly cast 10th-tier magic or super-tier magic, it wouldn't require him to rest or recover. In other words, the little bit of consumption from continuously casting fireball was nothing to Riezel since Spirit Healing was always there to make up for it in a flash. As a result, Riezel's condition was even better than that of Evil Eye and Locuse, who had used up some magical energy. Even when compared to Gagarin, Brain, Tia, and Tina, who hadn't participated in the battle at all from the start, he was in a more perfect state. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Riezel said calmly as everyone looked at him. Even if my magical energy runs out, I've still got my sword, so I won't lose my combat ability. He reached down to touch the sword at his waist, making everyone look at each other in surprise. Monster. Tia and Tina immediately blurted out, voicing their thoughts about Riezel. Even though the others didn't say anything, they were probably thinking the same thing. Rigrit might be right. He's really special and could have a huge impact on this world. Locuse silently thought to herself as she gazed at Riezel, who appeared completely calm as if what he had done earlier was just a casual walk in the park. In her eyes, Riezel's power was truly on a whole different level. Whether it was his swordsmanship or magic, both were far beyond human understanding. His strength was definitely beyond anything that a normal human could compare to. She herself also used a sword since she was a Templar, but at her core, she was a magic caster, as her true strength lay in magic. If it were just about swordsmanship, she wouldn't even be able to compare to Brain or Gagarin. However, Riezel was different. As a warrior, he could hold off a full-force strike from Brain with just 2 fingers, and even the mere act of drawing his sword made Gagarin's and Evil Eye's instincts shudder in fear. He was so powerful that even warrior Captain Gazef, who was known as the strongest warrior, always praised him. As a magic caster, he was said to be able to use 5th-tier magic, which proved his magic expertise was already in the realm of heroes. From his performance earlier, he also seemed to have a talent that could make a 3rd-tier magic like Fireball reach the destructive power of a legendary 6th-tier magic, which was enough to shock even someone like Evil Eye. Before Riezel appeared, Locus had always thought the strongest humans were probably outliers like Rigrit or the Imperial Court Wizard of the Baharuth Empire, who could use 6th-tier magic. No choice. Considering those two were existences above the realm of heroes, even if they fought someone like Evil Eye, they wouldn't be without a chance of fighting back, which was why they were considered the strongest humans. However, that was what Locus had thought in the past, since now she believed that the strongest human alive was the young man standing before her, Riezel Brynhart. If Sir Brynhart goes all out and is really as powerful as Gagarin and Evil Eye had heard, where the shockwaves from his battle alone could reshape the terrain of the northern forests of Irantal and were enough to scare Brain Unglaus so badly that he'd lose all his fighting spirit, what kind of level would he be at? Above the realm of heroes? No, surely more than that. Could it be the same level as Dragon Lords? Locus was shocked by her own thoughts. Dragon Lords were the strongest beings in this world, not just the most powerful among humans, but the most powerful among all races. It was said that even the 13 heroes couldn't reach the level of Dragon Lords, and only the 6 great gods and the 8 greed kings could rival them. Could Riezel Brynhart really be on par with the legendary 6 great gods and the 8 greed kings? At this point, Locus didn't dare think any further. Riezel didn't give Locus any more time to think either, as amid her thoughts, he finally spoke up. Let's go. Let's check out their hideout and finish this as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, everyone pushed aside their mixed thoughts and nodded. Chapter 357, Ambush. On their way to the 8 Fingers hideout, Riezel and the others didn't have a smooth, uninterrupted journey and instead ran into quite a bit of trouble. What trouble? It was the trap set along the way. It was unclear whether the earlier arrival of the kingdom's troops had made 8 Fingers wary, but they had set up numerous traps near their hideout. In addition to the surveillance magic that could sense life over a wide area, various traps with offensive capabilities were also present. Some of these traps used magic, such as curses, to inflict damage on the human body, while others were mechanical traps created with items like poisonous fog or powerful acids that could corrode the body. In addition to them, there were also deadly traps that would activate when stepped on or touched, like pits with vertical blades, crossbow bolts shooting from the sides of the trees, and areas resembling landmines that could explode. Needless to say, the whole setup felt less like a criminal organization's hideout and more like a dangerous, trap-filled dungeon. Riezel even noticed that teleportation magic was blocked around the area, and some mechanisms were also in place to counter flight magic to prevent anyone from approaching from the sky. With barriers that could bounce back surveillance magic, the defenses of this hideout had been put together in an almost absurdly thorough way. Such a degree of preparation reminded Riezel of someone. Don't tell me, all of this is that guy's handiwork. Clearly, the one who would go to such lengths to set up layers of protection, in Riezel's impression, seemed to be Ains, who was just as paranoid. Considering the army of vampire servants that could only be summoned by an extremely powerful vampire earlier, Riezel was now 90% sure that everything here had been orchestrated by the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Having attacked the slain theocracy, sneaked into the royal capital, and then controlled 8 Fingers, it was very possible this was all part of orders given to Shaltir by Ains. Well, hasn't this gotten interesting? With such a thought, Riezel smiled slightly, feeling a slight anticipation. Meanwhile, Tia and Tina, the twin assassins, proved to be extremely useful in this trap-laden place. Leave it to us. Watch us disable all these traps. Tia and Tina confidently stepped forward, beginning to dismantle the traps set up around the hideout. Sometimes, they triggered simple traps early to render them ineffective. Other times, they used special techniques to neutralize magic traps. Occasionally, they would pull out strange and unique magic items, using them to disarm the traps and clear the deadly obstacles along the way. Locus and Evil Eye also did their part. Because both of them were powerful magic casters, at least strong enough to have entered the realm of heroes, they had experience dealing with various magic traps as they either used corresponding magic or deployed their own magic items, skillfully taking down the magic traps one by one. Of course, no matter how amazing they were, even they couldn't handle every magic trap, as some they didn't even notice. It couldn't be helped. Even though they were strong by the standards of this world, they were still just the natives of it and couldn't compare to the beings from Yggdrasil. Even Evil Eye, if placed in Yggdrasil, would be just around level 50, and her highest tier magic was only 5th tier, so how could she possibly handle the magic traps set up by the beings from the Great Tomb of Nazarick, who could casually use 10th tier magic? Moreover, the Great Tomb of Nazarick had many extraordinary items brought over from Yggdrasil, some even being cache items with rechargeable effects. Given that these items were incredibly powerful and had unique effects, the natives of this world were clearly far too inexperienced to handle the threats they posed. Because of this, Riezel kept using the transparent world and surveillance magic to observe the surroundings while casually disabling magic traps that even Locus and Evil Eye had missed. How did he disable them? Simple. He merely used a light touch with the decomposition magic Yuri had personally taught him. With the influence brought by the imaginary attribute, his decomposition magic, taught by the strategic class magician herself, had the power to decompose magic. As a result, all Riezel had to do was use decomposition magic and lightly touch the magic traps. No matter how advanced or powerful the traps were, they would instantly disintegrate and vanish without a trace. However, what Riezel didn't know was that these magic traps had countermeasures in place, set to trigger and harm anyone who attempted to disable them. Some of these countermeasures included instant death magic, which would have been deadly to anyone else. Even if someone could disable these magic traps, they would be killed by these hidden countermeasures in an instant. Had blue roses come across these magic traps, their chances of survival would have been 0. Fortunately, in front of Riezel's decomposition magic, even these countermeasures were decomposed, leaving not a trace behind, causing even him not to realize they existed. Brain was indeed right. If it hadn't been for Blue Rose's meeting Riezel and inviting him along, their commission would have been a one-way trip, with no chance of returning. It would have been like walking to their deaths. In some sense, they should be thankful that Riezel had come along, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. After bypassing countless traps, the group finally reached the entrance to the heart of the hideout, a massive gate. Boom. With a deep, explosion-like noise, the massive gate was blasted off its hinges by a huge war pick, shattering into pieces. Gagarin's muscular figure soon appeared amid the broken gate. We're finally here. Gagarin, wielding her war pick and leading the charge, stormed into the building, shouting loudly around her. I'm Gagarin of Blue Roses. Everyone here, get the hell out. Gagarin was acting recklessly, far from the composed adamantite adventurer she usually was. It was clear that the frustration of having been sidelined during the journey had gotten to her. Riezel and the others didn't bother hiding their presence either as they simply walked through the gate. It wasn't that they didn't want to be stealthy, it was just that the noise from earlier would have absolutely alerted the enemy already, so at this point, it was better to charge in openly rather than try to sneak around, in case they could catch the enemy off guard. Unfortunately, it seems like no one's here. Yeah, there's completely no living aura. Tia and Tina glanced around, speaking softly to each other. Beside them, the others were also observing their surroundings. What they saw inside the building was surprisingly different from the outside, to the point that it didn't seem like the same place. From the outside, the building looked like a prison, very closed off. It wasn't exactly eerie, but it gave off an indescribable sense of darkness, not the kind of place one would expect a proper establishment to be. However, the inside of the building was truly different. Right now, Riezel and the others found themselves in a courtyard that radiated a peaceful atmosphere. Even though the light in the courtyard wasn't abundant, it wasn't dark either, since everyone could see that the plants were neatly trimmed and the stone bricks underfoot gave it a refined, tranquil look. Yet, in such a peaceful, serene place, not only was there no one around, but the air also seemed to carry an eerie flow, as if something unnatural lingered, making it feel hauntingly silent. Looks like there really is no one. Brain remarked as he placed his hand on the sword at his waist, scanning the area, his brow furrowed tightly. Could they be inside? Evil Eye asked, looking toward the deeper part of the courtyard. Over there, a mansion stood, the kind of place a noble who loved luxury might reside in. Wait, something's off. Locuse whispered, her expression growing serious. I mean, it's too quiet, and this place doesn't feel like the hideout of 8 Fingers. It feels more like a slaughterhouse. Just as Locuse was about to voice her thoughts, Riezel, whose eyes shimmered with translucent light, suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Dodge. Before Locuse could react, Riezel yanked her toward him. In that split second, a noise rang out. Swish. A chilling flash of sword light suddenly sliced through the air where Locuse had been standing, cutting through the atmosphere and landing in empty space. Brain, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina immediately reacted, instinctively pulling away. Crystal Lance. Evil Eye didn't hesitate, immediately casting offensive magic. A crystal lance formed in midair, its sharp point glimmering as she waved her small hand, sending it speeding toward the spot where the sword light had appeared. At the same time, the air trembled as a blurry figure appeared where Locuse had been standing, like a mirage, swaying and avoiding the oncoming crystal lance. Boom. With a loud crashing sound, the crystal lance missed, stabbing into the ground and shattering it. Don't think you can escape. Evil Eye prepared to cast another magic to attack the blurry figure, but suddenly, a sky-splitting sound came from another direction. 6 scimitars flew toward Evil Eye like arrows, but as if an invisible hand was controlling them, they spiraled around, slashing from different directions and surrounding her. Go. Floating swords. As soon as Riezel pulled Locuse away, she finally reacted. Seeing Evil Eye surrounded by 6 scimitars, Locuse immediately used her floating swords, causing 6 golden blades to shoot out from her back and rush toward the 6 scimitars flying in the air. Clang, cling, clang. Clang, cling, clang, asterisk. Accompanied by the intense sound of metal clashing, the blades and scimitars collided in midair, sparking as they struck and bounced off each other, creating distance between them. Amidst this, the others also came under attack. Swish. A fast-moving sword light slashed through the air, heading straight for Brain, who lowered his body and assumed a defensive stance. Field. Using Field to enhance his perception, Brain transformed the area within a 3-meter radius of himself into his domain, successfully catching the incoming sword light. With the help of Field's perception, Brain also realized the true form of the fast-moving sword light, a sword resembling a metal whip, with one end being wielded by someone, slashing toward him with incredible speed. Too bad, you picked the wrong opponent. Calmly and without panic, Brain used Field's perception to effortlessly dodge the whip-like sword, letting it strike the ground and tear through the floor, leaving a deep sword mark. Boom. On the other side, Tia and Tina were hit by a fireball that landed between them, exploding on the spot and causing a blast. Fortunately, they quickly sensed the attack, each moving left and right to avoid the explosion, staying unharmed. Now, that's what a normal fireball should look like. Yeah, the attack power's decent, but after seeing those exaggerated ones, this normal one feels SOSO in comparison. Tia and Tina still had the energy to joke about Riezel's fireball. Naturally, Gagarin was also being attacked like the others. A figure suddenly emerged from the shadows in front of her, moving as fast as a gust of wind, rushing toward her and launching a thrusting attack. Not only was the thrust fast and sharp, but in terms of speed, it might have been just as fast as Brain's God Flash. Ding! Gagarin didn't manage to respond in time and was struck solidly by the thrust. At the critical moment, however, she avoided the vital point, letting the thrust land on her armor instead, creating only a spark as it scraped against it. Fucking sneaky bastard. Whoosh! Yelling angrily, Gagarin swung her war pick at the attacker, but they easily dodged it. It went without saying that this series of attacks on Locus and the others came so suddenly, like a violent storm, each one aiming for a kill. Luckily, all the attacks were successfully thwarted by everyone, and none of them managed to make any impact. Such a fact caused the attackers to react audibly. Impressive. To think they actually dodged our surprise attacks. Looks like the one who showed up this time isn't ordinary, huh? Humph, that's fine by me. If they'd sent those weak, pathetic kingdom troops, we'd be the ones getting underestimated. As these cold words echoed one after another, the attackers began to reveal themselves one by one. They all had distinct appearances, dressed in different styles, each with their own unique flair. One was dressed in a black hooded robe, with bright red flame patterns adorning it. Even though the face beneath the hood was hidden, the aura emanating from the robe had no vitality, resembling that of a corpse. Another was a seductive woman wearing a light, flowing garment, looking graceful, with gold bangles adorning her wrists and ankles, while 6 scimitars floated around her. Next was a man dressed in luxurious, embroidered clothing resembling a matador, holding a rapier with a rose-shaped crossguard that radiated the fragrance of roses. Another was a figure clad in plain, unadorned steel full-body armor, holding a whip-like sword with a blade that could extend to full length. Meanwhile, the last one was a man wearing loose black clothes who shifted from blurry to reality, his skin pale with a hint of blue as if he had never been in the sun, his gaze sharp, and his cheeks hollow. Needless to say, these 5 were the ones who had just launched surprise attacks and had spoken moments ago. Naturally, they weren't the only ones present. I see, so it's Blue Roses who have arrived this time. No wonder you've made it here. As these words resounded, a man slowly emerged from the mansion, apparently the leader of the 5. He was bald, with muscular arms and a body as massive as a boulder, his skin covered in tattoos of wild beasts. Let me offer my appreciation and welcome to you all. Welcome to this dead land. I'm a generous and kind man, so I'll give you some time to say your last words. Come on, let me hear your final screams. While speaking, the bald, muscular man sneered, and the air around him seemed to grow more sinister. Chapter 358, I'll leave them to you. In the exquisite courtyard, the air grew increasingly hostile and heavy, and everyone on Riezel's side, except for Riezel himself, tensed up the moment their enemies appeared. Locus glanced around, taking in the sight of enemies who sneered coldly and exuded an aura of danger before calling out their identities. All of your 6 arms, aren't you? From their number alone, there was no doubt about it. Not to mention that there were exactly 6 people appearing, not one more, not one less. The atmosphere they gave off and the deadly ambush from just moments ago made it clear to anyone with a shred of sense that these 6 weren't ordinary individuals but beings capable of threatening even the highest-ranked adamantite adventurers. Naturally, among 8 fingers, the ones who could rival adamantite adventurers, like the members of Blue Roses, were only the members of 6 arms. Moreover, they had more or less revealed their abilities, confirming their identities. Among them, the seductive woman dressed in sheer silk, with gold bangles on her wrists and ankles and 6 scimitars floating around her, was dancing scimitar Edstrom. Edstrom, one of 6 arms, was known for skillfully wielding special magic weapons, and her title, Dancing Scimitar, matched her perfectly, as did the 6 scimitars orbiting her. There was no mistaking her identity. Beside Edstrom, the men dressed in luxurious clothes, styled like a matador, holding a rapier with a rose-shaped crossguard, was Thousand Kills Malmvist. Malmvist, another member of 6 Arms, was a poison-user swordsman who specialized in thrust attacks. When he had launched a lightning-fast strike at Gagarin with his rose-adorned rapier earlier, his rapier's fragrant scent carried a faint but unmistakable trace of deadly poison, proving him to be Malmvist. As for the armored warrior clad in steel full-body armor and wielding a whip-like sword, he was clearly Spatial/Peshurian. Peshurian, known for his ability to strike enemies even from a distance, perfectly fit this description, as his weapon, a sword that could be used like a whip, matched this unique ability. Another one was the pale, gaunt man in black, his skin tinged with an unnatural bluish-white hue as if he had never seen sunlight, unmistakably Phantom Devil Succulent. Succulent was a master of illusions, so when he concealed himself using illusion magic and launched a sneak attack on Locus earlier, there was no one else it could have been but Succulent. Meanwhile, the magic caster in a hooded robe, emitting an aura devoid of life, resembling a corpse, was undead King Davernok. Davernok wasn't human but undead, or more precisely, an elder lich born from the negative energy that emerged from the corpse of an evil magic caster after death. Unlike mindless, low-tier undead, however, he retained intelligence and could wield magic far beyond that of ordinary human magic casters. Needless to say, the one who had just cast Fireball at Tia and Tina could only be Davernok. Finally, the bald, muscular man who emerged from the mansion last, having not participated in the earlier ambush, was unmistakably Zero, the leader of 6 Arms. Known as Battle Demon Zero, he was tasked with managing the illegal security business for 8 Fingers, renowned as the most powerful combatant within 8 Fingers. As these 6 figures appeared, Locus's question had practically answered itself before she even asked it, no need for an answer. Of course, the current 6 Arms were not the same as before, so Locus's question wasn't entirely redundant. They've shown up right in front of us, yet we can't feel even the slightest living aura from them. Evil Eye, glaring at the members of 6 Arms, spoke in a tone dripping with contempt from behind her mask. TCH, these bastards are just as the intel suggested, they're no longer humans. Even though the fact was already in front of their eyes, Evil Eye and the other members of Blue Roses still found it hard to believe. Looking at them, they seem like they can still talk normally, just like when they were humans. Are they really vampires turned through blood draining? Brain couldn't help but voice his doubt. It was true that vampires could create others of their kind by draining their victims' blood completely, turning them into subservient vampires, but the ones created in this way were typically far less intelligent, mere lesser vampires, like the ones that had attacked Riezel and the others before. Yet, aside from Davernok, the 5 standing before them displayed intelligence and personalities no different from when they were humans, clearly indicating that they weren't lesser vampires but a completely different kind, vampires that had been born naturally. Understanding this very fact, everyone present, including Evil Eye, was astonished. Among them, only Riezel understood the truth. Shaltir Bloodfallen, the highest-tier vampire known so far, was an anomaly. Even though the number of vampire servants she could create was limited, she could create them with intelligence nearly equivalent to that of humans, producing vampire servants entirely different from the usual lesser vampires, with their minds, memories, and personalities intact, as if they had never stopped being humans. Evidently, the 5 vampires before them had received this privilege, as rather than being reduced to mere lesser vampires, they had been transformed into regular vampires. Zero's next words confirmed this. Do you really think my master's power is something weak little humans like you could comprehend? Zero sneered, his mouth curling into a grin as his eyes gleamed red, while sharp fangs emerged from his mouth, revealing his vampire characteristics. In the next moment, the rest of 6 Arms followed suit. Aside from Davernok, who was an elder lich, the other 4 also showed their red eyes and sharp fangs like Zero. Seeing their transformation, Locus and the others wore grim expressions. With their keen senses, they could clearly feel the sinister aura and oppressive presence emanating from the members of 6 Arms as they revealed their inhuman forms. Their strength and danger were unmistakably greater than before. It went without saying that these individuals, who could already rival adamantite adventurers as humans, had gained even stronger bodies and greater power after becoming vampires. Zero, in particular, stood out from the rest. As the leader of 6 Arms, he already possessed the strongest combat abilities within 8 Fingers, combat abilities that even the other members of 6 Arms couldn't compare to. Now, as a vampire with inhuman strength, his aura surpassed that of many in Blue Roses. He even seemed to outclass Locus by a margin. What did this mean? It meant that this man might now possess power capable of challenging, or even defeating, those within the realm of heroes. Naturally, the other members of 6 Arms weren't far behind either, since their power had also risen significantly. Even though Davernok was an exception, the remaining 4 were nearly at the realm of heroes. Even the weakest among them likely surpassed Brain, which left him with a heavy expression as he understood this fact. Perhaps only Riezel and Evil Eye could maintain their composure in the face of such overwhelming power. No, Evil Eye, upon seeing Zero and the others reveal their vampire forms, seemed even more annoyed and disdainful than before. Humph, it looks like you all have completely abandoned your humanity, huh? Truly disgraceful. Evil Eye's mock was met with Zero's utter disdain. Humph, you know nothing. Humans are such a weak race. Even if we didn't abandon it, what good would it do? Zero spread his arms, as if relishing his current state, and spoke in a tone of intoxication. I once thought that being human was at least better than being undead, but after becoming an undead and not losing my intelligence, I realized something: only by shedding one's humanity could one attain true power. Do you know that the strength I used to toil and struggle for came so easily like this? Can you even begin to comprehend how that feels? Zero squinted his eyes, his expression radiating utter disdain as he gazed at Evil Eye. Of course, you can't. Humans are such an arrogant race, always believing that even without power, being human is still better than becoming monsters. Such a mindset is just self-comfort, a crutch to survive in this world where the strong prey on the weak. If humans didn't keep telling themselves it's better to stay human, they wouldn't survive in this world. Now I understand that. Yes, I'm not like you weaklings. Zero's intoxicated and self-satisfied speech was met only with Evil Eye's scornful attitude. Humph, funny. Evil Eye snorted, her voice filled with disdain. It seems that after becoming a vampire, your mind gets twisted too. Physical changes can influence the mind, turning someone into a horrifying monster, and you're the perfect example of that. Not just your body, but even your mind is drifting towards something inhuman. Someone like you has no right to lecture me on how great it is to abandon one's humanity. As Evil Eye spoke, her tone inexplicably shifted, as though old, painful memories were resurfacing, dragging her into some unspoken torment, which made her gaze towards Zero and the others grow increasingly cold. Oblivious to this shift, the members of Six Arms sneered at Evil Eye's words. If that's what you think, then you have no right to lecture us on the benefits of being human. Besides, being human isn't all that great to begin with. No powerful racial abilities like other races, not even innate talents unless luck decides otherwise. What's there to cling to in being human? Only strength matters in this world. Shedding our humanity was nothing but salvation for us. Edstrom, Malmvist, Peshurian, and Succulent spoke one after another. Only Davernok, reborn as an elder lich and having lost most of his memories from his human life, remained silent. Even so, his expression clearly showed that he shared the same disdain for the human race. Seeing them like this, Brain couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. So, this is what it's like to become a monster for power, huh? Brain, who had previously doubted the worth of the human race and believed it to be an utterly weak and disgraceful race, suddenly felt relief as he saw how the members of Six Arms behaved. Staying human is better. Power was something that could be earned through effort, but once one's humanity was lost, it was truly gone, something that could never be reclaimed. TCH, talking to you bastards is just a waste of time. Evil Eye said coldly. Get your master out here already. Let's settle this once and for all. Upon hearing this, the members of Six Arms glanced at each other before bursting into laughter. Our master isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. Dealing with trash like you lot is our job, no need for our master to step in. Humans like you. Our master wouldn't waste her time. You'll die here. Someone like you doesn't even deserve to see our master. Indeed. Edstrom, Malmvist, Peshurian, Succulent, and Davernok mocked one after another, but instead of angering Lockhughes and the others, their mocking brought a sense of relief. Seems like that powerful vampire won't be showing up then. Honestly, that's good news. Lockhughes said, a small smile forming on her lips. Tia and Tina, on the other hand, began exchanging signals using their specialized hand signs. Let's focus our strength and take out Six Arms while the vampire controlling 8 fingers is still nowhere to be seen. If that vampire shows up, we'll be screwed. Saying these words, Gagarin and Brain shared the same thought, keeping a wary eye on their enemies. Lockhughes and Evil Eye exchanged a glance and gave each other a subtle nod. Just then, Riezel, who had remained silent the entire time, spoke up in an indifferent tone. In that case, all of you can deal with them. I'll go inside and find that vampire myself. Such sudden words left Lockhughes and the others momentarily stunned. Are you sure? Lockhughes couldn't help but ask. Instead of answering, Riezel shot back with a question of his own. Can you handle them? Before Lockhughes could respond, Evil Eye spoke up first. Even though I don't want to use the same excuse they do, handling bastards like them will totally be fine as long as I'm here. Evil Eye's cold tone brimmed with confidence. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Riezel said with a faint smile. Then, I'll leave them to you guys. Not waiting for Lockhughes and the others to respond, Riezel immediately turned and walked straight toward the mansion. Wait. Lockhughes wanted to speak but was stopped by Brain. All right, this is for the best. Brain shook his head. Like I said before, if it's really that vampire, she can only be handled by Lord Brynhart. If we go, we'll just get in his way. Let's leave her to him and take care of these six-armed scum here. Lockhughes froze for a moment, considered his words, and finally nodded in agreement. However, while Lockhughes and the others had agreed, their enemies clearly had other ideas. Oi, brat, who said you could go? Zero's cold gaze locked onto Riezel, who walked in his direction without sparing him a glance. Being ignored, Zero's eyes narrowed, and his canine teeth grew longer. You son of a bitch. Don't ignore me. Boom. Roaring angrily, Zero stomped down, shattering the ground beneath his feet. In the next second, he shot forward like a bullet, carrying with him the scent of blood and a roaring gust of wind. In an instant, Zero closed the distance with Riezel. Die. Zero swung his fist, aiming straight at Riezel's head. Chapter 359, Old Acquaintance. You son of a bitch. Don't ignore me. Boom. Roaring angrily, Zero stomped down, shattering the ground beneath his feet. In the next second, he shot forward like a bullet, carrying with him the scent of blood and a roaring gust of wind. In an instant, Zero closed the distance with Riezel. Die. Zero swung his fist, aiming straight at Riezel's head. It went without saying that Zero's move practically announced to everyone present, with a visible display of power, that he had truly stepped into the realm of heroes. Not only was his straight punch aimed at Riezel incredibly fast, but it also packed an almost terrifying force. Amid his punch, the beautifully landscaped courtyard echoed with the sound of sonic booms, completely disrupting the atmosphere. Even before hitting its target, the punch's shockwave, mixed with the explosive sound, was enough to sting the skin and send clothes whipping wildly, as if caught in a violent storm. Needless to say, this was undoubtedly the power of a martial artist who had reached the realm of heroes. Even someone like Gazef or Brain would have to admit defeat without sufficiently powerful equipment to back them up. However, the result of such an awe-inspiring punch shocked everyone. Boom. A muffled, explosion-like sound rang out as a figure flew backward at an astonishing speed, crashing into a decorative rock structure in the courtyard and shattering it into pieces. Cough. Zero spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into the rubble of the shattered rocks. At this moment, his face didn't show pride or shock but was filled with confusion, as if he had no idea what had just happened. Yes, the figure that was sent flying wasn't Riezel but Zero. Zero, who had taken the initiative to attack, was the one who got blown away. Riezel, who was calmly walking toward the mansion without even sparing Zero a glance, had casually thrown a single punch, and that one punch alone had sent Zero flying, akin to swatting a fly. Boss. Shouting in unison, the other members of Six Arms froze, and the smug expressions on their faces vanished, replaced by shock and rage. Wah. Ha. Ha. Meanwhile, Lockhughes, Tia, and Tina exclaimed in surprise, their eyes widening in disbelief. It was understandable since this was the first time they had seen Riezel fight barehanded. Watching him casually punch and send someone who had stepped into the realm of heroes flying left them utterly stunned. Among the people present, not only were Brain, Gagarin, and Evil Eye the only ones not surprised, but they also took advantage of Six Arms' momentary shock and immediately sprang into action. So your 1,000 kills Malmvist, huh? Take this. Gagarin charged straight at Malmvist, who had just launched a surprise attack on her earlier, swinging her war pick with fierce momentum and aiming it directly at him. You. Malmvist finally reacted, retreating in a mix of panic and anger, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike from Gagarin. Consider this payback for earlier. Brain, on the other hand, lunged at Peshurian, flashing a carefree grin as he activated field and closed the distance in an instant, drawing Peshurian into field sensory range. TCH. Peshurian, though a swordsman, specialized in long-range attacks and didn't dare engage in close combat with someone like Brain, so, relying on the superior physical abilities of a vampire, he quickly stepped back and darted away. Humph, I guess you two are mine then. Evil Eye, meanwhile, faced Davernok and Edstrom alone. Surrounded by the glowing magical energy caused by Fly, Evil Eye rushed toward Davernok and Edstrom, casting shard buck shots that created countless crystal bullets and shot them at the two in a relentless barrage. Foolish. You really think you can take on the two of us alone? Davernok and Edstrom didn't spare a thought for anything else. One raised his fingers and conjured several fireballs, while the other controlled 6 scimitars, sending them flying along different trajectories to intercept the barrage of crystal bullets. Amid all this chaos, the rest finally snapped back to their senses. Tina. I know. Saying these words, Tia and Tina, as if sharing a telepathic connection, dove into the shadows at the same time, each gripped a sharp dagger, its crimson hue resembling a blood-stained edge, as they lunged at Succulent. Damn it. Seeing himself surrounded by 2 adamantite adventurers, Succulent couldn't hide his irritation and hastily used illusion magic, transforming into a blurry mirage and disappearing. Aside from Zero, the rest of Six Arms clashed with Blue Roses and Brain, each unleashing fierce battles of their own. Zero, lying amidst the rubble, stayed silent as he felt waves of pain coursing through his body. At this moment, his mind was filled with confusion and disbelief. No choice. He knew that the undead race shouldn't even feel pain, yet his body was filled with waves of it. How could this happen? He couldn't bring himself to accept this reality. A single punch from a kid who looked impossibly younger than him had sent him flying. He was no ordinary fighter, but a monk who had trained his body to its peak, a master of close combat. Even Gazef and Brain, both renowned for their strength, would struggle to suppress him in a fight, and if they let their guard down, he could easily turn the tables and defeat them. Naturally, that was before he had become a vampire. Now, after becoming a vampire, his physical abilities had reached an entirely new level. Even compared to the supposedly unbreakable adamantite metal, his toughness was probably on par. Yet somehow, he had been sent flying with a single punch, causing him to cough up blood and, strangely, feel pain. How could such a thing even happen? What a shame. You've chosen the wrong opponent. A voice reached Zero's ears, snapping him out of his daze. Struggling to get up, Zero pushed aside the rubble pinning him down before standing up. In front of him, Lockhughes approached slowly, surrounded by floating swords. His strength is beyond what you or I can comprehend. Lockhughes continued, her tone heavy. Calling him the strongest human wouldn't be an exaggeration, so even for you, challenging him seriously with everything you've got would only lead to one outcome. Lockhughes fixed her intense gaze on Zero, gripping her weapon tightly. Failing to recognize his strength might be your biggest mistake, but at the same time, you're also lucky. You're still standing here alive because he isn't interested in you, so he didn't go all out. Lockhughes' words, whether mocking or pitying Zero, sparked anger in the strongest fighter in 8 fingers. Don't look down on me, you fucking bitch. I'm already the strongest in this country. Not even Gazef Stronov can beat me now. There's no way I'd lose to some human brat. Zero yelled angrily, then directed his furious gaze toward Riezel, who had already reached the mansion's entrance. Riezel, still wearing a calm and nonchalant expression, pushed open the entrance door and walked inside the mansion. Stop. Seeing Riezel enter the mansion, Zero immediately tried to rush after him, but... Swish. Suddenly, 6 flying blades sliced through the air toward Zero, forcing him to halt. Cling, asterisk clang. Cling. Cling, asterisk clang. Cling. Zero swung his 2 adamantite-like fists, knocking each flying blade away. Lockhughes recalled the scattered blades, keeping her gaze fixed on Zero. Are you seriously trying to ignore me? Ignore me, Lockhughes Alvian Dale Aindra. Speaking with a cold expression, Lockhughes surprisingly exuded an aura that rivaled, if not surpassed, Zero's. Seeing Lockhughes' current state, Zero recalled something important. Yes, the woman in front of him, who appeared like a noble family spoiled young lady, was, in reality, a prodigy who had entered the realm of heroes at a young age. If it had been the old him, facing someone like her, his chances of winning would have been pretty slim. In fact, even now, it was still uncertain whether he could win against Lockhughes. Considering Lockhughes was a Templar capable of using holy magic, which was highly effective against undead, now that he had become a vampire, an undead, facing a Templar like her meant he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. If his opponents were Gazef or Brain, he was confident he could win without a doubt. Even if Gazef came fully equipped with the kingdom's treasures and faced him head-on, he didn't think he would lose. Unfortunately, against a Templar who had abilities to counter the undead race, the outcome was uncertain, especially since Lockhughes had already stepped into the realm of heroes. Realizing he couldn't afford to be distracted by dealing with Riezel, Zero's expression darkened before glaring at Lockhughes. You think just because I'm a vampire, I'm scared of you? As Zero said this, he activated a magic item he carried. It was something he had specifically dug out of the treasure vaults of 8 Fingers after becoming a vampire to counter his vulnerability to holy attribute attacks. Once activated, the magic item significantly reduced the damage he would take from holy attribute attacks for a limited time. With this item in hand, he had the confidence to speak boldly in front of a Templar like Lockhughes. Fine then. I'll deal with you first, kill everyone else, and then gather all the members of 6 Arms to ambush that brat before he meets my master and kills him for good. As these words left Zero's mouth, an ominous aura radiated intensely from his body, showing that he had completely lost his temper. Lockhughes, however, remained incredibly calm. Don't worry. You won't get the chance. Lockhughes responded calmly before drawing the sword she had been carrying at her side. Wait, that sword. Zero exclaimed in surprise, his fierce expression freezing as soon as he saw the sword. As Lockhughes unsheathed the sword, it looked dazzling and mesmerizing, as if it had been forged from a fragment of the night sky itself. Its jet-black surface was dotted with star-like points of light and radiance, making it resemble a miniature starry sky, beautiful and radiant. Zero recognized the sword instantly. It was Kilinirim, a cursed sword that emanated dark energy, one of the swords of darkness wielded by the mixed-blood hero known as the Black Knight, a member of the legendary 13 heroes. You're finally worthy of making me use this sword. Locuse gripped the pitch-black cursed sword, finally using all the equipment she had on her. Her full body armor, which was engraved with unicorn motifs and radiated a mix of silver and gold light, was a pristine set of armor known as the Virgin Snow, which only virgins could equip, untainted and pure, like a lotus rising above muddy waters. Meanwhile, the grey cloak draped over her back, made of soft fabric, was known as the Cloak of Rat Speed, enhancing her movement speed, agility, and dodge capabilities. Perched on her head was a crown resembling a blue rose, a blue headpiece that protected the wearer's mind, rendering them immune to mind control. Lastly, 6 floating blades suspended behind her, known as floating swords, moved into position. Fully armed, Locuse entered a state of readiness, her aura surging to an even greater height. Come. Locuse raised Kilinirim, pointing it at Zero, declaring the start of the battle. Didn't I already tell you? Zero clenched his fists, his blood-red eyes blazing. Don't look down on me. With a furious roar loud enough to shake the air itself, Zero charged at Locuse with a savage expression befitting the title of Battle Demon. Boom. In the courtyard, the sound of an explosive clash echoed as waves of magical energy rippled and bursts of magical light filled the area, signaling the beginning of a fierce battle. At the same time, Riezel, who had already entered the mansion, walked alone down the corridor illuminated by the glow from continual light. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with a transparent gleam as if he knew exactly where he was going, while his expression remained calm and his steps unhurried, as though he were taking a casual stroll through a garden, heading in one specific direction. It didn't take long before he arrived at the deepest part of the mansion, standing before a room with an ornate and extravagant door. Given Shaltir's personality, if she's really here, she'd definitely pick the most luxurious and over-the-top room, wouldn't she? Riezel muttered to himself, reaching out to push open the extravagant door before him. As the door swung open, a room even more opulent than he had imagined unfolded before his eyes. It was so vast it felt more like a grand hall than a bedroom. As expected, the bedroom was filled with extravagant furniture, but the most eye-catching piece was, without a doubt, the massive bed placed in the center. Not only was the bed enormous, easily large enough to fit 7 or 8 people, but it was also draped in pristine, spotless bedding that gave off a regal aura. Anyone unaware might mistake it for the kind of bed used by a king to indulge his harem. In truth, that was probably close to its purpose, since the proof already lay on the bed itself, where 2 women lounged together. They had pale, waxy skin devoid of any color, eyes that gleamed a jewel-like red, and lips painted a striking crimson, with sharp fangs peeking out ever so slightly. Even though their appearances were undeniably beautiful by human standards, these women were clearly not humans but vampires, or more specifically, they were vampire brides, a rare type of vampire known for their striking beauty. At this moment, as the 2 vampire brides, both with impossibly seductive bodies, lay completely naked under the covers, their gazes fell upon Riezel, who had barged in unannounced. Instead of looking embarrassed, however, they had expressions that carried an inexplicable madness. Between them lay someone else, a girl, nestled between the 2 vampire brides, with her arms draped over their pale shoulders. My. A sweet yet dangerous voice slipped from the girl's lips. Now that you've ruined my mood, how do you want to die? Just as Riezel had guessed, the vampire controlling 8 fingers was none other than his old acquaintance, Shaltir Bloodfallen. Chapter 360, Wanna test my strength? Come at me yourself, vampire. Since the fight in the northern forest of Erantil over 2 months ago, Shaltir appeared before Riezel once again, and compared to before, there didn't seem to be any obvious changes in her. Shaltir was still dressed in her usual elegant black evening dress, looking like an absolutely stunningly beautiful girl, the kind that could take anyone's breath away. Unfortunately, this stunningly beautiful girl was now lying on an unusually large bed, with 2 completely naked vampire brides lying beside her, looking somewhat inappropriate in the eyes of normal people. Shaltir's dress was indeed elegant, but it sadly looked a bit disheveled, likely because she had been in the same state as the vampire brides before Riezel barged in, appearing naked. It was clearly because when she noticed someone had entered, she had put on her dress in a rush, making it somewhat disheveled. Given that she could instantly change equipment just like in Yggdrasil, swapping clothes or equipment was something she could do in less than a second, so although looking a bit disheveled, thanks to that, she didn't appear in front of Riezel in an unsightly, naked state like the vampire brides. Of course, in Riezel's eyes, Shaltir's current appearance, though not naked, still seemed quite unsightly. It seemed that Shaltir herself was aware of this, which was why she appeared angry at having her less-than-decent side seen, her crimson eyes flashing with murderous intent as they fixed on Riezel, who stood in the doorway. However, as soon as Shaltir looked at Riezel, her body froze. It's you. After carefully inspecting Riezel for a moment, Shaltir's pupils shrank before she quickly jumped off the bed. Lady Shaltir. Due to Shaltir's excessive movements, the vampire brides called out in alarm as the covers were completely overturned, exposing them in a much more unsightly manner right in front of Riezel. However, Shaltir paid no attention to them and kept her gaze locked on Riezel. "You're Riezel Brynhart?" Hearing Shaltir ask with a tone filled with suspicion, Riezel raised an eyebrow, feeling a little surprised. It couldn't be helped. He was, after all, the one who had once cut off Shaltir's arm and fought her in the northern forest of Riezel. Back then, Shaltir had hated him to the core, yet now, she didn't show even a hint of that hatred. Instead, it was as if she was seeing him for the first time, questioning him, which made him feel a bit strange. Could it be? She lost the memory of the time before and after she was mind-controlled. In the original work, Shaltir lost a few days of memory after being killed by Ains and revived in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, forgetting everything about the mind control she had undergone. Shaltir's current behavior made Riezel think back to that event. In other words, she forgot about me. In that case, how could she still recognize his identity? It didn't make sense. Back when they had fought in the northern forest of Riezel, Shaltir hadn't recognized him at all until he gave her a hint, yet this time, she had forgotten him but somehow instantly knew his name as soon as she saw him. Did Ains show her my picture or something? Snapping out of his pondering, Riezel met Shaltir's gaze and then spoke up. "Looks like you know me, huh? Well, that makes things easier." Riezel then stepped forward and entered the room, but in the next moment, as Shaltir coldly watched him in silence, she suddenly did something that surprised him. Whoosh! In an instant, Shaltir's entire outfit changed as her black dress was replaced by a full suit of crimson armor. Needless to say, it was her formal battle equipment when she got serious, the one she had used to fight Ains before, a legendary class item. At the same time, she gripped a strangely shaped, tubular long lance that had appeared out of thin air. It was none other than her only divine class item, Spewt Lance. Oh! Riezel couldn't help but stop in his tracks, gazing at Shaltir, now fully armored, with a look of utter surprise. Shaltir, on the other hand, ignored Riezel's surprise, unfurled white, swan-like wings from her back, and flew into the air. Riezel Brynhart, the only human that Lord Ains fears, and someone Albedo and Demiurge specifically warned me to be cautious of. Shaltir spoke while looking down at Riezel from above. "I see, so you're the one who broke in. No wonder the traps Lord Ains set couldn't stop the intruders. If you're among them, it makes sense." Needless to say, the current Shaltir was completely different from the first time they had met. Not only did she no longer look down on Riezel with disdain, but the earlier arrogance and superiority were also gone. What remained was only calmness and solemnity. Such an attitude was completely different from the one she had in the northern forest of Riezel, so much so that Riezel couldn't help but feel it was unreal. Well, I didn't think you'd take me this seriously this time." Snapping back to reality, Riezel responded and cast a scrutinizing glance at Shaltir. What Riezel didn't know was that Shaltir's current attitude was due to her heart being filled with regret. As Riezel had guessed, after being revived, Shaltir had indeed lost all memories from before and after being mind-controlled, completely forgetting everything, including Riezel and her own involvement in the mind control incident. However, after the fact, Shaltir learned the full story from her colleagues at the Great Tomb of Nazarick and realized how close she had come to betraying Nazarick, nearly raising her weapon against Ains, the highest ruler of Nazarick. Such a revelation shocked and appalled her since the intense regret she felt was so overwhelming. It was only natural. She had actually raised her hand against the supreme being she had sworn to serve, and as an undead, she had foolishly been mind-controlled by some inferior being, which was something that shouldn't have happened to her. It was definitely a huge stain on her status as a floor guardian. In the end, she spent a period of time in deep despair, drowning her sorrows in alcohol, proving how strong her regret was. Ultimately, when she received a new mission from Ains, she swore that no matter what happened, she would never again bring shame to the Great Tomb of Nazarick or the floor guardians. From then on, she was unusually serious during the mission and no longer looked down on others as she had before but took meticulous care in preparing for everything. Included in her preparations were gathering intelligence, collecting data, and investigating everything that could possibly be involved in the mission. Every person, thing, and event was thoroughly examined and noted down in her notebook. Among the things she had collected was information on Riezel, making her aware of everything about him, which was why she could instantly recognize him and arm herself immediately. She knew Riezel was someone Ains and the floor guardians treated with top priority and also knew that she had fought Riezel before in the northern forest of Riezel, but because she had lost her memory, she didn't remember it. Additionally, Demiurge had reminded her just yesterday that Riezel might be coming to this hideout, which was why she had been prepared. "You might interfere with Lord Ains, interfere with Nazarick," Shaltir said in an unusually calm tone. "Let me, Shaltir Bloodfallen, the floor guardian of the first to third floors of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, verify just how much of a threat you really are." After making such a declaration, Shaltir didn't give Riezel a chance to speak and immediately extended her hand in his direction. Summon Monster 10th. Once an extremely arrogant vampire, Shaltir, to Riezel's surprise, immediately cast 10th tier magic from the beginning. In an instant, a massive magic circle expanded across the floor of the room, summoning a terrifying monster into view. It was a hellish-looking dog, massive in size, with 3 heads and eyes that burned as if on fire, its entire body glowing bright red and filling the room with an ominous aura. Cerberus. Riezel's gaze was immediately drawn to the ferocious magical beast. Cerberus, a creature capable of controlling fire, adding fire attribute damage to all its attacks, and with complete resistance to both fire and poison, was a highly powerful, large, high-tier monster. In Yggdrasil, it was a monster between level 64 and 70, but in this world, it was a creature that existed only in legends. Roar. 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 Roaring at Riezel, Cerberus's 3 heads each spewed flames like saliva before suddenly charging and leaping toward Riezel. Rumble. With a rumbling sound, scorching flames were vomited from Cerberus's 3 mouths as it charged, forming a massive wave of fire that surged forward like a tidal wave. Riezel was engulfed by the flames, completely disappearing into them, leaving no trace behind. Life essence. Observing from midair, Shaltir didn't show a triumphant smile but instead had her expression grow even more serious as she cast surveillance magic that allowed her to see the health points of others. In this world, magic could be used to check an opponent's vitality, helping to determine their condition. If their health points decreased, it meant they had taken damage or perhaps used some special skills that drained their vitality. If their health points hit 0, they would be dead. Shaltir's intent was clear, she wanted to know if Riezel had been harmed by Cerberus. However, what Shaltir saw now was only a massive green light rising from the center of the flames, indicating that Riezel's health points were not only shockingly large but also showed no sign of weakening, proving that being engulfed in the flames of Cerberus hadn't left a single scratch on him. He can nullify fire attribute attacks. As this thought flashed through Shaltir's mind, she immediately realized that Cerberus wouldn't have any effect when facing Riezel. Cerberus was incredibly strong, easily at the level of demon gods in this world, where even the legendary 13 heroes had to fight seriously to defeat one of them. If it were released in the Riezel's kingdom, it could turn the kingdom into scorched earth in a matter of days and destroy the entire nation. Nevertheless, given that Cerberus specialized in fire attribute attacks and since Riezel could nullify fire attribute attacks, sending such a monster to deal with him would be a waste of time. In that case, summon undead 10th. Shaltir cast a new summoning magic, causing a magic circle to appear once again. Roar. 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 At the same time, as Cerberus charged forward, just before it could enter the flames where Riezel was engulfed, it suddenly vanished in a burst of light particles. Such a thing happened because, except for special summoning cases, summoning magic could usually only summon one monster per magic spell. When a summoner cast another summoning magic, the effect of the previous summoning magic disappeared, and the summoned monster returned, being replaced by the new one. Only with advanced summoning magic or special skills could a summoner summon multiple monsters, though those monsters were usually weaker types. For example, the vampire bats and vampire wolves that had appeared earlier before Riezel and his group were low-tier monsters summoned by Shaltir's special skill, which allowed the summoner to summon multiple monsters. Regardless, both Summon Monster 10th and Summon Undead 10th were not meant for summoning low-tier monsters but for summoning high-tier monsters ranging from level 64 to 70, which, according to the standard of the world of Danmachi, were equivalent to level 5 monsters. In other words, high-tier monsters like them couldn't be repeatedly summoned with summoning magic unless it was super-tier magic. Unfortunately, as an NPC, Shaltir couldn't learn super-tier magic, so the highest tier magic she could use was 10th tier magic. As a result, when she cast the new summoning magic, the summoning of Cerberus ended, causing it to vanish and be replaced by a new monster. Upon closer inspection, the new monster was a knight emanating a black aura, surrounded by swirling black mist, wielding a lance, and riding a black horse, fully armored except for the lack of a head. Go. Dullahan. At Shaltir's command, the high-tier undead named Dullahan surged with a dark, black aura, charging toward the raging sea of flames. Dullahan, a level 69 high-tier undead, was a terrifying monster that specialized in close combat. Although it had no other abilities, its attacks had a random chance of triggering an instant death effect when they hit an enemy. Even though it was difficult to trigger the instant death effect against opponents higher in level, once activated, even a level 100 enemy could be killed in a single strike. Now, this terrifying monster raised its lance high, charged into the raging sea of flames, and aimed its weapon at a figure in the center of the flames before thrusting forward. Just then, greater rejection. A calm voice rang out before an invisible wave of magical energy suddenly erupted from the figure in the heart of the flames, like an unseen shockwave, slamming into Dullahan's body. Dullahan, struck by the invisible wave of magical energy, couldn't even let out a scream as, under the influence of this invisible magical energy, it seemed as if the world itself had rejected it, causing it to vanish without a trace. TCH. Seeing the scene, Shaltir clicked her tongue in annoyance. At the same moment, the sea of flames finally dissipated, revealing Riezel's figure as he slowly emerged from it. "Wanna test my strength?" Riezel calmly lifted his gaze and looked at Shaltir as he threw out the question. "Then stop sending your summons to probe me." Come at me yourself, vampire. Chapter 361, Enjoying this fight. Wanna test my strength? Riezel calmly lifted his gaze and looked at Shaltir as he threw out the question. Then stop sending your summons to probe me. Come at me yourself, vampire. As soon as these words, which sounded almost like a provocation, reached Shaltir's ears, she instinctively felt anger flare up, but soon, however, the memory of her previous failure forced her to suppress her anger, making her repeatedly remind herself to stay calm. Not good. If I lose my composure, there's a good chance my mind will be affected by blood frenzy. Even though Shaltir had no memory of what happened before and after she was mind-controlled, the analysis from Ains suggested that part of the reason she fell so easily to the world item used by the Black Scripture was blood frenzy, a special skill with a negative effect she possessed. Under its influence, she lost a portion of her rationality, and thanks to that semi-berserk state, she let her guard down and was easily ambushed by the Black Scripture. If not for that, with her strength, she could have avoided the world item's influence by acting preemptively, and at worst, she could have escaped using teleportation magic like greater teleportation or gate before being mind-controlled. Unfortunately, because of blood frenzy, which caused her diminished reasoning, combined with her natural disposition of not being the type to think things through, and the shared trait of most heteromorphic races in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, which was to look down on humans and disregard races outside Nazarick, everything piled up and led to her failure. Naturally, because this analysis came directly from Ains himself, Shaltir believed it without question. As a result, she had repeatedly warned herself to stay calm, to think things through, and not let external factors influence her. No matter what happened, she couldn't afford another mission failure that would disappoint her lord. With such a warning still fresh in her mind, she recalled the report Demiurge had sent her via message yesterday, telling her that Riezel had been spotted in the royal capital, delivering the information in a serious tone. If Riezel Brynhart really comes to you, delay him as much as possible and trap him on your side. If a fight becomes unavoidable, prioritize gathering intel about that man's strength. In truth, those in the Great Tomb of Nazarick had long wanted to study Riezel, especially Ains, who was constantly thinking about collecting information on Riezel, not just his origins but also his actual combat capabilities. What kind of warrior was he? What type of combat was he most skilled at? Was he a close combat expert, or did he excel in ranged combat? If he was proficient in close combat, what kind of techniques did he use? If he specialized in magic, which forms of magic was he most adept at? All of these questions were things Ains wanted to know urgently, and by extension, what everyone in the Great Tomb of Nazarick wanted to know. Ains was the type to act only after careful preparation, excelling at intelligence warfare. Even in a one-on-one duel, he would first gather as much information as possible about his opponent and then formulate a strategy to maximize his chances of victory. For this reason, Ains had long considered the idea of engaging Riezel early to discern his true abilities and prepare for the possibility of him becoming an enemy. Now, this mission had conveniently fallen to Shaltir. Listen, this is a chance to redeem yourself. Even if you lose to that man, it's fine as long as you uncover his true strength. Demiurge's serious words echoed clearly in Shaltir's mind. After all, your role there is just to be a cage and act as bait. Our prey is already approaching, and with Riezel Brynhart as an unexpected bonus, everything is in your hands, Shaltir. Recalling Demiurge's words, Shaltir took a deep breath. I'll complete this mission, no matter what. With her determination set, Shaltir began chanting her magic. Regenerate. Power of Gaia. Greater resistance. Magic boost. Sensor boost. Sanctuary protection. As Shaltir chanted one magic spell after another, waves of magical energy shimmered around her body, instantly enhancing her with multiple battle-effective magic spells that significantly boosted her abilities. Seeing this, Riezel's eyes narrowed slightly, then he began to chant his magic as well. Body of Effulgent Barrel. Energy immunity, negative. Greater full potential. Magic boost. Paranormal intuition. Fly. As Riezel chanted his magic, layers of magical energy radiated brightly around his body. If the members of Blue Roses or Brain had been here to witness this moment, they would have been utterly shocked. Why? Because the magic spells that Riezel and Shaltir were casting at this moment almost entirely surpassed the 6th tier, with the lowest tier among them being at least 7th tier, and some even reaching the realm of 10th tier, magic spells that were considered genuine miracles in this world, magic spells that could only be wielded by gods. Yet Riezel and Shaltir were not only casting these high-tier magic spells one after another so effortlessly but were doing so with such ease and familiarity, as though this was the kind of magic they casually used in their everyday lives. Time Accelerator. Shaltir made the first move, activating time magic. In the next second, her entire figure vanished from sight, stepping into a dimension where time flowed with a completely different viscosity. Time stop. Riezel responded with time magic of his own without hesitation. In an instant, the entire world seemed to freeze, and time itself had come to a complete halt. Shaltir's form reappeared behind Riezel, her spear lance thrusting forward, its tip only 5 centimeters away from piercing through his back. Riezel reacted instantly, turning and drawing his sword. Swish. A lightning-infused slash tore through the air as if cutting through the frozen flow of time itself, allowing time to resume its natural course. Of course, the resumption of time wasn't because Riezel had truly sliced through frozen time but due to the inherent limitation of time magic, where during its activation, one couldn't perform any attack. By initiating an attack, Riezel automatically dispelled time stop, restoring the flow of time, causing both his weapon and Shaltir's to strike their respective targets simultaneously. Poochie. Riezel's slash tore across Shaltir's chest, making blood splatter from her front. Boom. At the same time, Shaltir's spit lance crashed into Riezel's body with a deafening impact. However, despite their mutual attacks hitting their targets, the results were far from identical. Arg. Shaltir let out a wail as her body was sent flying, blood spraying in the air. Zing. Meanwhile, a radiant green glow enveloped Riezel's body, completely nullifying the damage caused by Shaltir's spit lance. Needless to say, this was the effect of the 10th tier magic, Body of Effulgent Barrel, which could reduce blunt damage for a period of time and completely negate one instance of blunt damage. Even though Shaltir's spit lance appeared to be a thrusting weapon, it actually carried blunt attribute attacks, which allowed it to trigger the effects of Body of Effulgent Barrel. Under such circumstances, Riezel avoided all damage, while Shaltir ended up wounded by his slash, blood spilling as she was forced back. My defensive magic didn't work. Shaltir's face twisted in pain, her expression contorted by the torment. Clearly, the magic she had used earlier, Greater Resistance and Sanctuary Protection, both had defensive effects. Greater Resistance significantly reduced attribute-based damage, while Sanctuary Protection enhanced physical defense. With both of these magic active, Riezel's slash, which seemed to carry a lightning attribute, should have been weakened significantly and then entirely blocked by the legendary class armor Shaltir was wearing. Yet, Riezel's slash still dealt considerable damage to Shaltir with ease. How? It was obviously because of the effect from Pioneer of the Sun, a skill that inflicted special damage against enemies with an evil nature. Even though Shaltir had used magic to reduce the damage, the special damage effect from Pioneer of the Sun still ensured she was hurt. If not for the legendary class armor she wore, which acted as a dampener, Riezel's slash could have gutted her on the spot. Thunder Breathing, 5th form, Heat Lightning. Riezel swung his sword again, releasing a slash crackling with lightning bolts and scorching heat, aiming it straight at Shaltir. Force Sanctuary. Shaltir immediately cast another defensive magic, summoning a white light barrier that rose from the ground and enveloped her. Boom. In an instant, the blazing, lightning-like slash struck the white light barrier, causing a muffled explosion and making it tremble slightly before deflecting the attack. TCH, this magic again. Riezel instantly recognized the magic Shaltir used. Back in the northern forests of Irantal, she had used this magic before to block many of Moonbreathing's attacks. Not only did this magic have a very high durability value, but as long as the durability wasn't reduced to 0, he couldn't break through to attack her no matter what. Naturally, she couldn't attack him either. Force Sanctuary was, after all, a defensive magic that completely separated the inside and outside into 2 isolated spaces, preventing any attacks from either side. Shaltir's goal in using this magic was simple, to buy time to recover. With the magic she had cast earlier, Regenerate, she could gradually restore her health points over time, as proven by how her body now glowed faintly with magical light while the wound on her chest was slowly healing. In the past, Riezel might have wasted time repeatedly attacking to break through the protection of Force Sanctuary, but now, he wasn't about to give Shaltir that luxury. Magic Destruction. Riezel reached out toward Shaltir and unleashed a new magic. Pang. In an instant, the white light barrier surrounding Shaltir shattered under the surge of Riezel's magical energy, disappearing without a trace. What? Shaltir's expression shifted slightly. Magic Destruction, as the name implied, nullified any magic-made objects, rendering them ineffective. However, this magic still had a limitation. If the opponent's magic prowess surpassed the caster's, it wouldn't completely dispel their magic. By how Riezel dispelled Shaltir's magic in an instant, leaving her powerless, it was clear that his magic prowess evidently exceeded hers. Maximize Magic, Brilliant Radiance. Riezel immediately cast another magic, summoning a burst of holy light that descended from the sky, slamming into Shaltir. It was holy attribute magic, exceptionally effective against undead beings like Shaltir, capable of dealing massive damage. To maximize its power, Riezel had even fully enhanced the magic with Maximize Magic, pushing its damage to the limit. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned this time. Don't think holy attribute attacks will work on me. Exclaiming this, Shaltir burst out of the holy light unscathed, her body showing no signs of damage before she quickly swung her spit lance, sending it hurtling toward Riezel. It roared through the air with a deafening sonic boom before crashing into him. Boom. Riezel was sent flying, his body skidding backward, but fortunately, he barely managed to stop himself in time, avoiding slamming into the wall. I see, so you're wearing a magic item that reduces damage from holy attribute attacks, huh? Riezel muttered calmly. Using the transparent world, he caught a faint glimpse of what was beneath Shaltir's armor. An activated item radiated a faint light, clearly the culprit providing her with enhanced defense against holy attribute attacks. I'm undead, so of course, holy attribute attacks are pretty bad for me. But seriously, did you think I'm a fool and wouldn't have some kind of countermeasure against that? Shaltir responded with a sneer, then coldly raised Spewed Lance. In the next moment, Spewed Lance, with a tube-like section resembling a test vial in its center, suddenly rotated. It acted like a giant syringe, channeling power into Shaltir and causing her chest wound to begin healing at an accelerated pace. It was none other than Spewed Lance's ability, absorbing a portion of the damage inflicted on enemies and converting it into healing for its wielder, restoring their health points. Under the influence of this divine class item, even the special damage inflicted by Pioneer of the Sun was ultimately nullified, leaving Shaltir completely healed. Looks like we're back to square one, huh? Riezel, holding his sword in one hand and casually brushing the dust off his clothes with the other, spoke in a voice that sounded calm and nonchalant while his eyes sparkled with clear excitement. Shaltir, who had been carefully observing Riezel, analyzing his movements, and gathering information on him, noticed this phenomenon, causing her heart to quiver slightly. Don't tell me he's enjoying this fight. Shaltir thought incredulously, her eyes widening. Yes. Riezel was indeed enjoying the fight, or more precisely, he was enjoying a fight against an evenly matched opponent. As I thought, fighting someone like you is way more fun. You know, it's been a long time since I felt this familiar thrill. Riezel continued with a slight smile as he began to walk slowly toward Shaltir, his sword firmly in hand. By the way, just curious, what's Nazarick up to? Causing chaos at the slain theocracy and then messing with the Riestei's kingdom's underworld, what's the goal here? What's that lord of yours planning? Or maybe Nazarick has finally decided to step into the spotlight. Upon hearing Riezel's questions, Shaltir laughed, laughing with pride. How can the ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick, the supreme being, Lord Ains Olgaun, ever be satisfied with the current state of things? Sadly, someone like you, a mere human, can never understand what our great lord is thinking. In the end, the only thing you people can do is submit to our supreme being, bowing under the rule of Lord Ains. For someone like you, that will be the greatest honor. Speaking with pride and arrogance, Shaltir locked eyes with Riezel, their gazes clashed, sparking an intense rivalry. In the next second, they both charged at each other simultaneously and continued their fight. Chapter 362, Zero's Disbelief. Meanwhile, while the battle between Riezel and Shaltir intensified, the intense battle in the courtyard had reached its conclusion, or more precisely, an unexpected conclusion. In the end, it turned out to be a complete victory for Blue Roses and Brain. How could this happen? Zero, covered in wounds and kneeling on one knee, stared at the scene around him with a roar of disbelief. Around the courtyard, aside from him, every member of Six Arms had fallen, their auras completely extinguished as their lives ended. Why? How did we lose? This isn't possible. Zero couldn't accept the outcome. Currently, except for Davernok, every member of Six Arms had been turned into vampires, which had significantly boosted their power. Zero himself had stepped into the realm of heroes due to his transformation into a vampire. Edstrom, Malmvist, Peshurian, and Succulent hadn't stepped into the realm of heroes, but their strength had still increased dramatically. In terms of raw level, they were around level 27 to 28, which was comparable to or even exceeded Gazef and Brain. At least within Blue Roses, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina were definitely not on par with Edstrom, Malmvist, Peshurian, and Succulent, so the battle between Blue Roses and Six Arms should have ended with Six Arms achieving victory. Even though Blue Roses had Lockyus, who had also stepped into the realm of heroes, and Brain, who had previously fought Gazef to a draw, Zero never believed they could lose. In fact, at the start, Six Arms did have the upper hand. Gagarin, facing Malmvist, was almost completely toyed with. If not for her high-quality equipment and self-recovery abilities, given that Malmvist's rapier had left countless marks on her armor, she might have already fallen to the poison-user swordsman. Brain, matched against Peshurian, was struggling as well. He tried repeatedly to close the distance and drag Peshurian into his field to execute God Flash and Wind of the Great Forest for a killing blow, but Peshurian always refused to close in, keeping his distance with his sword whip attacks. Because of this, Brain was unable to finish the fight and was even forced into dangerous situations multiple times. Tia and Tina, on the other hand, fared slightly better. With a 2-on-1 advantage in their skills in stealth and assassination, they easily saw through Succulent's illusions and avoided being deceived. However, since Succulent's close combat abilities had greatly improved after becoming a vampire, he forced the twin sisters into a prolonged struggle without a decisive victory. Considering all of this, Brain, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina were bound to lose. They were, after all, still humans, capable of growing tired, getting injured, and gradually weakening as the intensity of the battle wore on. On the other hand, Malmvist, Peshurian, and Succulent, as vampires, felt no fatigue, healed their injuries rapidly, and could simply outlast their opponents until Brain and the others collapsed. One could say that their situation was somewhat similar to the battles between humans and demons in the world of Demon Slayer. Against demons with extraordinary regenerative abilities who couldn't be killed unless decapitated by Nicaran swords, and who neither tired nor truly suffered injuries, Demon Slayers were at a constant disadvantage. If the fight dragged on too long, it was inevitable that the humans would lose. Even the battle between Locuse and Zero followed this pattern. Both sides fought with all their might, but neither could overwhelm the other. As time passed, Locuse gradually began to falter, nearly running out of magical energy, and could only rely on the dark energy drawn from Kilinirim to hold her ground against Zero, barely maintaining a stalemate. Needless to say, the battle seemed entirely in favor of Six Arms. However, Zero and his group underestimated one person, Evil Eye. Evil Eye, the magic caster with a low presence among the members of Blue Roses, seen by many as less impressive than Locuse, faced Edstrom and Davernok alone. What was the result? She displayed overwhelming power, effortlessly destroying the two. Yes, Evil Eye single-handedly took on the two and easily defeated them, taking down both Edstrom and Davernok. Naturally, that wasn't all. Evil Eye even had enough strength left to help Gagarin, Tia, and Tina. First, she assisted Gagarin in subduing Malmvist, allowing Gagarin to smash Malmvist's head with her war pick. Next, she used her magic to immobilize Succulent, who had been relying on illusions, allowing Tia and Tina to pierce his heart and throat, killing him instantly. When Evil Eye, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina finished their fights and turned to help Brain against Peshurian, however, Brain surprisingly stopped them. "I've got this." Brain spoke simply, urging them to assist Locuse in dealing with Zero instead. With that, Locuse's battle outcome was practically decided. Facing the combined assault from all the members of Blue Roses, especially with Evil Eye, a being far beyond human, joining, even someone like Zero, a vampire who had stepped into the realm of heroes, stood no chance. Against such a lineup, perhaps only player descendants like the Godkins from the slain theocracy could stand a chance, while someone merely in the realm of heroes would find victory impossible. In the end, Zero fell as well. In the end, Brain eventually found an opportunity in his duel with Peshurian, closing the distance between them and severing Peshurian's head with a single strike using Wind of the Great Forest. As a result, all the members of Six Arms, except for Zero, were dead, while all the members of Blue Roses remained unscathed, completely surrounding Zero. "It's over, Zero. You've lost." Locuse spoke calmly, stepping forward towards Zero with Kilinirim in hand. Zero, however, reacted violently to her words. "No. We haven't lost yet. My master is still here. She's inside. As long as she's here, no matter how many of you come, it's all meaningless. Do you even know how strong my master is? She's a monster. Even if all of us attacked her together, we couldn't even scratch her fingernail or make her take a single step back. One casual strike from her could take off the heads of dozens of people. Forget about a few adventurers like you. Even if this kingdom sent its entire army against her, they wouldn't stand a chance." Zero's face twisted into a crazed grin. "It's such a shame. If you died by our hands, that would have been a mercy, but you chose the worst possible fate instead. What's coming next will be the greatest terror, the deepest despair this world has ever seen. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." As Zero's maniacal laughter echoed in the courtyard, the members of Blue Roses and Brain exchanged grim looks. Just then, a massive sound suddenly shattered the tense atmosphere. Boom. Amid the sudden explosion-like sound, the mansion at the front of the courtyard suddenly collapsed, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air as it crumbled into ruins. Whoosh. Boom. A figure was flung from the mansion ruins as if thrown by an immense force, smashing through ornamental shrubs and rock gardens, scattering rubble in every direction as they flew past Locuse and the others before crashing into the outer wall, which shattered on impact, leaving only destruction in their wake. Locuse and the others froze in shock, immediately spinning around and turning their attention away from Zero, now on high alert. Zero was equally frozen in shock, but in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. No choice. His disbelief stemmed simply from the identity of the figure who had just smashed through the mansion, torn apart the ornamental shrubs and rock gardens, and even broken through the outer wall with overwhelming force. Boom. With a booming sound, the figure, with white swan-like wings flapping behind them, emerged from the rubble, clad in a tattered, crimson full-body suit of armor. Despite their battered state, however, the figure radiated an overwhelming presence that couldn't be ignored. In the figure's hand was a bizarre, tube-shaped lance, a weapon Zero had never seen before, and the crimson armor they wore was also something he had never seen before. However, while Zero didn't recognize the weapon and armor, he recognized the face beneath the swan-like helmet, the stunningly beautiful face that revealed the identity of the wearer. Lady Shaltir. Zero yelled stutteringly as the words escaped his lips involuntarily. Locus and the others didn't respond to Zero. No, they were far too overwhelmed to even bother with him, for at this moment, all their gazes were fixed on the figure of a beautiful girl hovering in midair, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. As they gazed at the girl, an icy chill crept up from their feet, spreading through their entire beings and filling them with uncontrollable fear. Seriously, this is really bad. Even Evil Eye, who had just demonstrated incredible prowess moments ago, was now breaking into a cold sweat and speaking with a stiff, tense tone. It was an inevitable reaction. From the very first glance, everyone, including Evil Eye, knew exactly how terrifying this fully armored, unbelievably beautiful girl clad in crimson armor truly was. Perhaps it was because the girl had entered combat mode that she made no effort to conceal the negative energy emanating from her undead nature, as her ominous, evil aura swept through the area like a storm, sending shivers down Locus and the others. Is that the vampire who's been secretly controlling 8 fingers? You gotta be kidding me. How can that vampire be this terrifying? Tia and Tina's faces twisted into expressions of disbelief as if they wanted to scream. Fucking hell, this isn't funny. Gagarin's face had already gone pale. A monster. Even Locus muttered in fear, her hand gripping Kilinirum, trembling uncontrollably, making her no longer resemble a hero who had stepped into the realm of heroes but instead seemed like a helpless little girl. As for Brain, his breathing had become rapid, his pupils dilated, and his face had drained of all color. I tease her. Brain shouted frantically, his face adorned with a terrified expression. She's the vampire who appeared in the northern forests of Irantal before. Even though Brain had never seen the vampire's true face, since the battle between Riezel and Shaltir back then had been far beyond his comprehension, leaving him unable to even track their movements, the aura of the vampire was unforgettable. Unlike Riezel, who had mastered the selfless state and concealed all traces of his fighting spirit and aura, Shaltir had fully unleashed her power during that battle, just as she was now. As a result, Shaltir's overwhelming presence had left a deep impression on Brain, making him still remember the intensity of that moment, the aura, the pressure, the sheer terror she brought. Now, seeing Shaltir again, there was no doubt in Brain's mind anymore, Shaltir was truly the same vampire from back then. It's her. As Locus and the others heard Brain's words, they finally understood why, after that incident, he had completely lost his spirit and turned into the pathetic state he was in. After experiencing Shaltir's terrifying power firsthand, they no longer doubted it. Existences like Shaltir were definitely capable of turning someone like Brain into such a state. So, that rumor about Dark Hero Mammon and beautiful Princess Nabe taking down that vampire is just bullshit. A monster like that. How could some shady adventurers who just showed up out of nowhere have taken her down? Tia and Tina's voices were filled with despair. Yeah, she's way more terrifying than Landfall. Don't you think so, Evil Eye? Gagarin asked with a bit of dark humor as she turned to Evil Eye. TCH. Evil Eye didn't reply and only clicked her tongue in frustration. Whether it was because she was unwilling to accept it or felt doomed, she didn't have the energy to banter with Gagarin. While the members of Blue Roses and Brain were all stunned into silence by her presence, Shaltir didn't even glance at them. Maximize magic, greater lethal. Shaltir suddenly cast a magic spell, causing a surge of terrifying negative energy to erupt and settle around her. Greater Lethal was a magic spell capable of releasing massive amounts of negative energy, which harmed the living but had the opposite effect on undead beings, healing them by restoring their health and vitality. It was clear that Shaltir had cast this magic to heal herself. Thunder breathing, 4th form, distant thunder. Boom. Just then, another figure shot out from the collapsed mansion. He was surrounded by lightning, moving at lightning-fast speed as he charged toward Shaltir like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of her, unleashing a super-fast lightning slash at the unprepared Shaltir. Ding! Shaltir raised her lance just in time, blocking the lightning-charged slash, causing a loud, metallic collision that rang out like the sound of a bell. However, the attacker didn't stop there and suddenly unleashed a punch, landing a direct hit on Shaltir's abdomen. Boom! With a deafening crash, Shaltir was sent plummeting from the air, crashing into the ground and sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. In the next second, Riezel's figure appeared from the lightning bolt, surrounded by glowing magical energy and floating in midair, his body crackling with electricity. Sir Brynhart. Lord Brynhart. Seeing Riezel emerge and punch the terrifying vampire out of the air, Locus and Brain were both shocked and overjoyed. And no way. Zero's eyes bulged in disbelief as she looked at Shaltir, who was shakily getting up from the crater while letting out a painful groan, and then at the figure of the young man who had punched her so hard that she had been sent flying, standing in the sky and looking down at her. It was clear that in the battle between Riezel and Shaltir, Riezel had won the first round and gained the upper hand. Chapter 363, Catastrophic Battle. Thud. With a clear, audible sound of something landing, Riezel descended from midair and landed in front of Locus and the others with his back facing them. Looks like you've pretty much handled them. Riezel spoke while glancing at the members of Six Arms, who had lost their aura. Locus and the others, facing Riezel's back, still had their faces showing shock and lingering joy, as they could not fully shake off their surprise. Even though the young man standing before them exuded almost no presence compared to Shaltir, there was neither overwhelming power nor a strong aura. When he appeared and stood before them, the fear and trembling caused by her terrifying aura quietly faded away. Especially Brain, who looked particularly excited after seeing Riezel knock the terrifying vampire away with a single punch. Among everyone present, only Zero still couldn't believe his eyes and was unable to accept this reality. Lady Shaltir. Zero panically shouted toward Shaltir, who stumbled and flew out of the rubble, but unfortunately, his shout only irritated her. Implosion. Shaltir motioned with her hand and cast magic on Zero. Instantly, Zero's body inflated rapidly, as if he were a balloon, then. Boom. In the next second, Zero exploded, his body shattering into countless pieces of meat, completely obliterated, dead beyond repair. What? Locus and the others gasped in shock at the sight, while Riezel only furrowed his brows slightly but said nothing. In such a situation, Shaltir casually turned her attention back to Riezel, clearly treating Zero like an annoying insect rather than a subordinate. Shaltir glanced at Locus and the others, then appeared to lose interest in them, as if only Riezel among those present was worth her attention, as her crimson eyes were ultimately fixed firmly on him. I must admit, you really are strong, Riezel Brynhart. Shaltir praised without hesitation. Being praised by someone like you doesn't make me happy at all. Riezel replied coldly. I was just talking to myself. You don't have to mind. Shaltir responded with a sneer before her eyes squinted slightly. But I do get it now, I get why Lord Ains considers you a threat and why my colleagues think you're dangerous. If nothing else, just the fact that you can gain the upper hand in this battle alone makes you worthy of being our opponent. It's just. I still can't believe that someone like you is actually a weak human, that's really hard to believe. Upon hearing Shaltir's words, Riezel's expression remained calm, with not a single hint of fluctuation. If you're just trying to buy time to recover by talking, then there's no need for that. Riezel spoke nonchalantly, his translucent eyes observing Shaltir's body. I'm sure you've realized by now that I have a special ability to counter undead beings like you. No matter how much you recover, the damage I deal to you will always outweigh the health points you regain. As the battle goes on, your injuries will keep piling up, while I'm different since I can fully use high-tier healing magic to fix my injuries, which you can't do because you're undead. It's only natural that I'd have the upper hand in this situation. In an evenly matched battle like this, my special ability to counter you will eventually give me the advantage. Riezel's words caused the sneer on Shaltir's face to gradually fade. Needless to say, what Riezel said was nothing but the truth. In terms of strength, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Except for STR and END, which were still at S rank, the rest of Riezel's basic abilities had reached SS rank, which, in the world of Danmachi, was already far beyond the limit for typical adventurers at his level. At Riezel's current level, other adventurers could only reach S rank in all basic abilities, but his DEX, AGI, and MAG had all surpassed that limit, reaching SS rank. If this status was coupled with the high latent basic ability proficiencies accumulated over the previous levels, he could now challenge even level 7 opponents in his normal state. In his normal state, Riezel's strength was roughly equivalent to someone at lower middle level 7, but if he used a breathing style, his strength would easily match someone at the limit of level 7. Not to mention, now that Riezel could use various tier magic to handle different combat situations and serve various purposes, without exaggeration, even in his normal state, he would probably have a good chance of winning against Otter, whose basic abilities, except for MAG, were all at S rank and whose strength was close to the limit of level 7. Unless Otter used an unknown skill or magic, tapping into a power that could allow him to surpass his own level, Riezel was confident he could defeat him in a normal fight. Riezel's strength was such that he could casually display strength comparable to the pinnacle of level 7, essentially matching the limit of level 7. As for Shaltir's strength, when she went all out, equipped with both the divine class and legendary class items and using all of her racial abilities, special skills, and magic, she was probably at the limit of level 7 as well. Considering the two of them were on par in terms of strength, even with slight differences, they could compensate using their respective magic, so it was safe to say they were evenly matched. However, the problem was that Riezel had an ability where he could give special damage to evil entities, which made him a direct counter to beings like Shaltir, who was undead. As a result, every time they clashed, Riezel inflicted excessive damage on Shaltir, causing her injuries to worsen as the battle went on, ultimately leading to complete suppression. What made it worse was that Shaltir realized Riezel seemed to have an ability that nullified mind control and other debuffs, rendering much of her magic useless. During their battle, Shaltir had used various magic on Riezel, including Charm Species, Mass Hold Species, Implosion, Greater Lethal, Open Wounds, Wave of Pain, and Insanity, targeting both his mind and body with debuffs, but all of them sadly failed, and none managed to hinder him in any way. Riezel was completely immune to the debuffs from her magic, immune to both mental and physical interference, which was a major reason why Shaltir was caught off guard and gradually lost the upper hand in the battle. Additionally, Riezel seemed able to significantly reduce damage from fire, ice, light, and negative attributes. Given this, although it was hard to believe, Shaltir had to admit that if things kept going this way, she would end up losing. Unless, of course, she used her trump cards. No, the main purpose of this battle is to test his abilities and strength, not to win. Shaltir silently thought to herself, biting her lower lip in frustration. As he reveals his abilities and strength, I'm revealing mine as well. If I use my trump cards now, the next time we face off, it'll be me targeting him, and he'll be doing the same to me. At that point, it'll be a battle of countermeasures. Such a situation might not work in my favor, so to ensure I have the strength to defeat him when the real fight comes, I must keep my trump cards hidden. What Shaltir didn't know was that Riezel had already started to grow suspicious of their battle. It's gotten to this point, yet this vampire still hasn't pulled out her trump cards. Shaltir thought she was hiding her trump cards well from Riezel, but in reality, through the original work, he already knew about them. What were her trump cards? They were none other than her special skills. Leaving aside a blood pool, a special skill that required a lot of blood to use, negative impact shield, which Shaltir had used in the northern forest of Irantal last time, was something she hadn't used in this battle. Besides them, Shaltir still had a few other powerful special skills, yet she used none of them. Among them was a special skill called Purifying Javelin, which contained a holy attribute and could deal massive damage to opponents. If she wanted, she could spend additional magical energy to imbue it with perfect accuracy and tracking ability. Another was a special skill called Time Reverse, which could negate the damage caused by a single attack by making her time flow backward, restoring her body to the condition it was in before being damaged, quite similar to one of Divine Mellow's abilities. And, of course, Shaltir's greatest trump card was a special skill called Einherjar, which could create an avatar of herself that was armed and identical to her in terms of status and level, though it couldn't use magic and some special skills. Even though all these special skills had limitations, being usable only a few times per day or even just once, their effect was undeniably overpowered. If Shaltir used them, Riezel was planning to do the same, bring out his own trump cards and give his full strength to fight her. Unfortunately, Shaltir never used them, and from her behavior, it didn't seem like she was trying to save them for later use either. If that was the case, what was she trying to do? Pondering up to this point, Riezel suddenly had a flash of insight and realized something. Don't tell me your lord really ordered you to just test and gather intel on my strength. Riezel's sudden question caused Shaltir to sharply change her expression. Seeing this, Riezel immediately understood. I see, so that's why you didn't use the special skill you used last time in the forest. Riezel said with a half-smile. As expected of your lord, always cautious and, as usual, cowardly. As soon as these words left his mouth, Shaltir's face changed drastically, and she could no longer hold back her anger. Boom. With a burst of air, Shaltir rushed toward Riezel with incredible speed, her face twisted in rage as she thrust her spear lance at him. Ding! Riezel raised his sword to meet the lance, causing their weapons to collide with a resounding clash. In an instant, a shockwave exploded outward in all directions. Whoosh! Locus and the others, unable to react in time, were directly blown away by the shockwave. Some were sent crashing to the ground nearby, sliding back, while others slammed into walls or other obstacles. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Riezel's and Shaltir's weapons clashed fiercely, sparking and creating sonic booms and shockwaves as they fought. Shaltir's fury poured out with each spark and sonic blast. How dare you insult Lord Ainz? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yelling like a berserk beast, Shaltir erupted with an incredible amount of power, raised Spearlance high, and swung it in a wild arc, transforming it into a storm that relentlessly bombarded Riezel. I was just talking to myself. You don't have to mind. Riezel, mirroring Shaltir's words from earlier, spoke with a faint smile, his tone as calm and composed as ever. Nevertheless, Riezel's actions didn't slow down one bit. Thunder and lightning surged around him as he swung his sword, unleashing bolts of lightning that rained down upon Shaltir with overwhelming force. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. With countless loud metal collision sounds, their weapons collided with intense force, sending shockwaves through the air whenever they clashed. The speed and fury of their strikes were unmatched. Shaltir had already transformed her spearlance into a blur of afterimages, each carrying the unique negative energy of the undead race. Her continuous lance barrages seemed to become a disaster-like storm, not only attacking Riezel but also causing shockwaves that shattered the ground, sending it collapsing toward the center where she stood, making cracks spread in all directions. Riezel was no slouch either. He swiftly unleashed a series of sword slashes, each crackling with lightning, and as the two forces merged, they created devastating lightning slashes that tore through the air, each strike accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning that rained down on Shaltir one after another. At this moment, the battle between them tore apart the very sky itself, and the earth beneath them cracked and exploded, caving in deeper with each passing moment and causing more fissures to appear. At the same time, countless rocks formed from their strikes flew like bullets, caught up in the storm of negative energy and flashes of lightning, scattering in all directions. Such an extreme and terrifying battle, with an overwhelming shockwave every time their weapons collided, quickly destroyed the entire courtyard. Eventually, the hideout of 8 Fingers was rapidly reduced to rubble, creating a scene that seemed to shake the very earth and mountains, like the scene of an apocalypse. What the fuck is this fight? My god, what the heck am I seeing? Both of them are monsters. Gagarin, Tia, and Tina spoke one after another, struggling just to protect themselves from the shockwaves. At this moment, they could barely keep up, frantically rolling and dodging to avoid being struck by the flying rocks, consumed by the sinking ground, or blown away by the shockwaves. I never thought I'd witness a battle like that again. Brain had long since fled the scene, his face pale, clearly traumatized by what he had witnessed. Get back. Evil Eye. Lockhughes had already started running, no longer daring to stay in this dangerous place. Damn it. Evil Eye seemed unwilling to admit it, but she couldn't help but cast a fearful yet respectful gaze toward Riezel and Shaltir. Now, she could admit it honestly. Both of them were stronger than her, much, much stronger. Riezel Brynhart. Evil Eye shouted in Riezel's direction. You have to win. Leaving these words behind, Evil Eye cast Fly, soared into the air, and began her retreat. Rumble. As everyone left the disaster-like battlefield, the catastrophic battle between Riezel and Shaltir continued, leaving destruction in its wake and drawing the attention of many observers from afar. Chapter 364, Before the Greatest Disaster. In a place some distance away from the hideout of 8 Fingers, in a relatively remote area with little human presence, a figure stood tall on the roof of an old building that seemed to have been untouched for quite some time. It was a teenage girl with long hair, each side a different color. On the right side was a dazzling silver white, while the left side was pitch black as if it could swallow everything around it, an unusual and striking contrast. Surprisingly, her eyes were the same, with different colors on each side, a rare case of heterochromatic eyes. She appeared relatively youthful, looking no older than 15, yet her body was clad in full paladin-like armor with wing-like decorations on the back. She held a war scythe that bore a great resemblance to a cross-shaped spear. It was almost certain that she was a skilled warrior from her appearance alone. At this moment, the girl gazed toward the hideout of 8 Fingers with a thoughtful expression on her face. What's going on? Muttering to herself, the girl could sense a terrifying wave of power coming from that direction, one that made her skin tingle. How interesting. It's strong enough to make my skin tingle. It must be that vampire, right? Is that vampire fighting someone? But how could there be anyone that strong in this kingdom? Her thoughtful expression grew more intense and shifted into curiosity. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. You're here. Following this voice, a figure stepped out from the building and approached the girl from behind. It was a human with a somewhat androgynous appearance, and from the voice, it was clear that this human was male, looking about the same age as the girl, no older than 20, quite young. If Riezel had been here, he would have recognized this young androgynous man immediately. Why? It was because just over 2 months ago, this young man had appeared in the northern forest of Irantal, accompanied by a group of people, suddenly interrupting the fight between him and Shaltir. Yes, he was none other than the captain of the Black Scripture, one of the 3 awakened godkins of the slain theocracy, also known by the title of Black Scripture. Just his title alone represented the entire Black Scripture, the monster Clementine had referred to. Now, this well-known figure had come to the Riestai's kingdom, to the royal capital of Riestai's, and even to the hideout of 8 Fingers. You felt it too, right? Such an eerie, chilling aura. It can only be that vampire. Gazing in the hideout's direction, the captain spoke solemnly, his expression matching his tone. Yeah. The girl replied nonchalantly. It matches the intel we got from the Windflower Scripture, that vampire really escaped to the Riestai's kingdom and sneaked into the royal capital. At least we finally found her. The captain said calmly, glancing at the girl's back. But it looks like she's in the middle of a fight, which is kind of worrying. Who could make that vampire fight seriously? Besides us, is there really anyone else in the kingdom? Who knows? The girl replied with the same nonchalant demeanor. Maybe warrior Captain Gazef Stranov, the one they call the strongest warrior. No, it can't be him. At the girl's guess, the captain shook his head, denying it without hesitation. He hasn't even fully stepped into the realm of heroes. Even with the kingdom's treasures, his strength is at most just half stepping into the realm of heroes, nothing compared to ours, let alone someone who could make that vampire fight like this. Even if he led the warrior troop to surround that vampire, it wouldn't be enough to make her fight this seriously. Now that you say it like that, I'm curious now. The girl smiled slightly, seeming more intrigued. How did someone who could fight that vampire suddenly appear in this kingdom? Could it be a dragon lord? Dragon lord, it's not impossible. The captain nodded, then frowned. I remember the cardinals mentioning a true dragon lord who likes to travel, but their whereabouts are often a mystery, and no one's seen them in person. Could it be that true dragon lord happened to pass by here and got into a fight with that vampire? It could also be a hidden human powerhouse. The girl seemed to prefer this guess. If that's the case, they're probably like us. Upon hearing this, the captain pondered for a moment before nodding. Do you mean a player descendant? It's not out of the question. After all, besides the gods we follow, there have been other players on this continent. If they left behind descendants and awakened like us, it wouldn't be surprising if they could fight that vampire. Still, I really don't want to believe that such a powerful person exists in this decaying kingdom. While saying this, the captain's tone wasn't one of disdain for the kingdom, just stating a fact. I actually hope such a person does exist. The girl said, gazing in the direction of the hideout, her lips curving into a faint smile. However, something was unsettling about her words, as if they were stained with blood, filled with the desire for battle and competitiveness. If someone can stand up to that vampire alone, maybe they could fight me too and let me experience the taste of defeat. As these words left the girl's mouth, the air instantly filled with a dangerous atmosphere. Gazing at the girl's back, the captain, who knew this was just one of her old habits, was used to it by now since she was the type to say things like that whenever someone powerful appeared. Honestly, I can't imagine any human who could match you. The captain remarked bluntly, his tone filled with admiration and trust for the girl. But if someone really can fight that vampire like this, forget about comparing them to you, they'd surely be stronger than me. At the very least, he was aware he couldn't take on that vampire alone, even if he equipped the artifacts left behind by the 6 great gods, it probably wouldn't be nearly enough. Even the girl in front of him, who was far stronger than he was, probably wouldn't be that vampire's opponent if she wasn't equipped with those artifacts. In this situation, he was nowhere near the level of the girl before him, who could fight that vampire alone, let alone the one currently locked in a fierce battle with that vampire. Just as the captain was brooding over this, the girl suddenly spoke up. Hey, what if the person fighting that vampire right now is the same one you mentioned in your report last time? I mean, the guy you said was fighting that vampire in the northern forest of Riezel before you all barged in. Such a question caught the captain off guard, making him immediately fall into deep thought. He couldn't help but recall the experience from over 2 months ago when he had led the other members of the Black Scripture to Riezel for a mission. At that time, the 6 cardinals had given him an important mission, asking him to take an artifact known as the downfall of castle and country to the area near Riezel to search for the possible resurrection of a dragon lord. From what he knew, that entity had wiped out the Sunlight Scripture and even countered the surveillance magic cast by the slain Theocracy's clerics, causing the Theocracy significant losses. After some discussions, the 6 cardinals had come to a unanimous conclusion that there was a high chance a dangerous dragon lord known as the Catastrophe Dragon Lord had been resurrected near Riezel. Following this conclusion, they decided to subdue the Dragon Lord, hoping to make it an ally of the slain Theocracy to serve as a protector of the nation and a force to fight off foreign invaders. As a result, the 6 cardinals had sent the captain and the other members of the Black Scripture with the downfall of castle and country, ordering him to use it to subdue the resurrected Dragon Lord if they encountered it. However, when the captain and the other members of the Black Scripture entered the northern forest of Riezel, they ran into a terrifying enemy. A vampire. He had to admit that the vampire's aura was so overwhelming that even he, an awakened godkin, felt his hair stand on end. Because of this, he ordered his companion, who was wearing the downfall of castle and country, to use its power on the vampire without hesitation. Unfortunately, just before the vampire was about to be fully mind-controlled, she shrieked in agony and suddenly fought back with overwhelming power, killing several of his companions, including the one wearing the downfall of castle and country. In the end, the mind control failed to complete, and the vampire became a mindless monster, attacking anything she got near, leaving them with no choice but to retreat. Sadly, the failure of the mission had left behind a disaster. Apparently, the vampire held a grudge against the slain Theocracy, so not long ago, she attacked a human city belonging to the Theocracy, causing a major tragedy. It was precisely for this reason that the Black Scripture was sent to the Riezel's kingdom with the mission to hunt down the dangerous vampire. No matter what happened, even if she fled to another country, she could not be spared. Until today, the captain still vaguely remembered that, back then, in the northern forest of Riezel, there had been someone confronting that terrifying vampire. It was a young man who appeared younger than himself, yet he was facing that vampire alone without fear. Even he felt a chill down his spine just from that vampire's aura alone, yet that young man had always remained calm and composed even when fighting her, which had greatly surprised him at the time. Later on, he mentioned that young man to the 6 cardinals, and as expected, it drew considerable attention from the higher-ups in the slain Theocracy. If it was that young man, it would make sense for him to be the one currently fighting that vampire. You're right, the one currently fighting that vampire is very likely to be him. Gazing at the hideout of 8 fingers, the captain nodded, confirming the girl's guess. Well then, what should we do next, Captain? Asking with a playful smile, the girl turned and looked at the captain. Seeing the girl's eyes, the captain could see the battle-hungry emotion in them, which made him feel somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, the captain still made his decision. Since we've already found our target, it's naturally our time to make an entrance. The captain said seriously, his expression mirroring his tone. We'll barge right in, find a way to team up with the one fighting that vampire, and completely eliminate her. Hearing this, the girl smiled, looking especially pleased. Let me see if that person is qualified to team up with me, team up with certain death. As certain death, the extra seat in the Black Scripture and the strongest native human in this world, made such a statement, little did she know that far away, someone was watching her and the other members of the Black Scripture through a mirror. Hey, our prey is finally in the cage. Pushing up the mask on his face, Demiurge let out a low chuckle. Well, it's time to close the net. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Demiurge's evil laughter echoed under the sky, lingering for a long time without settling. Before long, the sky started to darken, signaling that the royal capital was about to welcome the night, and with it, the greatest disaster in history. Chapter 365, Worst Decision. As the Black Scripture began to take action, heading toward the battlefield where Riezel and Shaltir were fighting, another group of people simultaneously retreated, eager to get as far away as possible. Boom. A loud, explosion-like roar echoed from a building a distance away, sending tremors through the ground. Looking at the building that was gradually collapsing, all the members of Blue Roses and Brain, who had regrouped, paused and stood silently in place. We can't stay here any longer. Finally, Locus took a deep breath and was the first to calm down from the situation before speaking to the group. Since the vampire controlling the 8 fingers is far stronger than we imagined, even if we stay here, we can't be of any help and only hold Sir Brynhard back. In that case, we must take a different approach. Locus's words were met with unanimous agreement from the group. Yeah, staying here any longer would be pointless. Our strength gap's way too big, so there's no way we can jump in. Even if we wanted to help Mr. Brynhard, we couldn't. Hard to believe a monster like that exists in this world. I'm starting to get you now, Unglaus. Tia and Tina agreed with Locus's words, and their tone toward Riezel began to carry a hint of respect. Gagarin, on the other hand, spoke sympathetically to Brain, whether in jest or self-deprecation, causing him, his face still pale, to let out a wry smile. All I can say is, we luckily have Lord Brynhard on our side, or else I can never cheer up. Brain spoke in his usual self-deprecating tone, but this time, it was no longer met with opposition from Blue Roses. It couldn't be helped. As they watched several buildings continue to collapse and remembered the young men who seemed almost invisible, their feelings grew more complicated. I admit, those two are surely Dragon Lord level, and among the top at that, the so-called world's strongest, level that's far beyond us. Evil Eye coldly remarked. It's better not to keep comparing ourselves to them, or you'll start doubting why you're even bothering to stay alive in this world. She then turned toward Locus. Locus, what do you think we should do next to help Riezel Brynhard? Hearing this question, everyone turned their attention to Locus, who seemed to have already come up with a plan. First, we need to inform the royal family, especially Princess Renner, so they fully understand just how terrifying the vampire that sneaked into the royal capital is. We also need to notify the Adventurers Guild. Now isn't the time to worry about rules. If we're not careful, with a monster like that vampire wreaking havoc in the royal capital will be destroyed. We have to make the royal family, the nobles, and even the civilians realize how serious this situation is. If necessary, we need to stop the damage in time. In the worst-case scenario, we might have to persuade everyone in the royal capital to evacuate. No one needed to explain what this meant. Evacuate. Persuade everyone. You know, that's gonna be really difficult. Gagarin, Tia, and Tina were all pessimistic as they spoke one after another. Evil Eye was no different. TCH, the princess is manageable, but I don't think the royal family and the nobles will listen willingly, especially the nobles. Hearing Evil Eye's words, which were filled with annoyance, the others wore grim expressions. One should know that the Riezel's kingdom was located in the central western region of the continent's northwest corner, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on 2, it was easily defensible and difficult to attack. At the kingdom's east lay the Baharuth Empire, to the south the Slain Theocracy, and to the north the Arglan Council State, creating a geographical situation where the kingdom was surrounded by 3 countries. It was thanks to the natural geographical barriers that the kingdom was hard to invade by other countries, and thanks to the kingdom's land, mostly flat, fertile, and rich in resources, it created an environment of ease and comfort for humans. However, due to the long-term peace and stability of the environment, coupled with a lack of external crises to serve as stimulation, the upper echelon of the kingdom gradually descended into decadence and corruption. Here, the nobles were rampant and overbearing. Here, a criminal organization's influence had spread and firmly taken root. Here, the commoners were despised by the nobles. Meanwhile, only 30% of the kingdom's land was controlled by the royal family, another 30% by the 6 most powerful, highest-ranked noble families, while the remaining 40% belonged to other mid- and low-ranking noble families. Such a situation led to a long-standing conflict between the royalty faction and the nobility faction, causing great suffering for the people. In other words, the Riezel's kingdom was a backward and corrupt country. Instead of focusing on defending itself against foreign enemies, it was more obsessed with internal strife. Even in the event of war with a neighboring empire, the kingdom resorted to conscription, forcibly recruiting male civilians to serve as militia and form an army to confront the empire's forces. It could be said that, aside from a few private soldiers of the royal family and nobles, the kingdom's soldiers were mostly poorly trained, low-morale commoners with meager equipment. Needless to say, the only advantage the kingdom had was a large number of soldiers they could recruit, and beyond that, they had almost no military strength. Even worse, the kingdom had a deep-rooted admiration for valiant cavalry, which led to magic knowledge being excluded from general education. Even most of the royal family members and nobles lacked a basic understanding of magic, leaving the kingdom with no magic-ready forces tied to it. For such a country, it was easy to imagine how many corrupt and degenerate people were inside. In this country, where the nobles occupied 70% of the land, most were corrupt and incompetent, having long exploited the commoners and allowed crime to run rampant. What made it even more ridiculous was that, to maintain their own interests, they even engaged in infighting with the royalty faction that supported the king's policies, causing untold obstacles and weakening their own country's strength. Because of this, Riezel was deeply worried about the kingdom's steadily deteriorating situation and the king's position. Even when he learned that those nobles were actually trying to eliminate him to weaken the royalty faction, he was helpless and couldn't seek justice from those powerful nobles, truly frustrating. Now that an extremely terrifying vampire had appeared in the royal capital, with the power to easily destroy the entire city, Riezel and the others judged that if the vampire wasn't dealt with, the royal capital would definitely be lost. Given this, they could only try to persuade the royal family and the nobles to cooperate, convince the civilians, and, while the vampire was being held off by Riezel, make the worst-case preparations. If necessary, they would have to abandon the royal capital and evacuate everyone. However, no matter how they thought about it, it seemed impossible to prevent those profit-driven nobles from obstructing such a suggestion. Those mindless fools will probably think we're just making empty threats. In their minds, it's just a single monster after all. They'd never agree to abandon a city that holds so much of their wealth and property. Evil Eye spoke coldly while looking toward the gloomy sky. If we pass this info to them, the most likely thing they'll do is force the commoners, even force the king, to form a suicide squad willing to risk their lives to hunt down that vampire to protect their wealth and safety. What Evil Eye said was definitely a possible outcome. For those corrupted nobles, the lives of commoners and adventurers were as cheap as dirt. If sacrificing them meant preserving their own interests, they would do whatever it took to make it happen. Even worse, they might come up with a plan to have the royal family send troops to hunt down the vampire under the excuse that the royal capital was the royal family's territory and the kingdom's capital. That way, whether they succeeded or failed, there would be a benefit for them. If successful, their interests would be secured. If they failed, the royalty faction would be greatly weakened. It was a win-win situation. Of course, this wasn't the worst part. The worst part is, I'm worried those fools might do something stupid once they find out Riezel Brynhardt's true strength and then resort to underhanded methods to make him their lackey. Evil Eye looked at Riezel, speaking every word clearly. You don't need me to tell you, you should understand by now how serious the consequences would be if those fools anger someone like Riezel Brynhardt. At this, Brain reacted. If I were Lord Brynhardt, I'd just storm into the royal castle and chop off the heads of those stupid nobles. Brain said with a cold chuckle. Hearing this, Evil Eye sighed faintly and then continued. If something like that really happened, this kingdom's done for. Not only would the nobles managing the lands be finished, but the king would also have to take the blame and step down. Later on, the royal family's children would start fighting for the throne, and the people would suffer as the land turns into a battlefield. Without a ruler, they wouldn't survive, and in the end, this kingdom would either be wiped out by neighboring countries or destroy itself. There's no third option. Evil Eye's words left Riezel gasping for air, almost suffocating from the pressure. Seeing this, Evil Eye seemed to soften. Anyway, let's go talk to the princess first and try to come up with something using her advanced intellect. Evil Eye offered a solution that wasn't really a solution. Okay, let's go with that. Riezel said while nodding helplessly. With that, the group began to leave the area, heading toward the royal castle as quickly as possible to meet Renner. However, they had no idea that they were making the worst decision of all. At the same time, the Black Scripture finally arrived at the hideout of 8 Fingers, entering the battlefield where Riezel and Shaltir were fighting. However, the battle unfolding before their eyes left these elite human experts frozen, their hearts filled with dread. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Seeing the battle directly and clearly with his own eyes, the captain of the Black Scripture seemed unable to believe what he was witnessing and muttered in disbelief. Certain Death also stared intently at the battle, feeling the overwhelming power of Riezel and Shaltir in the air, which made her grip on her war scythe tighten. Upon closer inspection, a bead of sweat could even be seen trickling down her forehead. Clang! In front of these human experts, above the collapsed ruins of buildings, Riezel and Shaltir collided like falling meteors, their weapons smashing together with a thunderous metallic sound, sending shockwaves that rattled the air. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Each clash of their weapons sent a storm-like shockwave, followed by the constant ringing of metal and booming sounds. Riezel and Shaltir engaged in a jaw-dropping battle, like two streams of light chasing and colliding in midair. In the eyes of this world's natives, such a scene and the imposing clashing sounds were as if two gods were in conflict. Chapter 366, The Battle of True Gods. At this moment, every member of the Black Scripture watched the battle between a young man and a young girl in the sky with dumbfounded expressions. If it had to be described, their battle resembled a mythological battle between the Thunder God and the Evil God. Appearing younger than the captain of the Black Scripture but older than certain death, the young man wasn't wielding the hammer of thunder but swung the sword of thunder, causing slashes filled with mighty lightning to tear through the air and strike at his foe. Such a scene resembled the Thunder God from myth, as the sheer power he unleashed was on a level far beyond what any mortal could achieve. Meanwhile, on the opposite side stood a much younger figure, seemingly about the same age as certain death, an absolutely beautiful girl clad in crimson full-body armor. Even though she appeared like a goddess of beauty who wasn't skilled in combat, the negative energy surging around her dyed her in an aura of pure malice. And when combined with her ferocious expression, if she wasn't an evil god, then what could possibly qualify as one? Each of their attacks was powerful enough to shake the sky, to send tremors through the earth, while their strength, speed, and combat techniques were all at levels that mortals could only dream of. Each clash between them felt like meteors colliding, the metallic sounds of their weapons echoing while the shockwaves swept through like a storm. If this battle were on the ground, the destruction wouldn't be limited to just the buildings, it would level everything in its path. It was as if the world itself screamed in agony as their battle raged on, constantly trembling and roaring. Now, neither certain death nor the captain felt like awakened godkins, considered special and the final trump cards by the slain theocracy, but no more than insignificant mortals gazing up at the battle of true gods. Let alone fighting them, just keeping up with their speed to catch glimpses of their figures was already something extremely difficult. At this moment, only one thought filled their minds. Too strong. Whether it was the young man who constantly transformed into lightning bolts like a thunder god, unleashing lightning slashes, or the vampire girl whose lance thrust relentlessly like a black storm, both were terrifyingly powerful. Each of them was undoubtedly stronger than the captain of the Black Scripture. Each of them was undoubtedly stronger than certain death. Yes, the so-called guardian of mankind, the strongest human known as certain death, had to admit that neither she nor her captain could compare to them. What's going on? Wearing a disbelieving expression, the captain wavered visibly, feeling an impulse to scream out, disregarding everything. How did that vampire suddenly get so strong? Known as the one with the title of Black Scripture, the captain had now confronted Shaltir for the third time. The first time was in the northern forest of Riezel. The second time was during the attack on one of the human cities of the slain theocracy. In those two instances, Shaltir had shown extremely terrifying power, but he was certain she had not been this strong before. At least, to him, the Shaltir from those two previous encounters seemed weaker than certain death, who equipped the artifacts left by the six great gods. However, now Shaltir's displayed strength was far beyond what it had been the last two times, far surpassing any power he had ever seen. How could this happen? Even though the captain thought like this, questioning what actually happened, he already knew the answer. Isn't the answer obvious? Certain death gritted her teeth, speaking in a low voice that seemed full of either anger or unwillingness. That damn vampire, the last time we encountered her, she didn't use any equipment. In this world, equipment was more often than not a common weakness of powerful races. Because they were so overconfident in their inherent bodies, strength, and abilities, most powerful races disdained wearing any equipment. Naturally, the best example was the dragon race, the strongest race in this world. Dragons possessed the strongest bodies, with both physical attack power and defense at the top of all races on the continent. Coupled with their intelligence, long lifespans, and some even being able to use powerful magic, they could easily surpass almost every other race in this world. Had anyone ever seen a dragon in armor? Had anyone ever seen a dragon wielding a weapon? Needless to say, this was the arrogance of the naturally powerful. Shaltir was an extremely intelligent vampire, something the members of the Black Scripture already aware of, but whether it was that time in the northern forest of Riezel or the time in the human city of the slain theocracy, she never used any equipment. As a result, the captain, after witnessing Shaltir's strength, firmly believed that certain death, when armed with the artifacts left by the six great gods, was stronger than Shaltir. It was only natural for him to think like this since the battle in the human city confirmed this belief. At that time, because Shaltir had brazenly attacked one of the cities in the slain theocracy, the 6 cardinals sent out the Black Scripture and ordered certain death to use the artifacts left by the 6 great gods for the campaign, aiming to completely eliminate Shaltir. Later, the Black Scripture encountered Shaltir in the ruined city and immediately engaged in battle, with certain death as the main force, the captain assisting from the sidelines, and the other members of the Black Scripture providing long-range support. Ultimately, they succeeded in defeating Shaltir, forcing her to retreat and flee from the slain theocracy to the Riestai's kingdom, leading the Black Scripture to pursue her all the way to the royal capital of the kingdom. Because they had succeeded in defeating Shaltir without significant trouble, they were then ordered by the 6 cardinals to continue the pursuit and eliminate any future threats from her. Unfortunately, when they encountered Shaltir again, she was now wearing a set of armor that was clearly not ordinary, and the strange lance in her hand also seemed to possess power that could rival the weapon held by certain death. Such a powerful vampire, once disdainful of wearing equipment, had now armed herself with high-class equipment. How could she not be stronger now? What a nightmare. Muttering such self-deprecating words, the captain didn't hide his fear and despair. It couldn't be helped. Monsters wearing equipment like humans meant the loss of one of humanity's major advantages. Was there any worse news than this? I don't know if it's because of the 2 times she got beaten by us, but that vampire started paying attention to equipment. Certain death muttered through gritted teeth, glaring at Shaltir, who was shouting crazily as she charged toward Riezel. But where did she even find such extraordinary equipment? Even in our place, that armor and weapon are considered legendary artifacts. While certain death truly didn't understand, the captain couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen that oddly shaped lance in the northern forest of Riezel before, when Shaltir had transformed into a grotesque monster. Eventually, the captain seemed to realize something. Could it be that, back then, that vampire had actually already started using equipment? If that was the case, why hadn't she used her equipment when she encountered them in the city she ruined last time? Over time, the captain's heart grew uneasy, even sensing a bad premonition. He felt that he and the others had fallen into some kind of trap as if they were caught in a well-woven net. Just as the captain was beginning to feel the situation wasn't good, certain death spoke up. "Captain, this doesn't look good. If that vampire's this strong, I'm not sure I can win, even with you and the others' help." Certain death admitted frankly. "Looks like I'll have to go with the strategy you mentioned earlier, teaming up with the guy who's currently fighting her." Upon hearing this, the captain looked up at the young man in the sky, who flickered through the air like a lightning bolt. It took a while for him to finally make out the young man's face, thanks to his extraordinary dynamic vision as an awakened godkin. As a result, the captain's eyes widened slightly as he realized that the young man was the same one who had confronted Shaltir back in the northern forest of Riezel. It's him. It's really him. He was 100% sure now that lightning-clad young man was the same young man who had faced that vampire in the forest before. Incredibly, the young man was showing strength that could match that of the fully equipped vampire, even sometimes overpowering her, delivering a blow that sent her flying, with blood spurting from his strike. "Yes. We still have a chance." The captain spoke as if he had seen hope. "If you team up with him, even if that vampire used high-class equipment, she can definitely be defeated. In that case, I need to figure out how to intervene in this battle. If necessary, I might even have to go for a sneak attack." Certain death showed no pretensions of being a strong fighter but spoke pragmatically and focused on victory. "Looking at the current situation, that guy won't be able to take down that vampire easily. In that case, he'll definitely need my help." Pausing for a moment, she then turned her head to the captain. "I'll handle things from here, Captain. You and the others need to retreat from this area." Given the level of the battle, it was likely that only certain death could intervene with her strength, while the other members of the Black Scripture, including the captain, probably wouldn't be able to help much. Staying here would only add to the risk, which the captain understood well. Because of this, the captain quickly agreed. "All right, we'll keep surveillance magic in the area to monitor things. If there's a chance, we'll come back to assist." Without hesitation or any lingering thoughts, the captain turned around, giving instructions to other members of the Black Scripture before quietly withdrawing. Only certain death remained, her gaze fixed intently on the battle taking place in midair. Greater wind stride. Steeled arm strike. Greater piercing. Greater ability boost. Greater ability sense. Certain death silently activated her martial arts, building up her strength and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Boom. In the sky, Riezel, transforming into a lightning bolt, burst forth at an incredible speed, turning the slash of his sword into the same lightning bolt and violently striking Shaltir. Known across the Akasha continent for its fame as, a flash of lightning means defeat, this slash was finally unleashed by Riezel's hand. Poochie. With a ripping sound, Shaltir, who couldn't react in time, was struck. Arf. Shaltir let out a humiliating screech, her body splattered with what seemed like enough blood to be fatal as she flew backward. Torn apart by thunderclap and flash, her waist was nearly severed, leaving only the bones still connected. It was undoubtedly a fatal wound. However, maximize magic, greater lethal. Shaltir screamed as she chanted before a massive surge of negative energy enveloped her body, healing her wounds. Such a scene had played out countless times before, but the difference this time was that her injuries were so severe they couldn't be healed as easily as before. Riezel, emerging from the lightning bolt, watched Shaltir in this condition before suddenly smiling faintly. Still not using your trump cards? You really will die, you know. Needless to say, this was Riezel's declaration of victory. Chapter 367, If you don't plan to go all out, then die. Cough, cough. With 2 coughs, blood started to drip from Shaltir's lips, staining her chin and neck red. At this moment, she had fully become a blood-soaked Valkyrie. Not only had her waist almost been severed, but she was bleeding severely, with blood also dripping from the corners of her mouth. Her entire body was drenched in blood. Adding to this, her armor, a full-body crimson set, gave her a truly tragic and fallen appearance. Of course, her appearance was just a superficial reflection of her true suffering, as the real tragedy lay in her health points. Now, her health points had dropped to the limit, nearly reaching 0, indicating that the negative life force within her was almost gone. Once it dissipated, she, as an undead, would immediately die. For this reason, Riezel's declaration wasn't just a provocation or an act of arrogance, but simply the truth. Her current situation made Shaltir realize just how dire her circumstances had become. TCH. Shaltir clicked her tongue in extreme frustration and unwillingness. Clearly, the fact that she had lost to a mere human was something she couldn't accept, making the anger and sadistic tendencies in her heart verge on exploding. A true vampire like her wasn't one to be trifled with, after all. She was genuinely a ruthless and cruel monster inside and out, as proven by how, back in the northern forest of Riezel, she hadn't hesitated to rip apart the limbs of those bandits, decapitate them, and leave their bodies in pieces, creating a genuine sea of corpses and blood. It went without saying that the only reason she could stay calm this time was merely that the painful memory of her previous failure was still deeply etched in her mind, but nonetheless, that didn't mean she had changed. In other words, Riezel's declaration, Riezel's dominance, and Riezel's one-sided suppression had the power to ignite the darker side of her heart. Naturally, this wasn't like when she had to retreat from the slain theocracy. When she lost to the Black Scripture in the human city of the slain theocracy back then, it was not because she could not defeat them but because the retreat itself had been part of a plan set up by the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Because of that, she hadn't worn her full set of equipment at the time, and she had barely used any of her special skills or high-tier magic. However, this time was different. Except for a few special skills, she had used everything she had this time, yet Riezel had reduced her to this state, truly something she couldn't accept. However, collecting information about his strength and abilities. I guess this is pretty much done, right? Shaltir silently thought to herself, feeling that through this battle, she had witnessed Riezel's strength and learned about several of his abilities. Under these circumstances, she believed her mission was almost complete. What about Demiurge? Is he still not done yet? Feeling her low health points, Shaltir grew a bit anxious. If you don't finish soon, I'll really have to start going all out, Demiurge. Shaltir's inner cry was, of course, unheard by Riezel. Riezel simply saw Shaltir hovering before him with a fluctuating expression and seemingly had no intention of using her trump cards. Realizing this, Riezel's smile instantly faded. Truthfully, he really wanted Shaltir to go all out because that would be the most advantageous for him. It was only natural since the stronger his enemy, the more Excelia he would gain from defeating them. If Shaltir continued holding back and didn't use her full strength, even if he defeated her, the gains would be much smaller. No risk, no reward, right? If victory came too easily, there would be no chance of gaining much Excelia. Given that there weren't many strong individuals in this world, and now that he had rarely encountered one, he really wanted to maximize his gains, or else he wouldn't have dragged this fight on for so long. Unfortunately, Shaltir was apparently still scheming something, unwilling to go all out by bringing out all her trump cards, which pushed his patience to the limit. He really hated this kind of underhanded scheming. What he preferred was a true, all-out battle, one where everything was on the line, where life and death could be decided in an instant, a fight that would make adrenaline surge, leaving the fighters uncontrollably excited. Shaltir could clearly provide that, but unfortunately, in her efforts for Ain's unknown schemes, she was willing to become battered and bruised, refusing to go all out to secure that final victory. Such a calculated battle, to be honest, was starting to make him uncomfortable and somewhat pissed. In that case. Boom. *BZZZ. Asterisk. A violent lightning suddenly erupted from Riezel's body, sending a blinding and terrifying lightning bolt shooting up into the sky, illuminating the already darkening night. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the lightning bolt seemed to gain awareness, gathering toward the sword that Riezel had sheathed at some point. Shaltir was immediately awakened by this exaggerated celestial phenomenon, looking at Riezel, who was surrounded by countless lightning bolts that made him seem like a true god of thunder. Soon, a deadly sense of crisis rose within Shaltir's heart, one so intense it almost made her feel both angry and terrified. In fact, it wasn't just Shaltir, even certain death, hiding in the shadows, felt the same. What is that? Certain death stared dumbfounded at Riezel, whose lightning phenomenon was causing such an incredible spectacle. She felt her scalp tingle, her body shook uncontrollably, and a strong urge to run rose within her, making the power she had just accumulated by using several powerful martial arts almost collapse under the pressure. Riezel, bathed in the dazzling lightning, gazed at Shaltir with an emotionless expression. If you don't plan to go all out, then die. As soon as these words came out of Riezel's mouth, he lowered his body and slowly placed his hand on the sword at his waist. Hoo! Haa! Riezel's breath seemed to turn into thunder itself, causing the lightning around him to surge with each exhale and inhale. Seeing this, Shaltir instinctively realized one thing: the next strike would be earth-shattering. If she didn't do something, she would definitely die. Yes. Die. Greater teleportation. Shaltir cast high-tier teleportation magic without hesitation, preparing to escape from Riezel's attack range. Unfortunately, her teleportation magic failed, making her furious. She could feel an invisible wave of magical energy spread through the area, making the entire space feel as though it had frozen, preventing her from using teleportation magic. You kidding me? Dimensional Lock. Dimensional Lock was an 8th-tier magic that prevented teleportation magic from working within a certain range, locking the space and disabling teleportation abilities. It was as if Riezel had anticipated that Shaltir would use teleportation magic to escape the battlefield, as he had already set up Dimensional Lock, sealing off the space in the area. Thunder breathing, first form. Riezel's whispered words slowly rang out, reaching the ears of the furious Shaltir. Feeling Riezel's increasing power and the mounting sense of danger in her heart, Shaltir couldn't hold back anymore. Negative Impact Shield. Shaltir finally used one of her trump cards, a special skill that was both defensive and offensive. In an instant, a shockwave surged like a storm, transforming into a dazzling, reddish-black wave of force that shot out from Shaltir's hand. Riezel, however, remained completely unfazed, his expression as calm as a still lake. It's too late. As soon as these words resounded, Riezel transformed into divine lightning. Thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Boom. In the thunderous roar that shook the sky, a lightning bolt more dazzling, more blinding, and more brilliant than any before shot up from the horizon, racing toward Shaltir like a lightning ray. It seemed to tear through space, disturbing the invisible wave of magical energy that was locking the dimension. It seemed to break through time, crossing the entire sky in an instant, moving so fast it was almost like a true beam of light. Shaltir's negative impact shield tried to block it, tried to stop it, but her negative impact shield couldn't even catch up to the lightning ray as it left her negative impact shield behind in the blink of an eye, bypassing it completely. In the end, when the lightning ray reached Shaltir's face, her expression was still frozen in shock and fury. Not even her vision, her senses, or her consciousness could keep up with its speed. Ultimately. Whoosh! A strike, raging like divine lightning from the heavens, rushed through in an instant. Bzzz. Riezel's figure appeared behind Shaltir, who was still holding her arm up as the lightning flickered and faded. Time itself seemed to freeze for that 1 second. Schwing. Riezel slowly sheathed his sword, signaling the end of the battle. Shaltir didn't turn around to look at Riezel but stood frozen, her pupils trembling violently. At this moment, the emotions on her face were no longer just shock and fury, they were disbelief. Splurt. Blood suddenly sprayed from the back of Shaltir's body, as if it were a delayed reaction. Soon, a line of blood appeared, running down from the top of her head, extending down her entire body until it reached her crotch. In the next second, her body split apart, evenly torn in two, falling to the left and right in opposite directions. 1/2 halves. W1. Certain Death, who had seen the scene with her own eyes, finally snapped out of the shock from the earth-shattering lightning and spoke in a tone full of disbelief, her eyes widening. She stared at the young man, who was facing away from Shaltir, slowly sheathing his sword. As she looked at his calm, indifferent, and merciless face, her mind instinctively trembled. He really won, alone. With a power so overwhelming that even she found it suffocating, he claimed an unquestionable victory. For what had she come here? Was her presence actually unnecessary? Certain Death couldn't even begin to describe how she felt at this moment. She only knew that she would likely never forget the figure standing in the sky, radiating with lightning. Now, his figure had already become something no different from the god she worshipped in her heart. Just as Certain Death's heart trembled while gazing at Riezel, who stood midair, sheathing his sword, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Aspect of the devil, razor-sharp claw. A devil with wings spread wide and claws extended lunged at Riezel's back, fierce and urgent. Chapter 368, Enemy of the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Just as Certain Death's heart trembled while gazing at Riezel, who stood midair, sheathing his sword, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Aspect of the devil, razor-sharp claw. A devil with wings spread wide and claws extended lunged at Riezel's back, fierce and urgent. Such an unexpected and sudden attack nearly exposed the hidden certain death, who instinctively wanted to shout a warning to Riezel. However, even shouting out now was already too late. Certain death was sure that the devil launching a sneak attack on Riezel was undoubtedly a very powerful being. Its attack strength might not have matched the vampire's, but its speed was undoubtedly faster. Meanwhile, the devil's fingers, which had transformed into a sharp, claw-like shape, were each about 80 centimeters long, so sharp they could easily cut through the air, faster than the sky-splitting sound could catch up with them. In that instant, the devil's claws had already reached Riezel, piercing through his back, leaving certain death no time to warn him, no time to save him. At this critical moment, however, Riezel actually moved in time. A transparent gleam flickered in Riezel's eyes as a voice, almost like a warning, echoed in his mind, alerting him just before the sneak attack landed, making him sense the incoming danger. As for why this happened, it was thanks to the magic called paranormal intuition that Riezel had cast before engaging in battle with Shaltir. When this magic was activated, the caster gained a literally enhanced intuition ability, essentially strengthening their sixth sense. Because of this magic, Riezel became aware of the threat and quickly activated the transparent world, allowing him to spot the devil coming from behind and figure out who it was. Who? Who else but Demiurge? Body of effulgent aquamarine. Without wasting time, Riezel immediately cast a 10th tier magic from the same category as Body of Effulgent Barrel. While Body of Effulgent Barrel was defensive magic used to defend against blunt attribute attacks, Body of Effulgent Aquamarine was used to defend against piercing attribute attacks, making it the perfect choice for this situation. Immediately, Riezel's body shimmered with a brilliant aquamarine glow. Whoosh! Demiurge's sharp, piercing claws thrust deep into Riezel's back, going straight through his body. However, as the aquamarine light flared up, Riezel's body seemed to shift through time and space, moving back a short distance, causing Demiurge's claws to miss, and it instead struck air. Ultimately, Riezel's back was untouched, showing no signs of being pierced. Maximize magic, brilliant radiance. Without even turning around, Riezel quickly cast another magic, summoning a dazzling holy light pillar from the sky that crashed down onto Demiurge's body. Ayaha! Screaming in pain, Demiurge, in a frog-like form with membranous wings on his back, cried out in agony as his body seemed to burn, with smoke rising from him. Only then did Riezel prepare to turn around, placing his hand on the sword at his waist, seemingly ready to draw and strike at Demiurge, but suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded, one that stunned the hidden certain death. Heyawaha! Shaltir, who had been split in half by Riezel, suddenly let out a scream that could not be determined whether it was from pain or hysteria. Her body, which had split and fallen to either side, froze for a moment, then, at an incredible speed visible to the naked eye, quickly returned to its original state. It wasn't just her body, even her blood was flowing backward, returning to her body and crawling back in as if everything was being rewound, the phenomena happening to her were reversing. Needless to say, this was one of Shaltir's trump cards, a special skill that allowed her to reverse time and restore herself to full condition, time reverse. In the face of death, Shaltir could no longer hide this special skill, so she immediately activated it, reversing her time and returning to a perfect, unscathed state. Now, even her equipment had been restored to its original condition, not a single drop of blood on it, as though she had never been in a fight. Nevertheless, the fact that she nearly died could not be erased, so as a result, after struggling on the brink of death, Shaltir's eyes turned red with rage, and her beautiful face twisted into the form of an ugly monster due to her fury. Purifying Javelin. In the next moment, Shaltir raised one hand and, under the influence of her burning rage, threw a javelin of light that formed with astonishing speed. It was a huge javelin, over 3 meters long, made entirely of pure, radiant light with a particularly massive tip, reflecting dazzling silver light under the increasingly deep moonlight, blinding in its brilliance. It was one of Shaltir's special skills, an offensive skill with a holy attribute capable of inflicting great damage on her opponent, Purifying Javelin. Glittering with brilliant radiance, the javelin of light cut through the air and shot toward Riezel, as if intending to purify him. Bizarrely, it wasn't vicious like its user but instead had a holy feel to it. Finally getting serious, huh? Riezel remarked calmly and stopped drawing his sword. Wrapped in magical energy from Fly, Riezel quickly leaped backward to avoid Purifying Javelin. However, Purifying Javelin was a special skill that could ensure a perfect hit by using extra magical energy when launched, making it impossible to avoid by mere evasion, so the more Riezel tried to dodge, the fiercer the javelin chased him, and no matter how he changed direction, it quickly followed, like a meteor chasing lightning. Silent Magic, Arc's Ray. Realizing he couldn't dodge Purifying Javelin, Riezel quickly switched from defense to offense, raising his hand to fire a beam-like light arrow. Naturally, this wasn't tier magic learned in this world but Lafia's magic from the world of Danmachi. Normally, Ark's ray required chanting to release, but with the metamagic enhancement of silent magic, Riezel turned this magic into an instant cast that didn't need any chant, movement, or preparation. Coincidentally, since Ark's ray had a similar effect to Purifying Javelin, possessing tracking capabilities and almost ensuring a perfect hit, Riezel aimed Ark's ray at the approaching Javelin of Light. Boom. In an instant, the beam-like light arrow collided head-on with the Javelin of Light, neither able to avoid the other, creating an explosion in midair that cancelled each other out. However, the shockwave from the explosion burst out like fireworks, sending Riezel, who was relatively close, flying backward for quite some distance. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, two sky-splitting sounds rushed in. They were none other than Shaltir and Demiurge, both spread their wings and darted out of the explosive wind, pursuing Riezel. Purifying Javelin. Shaltir used her special skill again, raising the Javelin of Light that emitted a holy aura and shone with silver brilliance in her hand. At the same time, she imbued the Javelin with a guaranteed hit effect and, propelled by its power, charged toward Riezel at a speed that shattered the sound barrier. Aspect of the Devil, Stout Demon's gigantic arms. Demiurge raised one arm before it suddenly expanded several times, becoming a giant demonic arm, as if it were the massive, muscle-bound arm of a giant. Not wasting any time, he quickly swung his giant hand toward Riezel, causing a roaring gust of wind to explode through the air. As the two floor guardians of the Great Tomb of Nazarick launched a full-force attack on Riezel at the same time, the pressure and aura they gave off were truly overwhelming. Thunder breathing, sixth form, rumble and flash. Seeing Shaltir and Demiurge attack him from different directions, leaving him with no space to retreat, Riezel drew his sword as fast as he could and unleashed the sixth sword form of thunder breathing. Swing. As the sound of Riezel unsheathing his sword resounded, countless lightning-like slashes erupted in all directions from his position. Boom. Boom. Because Shaltir and Demiurge could not stop their attacks, the Javelin of Light and the giant arm ultimately collided with the incoming lightning-like slashes, causing explosive, thunderous sounds. In the end, the shockwave from the astonishing impact sent all three of them flying back, distancing them from each other as they were carried away by the wind. Not yet. Shaltir yelled in anger, her eyes turning even redder. Failing once, Shaltir prepared to charge at Riezel again, seemingly having lost all rationality. Stop it. Shaltir. Demiurge grabbed Shaltir's shoulder to stop her. Let go of me. Unfortunately, the current Shaltir would not listen to Demiurge's words, she was clearly at her boiling point. Enough. Don't be unreasonable. Demiurge scolded sternly. The plan has already started. We need to retreat first. But. Shaltir turned her bloodshot eyes toward Demiurge, but he withstood her murderous glare and spoke coldly. Remember, this is Lord Ain's order. Do you want to disappoint him again? As soon as Shaltir heard these words, the anger burning in her heart was immediately suppressed. Let's go. Take the information you've gathered back first. Demiurge continued quietly. At this, Shaltir was still angry and unwilling, but she had no choice but to obey. Wanna leave? Riezel spoke up, his eyes squinting as he clearly saw their intentions. Shaltir. Just as Riezel was about to take action, Demiurge's voice became urgent. Ah. I know already. Shaltir exclaimed in an exasperated tone before immediately using a special skill. Summon Household. Countless vampire bats and vampire wolves immediately emerged from Shaltir's shadow, charging at Riezel. Greater rejection. Seeing this, Riezel used the same magic he had previously used to repel the high-tier undead summoned by Shaltir. Greater rejection was a 9th-tier magic that could forcibly expel summoned monsters. Despite being only 9th tier, however, it could even remove monsters summoned by 10th-tier magic. Against opponents who favored summoning, this magic proved powerful. As Riezel unleashed the magic, his magical energy surged outward, easily clearing the countless vampire bats and vampire wolves, but when they vanished, Shaltir and Demiurge were already gone. Did they run? Riezel furrowed his brow, his eyes flashing with a transparent gleam as he scanned the area, but he couldn't find the two of them. Before long, Riezel realized that the dimensional lock he had cast had apparently been dispelled, so they must have used teleportation magic to escape. TCH. Riezel clicked his tongue before sheathing his sword with a look of displeasure on his face. Guess I just don't get along with those guys. He reaffirmed this fact, confirming that his future would be as an enemy of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Chapter 369, Old Friend. A great battle had come to an end, and it was finally time to declare it over. Riezel fell from the sky, landing in the ruined remains of the Eight Fingers hideout, then glanced toward the horizon, looking in the direction of the Royal Capital Center. Gazing in that direction, Riezel frowned for a moment before suddenly speaking up. After watching for so long, it's about time you showed up, right? Riezel's voice echoed in the empty air above the ruins. However, the response came as an indescribable silence, as if nothing existed around him. Not planning to come out. Riezel continued, already expecting this outcome. In that case, let me bring you out myself. With that, he reached for the sword at his waist. Wait. Seeing Riezel's hand move toward his sword, the figure hidden in the shadows could no longer stay silent. I'm coming out now. Exclaiming in panic, a girl dressed in paladin-like armor, with long hair that was half black and half silver-white, and heterochromatic eyes jumped out from the shadows. Seeing this strange girl with such unusual hair and eye colors, Riezel was momentarily stunned before speaking in surprise. Certain Death. At the mention of her name, Certain Death froze. Why, you know me. Certain Death looked more surprised than Riezel himself. Of course. Riezel reined in his surprise and regained his calm demeanor. I've long heard your name. You're the extra seat in the Black Scripture, known as the Guardian of Mankind, right? I've always admired your reputation. Upon hearing this, Certain Death instinctively wanted to retort, telling him that he was a great liar. It couldn't be helped. One should know that the Black Scripture was one of the 6 scriptures of the slain theocracy. However, what were the 6 scriptures? They were the elite, secret military units of the slain theocracy, directly under the 6 cardinals, consisting of 6 units deployed on missions they deemed crucial to the security of their nation and the continued survival of the human race in service to their ideology of human supremacy. Given this, the information about such organizations was tightly protected by the nation, where ordinary people didn't even know they existed. Even the citizens of the slain theocracy themselves might not know of them, let alone those from other countries. If it weren't for someone like Riezel, who held a high position in the Riezel's kingdom, he wouldn't even know the name 6 scriptures. Nevertheless, even for someone like Riezel, who held a significant position in the kingdom, it was unlikely he would know much about the 6 scriptures. He might know of them and understand their main duties, but to say he knew the individuals from the 6 scriptures wouldn't be certain. For example, at the time in Karn village, Riezel knew about the existence of the Sunlight Scripture and that they were a special unit directly under the 6 cardinals, with their main purpose being to wipe out the dwellings of demi-humans. He also knew that to join the Sunlight Scripture, one must at least be able to use 3rd-tier magic, but he likely didn't know who the captain of the Sunlight Scripture was or what kind of feats the person named Nigan Gridlewin had accomplished. Since even the Sunlight Scripture, which often went on missions outside the slain theocracy, kept their information secret, the secrecy level of the Black Scripture, as the most special and strongest unit among the 6 scriptures, was obviously always the highest and could never be leaked easily. Especially for someone like Certain Death, an awakened godkin and a player descendant, once her identity was exposed, it would almost certainly attract the hostility of strong beings, including the dragon race, who once fought against the 8 Greed Kings. If her information was leaked, in the worst-case scenario, even true dragon lords might get involved. Because of this, when the members of the Black Scripture went on missions, they mostly wore magical masks that could disguise their appearances, always keeping a low profile and being very secretive, never exposing their identities easily. In other words, when Riezel said he had long heard of Certain Death, the extra seat in the Black Scripture, he was no different from admitting he was lying. If he had only heard her name, that would have been one thing, but the fact that he recognized her identity as soon as he saw her could not possibly be explained by something as simple as hearing her name. Regardless, after thinking it over carefully, Certain Death decided it was better not to sour their relationship over such a trivial matter. Since you know me, it's easier to talk. Certain Death said with what she thought was a friendly smile. I have no ill intentions. Like you, I came here to deal with that vampire. As for why I was hiding, it was to find an opportunity to lend you a hand. I'm definitely not trying to harm you. Really? Riezel gave a half-smile. You want to deal with that vampire? Well, since it's you, there might be a chance of success if you sneak up from behind. Riezel's half-smile and words, as if he could see through everything, made Certain Death feel like her secrets were laid bare in front of him, indicating that he clearly knew her well, not just her appearance and existence, but even her strength seemed to be fully understood by him. You flatter me. Certain Death said humbly, suppressing the slight discomfort in her heart. It's just a pity you don't need my help. I never expected there would be such a powerful existence among humans like you. Same to you. Riezel responded calmly, returning the compliment. It's hard for most people to imagine someone as powerful as you among humans. Thankfully, you came late, or else those women who came with me and that so-called genius swordsman who once doubted the potential of humans might have had their worldview shattered again. For Riezel, this was already quite rare praise, and of course, the girl before him truly deserved such praise from him. Because, aside from the overpowered beings from the Great Tomb of Nazareth who had crossed over from Yggdrasil, Certain Death was undoubtedly one of the very few natives in this world who could be considered a powerhouse in Riezel's eyes. In the original work, this extra seat, regarded as the Guardian of Mankind, was rumored to have a level as high as level 88. Such a level, though not reaching level 100 of NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazareth, was still stronger than most beings in this world. Even those legendary dragon lords, except for a very few true dragon lords, would probably not be able to match Certain Death. If certain death used the high-class equipment left behind by the 6 great gods, she could probably fight on par with a level 100 NPC. Naturally, this was assuming she didn't face an NPC who, like her, wore high-class equipment, or she would still be at a disadvantage. From Riezel's perspective, if certain death used the equipment left by the 6 great gods and went all out, she would be at least level 6 in the world of Danmachi, in which, for a native of this world, reaching this level was already quite rare. Certain death, unaware of Riezel's thoughts, couldn't help but feel pleased upon hearing his praise. It wasn't that she was particularly vain, but quite the opposite. She had long been accustomed to others flattering her and no longer paid much attention, but receiving recognition from Riezel, someone even stronger than she was, genuinely made her happy. Maybe I should invite him to the theocracy and have him join our side. Wearing a small smile, certain death entertained this thought. However, while she was fantasizing about such a future, Riezel suddenly threw cold water on her. Enough of the small talk. Instead of wasting time chatting with me, you'd better pay attention to what I'm about to say. Riezel said indifferently. She, that vampire, and her companions seem to have set their sights on your country. You'd better get your people out of here as soon as possible. Huh? What does that mean? Certain death wanted to ask, but just then, Riezel had already used fly and soared into the sky. Wait. Wait a minute. Certain death exclaimed in surprise and instinctively extended the wings attached to the armor she wore. As equipment once worn by the god of wind from the 6 great gods, the armor had wings on the back that allowed flight, enabling the wearer to spread them out freely. Using this armor, certain death spread the angel-like wings and flew toward Riezel, soaring into the sky. Fortunately for her, Riezel hadn't flown far. Shortly after leaving the secluded area where the hideout of 8 Fingers resided and arriving near the center of the royal capital, Riezel stopped midair. Seeing Riezel stop, certain death flew up to him, about to speak, but the scene that greeted her eyes left her stunned. She saw that the royal capital, which once looked ancient and lacking vitality but still peaceful, had turned into a hellscape without her realizing it. Buildings were burning. Flames and smoke were rising. People were screaming. Monsters were rampaging. Monsters that seemed to come from another world, with an inorganic feel to them, resembling dolls or machines, but without exception radiating a divine aura, were flying in from all directions of the royal capital, wreaking havoc. Some of them wielded glowing swords, chasing after the panicked citizens. Others carried staves, releasing magic beams that destroyed buildings and streets. Under their rampage, the entire royal capital had fallen, with fire everywhere, blood everywhere, and screams filling the air. Certain death could hardly believe her eyes because the monsters rampaging in the royal capital were something she knew all too well. Angels. Yes. They were angels, countless angels. Summoned from another world, they were viewed as messengers of the gods in many countries where religious beliefs were deeply rooted, especially in the slain theocracy, which embraced this belief and considered it an integral part of their faith. Yet, those angels were now ravaging the royal capital, either slaughtering lives or destroying objects. How? How could this happen? Certain death muttered, her voice trembling. Riezel, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, lost in his thoughts. Angels, huh? Angels attacking the royal capital. Was this the great tomb of Nazarik's doing? Something they had been secretly planning all this time. Why though? Riezel felt confused. Regardless of the confusion, he wasn't about to just stand by. He saw a large group of civilians being chased down by several angels on a street not far from him, their terrified screams echoing, especially those children and their parents who were desperately protecting them. Riezel instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to chant magic, but I won't let you interfere, Sir Riezel. A voice rang out perfectly from behind Riezel, interrupting him. Riezel froze, his hand halting mid-motion. Certain death snapped out of her daze and quickly spun around. Riezel, on the other hand, slowly turned, his gaze locking onto the source of the voice. Over there stood a figure of his old friend. Chapter 370, Ain's Schemes. In this world, the way people referred to each other was similar to the world of Danmachi and the Akasha continent, where it followed the Western custom, with the given name coming before the family name, unlike the Japanese custom, where the family name came first. Accordingly, when people weren't too familiar with each other and didn't have a deep relationship, they usually referred to others using the family name with an honorific rather than directly using the given name. For example, Gazef, Brain, and the members of Blue Roses all referred to Riezel by his family name, Brynhart, with an added honorific like Lord, Sir, or Mr. as a sign of respect. In this world, the only one who directly called Riezel by his given name was Ains, a former Japanese who treated Western names like Japanese names, a habit from his past life in Japan. Given this, there was no need to think further about who was calling Riezel. It's been a long time, Sir Riezel. Ain's voice echoed as he appeared behind Riezel, floating before him as Riezel slowly turned around. Unlike in the past, Ains was no longer clad in impenetrable full-body black armor, pretending to be a warrior, but had returned to his true form, a white skeleton with red glowing eyes, an overlord who wore a luxurious black robe and held a golden staff studded with precious jewels, while each of his 10 skeletal fingers bore a different ring, each with distinct colors and designs. Ains' body was nothing but bones, no skin, muscles, blood vessels, nerves, or organs, just a skeletal structure. Needless to say, this was Ains' true appearance in this world and also how he looked when fully equipped. Everything he wore, from his robe to his rings and all his magic items and equipment, was undoubtedly top tier, as lavish as could be. Around Ains, several other figures appeared. On his left stood Shaltir, still armored in crimson full-body armor and carrying a tubular lance, her murderous eyes glaring at Riezel. On Ains' right was Demiurge, with membrane wings and a frog-like face. Albedo and Cositus were also present, one clad in jet-black full-body armor with a huge, ominous battle-axe, and the other radiating coldness as he held a silver halberd, both standing in front of Ains, guarding him from all sides. With the 4 floor guardians surrounding him, Ains made his grand entrance, causing certain Death's pupils to constrict sharply and her heart to tremble. It couldn't be helped. In certain Death's senses, these figures were clearly not human but a group of monsters, and each one of them radiated an aura that could only be described as terrifying since she could sense that the auras they emitted were on par with Shaltir's. Each of their auras was undoubtedly far superior to her own. How is this possible? Certain Death's mind was filled with fear and despair. Beings more powerful than herself, terrifying monsters like that vampire, appearing 5 at once. Even worse, from the looks of it, they seemed to be a group. Such a reality felt like the hopeless, hellish scene she had dreaded. Even Riezel squinted slightly, feeling the combined murderous and evil aura of the 4 floor guardians locking him in place, overwhelming him with a sense of pressure. However, this pressure and situation only made Riezel smile faintly. It hasn't been too long, maybe just around 2 months. Riezel finally responded, gazing at Ains while ignoring the floor guardians. I just didn't expect our next meeting to be under these circumstances, Sir Dark Warrior. Hearing his fake name spoken with a somewhat teasing tone from Riezel's mouth seemed to bring a bitter smile to Ains' face. Just call me Ains. Didn't you already know my real name? Not only did Ains' meaningful words fail to make Riezel flinch or look surprised at all, but what Riezel said next would cause Ains to flinch and be surprised instead. As far as I know, that's not your real name either. Am I wrong? Riezel's casual words made the red glow flicker several times in Ains' hollow eye sockets. Oh. It seems you know more than I expected. Ains said, giving Riezel a deep look. You're really making me more and more curious about your background, Sir Riezel. Nah, it's not that great. Riezel met Ains' meaningful gaze and responded with indifference. What matters is that with you bringing the floor guardians to block me like this, can I take it that you finally decided to go to war with me? Riezel's statement sent a shiver through certain Death and made the air around them grow heavier. Despite being surrounded by a group of absurdly powerful monsters, Riezel remained calm and composed, boldly confronting them with such words. To others, this scene was oddly admirable, at least, this was how certain Death felt right now. She couldn't even get a single word out, struggling with all her might just to resist the urge to flee, yet Riezel stood there with ease, facing those terrifying monsters with indifference. If the situation were different, she thought she might really want to praise Riezel, maybe even develop a bit of affection for him, but unfortunately, her heart was consumed by fear, leaving no room for such thoughts. Luckily for certain Death, Ains had no eyes for her, only for Riezel. That should be my line, Sir Riezel. Ains stood tall against the wind, his robe billowing as a wave of dark energy, strong enough to instantly kill any ordinary person, emanated from him. It was one of Ains' racial abilities, capable of causing negative effects like fear, panic, confusion, and insanity to anyone near him while weakening their stats, known as despair aura. If someone's level was too low or they lacked the proper resistance, facing Ains while he activated despair aura could even trigger an instant death effect, causing them to drop dead on the spot. Even more terrifying, when he equipped the staff of Ains' old gown, which was the golden staff he now held, this ability could even affect level 100 NPCs. As a result, everyone in the vicinity, except Riezel, felt a suffocating pressure, especially certain Death, who nearly screamed in fear. Only Riezel could face despair aura head-on, and he was the only one present who could completely ignore the negative effects caused by this ability. Being immune to mental interference, Riezel could disregard the fear, panic, confusion, and insanity induced by despair aura. Being immune to physical interference, Riezel could ignore the stat reduction caused by despair aura. As for the instant death effect, it went without saying that, with Riezel's current level, there was no way he would fall victim to it. In other words, for Riezel, Ains' activation of despair aura was just adding a special effect to his own presence, with no other significant impact. Unaware of this, Ains let out a cold, menacing voice. What happened to the royal capital, as you've probably noticed, is the work of our great tomb of Nazarick. Ains explained calmly, the red glow in his hollow eye sockets flickering slightly. From my investigation, though your background remains unclear, you are likely not a citizen of any of the 3 human countries. In other words, you have no connection to the Riezel's kingdom, the slain theocracy, or the Baharuth Empire. In that case, why did you break your way to Shaltir's place and even attack her? Why try to obstruct us? If anyone is set on starting a war, it should be you, shouldn't it, Sir Riezel? Ains' words sounded almost like an accusation, but Riezel felt as though he were being tested. Clearly, Ains was probing Riezel's motivations to deduce his origins. Unfortunately, Ains was going to be disappointed. Before I answer that, let me ask you something. Riezel said calmly, his face still indifferent. What exactly is the purpose behind all of these elaborate schemes you've set up? Upon hearing this question, the red glow in Ains' eyes intensified. As Riezel had guessed, Ains' original objective was simple. Ains sought revenge on the slain theocracy because they had crossed a line by desecrating the precious child left behind by his guild companion, something he could never tolerate. It could be said that once the slain theocracy used a world item to mind control Shaltir, Ains had already decided that they would be irreconcilable enemies. However, the slain theocracy was a country founded by the 6 great gods, and the 6 great gods were players just like him. Additionally, since they had left behind a world item that could mind control a powerful NPC like Shaltir, it was highly likely that, just as Riezel had told him before, they had some kind of trump cards they could use in a crisis, probably other world items. Considering this, if Ains attacked rashly, the Great Tomb of Nazarick could face unnecessary threats and significant losses. Ains naturally did not want to see the Great Tomb of Nazarick suffer any losses, so he came up with a plan to let Shaltir, the victim, take revenge as her motivation and, without exposing the Great Tomb of Nazarick's existence, make her mess with one of the human cities of the slain theocracy. Ains' plan served 2 purposes. One was to test the slain theocracy's reaction, and the second was to draw out the theocracy's most powerful force, the Black Scripture, which had once used a world item on Shaltir. In other words, Shaltir was merely sent as a decoy, the first step in a series of schemes against the slain theocracy. As it turned out, the plan succeeded brilliantly, as the Black Scripture indeed responded. As the information had indicated, the slain theocracy was a humanocentric nation with extreme hostility toward non-human races, so they would never allow their land to be invaded by a monstrous being like Shaltir. Moreover, when the slain theocracy learned that it was the same terrifying vampire from the Black Scripture's earlier report, they didn't hesitate to deploy their strongest combatant, Certain Death, who brought with her the equipment left behind by the 6 great gods to wipe out the vampire once and for all. However, the slain theocracy unexpectedly didn't use the world item again or employ any other drastic measures, which made Ains hold back somewhat. At that moment, Albedo and Demiurge suddenly made a suggestion to the hesitated Ains. Why not use this opportunity to shift the conflict toward the Riezel's kingdom? Let the 2 nations clash and further test what methods the slain theocracy might have. It was this suggestion that led things to develop into the current state. Chapter 371, Officially Enemy. As the information had indicated, the slain theocracy was a humanocentric nation with extreme hostility toward non-human races, so they would never allow their land to be invaded by a monstrous being like Shaltir. Moreover, when the slain theocracy learned that it was the same terrifying vampire from the Black Scripture's earlier report, they didn't hesitate to deploy their strongest combatant, Certain Death, who brought with her the equipment left behind by the 6 great gods to wipe out the vampire once and for all. However, the slain theocracy unexpectedly didn't use the world item again or employ any other drastic measures, which made Ains hold back somewhat. At that moment, Albedo and Demiurge suddenly made a suggestion to the hesitated Ains. Why not use this opportunity to shift the conflict toward the Riezel's kingdom? Let the 2 nations clash and further test what methods the slain theocracy might have. It was this suggestion that led things to develop into the current state. Simply put, it was an indirect way of using someone else to do the dirty work. From the current situation, even if the slain theocracy had a trump card up their sleeve, they probably wouldn't use it unless they were truly cornered. In that case, the solution was simple: create a crisis for the slain theocracy. However, since the Great Tomb of Nazarick didn't want to risk exposing themselves or suffering losses due to the slain theocracy's hidden trump cards, the one tasked with testing them had to come from somewhere else. Considering various factors, the Riezel's kingdom was the first target chosen by the Great Tomb of Nazarick, so Albedo and Demiurge proposed to Ains to redirect the conflict to the kingdom, using them to test the theocracy's capabilities. In other words, their goal was to completely destroy the relationship between the Riezel's kingdom and the slain theocracy, pushing the 2 countries into war. For this reason, Shaltir pretended to lose to the Black Scripture, luring them out of the slain theocracy and leading them to the Riezel's kingdom's royal capital. Once the prey was confirmed to be within the trap, Demiurge would use a special skill that could dominate others' minds, forcing the members of the Black Scripture to cause chaos in the royal capital. By carefully leaking some information to the Riezel's kingdom's royal family and nobles, making them believe that the Black Scripture had gone mad and unleashed destruction in the royal capital while fighting the monster infiltrating their lands, the royal family and nobles would undoubtedly grow to hate the slain theocracy, which, in turn, would lead to irreconcilable conflict. In order to achieve this, the Great Tomb of Nazarick also deployed personnel near the royal capital to cast Armageddon, Good, at the start of the plan. Armageddon, Good, was a 10th-tier magic capable of summoning a large number of high-tier angels. It was well known that the slain theocracy was a nation of intense religious devotion, worshipping the 6 great gods and viewing angels as messengers of the gods, so the fact that their magic casters often used angel summoning magic in battles was also well known. For example, the members of the Sunlight Scripture, including Nigan, all used angel summoning magic of the 3rd and 4th tier. By commanding angels, they spread the belief that they were chosen by the gods and divinely protected citizens of the slain theocracy. If a massive number of angels invaded the royal capital of the Riezel's kingdom, wreaking havoc alongside the Black Scripture, there would be no way for the slain theocracy to wash their hands of the blame. Especially since they were already known for their hatred toward non-human races, their reaction to the powerful monster who desecrated their lands would likely be violent and obsessive, a completely expected response. Once this goal was achieved, the purpose of the Black Scripture would be complete. At that point, the Great Tomb of Nazarick would secretly kill the members of the Black Scripture, avenging Shaltir while at the same time thoroughly enraging the slain theocracy, making the conflict between the theocracy and the Riezel's kingdom even more irreconcilable. It was a natural outcome. With the members of the Black Scripture killed in the royal capital, the Riezel's kingdom would be forced to take responsibility for the situation, and ultimately, a war between the two countries would become inevitable, an outcome that the Great Tomb of Nazarick wanted. In fact, the Great Tomb of Nazarick even intended to drag the surrounding countries, like the Baharuth Empire, the Roble Holy Kingdom, and the Arglan Council State, into chaos, triggering a war that would sweep across the western countries of the continent. In this way, the Great Tomb of Nazarick could stay hidden in the shadows, weakening the big countries while scheming against the slain theocracy and probing their trump cards. If everything went smoothly, they could annihilate all the surrounding countries in one fell swoop, bringing the Great Tomb of Nazarick fully into the open and spreading the name Ains Olgaun across the entire continent. For Shaltir, this was a grand plan for revenge. For Albedo, Demiurge, and the other Guardians, it was a conquest plan to gradually allow the Great Tomb of Nazarick to dominate this world. For Ains, it was a plan to make the name Ains Olgaun famous, attracting any of his guild companions who might have also been transported to this world. In short, this plan had many layers and countless benefits. Ains had already designated it as the Great Tomb of Nazarick's top priority for establishing itself in this world. Naturally, that was assuming everything went smoothly. So far, things have been going pretty well. Not only had the Black Scripture been drawn out, but Demiurge had also already used his special skill to take control of the members of the Black Scripture who had just retreated. Except for one person who managed to resist the control and had to be temporarily detained, the only other exception was Certain Death, who had stayed by Riezel's side and thus avoided capture. Now, the controlled members of the Black Scripture were causing chaos in the royal capital, while those from the Great Tomb of Nazarick who were lurking in the capital had launched Armageddon, Good, summoning an army of angels to cooperate with the Black Scripture in attacking the royal capital. Once the chaos reached its peak, the Black Scripture would meet its end, and Shaltir's revenge would be fulfilled. Additionally, with the Great Tomb of Nazarick having also taken control of a princess of the Riezel's kingdom and 8 fingers, it gave them countless ways to stir up trouble and force the kingdom to send troops against the slain theocracy. At this moment, the only remaining wild card was one. Riezel Brynhart. Because of this, Ains had appeared personally now, bringing 4 floor guardians with him to corner Riezel, not letting this variable disrupt his plan. Naturally, Ains wouldn't disclose any of this to Riezel since if any information leaked, the entire plan could fall apart in an instant. Now, as Riezel questioned him, Ains had no intention of being truthful. "I just want to return the favor to the theocracy, tooth for tooth." Ains spoke calmly, brushing off all explanations with a single sentence, making Riezel look at him in silence. After a moment of staring, Riezel seemed to give up thinking about it. "Fine, it doesn't matter. In any case, what I intend to do isn't gonna change." Riezel spoke casually, making Ains react to his words. "So, you're determined to oppose us, become our enemy?" Ains asked in a deep, low voice, making it clear that if his skeletal face had eyebrows, they would be furrowed deeply by now. At Ains' question, Riezel responded with a calm expression. "Seriously, you're talking as if this is something unusual or strange." Riezel spread one hand and pointed to the city below. Down there, buildings were still burning, angels continued their rampage, and innocent civilians ran for their lives. Screams, cries, and wails filled the air without pause. As long as one remains human, with even a shred of humanity left in their heart, they wouldn't be indifferent to such a scene, right? Despite saying such words, however, Riezel's expression remained unnervingly calm, almost indifferent. "You don't strike me as the kind of person who'd go out of their way to fight injustice," Ains remarked, sharing his opinion. Of course, I'm not some noble hero. Riezel shrugged, his gaze fixed on Ains. But let me ask you this, if you were the old you, what would you have done in the face of this scene? If it were you back when you were still human? Upon hearing this, Ains fell silent, but the silence didn't last long. I would have run. Ains admitted honestly. If I were my old, ordinary self, what else could I have done? I could only run away, right? I see, that's the biggest difference between you and me then. Riezel nodded before a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. If it were me, I'd probably charge straight into them because it looks thrilling. In other words, even if he were just an ordinary human right now, he would still choose to charge. I'm surely not some selfless hero who hates evil with all my heart, but if I happen to see someone fall while passing by, I'd still help them up if I can, unless they were trying to scam me, of course. I'm not saying there aren't people who would stay indifferent to someone screaming in agony right in front of them, but I don't think I'm one of those people. You know, this is what we call human nature. Riezel's voice spread slowly. If you were still human, you'd understand what I mean, but sadly, you're not human anymore. You become undead inside and out, a monster who's gradually losing the emotions that come with being human. That's why you can coldly make cruel decisions for the benefit of Nazarick and yourself, even starting wars that leave entire nations devastated doesn't faze you at all. Given that, isn't it perfectly understandable for someone to come after you, oppose you, or want to bring you down? At this point, Riezel's smile became somewhat excited. Of course, that someone is none other than me. But honestly, even without all of these reasons, I actually hope I can face off against you guys. I sincerely hope you all can put pressure on me and make our battle somewhat exciting. As Riezel made such a declaration, his selfless state seemed to loosen up a bit, allowing his fighting spirit, which had been confined, to surge out like a tidal wave for just a moment. TCH. Albedo clicked her tongue in annoyance. Guess it really turned out like this, huh? Demiurge remarked, not seeming surprised at all. A strong enemy has appeared. Cosita said in a deep voice. I've already said it. We should have just killed him long ago. Shaltir exclaimed, her sadistic side fully showing, her face twisting into a grotesque expression. Ains raised his head, looking toward Riezel. I'm sorry. Ains' voice turned cold, devoid of any emotion. If possible, I didn't want to be your enemy, but it seems things won't always go as I wish. In that case, let me just eliminate you here, Riezel Brynhart. You are truly a nuisance. As soon as these words were spoken, the world froze. Needless to say, time had stopped because someone had used 10th tier magic, time stop. Who used it? Of course, the caster was none other than Ains, who had used a metamagic enhancement, silent magic, to instantly cast time stop. Sure enough, just as Shaltir said, you don't have any countermeasures against time-based powers. As the only one still able to move, Ains couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Riezel, who had fallen into a frozen state. Chapter 372, Riezel vs. Ains and 4 Guardians. In Yggdrasil, countermeasures against time-based powers were something every player prepared once they reached level 70. Because time-based magic, special skills, or racial abilities were so overpowered, without proper countermeasures, even players with high levels could be defeated by someone capable of using time-based powers. Ains himself had prepared countermeasures, and several NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick were also equipped with appropriate equipment or items to handle time-based powers. Riezel, on the other hand, clearly had not prepared any countermeasures in this regard, which was one of the pieces of information Shaltir had confirmed and brought to Ains after fighting him. This isn't good, Sir Riezel. Countermeasures against time-based powers are a must, or else you'll end up like this, easily taken down. Ains slowly drifted forward into a world where space and time were frozen, arriving right in front of Riezel. Before time stop wore off, all attacks from the caster would be ineffective, so even though Ains was so close to Riezel, he couldn't harm him. However, that didn't mean Ains couldn't do other things. Delay magic, true death. Ains placed his skeletal hand on Riezel's chest and activated a magic spell modified by a metamagic enhancement. Delay magic, as the name suggested, was a metamagic enhancement that allowed magic to be delayed before activation. Since Ains couldn't attack Riezel before time stop wore off, he carefully timed it so that the magic would activate as soon as time stop ended. In fact, what Ains did was a combo of magic that was difficult to time precisely, and probably only about 5% of all magic-oriented job class players in Yggdrasil could use it skillfully. As for true death, it was a 9th tier magic that caused instant death to its target. Once someone was killed by it, there was no way to resurrect them without high-tier resurrection magic. Goodbye, Riezel Brynhart. Ains confirmed his victory, calculating the time. Just 1 second before the delayed magic was about to activate, Ains cancelled time stop, causing the world to resume its flow and time to return to normal. At the same time, Ains' magic, true death, was almost simultaneously unleashed, affecting Riezel's body. Certain death, unsure of what had happened, watched in shock as Ains suddenly appeared in front of Riezel, placing one hand on his chest. "We won." Demiurge spoke with a smile, causing the other guardians to smile as well as if they knew what had just happened. However, in that instant, Riezel suddenly moved. Swing. Drawing his sword at lightning speed, with his whole body crackling with electricity, Riezel slashed toward Ains, whose body was within arm's reach, his sword glowing like a lightning bolt as it seemed to tear through the air. In that instant, the lightning-charged sword struck Ains' body. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the lightning-charged sword struck Ains with precision, sending him flying and leaving him no time to react. What? Shouting in unison, all the guardians were stunned. Lord Ainz. Seeing Ains get knocked away by Riezel's slash, Albedo erupted on the spot. "How dare you do this to our most beloved supreme being? You lowly creatuure. Albedo, letting out an evil aura that twisted the air itself like a monster preparing to engulf the world, screamed with rage before she instantly accelerated to a speed that broke the sound barrier as she charged toward Riezel. Time accelerator. Shaltir also let out a near-mad scream as she chanted time magic. Beating Albedo to it, she instantly appeared in front of Riezel, thrusting spit lance at him. Cutting wind. Cocytus's halberd had mysteriously transformed into a long sword over 180 centimeters long, and with the force of a raging hurricane, he advanced to Riezel's side, slashing with all his might. Aspect of the devil, tentacle wings. Even Demiurge, usually calm and composed, was enraged at this moment, letting out a furious yell as countless tentacle-like tendrils, unnaturally long and writhing like worms, sprouted from his membranous wings and shot violently toward Riezel with a single wave. In the blink of an eye, Riezel was under a combined attack from 4 guardians. In the eyes of others, this was undoubtedly a terrifying situation. Among the 4, the strongest was Shaltir, who, among the intelligent NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, ranked high in power and was the most powerful among the floor guardians. Shaltir's power, equivalent to that of someone at the limit of level 7, was no joke. One blow from her could easily shatter a hill. Albedo and Cocytus, on the other hand, while not as strong as Shaltir, were still among the top 3 in close combat within the Great Tomb of Nazarick. One excelled in offense, and the other in defense. Together, they ranked among the top guardians and were not lower than level 7. Only Demiurge, being a strategist NPC, had relatively weaker combat power compared to the others and was even considered one of the weakest floor guardians. Even so, he was still a level 100 NPC from Yggdrasil, so he couldn't possibly be weaker than level 7. In other words, Riezel was currently facing a siege from 4 level 7 beings, which, in terms of power, was the same as being attacked by 4 sword saints in the Akasha continent. Despite such a dire situation, however, Riezel surprisingly remained unusually calm, his eyes shining brighter than usual. At this moment, Riezel pushed the transparent world to the limit, making his eyes completely transparent in color. He carefully observed the 4 guardians surrounding him, analyzing their muscle movements, blood flow, internal organ activity, and body movements, incorporating all of these into his observation under the transparent world, unraveling their attacks. In the next moment, Riezel took the most appropriate action. Decompose. A crimson wave erupted from Riezel's body, engulfing him like flames. Among the 4 guardians, the first to touch Riezel was Shaltir. Chi. As Shaltir's spit lance made contact with the crimson wave engulfing Riezel's body, it was as though the lance had plunged into a corrosive fluid with incredible dissolving effects, causing it to tremble within the crimson wave, with smoke beginning to rise from it. What the? With her face changing drastically, Shaltir quickly tried to withdraw spit lance, but it was too late. Under the decomposing effect of decomposition magic, spit lance was almost completely dissolved, with the tip of the lance turning to nothingness. How could this be possible? Shaltir couldn't believe her eyes. A divine class item, one of the highest class magic items, just below the 200 world items, had been dissolved by more than half in the blink of an eye. Impossible. As Shaltir was in shock over this, Cocytus and Demiurge also found themselves in a similar situation. Cocytus's long sword, as it was swung into the crimson wave, was immediately disintegrated, its blade turning to nothingness. Demiurge's tentacle-like tendrils, which had been shot out, were also disintegrated the moment they came into contact with the crimson wave, all turning into nothingness without leaving a trace behind. Needless to say, the attacks of these 3 floor guardians were almost completely neutralized under Riezel's overwhelming decomposition magic, with near-destructive results. As for Albedo, wielding an ominous giant battle axe, her weapon showed no signs of disintegration at all but instead easily cleaved through the crimson wave, striking the sword Riezel hastily raised. Ding! Following this heart-stopping metal collision sound, Riezel, like Ains before him, was sent flying. Pang! At the same time, the sword in Riezel's hand met the same fate as the weapons of Shaltir and Cocytus. Under the massive destructive power of Albedo's battle axe, the blade of his sword was destroyed on the spot, shattering into fragments. Impressive. Praising Albedo's battle axe inside his mind, Riezel desperately stopped his body mid-flight before throwing away the broken sword and gazing at the battle axe. Is this the power of a world item? Indeed, the weapon in Albedo's hands wasn't a divine class item like the ones Shaltir and the others had, but a genuine world item, known as Janunga Gap. It was a unique privilege of Albedo as the guardian overseer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick to have one of the 11 world items once obtained by Ainz Ul Gaun as her weapon. Normally, this item took the form of a wand, but it could change into any weapon at will. What made this world item special was that it was a world item with the most destructive power over physical objects. Even though its attack power against living beings wasn't very strong, and was even weaker than some divine class items, it could easily destroy physical objects like equipment, making it a nemesis to all close combat job classes that used weapons. Meanwhile, Ainz, who had been sent flying by Riezel's lightning-charged sword, used greater teleportation to return to the battlefield. Despite having been knocked away by Riezel's powerful slash, however, Ainz seemed to have no obvious injuries, as if nothing had happened. Gazing at Riezel, Ainz quickly and urgently chanted one magic spell after another. Body of Effulgent Barrel, Bless of Magic Caster, Infinity Wall, Life Essence, Mana Essence, Greater Full Potential, Freedom, See Through, Paranormal Intuition, Greater Resistance, Mantle of Chaos, Indomitability, Sensor Boost, Greater Luck, Magic Boost, Draconic Power, Greater Hardening, Heavenly Aura, Absorption, Resist Break, Magic Weapon, Greater Magic Shield, Magic Barrier, Lightning. One magic spell after another was rapidly cast by Ainz, his fast chanting speed suggesting he had practiced them tens of thousands of times, so familiar that they had become second nature. Die. At the same moment, Albedo charged at Riezel again, her battle axe glowing with an ominous light. Seeing this, instead of feeling anxious or panicked, Riezel smiled with an extra sense of joy, and overwhelming excitement. Looks like I gotta bring out my real skills this time. A sword instantly appeared in Riezel's hand, and from it, intense heat began to radiate. Chapter 373, A Bright Sun Rising from the Darkness. At the same moment, Albedo charged at Riezel again, her battle axe glowing with an ominous light. Seeing this, instead of feeling anxious or panicked, Riezel smiled with an extra sense of joy, and overwhelming excitement. Looks like I gotta bring out my real skills this time. A sword instantly appeared in Riezel's hand, and from it, intense heat began to radiate. Meanwhile, almost simultaneously, everyone from the Great Tomb of Nazarick, including Ainz, noticed the unusual sword in Riezel's hand. Even though the sword's appearance wasn't much different from the one Riezel had just used, except for the red cracks running along the blade and a unique pattern that looked almost divine near the crossguard, the blade seemed to glow with a red light, clearly much more powerful than the previous sword, a weapon far beyond compare. Additionally, the sword emitted an extremely high temperature, which could be felt clearly, making the surrounding air rise by several degrees. Such an unusual sword made Ainz and the others' expressions grow more serious. A legendary class item. No, could it be a divine class item? Gazing at Riezel's sword, Ainz thought seriously, trying to identify it. Ainz truly wanted to use all appraisal magic item to examine Riezel's sword since this magic could identify any magic items, giving the caster specific information about the item being examined, but due to the distance in the previous event where he got slashed, he didn't want to risk getting closer to Riezel. Even though, as a skeletal undead, Ainz had a high resistance to slashing attacks, which was why he had remained unharmed after Riezel's previous powerful strike. If what Riezel used was really a divine class item, the damage would likely not be something his resistance could easily handle. Especially the high temperature emanating from the sword, it made Ainz cautious. Undead were well known to be highly vulnerable to holy attribute attacks, but they didn't have much resistance to fire attribute attacks either, so beings like Ainz and Shaltir, as undead, not only needed to be wary of holy attribute attacks but were also highly cautious of fire ones. Now, the sword in Riezel's hand clearly gave Ainz the strong impression that it was a fire attribute magic weapon. Isn't he more skilled in the lightning attribute? Ainz quickly recalled the information Shaltir had brought back. Shaltir had provided a wealth of useful information to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, revealing much about Riezel's abilities. He was skilled in lightning attribute attacks, excelled even more in close combat, and was a master of the sword. He could use magic from various systems and could also employ multiple metamagic enhancements. He had an extremely high resistance to fire attribute attacks, was also resistant to negative attribute attacks, and could even be immune to various negative effects, ignoring debuffs from various magic. In game terms, Riezel was an incredibly versatile character with few weaknesses. Regardless, what truly surprised Ainz was that Riezel could actually nullify his instant death magic, True Death, completely, which was 9th tier magic. First and foremost, Ainz was a necromancy specialized magic caster. Unlike Riezel, whose success rate when using instant death magic against stronger individuals was very low, Ainz had special skills and racial abilities that enhanced his instant death magic, so even against opponents of the same level or those stronger than him, he could ensure a higher success rate for instant death. Yet, in such circumstances, Riezel could actually ignore his instant death magic effortlessly. Such a fact made Ains reassess just how tricky Riezel's existence was, making him quickly adjust his strategy in his mind, deciding not to use magic that caused negative effects but to switch to direct frontal attacks. However, Riezel now started to undergo a change not mentioned in Shaltyr's information. Riezel, supposedly specializing in a lightning attribute as mentioned by Shaltyr, not only equipped a weapon that seemed to be a divine class item with a fire attribute, but his breathing rhythm had also changed. It became more powerful than before. It became hotter than before. It became fiercer than before. Who? HAAA. Even though he was on the verge of being hit by Albedo's giant battle axe, a genuine world item, Riezel ignored it completely, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply as if its intensity could tear apart his lungs, pulling in a vast amount of air. With the massive intake of air, the aura emanating from Riezel's body gradually changed. Before, Riezel had given off a mysterious vibe, powerful yet conspicuous, but with no aura or presence, like a great dragon lying in wait, filled with contradictions from head to toe. Now, however, it was as if that dormant great dragon had awakened, making Ains feel somewhat uneasy. In a fleeting moment, Ains felt as if he saw a bright sun rising from the darkness, and soon, an overwhelming sense of danger abruptly flooded his heart. Wait. Albedo. Overcome with a bad premonition, Ains couldn't help but anxiously shout out to Albedo, who was charging at Riezel. Unfortunately, by the time he spoke, it was too late. Die, lowly creature. Albedo swung her pitch-black giant battle axe down upon Riezel with incredible force, its blade glowing with a dark light as it aimed for his head. Needless to say, if anyone had tried to block this blow with a weapon, it would have been destroyed in an instant, and their head would have been shattered like a watermelon by Albedo's battle axe. Given this, Riezel should have realized this after the previous clash, and logically, he wouldn't try to directly face her with a weapon anymore. However, just as everyone thought this, Riezel, still with his eyes closed, suddenly raised his burning sword and held it out in front of him, blocking Albedo's attack. Asterisk ding. Asterisk. As the giant battle axe came down like a meteor falling from the sky, crashing into the sword Riezel had raised with terrifying force, the impact rang out in the night air with a resounding metal collision, sending a shockwave-like gust of wind surging around him and Albedo. If this shockwave had spread across the ground, it would have completely shattered everything within a radius of several hundred meters, leaving behind a deep crater. Meanwhile, at the center of the shockwave, Riezel remained unmoved, his eyes closed as he held Hermit, taking Albedo's overwhelming strike head-on with a steady, calm stance. What was surprising was that the sword in Riezel's hand wasn't even scratched, let alone cracked. What? Albedo exclaimed with a stunned expression. Just then, Riezel finally spoke up, his tone calm and light. Looks like even against a world item with quality surpassing first-class equipment, the Durandal attribute still takes effect, huh? Riezel slowly opened his eyes, and in those eyes, gleaming with a transparent glow, a flicker of flame danced within. Get back. Albedo. Ains' anxious shout reached Albedo's ears, but it was too late. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. As a terrifying heat burst forth from Riezel's body, accompanied by scorching flames, Hermit, tracing a nearly perfect circular arc, was enveloped in flames that seemed capable of purging everything. Like the sun, the sword appeared in front of Albedo in an instant, slashing toward her. Sun breathing, first form, dance. A slash akin to the arc of the sun cut through the entire night sky, banishing the darkness and the ominous aura surrounding it. PSSSSS. Before Albedo could even react, the perfectly circular strike pierced through her armor and effortlessly cut through her flesh. Splurt. In an instant, blood shot out from Albedo's body. Aya. As Albedo let out a tragic scream, Ains felt his chest explode, stirring emotions within him like a violent eruption. Triplet maximize magic, call greater thunder. Usually calm as an undead, Ains shouted a magic chant filled with fury, clearly unable to suppress his intense emotions. In an instant, 3 enormous lightning bolts, as if condensed from numerous strands of lightning, fell from the sky and struck Riezel. Boom. With a roaring sound, the lightning bolts pierced through Riezel's body, engulfing him entirely, but instead of bringing Ains any joy, this scene made his instincts scream danger, causing him to panic. No choice. As soon as the lightning bolt struck Riezel, paranormal intuition, the magic Ains had cast before, was triggered, amplifying his sense of impending doom. Greater teleportation. Ains cast teleportation magic without hesitation, and at the same time, Riezel's figure appeared behind him like a mirage, carrying the flames of the sun. Sun breathing, fourth form, fake rainbow. Using the flickering flames of the sun to hide his presence, Ains had no idea when Riezel had sneaked behind him, delivering a slash wrapped in blazing flames. Unfortunately, by this time, Ains had already used teleportation magic and vanished from his original spot, causing Riezel's fiery slash to miss. Regardless, the missed slash didn't faze Riezel in the slightest. As soon as Riezel realized his strike had missed, he immediately cast teleportation magic like Ain's. Greater teleportation. Riezel, who had disappeared from his original spot, reappeared in the next moment, and in front of him, Ain's figure appeared just in time. What? Seeing Riezel suddenly appear before him, Ain's exclaimed in panic. If he had a human face, it definitely would have turned pale in shock. Riezel, already transformed into a figure of flames, rushed toward the now close Ain's. Sun breathing, 7th form, sunflower thrust. Riezel unleashed a horizontal thrust, so fast it was like a meteor burning with fire, flames forming concentric rings around his sword and scorching everything it touched. Whoosh! Ain's, having no way to avoid it, took the full brunt of the fiery attack head-on. Ararg! Ain's instantly let out an agonizing cry of pain. As a skeletal undead, although Ain's should have been completely immune to slashing or piercing attacks, the flames carried by Riezel's strike felt as though they could purify evil itself. As a result, when Riezel's strike hit Ain's body, it felt as though he was about to melt, causing him to experience an indescribable and excruciating pain. Lord Ainz. No. Stop. Shaltir, Demiurge, and Cositus, completely unable to keep up with the situation, yelled in a mix of anger and shock as they witnessed this. Purifying Javelin. Hell Flame. Akalanatha Strike. All three floor guardians unleashed terrifying attacks in unison, launching a divine javelin with a purifying and holy aura, pitch-black inferno flames, and a shockwave-like slash, all aimed at Riezel. Sadly, all they received in return were even fiercer flames. Sun breathing, 11th form, Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. As these words resounded, a dancing fire dragon appeared, making the entire world light up. Burning with intense flames, the fire dragon flew through the night sky, scorching the air as it swept toward the three floor guardians. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. With 3 consecutive cutting sounds, the fire dragon passed by Shaltir's side, then Demiurge's side, and finally Cositus's side, as though biting through their flesh, leaving each of them with a huge wound and a large amount of blood spraying out. Ararg. In that instant, their painful screams echoed through the sky. Chapter 374, The Goal of All Life is Death. Certain Death had no idea how to describe the feelings she was experiencing now. She could only stare blankly at everything happening before her, her mind unable to fully process what was going on. Even though she could barely make out the scene, her mind, in contrast to her exceptional dynamic vision and senses, seemed to be rejecting the information, leaving her in a state of blankness. Nevertheless, the only thing she could understand was one thing: the scene unfolding before her was something her usual self would never have been able to imagine, an extraordinary situation beyond her comprehension. Previously, the group of monsters, which had instilled fear and even despair in her, was now easily defeated in front of a young man who wore no armor and only held a sword. Once resembling a thunder god, the young man had now transformed into a fire god, carrying flames capable of purifying all evil. With his sword, the young man effortlessly cut down those powerful monsters, which were symbols of terror. No, he wasn't a fire god but a sun god. Only the sun, which could banish darkness and purify evil, turned those rampaging monsters into sacrifices for the divine sword radiating intense heat, their blood falling from the air one by one. Now, a flickering firelight reflected in the heterochromatic eyes of certain Death. A fire dragon continued to roar as the young man wielding the divine sword emerged, bathed in the fiery blaze. Meanwhile, as the monster's anguished screams, so sharp and pitiful, fell on certain Death's ears, instead of increasing her fear and despair, they seemed to dispel them. At this very moment, the being known as the guardian of humankind was being protected by a young man far younger than her, making her feel a profound sense of security. Riezel, bathed in the flames of the sun, became deeply etched in certain Death's mind, an image she could never forget. However, the battle was far from over. Damn it. Shaltir, her body sprayed with blood, wounds burning like they were on fire, with flames still dancing on them, screamed as she activated her special skill, Time Reverse. As Shaltir's time was reversed, her severe injuries gradually disappeared as if they had been wiped away, restoring her to her original state. Lord Ainz. Albedo, drenched in blood, screamed to Ainz before activating her special skill. As a defense-focused NPC, while Albedo may not have had an overpowered time-based special skill like Shaltir's, she possessed a special skill designed to avoid defeat called Damage Shift, which allowed her to transfer all the damage she received to her armor, making it bear the brunt of the damage. Because of this special skill, she didn't have a divine-class weapon like Shaltir but was equipped with a divine-class set of armor known as Hermes Trismegistus, a full-body armor set with 3 layers designed specifically to repel damage. When Albedo used this special skill, if the damage exceeded the durability of Hermes Trismegistus, the inner layer of the armor would start to break down, continuing until all 3 layers were destroyed, at which point her body would finally take damage. In theory, this meant she could endure up to 3 fatal hits without harm to her body. Now, Albedo activated this special skill, transferring the damage she had received to her armor. Pang. As the sound of armor breaking from within resounded, Albedo's severe wounds quickly healed, leaving her body completely unharmed. Unfortunately, Demiurge and Cocytus didn't have the convenient special skills that Shaltir and Albedo possessed. Sun breathing emitted the same energy as the sun itself, with devastating effects on demons. It caused them to experience agonizing pain as if their internal organs were being burned alive by the flames of the sun itself, gradually breaking down their bodies in a way that prevented regeneration, the most destructive breathing style. One should remember that although Demiurge and Cocytus weren't demons from the world of Demon Slayer, Riezel was no ordinary sun-breathing user either. Because of Pioneer of the Sun, not only did Riezel deal special damage to evil entities, but he also acquired a spiritual body that humans should not possess, making him similar to a naturally born spirit in nature. When Riezel used sun breathing, the sun energy from his slash, combined with the special damage from Pioneer of the Sun, had a purifying effect on evil entities, and when coupled with the power of Hermit, the damage from his slash was not something to be taken lightly. In other words, without a special skill like what Shaltir or Albedo had to avoid being completely overwhelmed, the damage from Riezel's attacks was truly devastating for beings like them. As a result, Demiurge and Cocytus, with severe wounds on their bodies, slammed from the air to the ground, creating deep craters in the earth. Their impact sent up clouds of dust, staining the ground red beneath them. Cocytus, being an insect, fortunately still had some health points left, but Demiurge, being a genuine devil, an undeniably evil race, took maximum damage. Now, Demiurge's health points had plummeted to near zero, leaving him on the verge of death. Cocytus. Demiurge. Seeing the condition of Demiurge and Cocytus, the eyes of Shaltir and Albedo widened as they stared in disbelief, once again losing their rationality. If even NPCs like them were like this, Ains, who valued everything in the Great Tomb of Nazareth greatly, was naturally even more affected. Now, the undead ability that had always forced Ains to stay calm had completely lost its effect. Skill. Ains, still burning from the flames of sun breathing, gritted his teeth and let out a furious, powerful shout. The goal of all life is death. When this voice, like a devil's whisper from hell, echoed throughout the area, a cold shiver ran down the spine of everyone present, including Riezel. You finally use it, huh? Riezel quickly turned around and looked at Ains. Over there, floating in midair behind Ains, was a golden clock, its hands moving steadily. Click, click. Clicking sounds came from the moving hand of the floating clock. The hand of the clock moved one tick at a time, slowly heading toward the 12 o'clock position. Needless to say, once the clock hand reached the 12 o'clock position, Ain's special skill, the goal of all life is death, would activate. In Yggdrasil, there was a saying used to describe this special skill. Only an overlord who specialized in necromancy and instant death magic can use this special skill, thus, they became a true lord of death, a life-consuming eclipse. Such a special skill was what Ains was about to unleash. While the goal of all life is death could only be used once every 100 hours, it could strengthen the instant death effect of any instant death magic or special skill to the point of bypassing anyone's immunity or resistance to instant death after a certain amount of time had passed, clearly a broken and overpowered special skill. Now, with this special skill activated, Ains became the most terrifying necromancy magic caster, capable of causing instant death to all things. Even inanimate objects with no life could not escape the instant death magic he was about to cast. Widen magic, cry of the banshee. Ains chanted another magic without hesitation, causing a wave of sound, like the cries of women, to ripple through the night sky. Cry of the banshee was an area of effect instant death magic that could cause instant death to all life within its area of effect. Unfortunately for certain death, because Ains had also expanded the range of Cry of the Banshee with Widen magic, she was naturally caught within its affected area. As soon as the cries reached her, she felt as though her soul had frozen, her body stiffening in place. She would die. Certain death realized this fact. In fact, let alone her, even Riezel couldn't guarantee that he would survive Ains' instant death magic this time. Earlier, the reason Riezel could withstand Ains' instant death magic, true death, wasn't because of self-redemption, which made him immune to mental and physical interferences, but because he possessed the highest rank development ability, abnormal resistance, as well as the resistance to the power of darkness granted by Pioneer of the Sun. Since Ains' instant death magic was considered a negative status and a power of darkness, it had been resisted by Riezel's abnormal resistance and Pioneer of the Sun. In other words, not only was Ains' instant death magic neither a mental interference nor a physical one, but it couldn't be immunized against and could only be resisted by sheer force. Sadly, Riezel didn't think he could continue resisting Ains' instant death magic under the effect of the goal of all life is death, which ignored any instant death immunity or resistance and caused everything to be affected by Ains' instant death magic. Simply put, Riezel's resistance to instant death was highly likely to be overcome by this special skill. If that was the case, I'll stop you from unleashing it. Riezel prepared to cast greater teleportation, getting ready to teleport directly to Ains' side, but unfortunately, it seemed like Ains had been prepared for this. Delay teleportation. Ains cast a magic spell that temporarily hindered and disrupted teleportation, causing a delay of a few seconds between the disappearance and appearance of the one using teleportation magic. Even worse, it also had the effect of precognition, informing the caster where the opponent would teleport. As a result, Riezel felt his teleportation was delayed, and in the end, he didn't appear immediately at Ain's side but instead several seconds later. Drifting Mastermind. Ain's immediately unleashed another magic spell, causing several transparent mines that sensed Riezel's arrival to explode. Boom. Around Ain's, a massive explosion erupted, blasting him away and sending Riezel, who had been affected by delay teleportation, flying a considerable distance as well. Sun breathing. Riezel, who had resistance to high temperatures and fire attribute attacks, wasn't harmed by the mine explosion, so he was only thrown back before quickly readying his sword to continue attacking Ain's. Don't you dare hurt Lord Ainz. Stop right there, lowly creature. At the same moment, Shaltir and Albedo both used teleportation magic, appearing in front of Riezel and blocking his path. Just then, however, Riezel instinctively froze as he saw the clock behind Ain's complete its course in that split second. In that instant, the world lost its color. Chapter 375, My Strongest Sword Move. If it were to be described, the current scene wasn't the end of the world, but more like the destruction of the world. Naturally, this statement wasn't an exaggerated metaphor on purpose. At least, during this time, the world within the range of Cry of the Banshee, an area of effect instant death magic, was indeed dying. The drifting specks of sand in the air disintegrated into nothingness before fading away. The mosquitoes buzzing around turned into corpses before perishing. Even the lifeless air was dying, creating a vacuum with a diameter exceeding 200 meters, leaving only the aura of death in this part of the world. If the battlefield had been on the ground, the earth itself wouldn't have escaped the fate of death and would have turned into a desert in the blink of an eye. It was a desperate situation where even inanimate objects couldn't survive, whether living or non-living, everything would die in an instant. In such a desperate situation, even Shaltir and Albedo had disappeared without anyone knowing when. It wasn't clear if they had used teleportation magic to escape early or had already vanished, completely dead. If they hadn't escaped, there was no doubt that they would have died. Whether it was Shaltir, who could turn back her own time, or Albedo, who could transfer damage to her armor, as long as they were in this absolute space of death, they wouldn't even have the chance to activate their special skills and would drop dead without any other possibility. Needless to say, this was necromancy specialized magic caster Ain's Olgaun's trump card, the Overlord's true ace, the ultimate means of bringing death to all things. In this space filled with the aura of death, it seemed that only he alone could stand here unharmed, unaffected when facing such terrifying power. Even Riezel, who was subjected to such terrifying power, had no hope of surviving. That was how it should have been. Swish. A fresh breeze began to flow into the space, diluting the deathly air. Ain's once again stood facing the wind, hovering in midair, yet he found himself at a loss for words, staring at the young man hovering opposite him. In a world where only Ain's should have existed, a second person, still alive, had miraculously existed. What a scary power. I honestly thought I was gonna die. Speaking with a nonchalant tone, Riezel's body was surrounded by magical energy from Fly, his expression calm as he gazed at Ain's. Yes. Riezel was still alive. How? How are you still alive? Did you use a resurrection item? Ain's asked with a rasped voice, feeling disbelief. One should know that, the goal of all life is death, was supposed to be a special skill that could strengthen the instant death effect of any instant death magic and special skills, which ignored immunity or resistance to the instant death effect. In other words, once it was activated, no one should have been able to resist Ain's instant death magic. Even if Riezel had resistance to the instant death effect, his resistance would practically have no effect after Ain's activated the goal of all life is death, and he would certainly die in that instant. If one wanted to resist this special skill, the simplest way would be to wear a precious resurrection item or use a resurrection magic that had delayed activation, allowing one to be immediately revived after dying. As far as Ain's knew, there was no method to resist this special skill outright and remain unaffected. In response to Ain's question, Riezel calmly shook his head, denying Ain's assumption. I did use an item, but it's not a resurrection item. Riezel pulled open his clothes as he spoke, revealing a green jewel pendant around his neck for Ain's to see, the same item he had been wearing when Ain's first met him. At this moment, the jewel on the pendant was radiating a brilliant light, clearly the item Riezel had just used, as he had mentioned. Its name is Divine Mellow, and it has two very powerful abilities. Riezel's calm voice slowly reached Ain's ears. One of the abilities is that it can completely isolate the wearer from the outside world, making it so that any power directed at the wearer, whether harmful or harmless, cannot affect them in any way. Upon hearing this, Ain's understood Riezel's meaning. I see. Ain said in a low voice. Because of that ability, even with the goal of all life is death, its absolute instant death effect won't work on you because Cry of the Banshee couldn't reach you. Your special skill is indeed very powerful, but Cry of the Banshee is ultimately just magic. Riezel responded calmly. As long as its target is not in its area of effect, no matter how strong your special skill is, it's useless. In simple terms, Riezel was now in a space different from the present world, seemingly present here but actually in another world. In this case, no matter how overpowered the goal of all life is death was, as long as the instant death magic used as its medium couldn't affect a world different from the present one, it wouldn't be able to do anything to Riezel. Needless to say, realizing he couldn't stop Ains, Riezel chose to activate one of Divine Mellow's abilities, putting himself into an invincible state to avoid this deadly finishing blow. Understanding his failure, Ains' gaze toward the Divine Mellow pendant around Riezel's neck changed. Such an ability, such a power, was something that, as far as he knew, no Divine-class item could achieve. What did this mean? World item. Ains' voice now carried a hint of hesitation and anxiety that hadn't been there before. No, impossible. It can't be a world item. Every player knew that there were only 200 world items. Moreover, Ains had never heard of an item called Divine Mellow in Yggdrasil, let alone one of the 200 world items being named that way, so he could be certain it was definitely not a world item. However, this thought wavered because of Riezel's next words. Why is it impossible? Riezel said calmly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Even if there's no such world item in Yggdrasil, who says an item like this can't exist in another world? Upon hearing this, Ains was speechless. You mean, that pendant is a world item born in this world? Ains guessed what he thought was the only explanation. However, at Ains' guess, Riezel gave a nonchalant smile. Does it matter if it is or not? While speaking, Riezel sheathed Hermit, which emitted intense heat, into a suddenly appearing, exquisite scabbard and placed it at his waist. No matter what, since you couldn't kill me, now it's my turn to kill you. Riezel's words, as if stating a fact, made Ains stare at him for a long while. Greater teleportation. In the next second, Ains used teleportation magic and chose to retreat. No choice. He had realized that he couldn't defeat Riezel. It was truly ridiculous. Not only was the information Shaltir brought back completely wrong, but Riezel's strength also greatly surpassed their expectations, simply impossible to contend with. If calculated by the levels in Yggdrasil, the power Riezel demonstrated had already surpassed level 100, reaching the level of the Dragon Emperor, which Riezel had mentioned once before. A person capable of dealing with 5 level 100 beings, each with their own specialized roles in attack, defense, frontline, backline, close range, and long range, Ains had never even heard of anyone as absurd as Riezel. Considering this, if he didn't escape now, when else could he? However, Ains had forgotten that he wasn't the only one who could use magic to interfere with teleportation. Over magic, dimensional lock. Following this chant, an extremely powerful wave of magical energy expanded throughout the area, causing the entire space to become incredibly dense. Dimensional Lock was a magic spell that prevented the use of teleportation abilities, but because Riezel had enhanced its effect with Over Magic, raising it to 10th tier magic, no matter how strong the teleportation magic Ains used, he couldn't escape the locked space. Magic Destruction. Ains attempted to use a magic spell specifically designed to destroy other magic to counter Riezel's magic, but he was shocked to find that he failed. Why? Simple. Since the success rate and effectiveness of magic destruction depended on the opponent's magic prowess, when Riezel's magic prowess surpassed Ains naturally couldn't break Riezel's magic. In other words, at this moment, Riezel's magic prowess was above even Ains, who was a top-tier magic caster in Yggdrasil. Seems like my efforts to improve my MAG during this period were not in vain. Riezel's voice echoed again. Well, to repay you for that special skill earlier, I'll use my strongest sword move. You know, to be finished off by this move isn't exactly a disgrace to your status as the highest ruler of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Wouldn't you agree, Mamanga? When such a powerful statement reached Ains' ears, he hadn't even had time to respond before he saw it. He saw a bright sun rise before him. Raging flames swept through. An astonishing heat began to spread. In an instant, the entire night sky seemed to turn into day, illuminated by the dazzling sunlight. Sun-breathing, 13th form. Following this voice, a blazing sun flickered, sweeping across the world as day and night alternated. Lord Ainz. Shaltir and Albedo were flying toward Ains from a distance, their appearance somewhat frantic. Sadly, Ains couldn't respond to them anymore because the world before his eyes had been completely replaced by a sea of flames. Within the flames, a figure suddenly appeared, drawing a sword in an instant. His sword seemed so hot it could evaporate anything in its path. His sword seemed to absorb the very sun rising in the night sky, burning with a fiery red. In the next moment, an ultimate, fierce sun slash flashed before Ains' eyes. Blooming radiance. Riezel's voice no longer rang in front of Ains but instead appeared behind him. Ains opened his mouth as if to say something, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Crack. Suddenly, the cracking sound of Ains' skeletal body, which should have had resistance to slashing attacks, echoed. Ains looked down and saw that his body, starting from his chest, had been burned as if by a red-hot branding iron, with the crack glowing red and his body broken in two. Whoosh! In the next second, flames erupted from Ain's body, enveloping him entirely. Ain's body gradually burned away in the flames until nothing remained, disappearing completely. Lord Ian's. Shaltyr's and Albedo's sorrowful voices echoed under the night sky, and for a long time, their voices didn't subside. Chapter 376, True Resurrection. Schwing. With the slight sound of metal scraping, Riezel dispersed the blazing flames surrounding him, which had made him look like a small sun, and sheathed Hermit into the scabbard at his waist. Now, his body was a little aching and weak, clearly the price of using blooming radiance. By intensifying his breathing for a split second, all his internal strength was concentrated into that moment, unleashing his power in a burst, maximizing his body's potential, and for just that instant, his strength was increased several times, allowing him to deliver an ultimate strike. However, the cost of using it was total immobility afterward, losing all combat ability. Fortunately, after some time of experimentation, Riezel had successfully improved blooming radiance, allowing him to adjust its power depending on the situation. Just like earlier, Riezel didn't push his body to its limit, avoiding the state of complete immobility. Instead, he controlled the power drain to about a third, only exhausting a third of his strength before executing blooming radiance. Although this reduced the power of blooming radiance by more than half, under these circumstances, Riezel wouldn't fall into the state of complete immobility and still had enough energy to continue fighting. Even though the power was significantly reduced, with Riezel's current strength, blooming radiance still remained terrifyingly powerful. At least what happened to Ain's had already confirmed that even someone of his caliber could not withstand the blow from a weakened blooming radiance. Slowly sheathing his sword, Riezel watched as Ain's severed body was engulfed in flames, burning with the fire of the sun and purified by it. From a distance, Shaltyr and Albedo, who had flown back, immediately fell into a frenzied state. One morphed into an ugly monster, while the other's armor expanded and twisted. Both charged toward Riezel like berserkers, letting out a devilish roar that seemed to burst from the deepest depths of hell, filling the air above the royal capital with a dark, malevolent aura. Swish. Riezel, however, as if he had already anticipated their movements, flickered and appeared in front of Shaltyr and Albedo. Now that Albedo and Shaltyr had lost their sanity and become no different from mindless beasts, they were too slow to react and were easily closed in on by Riezel, who reached out with both hands, one resting on Shaltyr's chest and the other pressing on Albedo's head. Decompose. A cold voice echoed from Riezel's mouth before crimson waves erupted from his hands. Boom. Slamming into Shaltyr and Albedo's bodies, the crimson waves turned the two into dust-like statues eroded by time. In an instant, everything fell silent again. Even if they're powerful, if they lose their minds and go mad like this, they'll be much easier to deal with than before. Muttering softly, Riezel withdrew his hands, as well as the crimson waves. Although you guys are monsters with no sense of reason, I'll still say this just in case. It's best to stay calm during battle, or else your movements will become predictable, your reactions will slow down, and in the end, you'll be easily beaten. Speaking to the empty air, Riezel soon felt the thrill and excitement in his chest gradually fade before he chuckled bitterly. Well, I'm in no position to talk. Indeed. In battle, the one who had the hardest time staying calm might have been him. Sighing, Riezel looked around and found that there was no one around, whether it was Ain's, Albedo, Shaltyr, or the fallen Demiurge and Cocytus, all of them were gone. In the two deep craters in the ground, aside from pools of blood, there was no sign of Demiurge or Cocytus. It was unclear whether they were dead or had escaped. Besides them, there was one more figure who had sadly met an unfortunate end. Floating down from midair, Riezel silently stared at the corpse lying in front of him, completely devoid of life. It was none other than Certain Death's corpse. After Ain's used, the goal of all life is death, and, Cry of the Banshee, Riezel managed to survive thanks to the ability of Divine Mellow, but Certain Death clearly didn't have the means to resist Ain's trump card. Evidently, Certain Death was caught in the effect range of Cry of the Banshee and was directly killed. If this fact got back to the slain theocracy, it would probably cause an extremely terrifying shock. It was only natural. As the guardian of humankind and the extra seat in the Black Scripture, hailed as humanity's strongest, to die so miserably in a foreign land was definitely a huge loss for the slain theocracy and the human race. Even though the slain theocracy was a nation that promoted humanocentrism, pretending to act for all humans while ruthlessly using anything at their disposal, indiscriminately treating demi-humans and heteromorphic races as enemies, and even going so far as to harm their own kind, as they did to Gazef, for the sake of their goals, one had to admit that, without the theocracy standing at the forefront of the human race, humans might have long been reduced to food and livestock for other races. It was precisely for this reason that when Riezel sold the slain theocracy's information to Ain's, he did so with a warning, ensuring Ain's wouldn't casually take action against the theocracy. Riezel didn't have much affection for the slain theocracy, which prided itself on humanocentrism and claimed to be acting under the flag of gods, but at least for the sake of the human race, they still needed the theocracy. In this world, there was no human nation stronger than the slain theocracy, and Ains probably thought the same way, which was why he dragged the Riezel's kingdom and the surrounding countries into a war with the theocracy to uncover its hidden secrets. If the slain theocracy were to fall, the position of the human race in this world would likely plummet. Forget it. Riezel didn't want to think too much about it since it wasn't his style, so he decided to focus more on his emotions. At least this woman didn't give me a bad impression. Riezel reached out to the corpse in front of him and cast resurrection magic. True resurrection. Of all the resurrection magic Riezel had learned, the highest tier was undoubtedly the 9th tier magic, true resurrection. And so, thanks to Riezel and true resurrection, certain death was given a second chance at life. A gentle sensation spread throughout her body, something that certain death, who was supposed to have lost all consciousness and was no longer able to feel anything, suddenly experienced. In the haze, she felt as though she had sunk into a bottomless sea, continuously falling deeper, as if she were about to leave her world and head somewhere else, making her completely unable to control her body. However, when that gentle sensation enveloped her, she realized that she had stopped sinking. Not only that, it seemed as though a hand was trying to pull her up, bringing her back to her original world. She could feel that the hand was large, thick, and warm, making her body and mind, which had been slowly falling apart, feel a moment of comfort. Because of this, she slowly stretched out her hand and grabbed onto that large, thick, and warm hand before she got pulled out of the bottomless sea, and before long, she felt as though she had leaped out of the water. It was at that moment that she realized her body had become heavy, and she had no strength left in her at all, just like when she was a child, after enduring her mother's harsh and inhumane training. Aside from the overwhelming exhaustion, she felt nothing else, but this exhaustion made her not want to open her eyes, wishing to simply fall asleep right there. Just then, however, a voice suddenly rang out, directly waking her up just as she was about to fall into slumber. "Since you're awake, you should get up quickly." It was a voice certain death didn't often hear, and it felt a bit unfamiliar, but the calmness and stillness in the voice left a deep impression on her, to the point that even though she had just heard it, she immediately recognized who the master of the voice was. As a result, her body shook before she suddenly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened them, the figure of a young man standing before her came into view, looking down at her from above. Looks like the resurrection went smoothly. Resurrection. Certain death didn't quite understand what the young man meant for a moment until she remembered a little later. Yes, she had already died, or rather, she had been killed by the terrifying undead in a black robe, whose power far surpassed her own. She still remembered the last thing she saw. It was as if the entire world was dying, with even the air wilting in decay in that terrifying scene. Caught in it, there was no way she could have survived, so she should have already been dead. Nevertheless, it seemed she had been resurrected by the young man before her, which honestly wasn't such an incomprehensible situation since resurrection magic indeed existed in this world. Even though it was a 5th-tier magic that could only be cast by priests who had entered the realm of heroes, the young man in front of her, who was no different from a god in her eyes, should be able to use it easily, right? Certain death had no reason to doubt this. Meanwhile, as certain death lost herself in thought, the young man, Riezel, spoke again. "I used the highest tier resurrection magic, so your strength shouldn't have dropped too much. Even so, you probably feel weak and can't move right now, so it's better to just rest for a bit before doing anything. I know now is probably an urgent situation for you, but you've got no choice but to rest here until you can move again." While speaking, Riezel cast several magic spells around certain death to hide and protect her. "I've done all I can, so the rest is no longer my concern." Riezel continued calmly before turning his back. "If fate allows it, we'll meet again." Leaving these words behind, Riezel flew into the air, leaving certain death alone. Wait. Certain death wanted to call out to him but found that she couldn't even speak clearly. Feeling frustrated, she had no choice but to let herself fall into a deep sleep. At least she was alive again. Chapter 377, Fury. At the northwestern edge of the continent, where the borders of the Riezel's kingdom, the Baharuth Empire, and the slain theocracy met, lay a vast grassland that Riezel had visited twice before. More than 2 months had passed, and the grassland had changed since his last visit. Now, the grassland was no longer the endless flat terrain but had many raised mounds of earth, with plants growing on top of these mounds that looked similar to the low, sharp leaves covering the rest of the grassland. It almost seemed like they had always been there, giving the impression that the land around here had been shaped like this from the beginning, when in reality, that was not the case. In fact, the terrain had been deliberately shaped by magic wielded by those from the Great Tomb of Nazarick to conceal Nazarick itself, which also lay beneath this very grassland. Because of these mounds, the once expansive grassland had transformed into a land full of cover, making it impossible to spot any buildings in the area. As a result, the graveyard above the Great Tomb of Nazarick was now surrounded by the mounds, hidden within. Unless one flew overhead and looked down, it was impossible to notice its existence. Of course, even if one did fly overhead now, they still wouldn't see the graveyard above the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Why? Simple. Because a magic barrier had already been cast in the sky above, it was impossible to see the great tomb of Nazarik's presence unless one approached closely enough. With such heavy concealment, perhaps only those affiliated with the great tomb of Nazarik would know what lay here and how to enter their stronghold. For this reason, when two figures appeared near the great tomb of Nazarik simultaneously, their identities were almost certain. They were definitely none other than those from Nazarik. Cough, cough. Demiurge clutched his bleeding chest, unable to stop himself from coughing the moment he appeared. Are you all right? Cocytus supported Demiurge, whose body, which looked like a tough shell, had been completely shattered. Nevertheless, although Cocytus's condition was dreadful, it was still far better than Demiurge's. I'm fine. Demiurge wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark. It seems I underestimated Riezel Brynhardt's strength. For a devil like me, the damage he caused is too much and won't be fully healed in a short time. Sorry, I've already used the healing scroll I was carrying. It's the best healing scroll I had on hand. Cocytus said grimly. I know. It's fine, Cocytus. Demiurge, only softening his tone when speaking to his comrade, spoke kindly to Cocytus. As long as I can temporarily escape death's grasp and regain some mobility, that's enough. My injuries, compared to the current situation, are nothing. As Demiurge thought about the serious situation at hand, his face darkened even further. Let's go. Cocytus, understanding the gravity of the situation, stopped wasting time. We need to return. Demiurge nodded. With that, the two of them immediately entered the great tomb of Nazarik, passing through the magic barrier and arriving at a large graveyard. Their destination was none other than the massive and solemn central mausoleum at the center of this graveyard, the only entrance to the inner sanctum of the great tomb of Nazarik. By the time they arrived, two figures were already waiting for them there. Demiurge. Cocytus. Exclaiming these words were none other than the dark elf twins, fellow floor guardians who had once surrounded Riezel alongside Albedo, Shaltir, and Demiurge on the vast grassland, Ora Bellafiora and Mare Bellofiori. Now, these two floor guardians of the sixth floor of the great tomb of Nazarik had their faces tight with tension, clearly aware of what had just occurred. Seeing them like this, Demiurge did not offer further explanation but instead asked the two a question. Has Lord Ains returned? Upon hearing this question, Ora and Mare nodded in turn. Lord Ains is back. Lord Ains is in the throne room. Upon hearing their answers, Demiurge and Cocytus looked relieved. It couldn't be helped. Including them, what every denizen of the great tomb of Nazarik feared most was the possibility of their lord disappearing. Let's go, we're heading to the throne room. Demiurge quickly entered the great tomb of Nazarik, and the others quickly followed. Their destination this time was the 10th floor, located at the very bottom of the great tomb of Nazarik. After passing through several teleportation gates, they smoothly arrived on the 10th floor and entered an extremely spacious, intricately designed, high-ceilinged room. Just like its namesake, the throne room, this room was not only vast but also exuded a sense of grandeur. Not only was the ceiling incredibly high, with the walls mostly white and adorned with gold accents, but several magnificent crystal lamps made from rainbow-colored jewels emitted a mesmerizing and dazzling light, also illuminating 40 massive flags mounted on the walls, each featuring different intricate patterns, truly a magnificent room. In this room, dominated by gold and silver tones, a staircase with dozens of steps led upward, while at the top of the stairs stood an enormous throne crafted from massive obsidian, its backrest towering like a giant tree. Behind the throne, hanging on the wall, was a giant red flag emblazoned with a symbol, its size larger than the 40 flags adorning the other walls, clearly holding far more significance than the rest. Located at the deepest part of the great tomb of Nazarik, this was the throne room, the most important place in all of Nazarik. In this room, not only could the various affairs of the great tomb of Nazarik be managed through the system provided by the guild system of Yggdrasil, but it was also where the NPCs within Nazarik could be overseen. If any NPC died outside, they would eventually be resurrected in this room and return to the great tomb of Nazarik. Like last time, Shaltir, after being mind-controlled and killed by Ains, was resurrected in this room. When Demiurge and the others arrived, not only had many high-ranking NPCs from the great tomb of Nazarik gathered here, but some servant NPCs with exceptional combat power had been summoned to this room as well. At this moment, all of them knelt on one knee, facing the direction of the throne. Seated on the throne was Ains, holding a golden staff. Yes. Ains had been resurrected. Demiurge and Cocytus, filled with excitement, hurried to kneel before Ains. Lord Ains. It's so good to see you're all right. Demiurge and Cocytus were both excited and touched, looking as if they might burst into tears. Hearing their words, Ains' eye sockets flashed with a red glow, as though he had just noticed Demiurge and Cocytus's return before lifting his head. I guess you could say I'm fine. Ains spoke in a tone that almost seemed unsure whether he had truly survived. Thankfully, I had the teleportation item that activates immediately upon resurrection, or else I might have really died this time. Ains truly felt relieved about his survival. Before heading out to confront Riezel, Ains had brought two precious items with him. One was a resurrection item that activated immediately upon death and wouldn't lower the holder's level, while the other was a teleportation item that could chain activate upon resurrection, teleporting the holder to a preset location. Both items were purchased with real money, in other words, cash items. Ains had taken these two items with him just in case, and to his surprise, both were used, allowing him to return safely to the Great Tomb of Nazarick and avoid actual death. But Shaltir and Albedo are dead. Ains' skeletal hands, resting on the throne's armrest, clenched into fists. They were killed. By that damn human. Fury erupted uncontrollably from Ains' heart, and even though he tried to force himself to calm down, it still surged out, triggering despair aura. In that instant, a dark, ominous aura rose from behind him. Feeling the suffocating and terrifying aura, everyone in the throne room lowered their heads in fear, not daring to even breathe. Demiurge and Cocytus, on the other hand, wore expressions of deep guilt and regret. It's our incompetence that we couldn't protect Lord Ains. Even though there were 4 floor guardians, we still ended up in this situation, and we even caused Lord Ains to die once. We don't deserve to live. Please punish us, Lord Ains. If it can calm Lord Ains' anger, we are willing to face any punishment. Demiurge and Cocytus spoke in voices that sounded as if they were about to cry, which finally helped Ains rid himself of the overwhelming fury that had been boiling inside him, smoothing the intense emotions in his heart. Forget it, this isn't your fault. Ains sighed and shook his head. It wasn't because of your incompetence but because Riezel Brynhardt's strength far exceeded our expectations, which led to this outcome. With that kind of strength, it didn't make sense for him to fight evenly with Shaltir twice. It's clear he had been deliberately hiding his true strength to mislead us. Regardless, the priority now isn't to punish you but to quickly arrange for the resurrection of Albedo and Shaltir, then come up with a new plan. Ains then turned his gaze to Demiurge. Demiurge, has the situation with the kingdom been controlled? Ains' question caused Demiurge to raise his head. Yes, it's been successfully controlled. Demiurge replied respectfully, raising his glasses with his index finger a bit. Although we were all heavily defeated by Riezel Brynhardt, the plan was carried out smoothly. With the secret assistance of the third princess and the compromising information we obtained from 8 Fingers about various major nobles, the kingdom's high-ranking officials were misled and turned against the theocracy. Now, it is only a matter of time before the two countries clash. Also, we brought back some people related to Riezel Brynhardt as a bonus. Demiurge summoned a few servants and had them throw a group of people into the throne room. If Riezel were here, he would instantly recognize them. Evidently, the group that was thrown into the throne room was none other than the members of Blue Roses and Brain. Chapter 378, Fallen Down. Looking at Lockhughes and the others being brought into the throne room, a flash of red glow flickered in Ains' empty eye sockets. At this moment, Lockhughes and the others seemed to have turned into mindless puppets, standing in place blankly. Even when they were roughly thrown by the servants summoned by Demiurge, they still didn't react at all. Among them, only Evil Eye was different. Even though she hadn't become a mindless puppet like the others, she had lost consciousness and fallen into a coma. As for why Lockhughes and the others had ended up like this, it was all due to Demiurge's special skill, Command Mantra, a skill capable of turning weak-minded individuals into puppets under the user's control. However, this skill was ineffective against high-level individuals and only worked on those below level 40. For this reason, Evil Eye didn't become Demiurge's puppet but was instead controlled by magic, while Lockhughes and the others were all easily dominated by his special skill without exception. In fact, the reason the members of the Black Scripture went berserk in the royal capital was also because they were controlled by Demiurge's special skill. Only those far beyond level 40, like the captain of the Black Scripture or Certain Death, who were awakened godkins, were immune to it. In the end, those who couldn't be dominated by Demiurge's special skill shared a fate similar to Evil Eye's, being controlled by magic and brought back to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Because of this, Ains' immediate focus was on Evil Eye. Demiurge, this girl isn't human, is she? Ains immediately saw through Evil Eye's true nature as he asked Demiurge. Yes. Demiurge, his head lowered, replied humbly. Like Shaltir, this girl is a vampire. According to the information I extracted from the other members of Blue Roses, she seems to have once been known as a legendary, powerful vampire, Landfall. She even fought alongside the 13 heroes 200 years ago against the demon gods, so her strength is far beyond the members of Blue Roses. I'd say she's probably around level 50. In order to hide her identity, Evil Eye had been wearing a magic item to conceal her undead aura, but since that magic item had already been removed by Demiurge, Ains could immediately recognize her true form. After the battle between Riezel Brynhardt and Shaltir, they left the hideout of 8 Fingers and went to Rolente Castle to find the third princess. I received a report from her, so I went there and brought them back. Demiurge continued his report. Anyhow, this action has also provided me with some new information, which is also related to Riezel Brynhardt. Demiurge's statement successfully shifted Ains' attention from Evil Eye. tell me more. Ains expressed extraordinary interest. Now, any information related to Riezel would catch Ains' full attention. In Ains' mind, Riezel had become the greatest, ultimate enemy of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the biggest threat they had ever faced. Until he gathered enough information, he had no plans to provoke Riezel again. Seeing Ains' cautious attitude, Demiurge began reporting the new information. It seems like these adventurers received a request from someone named Rigrit, who, for some unknown reason, seemed particularly focused on Riezel Brynhart. Demiurge explained, his eyes glancing at the members of Blue Roses. She requested Blue Roses to make contact with and investigate Riezel Brynhart, claiming that he was someone who would have a huge impact on this world. While I don't know the exact relationship between them, I can be certain that she is currently keeping an eye on that man. Upon hearing this, Ains furrowed his non-existent brows. And who is this Rigrit? Ains asked in a deep voice. She seems to be someone like this vampire, who participated in the battle against the demon gods. She's been alive for over 200 years now, probably having used some special magic or item to extend her life. Demiurge explained respectfully. She was once part of Blue Roses but has since retired and is usually nowhere to be found. I have a feeling that she is a very important figure in this world. Is that so? Ains pondered for a moment before continuing. Is there any way to investigate this Rigrit? Of course. Demiurge answered with certainty. As long as we have this vampire, it shouldn't be hard to dig up information on Rigrit. It was understandable. Because Rigrit had participated in the battle against the demon gods like Evil Eye, the two could be considered comrades or even old friends who had known each other for 200 years. By using magic to investigate Evil Eye's memories or through methods like interrogation to get her to spill what she knew, most of the mysteries surrounding Rigrit could be uncovered. If only Evil Eye hadn't been different from Locus and the others, unable to be controlled by command mantra, Demiurge would have already extracted all the information she knew. For now, Demiurge could only work with the very limited information Locus and the others had, since the rest could only be obtained through Evil Eye. Let's go with that then. Ains spoke after thinking for a while, feeling that the plan was fine, so he decided to move forward with it. In that case, what about the rest of them? Demiurge asked, glancing at Locus and the others. Ains' gaze swept over the others, excluding Evil Eye. Whether it was Locus, Gagarin, Tia, or Tina, Ains was seeing them for the first time, although he had often heard their names while posing as Mammon. In truth, Ains hadn't paid much attention to Blue Roses, except for a slight interest in the cursed sword Kilinirim in Locus's possession. As for Brain, he didn't know the man at all and hadn't even heard of him. If this were any other situation, Ains would have made good use of these captives, such as chopping up those with little use and sending them to the heteromorphs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick who enjoyed eating people, while the valuable ones could be kept around, whether for interrogation, magic experiments, or as materials to create new magic items or magic potions. In short, Ains would extract every bit of value from them, and if necessary, he would even spend some resources to heal or resurrect them, using them for a second round of exploitation. Such methods were how Ains generally handled captives. Cruel. Yes. However, to Ains, as long as it benefited the Great Tomb of Nazarick, no matter how cruel his actions were, he would carry them out. As for all other life forms outside of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, whether they were humans like his past self or undead like his current self, he saw them as nothing more than livestock. They could be abused and, if necessary, killed or used as tools. In other words, becoming captives of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, becoming Ains' captives, was definitely not a stroke of luck but the beginning of hell. In this case, since Locus and the others had been brought to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, they clearly wouldn't meet a good end. Not to mention. Demiurge, these people are related to Riezel Brynhart, right? Ains asked in a cold, deep voice. Yes. Demiurge lowered his head deeply. Even though the connection isn't deep, even this man here, Brain Unglaus, only met Riezel Brynhart in the last few days, these people can indeed be considered to have ties to Riezel Brynhart. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately turned their eyes toward Locus and the others, their gazes filled with murderous intent. Even Aura and Mare, along with the other guardians, glared at Locus and the others with eyes full of rage. If Locus and the others still had any sense of awareness at this moment, being stared at by so many terrifying and powerful heteromorphs filled with murderous intent, they would probably be shaking uncontrollably. It was truly inevitable. Having ties to Riezel was enough to draw the hatred of everyone in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Riezel was, after all, the one who had killed Ains. Ains Olgaun, the highest ruler of the Great Tomb of Nazarick and the last remaining of the 41 supreme beings that still existed, the ruler most revered and admired by all the denizens of Nazarick, had been killed by a filthy, despicable human. Even Albedo, the guardian overseer, and Shaltir, the strongest floor guardian, had been killed by Riezel. Needless to say, this was a violation of the Great Tomb of Nazarick's sacred boundaries. For the denizens of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, no one would even think about forgiving Riezel. In truth, they really wanted to tear Riezel apart, skin him piece by piece, torture him until he was unrecognizable, and then use magic to heal or resurrect him, only to continue the torment until his mind broke completely. And now, the ones related to that most hated being were right here, so how could anyone not feel murderous intent toward them? Even Ains couldn't escape this. Remembering what had happened to Albedo and Shaltir, Ains' fury erupted once more. Anyone who dares to harm the great tomb of Nazarick will pay the price. Even you are no exception. Riezel Brynhart. With overflowing fury, Ains was about to issue a cruel command, but just then, a violent tremor suddenly swept through the entire throne room. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. What? A floating screen popped open in front of Ains, showing the outside scene of the great tomb of Nazarick. Immediately, in the panicked eyes of all NPCs of the great tomb of Nazarick, Ains abruptly stood up. At the same time, outside the great tomb of Nazarick. Swish. As the ripple sound caused by teleportation magic resounded, Riezel's figure appeared, materializing in midair. He lowered his head, looking down from above at the vast grassland below, which was littered with mounds. In the next moment, a cold smile spread across his lips. Zing! Suddenly, centered around Riezel, a massive, dome-shaped, three-dimensional blue magic circle expanded and spread within a 10-meter radius, its energy causing a tremor in the air. Super tier magic. Riezel's chanting echoed in the air, calm and composed. Fallen down. Chapter 379, Break into the Great Tomb of Nazarick. It was a magnificent pillar of light descending from the sky. It was a dazzling brilliance shooting upward. When the ultra-high temperature heat magic was projected onto the vast grassland and exploded all at once, it was as if a giant laser had struck the earth. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A tremendous explosion and shockwave erupted in the center of the grassland, sounding like an atomic bomb detonating, making the entire world seem to tremble, a truly horrifying impact. If anyone were on this grassland now, even if they were a great distance away from the explosion, they would undoubtedly be knocked over by the terrifying earthquake or blown away by the extremely high-temperature shockwave, as if trapped in a violent nuclear explosion. Maintaining their stance would have been nearly impossible. One could only imagine how devastating the center of the explosion must have been, where the ultra-high-temperature heat magic had been projected, looking as though the destruction had vaporized everything. In no time, mounds of earth created by the great tomb of Nazarick disappeared one after another, while the ground shattered layer by layer. Meanwhile, the magic barrier that had enveloped the great tomb of Nazarick was directly destroyed by the violent force, exposing the graveyard above Nazarick to the sky, unable to hide any longer. Before long, the graveyard itself began to evaporate, be destroyed, and fall into pieces, causing the underground floors of the great tomb of Nazarick to be revealed one by one. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. Under the impact of the super-tier magic, fallen down, the first to third floors of the great tomb of Nazarick were completely destroyed. Though these floors were reinforced with a defensive system designed to resist magic, they couldn't withstand the evaporation and combustion caused by the ultra-high temperature heat of fallen down for long. Such magic, such power, had clearly far surpassed the original power of fallen down. Because Riezel was the one who cast fallen down, it got enhanced by one of the effects from Pioneer of the Sun, which doubled its power, causing its impact to be far beyond what this magic would normally have. As a result, 3 floors of the great tomb of Nazarick were easily destroyed, bearing destructive blows they were never meant to endure. Such an impact, perhaps, had never occurred since the creation of the great tomb of Nazarick. As the effect of fallen down gradually faded, the ultra-high temperature heat slowly cooled, and a massive deep hole, roughly a kilometer in diameter, appeared on the earth, with crystallized areas forming within it. Riezel Brynhart. As the battered great tomb of Nazarick came into view, a voice filled with intense fury and rage, as if it could shatter the world with a roar, echoed in Riezel's mind. It was a voice transmitted through message, a magic spell that could convey information and sound over long distances, reaching Riezel's mind. One could easily tell from the voice that the speaker was in a frenzied, almost irrational state, as the voice ringing in Riezel's ears sounded like a hysterical shout. How dare you? How dare you do this to the great tomb of Nazarick that I and my companions worked so hard to build? You bastard. Needless to say, the master of the voice was undoubtedly Ains. He must have immediately realized what Riezel had done and was furious about the damage Riezel had caused to the great tomb of Nazarick, so enraged that he couldn't even maintain his composure and yelled at Riezel in a mad frenzy. Even with his undead ability, which forced him to always remain calm, Ains was still this angry, which showed just how intolerable Riezel's actions were to him. Nevertheless, Riezel was not at all intimidated by Ains' sudden outburst but wore an expression of indifference instead. So, you can also get angry when someone messes with your companions. Riezel's words made Ains, who had been consumed by fury, suddenly snap into clarity. Clearly, Riezel had come because of Locus and the others. Do you think that kidnapping Locus and the others makes me helpless? Did you honestly believe I wouldn't figure out this was your doing? Riezel spoke in a flat, cold tone. After defeating you and realizing Locus and the others were missing, I pretty much figured this was your handiwork. Use that cautious brain of yours. Do you really think I'd just sit back and let this slide? I'm not stupid. I know exactly where your great tomb of Nazarick is. Because of this, Riezel didn't hold back at all. He came straight for the great tomb of Nazarick and immediately unleashed Fallen Down without any negotiations. You. Ains didn't know whether he was enraged or feeling something else, but Riezel's cold tone left him speechless, his words tripping over themselves. Riezel could easily imagine how furious Ains must be right now. If Ains were still human, his chest would surely be heaving from anger, rising and falling violently like a fan. Riezel ignored the fury in Ains' voice, looking down from above at the shattered surface of the great tomb of Nazarick, now fully exposed. Seeing the guild base of Ains' old gown laid bare, Riezel spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. So, are you gonna hand over Locus and the others, or should I just break in and take them from you myself? At this emotionless question, Ains' voice abruptly stopped, as though someone had grabbed him by the throat. A long moment passed before Ains spoke again. You're saying you'll break in? At this point, Ains was no longer as enraged as before but instead sounded like a wounded beast, hiding all his viciousness. His tone was now cold and chilling, making it hard to ignore. Unfortunately for Ains, Riezel wasn't intimidated at all. Looks like you've chosen the latter then. Riezel's voice remained as emotionless as ever, causing Ains to fall silent again for a long while. You think you can just break in? Break into the perfect stronghold that my companions and I worked so hard to build? Ains sounded like he was either sneering or laughing in anger, but it was clear that his emotions were still churning within him. Not even the forced calm ability from his undead race could stop it. Riezel knew that Ains wasn't just being blindly confident. One should know that the Great Tomb of Nazarick, a guild base built by the heteromorphic race-only guild Ains Olgaun, which had once ranked among the top 3 in Yggdrasil, was truly a perfect creation. Not only did it have as many as 10 floors, but nearly every floor was vast and equipped with corresponding defense and enemy deterrent systems, turning the Great Tomb of Nazarick into an unbreachable fortress. On the first to third floors of the Great Tomb of Nazarick were vast underground graves, also known as catacombs, filled with various traps and countless undead wandering about in many forms, from undead that threw glass bottles filled with poison to flying undead, to a mixed force of undead capable of causing diseases, poisonings, curses, and other abnormal statuses. Additionally, there were even transfer traps that teleported intruders to other floors, as well as area traps that continuously dealt negative energy damage. Along with many high-level undead, anyone who dared to enter would face unimaginable trouble. On the 4th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick was a massive underground lake, where a strategically placed giant golem stood. It was so powerful that it could easily break through sturdy city walls. Even though the golem shouldn't have been placed underground, the guild members of Ains Olgaun had positioned it on this floor to ensure that anyone who dared to enter would receive a crushing welcome. On the 5th floor was an expansive glacier, a land ravaged by extreme cold and snow. At times, blizzards would whip up, making it even more difficult for intruders, as the entire area could unleash a freezing effect that caused continuous frostbite damage while slowing movement. Coupled with level 80 ice monsters stationed on this floor, surviving this floor was an incredible feat. On the 6th floor was a vast jungle, home to various magical beasts of varying levels, as well as an elliptical, large-scale arena where numerous golems were stationed. No matter how strong an intruder was, they would be trapped in a battle to the death, like a cornered beast, until they were annihilated. On the 7th floor was a fiery lava zone where the environment could continuously deal fire attribute damage, while the scorching air could easily drain the moisture from any intruders. Even freshly dripping sweat would evaporate instantly, causing fatigue to build up. With various high-level devils stationed on this floor, it wasn't a place where the living could survive, truly a literal hell. As for the 8th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, it was a silent wilderness where monsters at level 85, skilled in using psychic magic and acting as the final defense of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, resided. Former guild members of Ains Olgaun had invested most of their wealth into this floor, making it a death trap capable of destroying a large army of 1,500 players in one fell swoop. Yes, these were players who were viewed like gods by the natives of this world. In fact, the 8th floor was widely recognized by those who knew of its existence as the most dangerous area, a forbidden zone, a place of absolute despair. Even Ains would regularly order the NPCs to prohibit entry, allowing only those with his permission to set foot on this floor. Nonetheless, one thing was sure: only after conquering this floor could one be considered to have conquered the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Why? It was simply because the 9th and 10th floors of the Great Tomb of Nazarick weren't as difficult to conquer. Firstly, the 9th floor was where the guild members of the Great Tomb of Nazarick typically resided, which not only had private rooms for each important member but also various facilities, including a guest room, a round-table conference room, a courthouse, a spa resort, a bar, a beauty parlor, a dojo, a classroom, a manicure salon, and many more. As for the 10th floor, it was the heart of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, housing key facilities like the throne room, the library, and the treasury, important assets that could be considered the very foundation of Ain's Ulgaun as a guild. Most of the crucial items were concentrated on the 10th floor, but because of its importance, they couldn't afford to place too much defensive security on this floor. In other words, to conquer the Great Tomb of Nazarick, if someone conquered the 8th floor, it was basically considered a success. Because of this, the 8th floor became a truly terrifying forbidden floor that acted as a final defense, where even the largest group of 1,500 players who had ever attempted to invade the Great Tomb of Nazarick in Yggdrasil met their end. In fact, this event was also the only time in the original work when Ain's Ulgaun was mentioned to have made use of the 8th floor. If 1,500 players had met their doom on this floor, what chance did a single person like Riezel have? Not only was each floor nearly fully guarded by level 100 guardians, but with Ain's, a seasoned whale player who held numerous cache items, and the 11 world items Ain's Ulgaun had obtained in the past, the odds were even worse. Yet, Riezel wanted to charge in alone. Even Riezel himself knew that it was basically a death sentence. However, well, isn't this where the fun is? Riezel grinned widely and genuinely. Needless to say, for Riezel, the more dangerous it was, the more he craved it, especially knowing that dying in this world would just mean the end of this dimensional travel. Chapter 380, Riezel vs. the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Riezel knew he had been messing around in this world for over 2 months, and he was already tired of it. What he wanted wasn't just to fight the powerful but to have adventures that would push him to the edge of death, something that would get his adrenaline rushing and fill him with excitement he had never felt before. From that perspective, Riezel's first-dimensional travel to the world of Danmachi was a perfect fit for him. After all, Falna, which only allowed for level-ups through adventure and Excelia, paired with Riezel, who loved adventure, wasn't afraid of danger, and liked to fight powerful opponents, was basically a power system made just for him. If it weren't for his previous dealings with Ain's, where he wanted to learn as much tier magic as possible, Riezel would have already come to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, ready to dive headfirst into the den of dragons and tigers, instead of just bullying the weak natives of this world. Now, after officially falling out with Ain's and becoming enemies, Riezel finally had the chance to visit the Great Tomb of Nazarick. One could say that, even if nothing had happened with Locus and the others, once Riezel finished his business in the royal capital, he would still have immediately made his way to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Danger. Danger was exactly what he wanted. If it wasn't dangerous, how could he call it an adventure? If he didn't take risks, how could he earn high-rank Excelia? If he didn't earn high-rank Excelia, how could he level up? For Riezel's current strength, the only way for him to level up was clearly to challenge the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Ain's himself had already admitted it, Riezel's displayed strength had surpassed the maximum level of level 100, proven by how he was able to fight and defeat multiple level 100 NPCs at once, which was definitely not something an ordinary player could handle. Unless the Dragon Emperor, the only one confirmed to have strength exceeding level 100, reappeared, no one in this world could match Riezel in one-on-one combat. Given that, if Riezel wanted an adventure and to earn high-rank Excelia to level up, his only option was to challenge the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Maybe this time I'll die. Muttering to himself, Riezel stopped bothering with Ain's and charged straight toward the Great Tomb of Nazarick below. Damn it. In the throne room on the 10th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, both Ain's and all the heteromorphs present were filled with rage and murderous intent toward Riezel's actions. Demiurge. Ain's ominous aura flared as he stood up from the throne, his fury evident as he gave orders. Get the resources needed for resurrection right now, and bring Shaltir and Albedo back to life. Deploy personnel to all the floors as well, and activate all the defense systems. We have to make sure that anyone who dares to invade the Great Tomb of Nazarick is permanently left here. I'll make some preparations on my side as well, and if necessary, immediately use the 8th floor and the world items lying dormant in the treasury. Needless to say, Ain's was truly angry this time, no longer holding back and preparing to use the full resources of the Great Tomb of Nazarick and the full power of Ain's Ulgaun to crush Riezel. All floor guardians and area guardians, deploy. At Ain's command, the heteromorphs, brimming with murderous aura, roared in unison. Yes. And so, the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick began to mobilize against a single enemy. Just like that, Riezel's invasion of the Great Tomb of Nazarick began. Since the first to third floors had already been destroyed by falling down, Riezel directly landed on the 4th floor, standing before a massive underground lake. At the bottom of this underground lake lay a strategic-type golem, which was also the 4th floor guardian of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, known as Gargantua. However, because it lacked intelligence and was essentially just a giant siege machine, it didn't participate in any meetings or actions of the floor guardians. It was understandable. Not only was it not considered part of the Great Tomb of Nazarick's denizens, but it didn't even have subordinates, just an unintelligent golem, a tool. If one were to judge purely by combat power, this enormous golem, Gargantua, would even surpass Shaltir, but unfortunately, Gargantua had no intellect, no sentience, it simply followed orders. Because of this, among the intelligent floor guardians of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Shaltir remained the strongest. If Gargantua had intelligence, it would definitely be the strongest floor guardian, not Shaltir. Fortunately for Riezel, his arrival didn't disturb the golem in the slightest. Gargantua needed a period of time to activate whenever it wanted to be used, which was why it was placed on the 4th floor, giving it time to activate before the 1st to 3rd floors were breached. However, because Riezel had used the super-tier magic, Fallen Down, to blow up the 1st to 3rd floors of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, directly infiltrating the 4th floor, there was simply no time to activate Gargantua. As a result, Riezel ignored this floor and flew toward the 5th floor. Why not use teleportation? It was simply because the Great Tomb of Nazarick had mechanisms in place to block teleportation, so if one wanted to move to a lower floor, they either had to use the preset teleportation gates or walk there the old-fashioned way. Riezel was tempted to cast another super-tier magic, blasting through a few more floors, but by now, Ains had activated all the defense systems of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, making it impossible for him to easily use super-tier magic to blow up Nazarick. Even though super-tier magic was powerful, it had one major flaw: it required a long preparation time. Furthermore, super-tier magic also somewhat resembled special skills, as it could only be used a maximum of 4 times per day unless a cash item was used to cancel the preparation time and usage limit. In other words, it was nearly impossible to use super-tier magic effectively in actual combat without cash items. Moreover, after entering the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Riezel found himself under a constant barrage of attacks, whether it was being swarmed by groups of undead or triggering thousands of traps. He couldn't find the time to use super-tier magic. For this reason, Riezel could only charge forward, with no way left to take shortcuts. Luckily, Gargantua was still inactive, so no matter how many undead there were, they were no match for Riezel, who easily dealt with them. As for the traps, Riezel could only think to himself that, in the face of decomposition magic, they were no more threatening than paper. Not even a single one could touch his body. Riezel simply wrapped himself in the crimson waves of decomposition magic, ignoring the thousands of magic traps attempting to strike him while cutting through the undead army blocking his path and invading the 5th floor. While the glacier zone on the 5th floor was a tricky place for others, it didn't have much of an effect on Riezel. With Pioneer of the Sun in his possession, he was not only resistant to high temperatures but also to low ones. Perhaps the only obstacle on the 5th floor was Cocytus and the large group of ice monsters he led, trying to stop him and keep him on this floor. Regardless, once Riezel's body burst into flames, turning him into a small sun rising on the floor and melting all the snow and ice, the outcome became inevitable. Not only could the numerous ice monsters not stop him, but Cocytus also fell to his sun breathing, his body evaporating from its intense heat. As a result, Riezel safely passed through the 5th floor and entered the 6th floor. Riezel had to admit that the 6th floor was definitely much more troublesome than the 5th floor. Not only was the 6th floor filled with all kinds of magical beasts and even dragons with levels above 90, which could only be created by paying within the Great Tomb of Nazarick's administrative system, but with both Aura and Mare joining the fray, Riezel faced considerable resistance. Of course, what made the 6th floor troublesome was undoubtedly the existence of the twin floor guardians, Aura and Mare. Aura was a group battle specialist NPC with Beast Tamer as her job class, who commanded numerous magical beasts and had a special skill to strengthen their power, which made Riezel feel as though he was being attacked by a vast army of enemies ranging from level 6 to level 7. As for Mare, who was second only to Shaltir in strength among the floor guardians, with Druid as his job class, not only could he use various support and healing magic, but he was also highly skilled in elemental magic, particularly in the earth attribute. Needless to say, with Mare supporting Aura from the rear, the difficulty of the fight increased even further, causing Riezel to be held back on this floor and fight fiercely for almost an entire day and night. Only after a grueling battle, one that felt as if it could tear the sky apart, did Riezel finally manage to exhaust and defeat the numerous magical beasts and the twin floor guardians. How? How could this happen? Is his stamina and magical energy infinite? How can a human fight for so long without feeling any fatigue? Many heteromorphs watching the battle on the 6th floor were left in disbelief. Let alone them, even Ains was the same. Logically, even undead who didn't experience fatigue, didn't need food, and didn't need sleep should have had their vitality or magical energy drained after such an intense battle. They would have been unable to maintain their full combat power and would have been weakened to some extent. Bizarrely, Riezel, supposedly human, showed no signs of this. Not only did his magical energy never run out and his stamina never deplete, but his eyes continued to glow steadily, brighter than ever. Was he really human? He was more like a perpetual motion machine. Damn it. How could there be such a monster? Ains couldn't help but grumble inwardly as he watched Riezel already break into the 7th floor. Opposite the 5th floor, the 7th floor was a lava-filled zone that presented no real obstacles for Riezel. In a high-temperature environment like this floor, forget about being affected, Riezel thrived instead, using sun breathing without restraint. As if absorbing the heat from the entire floor, Hermit, known as the divine sword in the world of Demon Slayer, glowed with a bright red light, easily slicing through every devil's body, which had extremely high physical defense and fire resistance, ultimately killing Demiurge, who had been commanding them from behind. Ultimately, Riezel made it through the 7th floor much faster than the 6th floor, taking only about an hour and a half to get through without any trouble, achieving the incredible feat of clearing the first 7 floors of the Great Tomb of Nazarick all by himself. Naturally, there were several reasons it had turned out like this. One reason was that many of the traps in the Great Tomb of Nazarick were ineffective against Riezel, who was constantly surrounded by decomposition magic. As soon as they touched him, they disintegrated, rendering one of Nazarick's most important defensive systems useless. Another reason was that with Shaltir and Albedo both fallen, not only had the Great Tomb of Nazarick lost its strongest floor guardian on the first 3 floors, but it had also lost the Guardian Overseer, who could lead all the Guardians, which made Nazarick's defensive power drop significantly. Moreover, with Gargantua unable to be activated in time, Riezel could easily charge through the 4th floor, which should have posed a huge challenge in a short time. And the last reason was that Riezel was quite familiar with the original work and had some understanding of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, which gave him part of the strategy and countermeasures needed for success. All of these reasons combined allowed him to clear the first 7 floors with ease. "It's you who's forcing me, Riezel Brynhart." Seeing Riezel about to step onto the 8th floor, Ain's gaze turned ruthless. Chapter 381, A Monster. A Lunatic. Great Tomb of Nazarick, 8th floor. In this vast wilderness, there were 3 terrifying obstacles. One of them was the floor guardian of the 8th floor, Victim. Victim was a heteromorph angel with a body resembling a 1-meter-long embryo, featuring a tail and pink skin. Among the floor guardians in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Victim was the weakest in terms of combat power, having the lowest level, level 35. As for why a mere level 35 NPC could become the floor guardian of the 8th floor, referred to as the final line of defense for the Great Tomb of Nazarick, it was due to Victim's special skill that required their death to activate, a powerful binding skill that could only be triggered after their death. In the past, 1,500 players who had attempted to invade the Great Tomb of Nazarick's 8th floor had triggered Victim's special skill, and one by one, all of them were ultimately affected by it, suffering from a terrifying movement restriction. Because this special skill was only activated after Victim's death, they held significant strategic importance even though their level remained low. For this reason, although rarely acting, this level 35 NPC held the position of floor guardian of the 8th floor, guarding the final line of defense for the Great Tomb of Nazarick and becoming the first obstacle for invaders. Nevertheless, this obstacle was actually not that difficult to overcome. As long as one knew the victim's information in advance, refrained from attacking them, and ensured they couldn't commit suicide or be killed, this NPC, lacking powerful combat abilities, would become a harmless creature that could only cheer from the sidelines. Unfortunately for Victim, Riezel knew their information, so they posed no threat to him. However, the true problem lay with the next 2 obstacles, truly deadly ones. On the 8th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, there was an NPC similar to Gargantua, one who remained in a dormant state until activated, known as Rubido. Rubido was the younger sister of Guardian Overseer Albedo and was known as the strongest being in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Excluding the mindless Gargantua, Shaltir was merely the strongest among the floor guardians, but when compared to Rubido, who was the actual strongest being in the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick, Shaltir was weak. Let alone Shaltir, even Ains, fully armed with divine-class items and numerous cash items, probably still would not have been able to defeat Rubido. It was said that Rubido was an NPC created in a near-glitched way, with her creator having invested quite a lot of real money into her. Needless to say, this alone indicated just how formidable Rubido was, likely surpassing even level 7. And yet, Rubido, as formidable as she was only the 2nd obstacle on the 8th floor, as her threat level couldn't compare to the 3rd obstacle. In truth, the 3rd obstacle was the ultimate trump card of Ain's old gown, one that had consumed most of their wealth, their final weapon. It was a group of heteromorphs whose individual strength surpassed even Rubido's, but due to her special skills, they were unable to defeat her and thus remained below her, a group known as the 8th floor hierarchy. When Riezel made his way to the 8th floor, Ains used a message to warn him. "Riezel Brynhart, I honestly don't really want to use them because every time I do, I need to consume a massive amount of resources, but since you've already made it this far, I'll let you experience the strongest weapon of Ain's old gown." Leaving such a warning, Ains cut off messages transmission and set the 8th floor's defense to the maximum. And so, as Riezel finally arrived on the 8th floor and confronted the obstacles blocking his way, he ultimately lost. Yes. Lost. Facing Rubido and the 8th floor hierarchy, Riezel, in just over half an hour, had already received a fatal blow, forcing him to activate the 2nd ability of Divine Mellow, a life-saving ability that could reverse time and restore him to full condition. In that battle, Riezel had also used the magic ring he had obtained from Gazef, boosting his strength as a warrior, and wielded both swordsmanship and magic, using everything he had, sun-breathing, decomposition magic, hermit, fool, and every ability he had gained from the world of Danmachi, the world of Demon Slayer, the Akasha continent, and this world. He didn't hide anything and went all out. He also used a large number of magic scrolls, wands, staves, and sealing crystals he had previously obtained from Ains, and even sent out all of Yoriichi Type 1 in the storage space of the dimensional magic cube for backup. Yet, despite all that, he was ruthlessly defeated. Not only had all of Yoriichi Type 1 been destroyed and his items depleted, but all his abilities had also been completely countered. In the end, he could only activate the second ability of Divine Mellow to reverse time and restore himself to full condition again. Now, Riezel had truly been forced into a corner. Nevertheless. Boom. With the roaring flames rising from the wilderness of the 8th floor, Riezel transformed into a never-falling sun and continued to fight. At this moment, his entire body was engulfed in an unprecedentedly spectacular flame, and his eyes shone brightly, almost as if they were rivaling the light emitted by Divine Mellow around his neck and the magic ring on his right hand. Despite being pushed to the brink of despair, however, he didn't feel the slightest intention to retreat and instead became even more passionate, more insane, and more fearless, launching relentless attacks against the heteromorphs before him. Naturally, the heteromorphs retaliated, showing overwhelming power and leaving countless deep wounds and bloodstains on Riezel's body, bringing him to a near-death state where it wouldn't have been surprising if he had died right there. However, even in such a situation, Riezel showed no sign of retreating. His eyes grew even brighter, the flames around him surged more intensely, and his movements were faster than before. It was as if Riezel had finally unlocked some hidden strength within himself, as his sword strikes became faster, his swordsmanship more refined, and even the magic he used between sword strikes seemed to grow more powerful. No, it wasn't that the magic grew more powerful, but simply because Riezel had grasped a higher level of magic usage amid combat, making his magic more rapid, more perfectly linked, and with more precise timing. Yes, this gave the impression that his magic had become more powerful, but in reality, Riezel was simply using it more effectively, causing far greater threats to his enemies than before. Ultimately, Riezel fought harder and harder, growing stronger and stronger. Despite the increasing number of injuries and the severity of them, Riezel didn't even blink but instead fought with even more fervor, more intensity, and more excitement, swinging his sword with all his might. Rumble. Amid the battle, not only did the entire 8th floor tremble, but the desolate wilderness was also destroyed under the immense shockwaves of the battle, resembling the aftermath of a natural disaster. In the throne room on the 10th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, all the heteromorphs watched the battle through a floating screen, rendered speechless by the scene. They watched in shock as Riezel grew more and more determined, ignoring his own terrible condition and fighting fiercely. Including Ains and the resurrected guardians, they all felt the same way. Unknowingly, their murderous intent and anger from before vanished without a trace, replaced by an inexplicable sense of terror. Monster. It was unclear who had suddenly muttered the word, but it seemed to give all the heteromorphs in the throne room an outlet for their emotions. One after another, they started shouting. He's the real monster. Compared to him, what kind of monsters are we? I can't believe he's human. How could a human be that strong? No, strength aside, what's truly terrifying about that bastard isn't even that. Even Shaltir and Albedo, who had harbored intense hatred toward Riezel and had wanted to tear him apart earlier, found themselves overtaken by fear as they watched Riezel, bloodied and battling fiercely on the 8th floor against their powerful colleagues. Riezel Brynhart. Damn monster. Shaltir and Albedo whispered through gritted teeth beside Ains. Demiurge, Cositus, Aura, and Mare also fell silent, their emotions complicated as they watched Riezel on the floating screen. Of course, no matter how complicated their emotions were, it couldn't compare to Ains. Sitting on his throne, Ains stared at Riezel, who refused to fall despite his injuries and kept pushing forward, relentlessly attacking Rabido and the others on the 8th floor, sending a chill down his spine. Is he nuts in the head? Why won't he die? How is he still fighting? Even those 1,500 invaders who tried to take on the 8th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick couldn't last as long as he has, right? Ains' skeletal hands, resting on the throne armrest, tightened, especially when he saw Riezel, in the face of overwhelming odds, actually smile and curve his lips upward in genuine joy. His normally calm mind began to tremble. It was then that Ains finally realized something. Did I make a mistake? Did I provoke a terrifyingly strong enemy for the Great Tomb of Nazarick, one that has never appeared before? Having this thought, the human part of Ains that still lingered inside him began to scream, almost as if it wanted to cry. If only everyone were still here with me. Ains couldn't help but think of his past guild companions, the other 40 players who had once been called supreme beings alongside him. If they were still here, would they be able to defeat Riezel? In the past, Ains would have answered yes, without hesitation, since his guild companions were the best, the strongest. If they were still here, how could they let such a mere human run wild in the Great Tomb of Nazarick? However, at this moment, Ains could no longer give such a confident answer. He had a feeling that even if Ains' Olgaun at their prime returned, they might not be able to defeat the human who was still fighting on the 8th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. It wasn't a matter of strength, but something else. At least, watching Riezel fight fiercely with a genuine, excited smile filled with joy and his eyes gleaming brightly in a battle that should have been a desperate one for him, Ains strangely couldn't imagine a victory for their side. Damn lunatic. As the fear in Ains' heart completely overshadowed his anger, he turned his gaze toward Lockhughes and the others in the throne room. It seems I can't leave them here any longer. Chapter 382, Let's Talk. Boom. A deafening roar continued to reverberate across the desolate wilderness of the great tomb of Nazarik's 8th floor, refusing to die down even after all this time. Listening to the tremors echoing through the air, the numerous heteromorphs gathered in the throne room on the 10th floor no longer felt any shock but instead succumbed to a state of numbness. It couldn't be helped. Albedo. Sitting upon the throne, Ains spoke in a tone that, for an undead, should have been impossible, one laden with exhaustion. I am here, Lord Ains. Albedo replied with a voice that carried a faint trace of fatigue, something that should not have been possible for a heteromorphic race like hers. Unlike when fighting Riezel, she had now removed her armor and bowed toward Ains with a somewhat downcast expression. Ains, however, paid this no mind and instead asked a question. How long has it been? Ains' question caused a complex expression to cross Albedo's face. It has been over a month now, Lord Ains. Albedo replied with a complex tone. Even though the words that left Albedo's mouth were hard to believe, they were true, a reality. Indeed, Riezel's battle on the 8th floor had already lasted for over a month, or to be precise, he had been fighting for approximately 57 days. During these 57 days, Riezel neither ate nor drank, nor did he rest or sleep, but focused on fighting Riezel and the 8th floor hierarchy non-stop, without a single break, proving that his endurance and stamina were far beyond what any human should have been capable of. It sounded utterly ridiculous and impossible, yet it had indeed happened. Riezel had truly fought an all-out battle with Riezel and the 8th floor hierarchy for over a month. Naturally, Ains and the others had also been watching the battle for over a month. Had they not been heteromorphs or undead like Ains and Shaltir, who neither tired nor required food or sleep, Riezel wouldn't have been the first to fall but would have been them. Needless to say, this alone showed just how absurd the situation was. Over a month. Ains let out a sigh, a mix of exhaustion and heartache. Keeping the 8th floor active for over a month. How many resources has Nazarik burned through for this? As Ains thought this, a sharp pain shot through his non-existent heart. It went without saying that he felt both mentally drained and emotionally pained, which was why he seemed so fatigued. Of course, if even Ains was like this, the others were no better off. Even the heteromorph denizens of the great tomb of Nazarik, who were supposedly not easily worn out, had taken a toll on their mental states as they watched Riezel's unparalleled feats day after day for over a month, leaving each and every one of them feeling utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, the figure of Riezel on the floating screen displayed a completely different energy. Even though it was not exactly full of energy, not only were Riezel's eyes still gleaming faintly, but even after a month of bloody combat, his fighting spirit had not waned at all as he continued his relentless battle against Riezel and the 8th floor hierarchy on the 8th floor. By now, neither Ains nor the others felt shock or confusion over how Riezel had managed to endure for so long. In their minds, Riezel had become the very embodiment of the term monster, so no matter how impossible his actions were, they could no longer bring themselves to be surprised. In other words, they were already numb. Now, only one thought remained in everyone's minds. And that was, how long does he plan to keep fighting? It wasn't just Ains and Albedo who questioned like this, even Shaltir and Demiurge found themselves numbly pondering this question. Strangely, their instincts told them that if Riezel wanted to, he might just keep fighting indefinitely. Not just for over a month, maybe even for a year, he would probably keep going. Of course, this wasn't some baseless assumption on their part. Anyone who had seen Riezel in action all this time would inevitably come to the same conclusion. He fought at full power without showing any signs of fatigue, no matter how long the battle went on, and there was no indication of him wearing down. Not only did his combat power stay at its peak, but instead of diminishing over time, he also occasionally surpassed his limits, displaying strength far beyond his full capacity. His unwavering focus and high spirits only amplified his performance. Injured? He could instantly heal himself using magic. Out of magical energy. It didn't seem to apply to him in the slightest. Needless to say, his stamina and magical energy seemed endless, allowing him to fight at full strength without interruption, so even if injured, he could effortlessly use magic to recover. Up until this point, the biggest threat Riezel and the 8th floor hierarchy posed to Riezel had been when they initially dealt him a fatal blow, forcing him to trigger the second ability of Divine Mellow to rewind his own time. After that, Riezel seemed to have cheated, constantly casting a magic spell on himself that could avoid a fatal blow before letting loose, fighting recklessly, and ultimately battling Riezel and the 8th floor hierarchy for over a month. Tier magic indeed contained magic spells that could nullify fatal blows, and Riezel luckily had mastered the magic spells in question. For example, 10th tier magic like Body of Effulgent Barrel, Body of Effulgent Helioder, and body of effulgent aquamarine could grant immunity to a single instance of a physical attack of a corresponding attribute, even if it was fatal. Besides them, there was also an 8th tier magic used by druids called Aspect of Elemental that could immunize the caster against abnormal statuses and nullify one fatal blow. Similarly, among 9th tier magic, there was a magic spell called Elemental Form that provided the same kind of immunity as Aspect of Elemental. After triggering the second ability of Divine Mellow, Riezel appeared to have learned from his mistakes and began using these magic spells consistently in battle, which kept him from suffering fatal blows or injuries that would leave him unable to fight, allowing him to continue without ever showing signs of defeat. As for stamina and magical energy depletion, for Riezel, these were completely negligible. With development abilities like Healing Power and Spirit Healing at their highest rank, Riezel never worried about running out of stamina or magical energy. Diaphragm, an overpowered healing magic spell from the world of Danmachi, was also cast repeatedly from Riezel's hands as though it were cheap and limitless magic, continuously healing every minor and major injury on his body. As for food and drink, Riezel had already resolved those issues. One should know that this world not only had magic items that eliminated the need for eating or sleeping, but there were even magic spells capable of achieving the same effects. Having survived in the Azurlisha Mountains for over a month, Riezel had long since equipped himself with the necessary means to remain in peak condition without food or rest when required. With all this in place, Riezel could theoretically fight endlessly if he wanted to, and unless someone with overwhelming power crushed him outright, ignored all his countermeasures, and chopped off his head on the spot, he could just keep going. Ains seemed to realize the severity of this problem as he stared at the continuously depleting list of guild resources displayed on the nearby floating screen, which made the sharp pain in his heart grow even worse. Even after using several world items, I still can't take him down. Damn it, if this were still a game, I'd totally be calling the GM to complain about this damn cheater. Over the past month, Ains hadn't just been sitting around watching but had taken all sorts of actions to deal with Riezel. He had released the members of Blue Roses and Brain, hoping it would make Riezel stop, but unfortunately, Riezel showed no signs of stopping and kept fighting. He even brought all the Guardians along to the 8th floor once, planning to combine everyone's strength to overwhelm Riezel, but that also ended in failure. In the end, Ains even took out some world items from the treasury and used them on Riezel, which actually caused Riezel some trouble. However, Riezel ultimately managed to resolve the crisis, withstand the power of the world items, and survive until now. At this point, not just Riezel but even the Great Tomb of Nazarick had thrown everything they had into this battle, yet neither side could take the other down, and the prolonged fight dragged on with no end in sight. Given this, the only option left for Ains was to use his last resort. Do I really have to use one of the 20? Among the world items possessed by Ains' old gown, there was a category known as the 20, which consisted of world items ranked within the top 20 of all world items in Yggdrasil, possessing unparalleled abilities and overwhelmingly powerful effects. However, because of how absurdly strong their abilities were, they came with restrictions. Once used, they would disappear. For this reason, world items within the 20 were usually treated as the ultimate trump cards and final weapons. Even the top-tier player guilds wouldn't use them unless they were facing a crisis that could destroy their guild entirely. Out of the 11 world items in Ains' Olgaun's possession, 2 belonged to the 20. Was it time to use them now? No, I can't. Ains didn't even hesitate before rejecting the idea. Those are the strongest items that disappear after a single use. If we use them now, what will we do if the Great Tomb of Nazarick faces a truly hopeless crisis in the future? Unless an enemy managed to invade the 10th floor, enter the throne room, and threaten to destroy the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick, Ains would never use any of the 20. In that case, it's time to have a proper talk. Ains made up his mind and stood up from his throne. On the desolate wilderness of the Great Tomb of Nazarick's 8th floor, Riezel, whose body was already battered and covered in blood, had been about to charge at Rabido and the 8th floor hierarchy when he suddenly froze in place. It was because Rabido and the 8th floor hierarchy had suddenly stopped moving and taken no further actions. What's going on? Muttering softly, the transparent gleam in Riezel's eyes and his intense excitement gradually faded before a frown appeared on his face. Swish. Just then, numerous figures appeared all at once, gathering in front of Riezel. Riezel Brynhart. Ains, accompanied by several floor and area guardians who were on high alert, spoke to Riezel in a deep, serious voice. Let's talk. Upon hearing this, Riezel narrowed his eyes before finally lowering the sword he had been wielding for over a month. Chapter 383, Negotiation and Compensation. At this moment, Riezel's appearance could only be described as utterly pitiful. Not only had his clothes been reduced to tattered strips of fabric barely clinging to his body, offering only the minimum coverage necessary for decency, but bloodstains also covered him from head to toe. Some of the blood had even already turned black and dried, sticking to him in patches. On top of that, dust and gravel clung sporadically to his body, staining his skin a grimy black, making him appear even more wretched than a homeless vagrant, perhaps even worse off than a beggar. Despite his miserable appearance, however, none of the NPCs present, beings who viewed humans as insignificant insects and treated life as inconsequential, dared to look away from him. Yet, at the same time, none of them dared to meet his gaze directly, instinctively averting their eyes from his piercing stare. It was because, despite his disheveled and pitiful state, Riezel's eyes remained crystal clear and bright, brimming with a sharp intensity that resembled a sword not fully sheathed, with a gaze so penetrating that it seemed to stab into one's very skin, making it impossible for anyone to meet his eyes. Even worse, this effect was especially pronounced when the flames, like the fire of the sun itself, surged and roared across Riezel's body, causing every NPC with an evil nature present to be seized by an overwhelming urge to flee. If Ains, the supreme ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick, were not present, many of them would have seriously considered whether escaping immediately would be the wisest course of action. To command such fear from those who saw humans as inferior beings and disregarded all life outside the great tomb of Nazarick, maybe only Riezel could achieve this. Riezel's nearly 2 months of relentless fighting on the 8th floor had etched this formidable presence into the hearts of these fearless NPCs, who normally feared nothing but Ains himself. Riezel, who appeared completely oblivious to all of this, adjusted his breathing and calmly fixed his gaze on Ains. At this point, what's left to talk about? Saying this, Riezel's voice was as steady and indifferent as ever, as if the past 2 months of bloodshed hadn't left the slightest impression or impact on him. Such an attitude only made Ains grow even more wary and fearful of Riezel. If it weren't for the fact that the great tomb of Nazarick needed him and that he had to maintain the dignity befitting the name Ains Olgaun in front of his subordinates, Ains might have shown far more weakness in the face of Riezel. Now, Ains could only suppress his anxiety, relying on the forced calm granted by his undead race as he struggled to continue the conversation with Riezel. "You're a smart man, so I won't beat around the bush and get straight to the point," Ains said in a deep and solemn voice. "Let's stop. If this continues, it won't end well for either of us." "Oh." Riezel raised his eyebrows before a faint smile appeared on his face. "And how do you know this won't end well for me?" "Because if you keep going, you'll surely die," Ains stated calmly. "Don't rush to dismiss what I'm saying. Since you're familiar with Yggdrasil, you should know about the existence of the 20, right?" Upon hearing this, Riezel narrowed his eyes. He indeed knew about the so-called 20. Among the only 200 world items, the 20 is the name of the top 20 world items and disappears after a single use, right? Riezel said casually. "Correct." Ains nodded calmly. "Even for someone like you, if you were up against one of the 20, there's no way you'd be able to hold out, right?" Riezel didn't deny Ains' statement. At least, according to the original work's descriptions, the world items referred to as the 20 indeed possessed terrifying powers. Riezel began recalling several world items among the 20 mentioned in the original work. A world item capable of completely erasing its target, but at the cost of its user also being entirely erased, Longinus. A world item that could unleash immense power against targets with negative karma values, with an effect spanning an entire world, Ahura Mazda. A world item that could alter the magic systems in Yggdrasil, with its effects similarly encompassing the entire world, 5 Elements Overcoming. A world item that was somewhat similar to 5 Elements Overcoming, but instead of magic systems, it was capable of changing the rules of Yggdrasil itself and could even copy the effects of other world items, Ouroboros. Lastly, a world item that was hailed as one of the strongest world items, typically just an ordinary club, but capable of growing infinitely stronger without limits. Given enough time, its wielder could eventually single-handedly conquer the great tomb of Nazarick at their fullest, or even the entirety of Yggdrasil itself, World Savior. As part of the 20, these 5 world items were treasures too powerful and precious to use casually, as each could only be used once. Ains Olgaun possessed 2 such items, which were intended to be used only if their enemies deployed items of the same level or if Ains Olgaun faced a crisis that compromised their existence, making the 2 the most valuable of treasures for Ains Olgaun. Unfortunately, the original work didn't reveal what the 2 were or what effects they had. If Riezel had known, he might have been able to determine whether he could handle them. However, considering the 2 were on the same level as the other 5, they must also possess incredible power, leaving no room for carelessness. Seeing Riezel deep in thought, Ains' spirits lifted, and he quickly pressed his advantage. "I'd rather not use such precious items against just one person, and I believe you wouldn't want to end up being targeted by the 20 during a battle and meeting your end before you've even had your fill of the fight, right?" Ains' words made it clear he had spent the past 2 months observing and analyzing part of Riezel's personality, which was why he said it this way. If things continue like this, the resources of the great tomb of Nazarick will be exhausted in this endless battle, causing the mechanisms of the 8th floor to completely cease functioning. You might win this fight, but by then, I'll have no choice but to use the 20 against you. In the end, we'll both suffer mutual destruction and walk toward annihilation together. Ains didn't mention that using the 20 would ultimately lead to his victory. Why? It was simply because, by that point, the great tomb of Nazarick would surely collapse due to resource depletion, rendering it non-functional and making the many NPCs cease to exist as well. Losing the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the crystallization of his guild companion's efforts and devotion, would undoubtedly leave Ains utterly broken. Even if he survived, he felt he would descend into madness, becoming a monster devoid of a soul. Having such self-destruction, how was it any different from mutual destruction? Such an outcome, I believe, isn't what you'd want to see either. Ains continued in a deep voice. That's why, let's negotiate peace, Riezel Brynhart. Upon hearing this, Riezel closed his eyes. He didn't respond right away, as though lost in thought, making all the NPCs present grow visibly tense. Even Albedo and Shaltir, who hated Riezel to the core, didn't voice any objections to Ains' proposal. Instead, they wore complicated expressions as they gazed at Riezel, standing across from them, their emotions clearly in turmoil. Negotiation was indeed a step the Great Tomb of Nazarick had no choice but to take. However, the thought of this man who had not only wreaked havoc in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, meticulously created by the Supreme Beings, but had also killed so many of their comrades, including their esteemed ruler, left Albedo, Shaltir, and the others with a bitter sense of defeat. Even worse, not only could they not execute this chief offender on the spot, but now they also had to negotiate with him, which delivered a crushing blow to their pride. In truth, wasn't Ains feeling the same? If possible, he would have loved nothing more than to exact severe punishment on the men who had messed up the Great Tomb of Nazarick and tarnished the legacy left behind by his guild companions. Sadly, he couldn't. Not only was the man standing before him far too dangerous, even more so than the 1,500 players who had once invaded the Great Tomb of Nazarick, but he also genuinely feared that if he didn't negotiate, the Great Tomb of Nazarick would crumble. Because of this, he had no choice but to negotiate. Forgive me, my friends. Ains silently apologized to his guild companions in his heart, and then, to increase the likelihood of a peaceful negotiation, he spoke to Riezel again. I've already released your friends. It seems they've been lingering nearby and haven't left. You'll find them once you step outside. I can also promise that I won't repeat what happened last time. I won't do anything excessive to the human race. If that's still not enough, I'm willing to pay a price, within reason, to compensate you. So, what do you say? Is that sincere enough for you? Upon hearing this, Riezel finally opened his eyes. Compensation, you say? Riezel asked, seemingly intrigued by Ains' last condition. I'm curious. What do you intend to offer as compensation? One should understand that while the grudge between them wasn't exactly etched into their bones, it was practically irreconcilable. Given this, what could Ains possibly offer to make him abandon his plans to conquer the Great Tomb of Nazarick? Riezel truly wondered. In this moment of tension, Ains delivered an answer that even Riezel found surprising. A world item. Ains answered in a tone that could shock anyone. Only one. I can offer a world item as compensation and give it to you. When these words left Ains' mouth, it wasn't just Riezel who was stunned, even the NPCs around Ains were utterly shocked. Lord Ains. You mustn't. Lord Ains, that's a world item. Albedo and the others cried out in alarm. Ains, however, simply raised his hand, silencing them. I know what I'm doing, so don't interrupt. While blocking the intense protests from the NPCs, Ains turned to Riezel and continued speaking. So, you must know that the weight of this compensation should be enough, right? Upon hearing this, Riezel immediately gave Ains a deep look. After a moment of silence, Riezel withdrew the surging flames that had been rolling across his body. Since you've put it like that, what else can I say? Riezel responded casually, almost as if talking to himself. In any case, I've already achieved my main goal, so stopping here is fine. Whispering softly, Riezel shifted his attention to his back, where a mysterious mass of text resembling crimson inscriptions glowed faintly with a steady rhythm and flashed at a certain frequency. Chapter 384, Caloric Stone. During the more than a month of fighting on the 8th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Riezel hadn't always been suppressed, mainly because his opponents weren't as versatile as he was. Sometimes, they couldn't use magic due to exhaustion of magical energy, other times, they ran out of uses for their special skills, and sometimes their health points would drop to the limit without any way to recover. Moreover, Riezel would occasionally explode with power and strike back when the opportunity arose, achieving some pretty good results. For example, Rubido, who was known as the strongest NPC in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, had already been killed 3 times by Riezel. Meanwhile, those among the 8th floor hierarchy were no different, some had died at Riezel's hands once or twice, and some even more. Even Ains, who had attacked him with all the guardians not long ago, had been caught off guard and killed once or twice by Riezel. Especially Shaltir and Albedo, who harbored a deep grudge against Riezel. If it hadn't been for their life-saving special skills being so powerful, they would have ended up lying dead in his hands at least 10 times. In this way, Riezel repeatedly found ways to survive and kill powerful enemies, even managing to break through the attacks from world items several times. Under these circumstances, Riezel's goal of gaining high-rank Excelia to level up had already been accomplished. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, S996 SSS. End, S968 SSS. Dex, SS1055 SSS. AGI, SS1078 SSS. Mag, SS1114 SSS. Lightweight, DC. Swordsman, DC. Mage, FE. Battle Adept, GF. Fast Attack, HG. This was the status Riezel had updated during the fierce battle on the 8th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Not only had all his basic abilities reached SSS, but all of his development abilities had also been upgraded to the next rank. Just this alone was enough to prove how much Riezel had grown and improved over the past couple of months. It was also from the status update that Riezel's fauna began to show signs of flickering with a glowing effect, a sign that he could level up, a reminder to evolve and transcend to the next level. In other words, Riezel was now able to level up. Level 7. In the current Orario, only one person had reached level 7. Not even Loki Familia, known alongside Freya Familia as the strongest Familia in Orario, had adventurers at this level. But Riezel had finally achieved it. If it weren't for the need to decide which new development ability to learn and the fact that he couldn't afford to think about such things in the middle of a life and death battle, Riezel might have leveled up right on the spot. For this reason, his primary objective in invading the Great Tomb of Nazarick, which was to gain high-rank Excelia to level up, had been successfully completed, so it wasn't out of the question to stop here. Firstly, since his primary objective had already been accomplished, he just wanted to return, level up, and take a break, which was definitely necessary. Secondly, he didn't particularly want to face the 20 since their effects were just too overpowering for him to handle. For example, Longinus, using its user's life as a cost, could unconditionally erase its target, and after being erased by it, no resurrection magic or items could bring them back, and only other world items of the same level could resurrect them. Truthfully, just hearing about it made Riezel not want to face it directly. It was only natural. What Riezel wanted was a thrilling and intense battle, not being bombarded by something like a nuclear bomb that could instantly kill him. Even though he didn't know exactly what the 2 of the 20 in Ain's Olgaun's possession were, they shouldn't be that far from the others. Having made up his mind, Riezel focused his gaze on Ain's and casually spoke up. "Let me see the world item first." Upon hearing this, Ain's didn't refuse but instead readily agreed. Sure. Ain's flipped his hand and suddenly took out an item, causing everyone's attention to immediately turn toward it. It was a stone that seemed to have flames burning inside it, radiating a fiery red glow and emitting heat, looking like a glowing, red-hot branding iron. "I'm giving you this world item." Ain's tossed the fiery red stone toward Riezel. As Riezel caught it, he noticed it was indeed radiating heat. All appraisal magic item. Riezel immediately used appraisal magic on the world item to retrieve detailed information about it. In the next second, a message surged into Riezel's mind, which he quickly absorbed. What Ain's gave was indeed a world item. In Yggdrasil, this was one of the hidden world items that was considered an extremely omnipotent material, with even NPCs stating that there was no material more omnipotent than it in the world. It could be embedded into weapons or armor to enhance their class and power, and could even be used to modify existing items or serve as the core of a golem. It was said that its usage in Yggdrasil would allow its holder to make a request to the game developers themselves to create whatever they wanted. Its name was Caloric Stone. So it's this. Riezel paused for a moment, then looked up at Ain's. "Good choice using this world item as compensation. No wonder you were so quick to agree." It wasn't surprising for Riezel to say this. Even though Caloric Stone was an incredibly powerful world item, it was a consumable item, just like those from the 20, once used, it would disappear. Meanwhile, the difference between Caloric Stone and those from the 20 was that Caloric Stone could be obtained by gathering large amounts of special ores of various types in a single place, fulfilling the conditions to spawn it in exchange for consuming all the ores. As for the kinds of special ores they were a series of highly valuable minerals found in various locations in Yggdrasil, known as prismatic ores, which was a grade for 7 high-class minerals that originated from Yggdrasil, of which only 4 were revealed in the original work. In this world, ores were classified by strength and rarity, ranging from copper, iron, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, or orichalcum, to adamantite. Adventurers used metals made from these ores as identification tags, with their ranks determined by the strength and rarity of the metals. Mithril was considered a very rare metal, orichalcum was regarded as super rare, and adamantite was recognized by the natives as the strongest and rarest metal. Most of the highest class armor or weapons in this world were made from adamantite, making it quite precious. Prismatic ores, however, were ores that surpassed adamantite in both strength and rarity, expensive materials that were considered high-priced items in Yggdrasil. Being a world item obtained by consuming large amounts of various types of prismatic ores, caloric stone could be repeatedly obtained as long as the method to obtain it was known. In the past, Ain's Olgaun had, by chance, obtained a caloric stone, but it was eventually used up. Many who had read the original work believed the caloric stone was likely used in Rabito's body, one of the key resources used to create the most powerful NPC of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Ains Olgaun had once considered getting a second caloric stone, but after losing access to the prismatic ore mines, they had never been able to gather enough prismatic ores and thus never acquired another caloric stone. Who would have thought that now, Ains would suddenly pull out a caloric stone and offer it as compensation? Actually, this is a world item I obtained after coming to this world. Ains said while shaking his head. I was able to get it thanks to Shaltir's trip to the slain theocracy. Ains' words made Shaltir puff out her chest and glare at Riezel. Now, Riezel was starting to understand. So, she found a large amount of prismatic ores when she messed up the city of the slain theocracy. Riezel's guess was correct. Shaltir had indeed accidentally discovered a large amount of prismatic ores beneath the city she attacked. It wasn't clear whether the prismatic ores had been deliberately hidden or had simply formed naturally in that city, but as soon as she found them, she immediately informed the Great Tomb of Nazarick, drawing Ains' full attention. Afterward, Ains sent people to bring the prismatic ores back, and after some attempts, they successfully obtained a caloric stone. Sadly, the prismatic ores we brought back were all used up in obtaining this caloric stone, so obtaining the third one won't be so easy. Ains continued with a regretful tone. No matter what, the caloric stone Ains had given to Riezel had now become the perfect world item to be used as compensation. Since Ains knew how to obtain it, as long as he had the materials, he could obtain another one at any time. Moreover, since the Great Tomb of Nazarick had already used a caloric stone in the past, losing another one wouldn't be too painful. More importantly, by using this caloric stone as compensation, Ains wouldn't need to use any of the other world items that couldn't be obtained again. In this way, the world item stock of the Great Tomb of Nazarick would remain almost unchanged, minimizing the losses, which was clearly the calculation Ains had in mind. While it's a world item that can be repeatedly obtained, a world item is still a world item. I think it has enough value to serve as compensation. Ains spoke with a solemn tone, gazing seriously at Riezel. With this, our grudge is settled, right, Riezel Brynhart? Upon hearing this question, Riezel showed a nonchalant expression before responding indifferently. Whether it's truly settled or not, I think that's still up for debate. Before Ains and the others could change their expressions and respond, Riezel quickly shifted his tone and added. But you're right. We don't need to keep fighting. In front of Ains and the others, Riezel put the caloric stone into the storage space of the dimensional magic cube. Squing. With a slight metallic friction sound, Riezel returned Hermit to its scabbard, ending his combat stance. Still, while I can stop now, you should understand that if your Nazarick doesn't change the way it does things, we'll end up having another big conflict sooner or later. Hope you can really do what you said and not go too far with the human race anymore. After saying these words, Riezel paid no attention to Ains and the others' grim expressions and, with a twist of his body, flew off into the distance. Open the teleportation gate and let him out. Ains ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Someone responded to Ains and went off to prepare. Ains watched Riezel fly away, the red glow in his empty eye sockets flickering frequently. It was unclear what he was thinking. Chapter 385, I'm not getting involved. Meanwhile, in the sky above the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Swish. With a flash of blurred light and shadow, Riezel's figure appeared as he left the Great Tomb of Nazarick. He glanced at the destroyed surface of the Great Tomb of Nazarick below, noticing that the crystalline phenomenon caused by falling down had become more severe. After a moment of silence, he turned and left without a shred of hesitation. As a light breeze swept by and brushed past Riezel's body, it strangely brought peace to his heart. Immersed in nearly 2 months of intense battles, he finally had a moment to pay attention to other matters. For example, how his entire body was now a mess, barely covered by a few tattered strips of cloth that struggled to maintain his modesty, leaving him feeling rather chilly. If anyone saw me like this right now, they'd definitely be scared off. Catching a faint whiff of an unpleasant odor coming from himself, Riezel gave a bitter smile, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. In the end, Riezel used some magic on himself. Odorless. A faint glow of magical energy flashed over Riezel's body, instantly eliminating the smell emanating from him. Clean. A second glow of magical energy followed, sweeping over Riezel's entire body, wiping away all the dirt, dried blood, and dust clinging to him. What he used were magic spells that didn't exist in Yggdrasil but were original magic created by the natives of this world. Both of them were low-tier, first-tier magic, but for someone who frequently traveled, such life-oriented magic was incredibly convenient. As for how he learned them, it was because he had taken the opportunity to learn them from some colleagues in the Adventurers Guild. Thanks to these 2 magic spells, the stench and grime on his body disappeared, the bloodstains were cleared, and his skin became clean once more. Next, he used decomposition magic to disintegrate the tattered strips of cloth on his body before using another magic spell. Create greater item. In an instant, a set of clothes conjured through magic appeared on Riezel's body, equipping him in the blink of an eye. Only now did he fully look like a proper person again, restoring his original appearance as a mysterious and handsome young man. Lord Brynhart. Sir Brynhart. Just as Riezel finished restoring his appearance, a few voices called out to him from the ground below, reaching his ears. He focused his gaze and saw a group of people, fully armed, standing at the edge of a vast forest on the grassland, waving at him enthusiastically. They were none other than the members of Blue Roses and Brain. They didn't leave. Have they been hanging around nearby this entire time? Riezel thought in surprise as he saw the group below before flying toward them the next moment. Lord Brynhart. Sir Brynhart. As Riezel descended, Brain, Lockhughes, and the other members of Blue Roses immediately rushed toward him with overwhelming excitement, especially Brain, who looked extremely overjoyed. I knew it, Lord Brynhart would surely make it out of those monsters' lair. Brain sounded exceptionally excited, as if Riezel's safe return gave him immense encouragement and comfort, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. It's amazing you managed to get out of a place like that. Even Evil Eye, after carefully observing Riezel for a moment, let out a voice that seemed to carry both amazement and admiration. Why, you're okay, right, Sir Brynhart? Lockhughes, who was rarely flustered, looked visibly shaken as she asked Riezel. There was a mix of shame and guilt in her expression. As for Gagarin, Tia, and Tina, the three let out a collective sigh of relief as if a heavy burden pressing on their hearts had finally been lifted. They not only seemed excited but also wore expressions of reassurance. Seeing them like this, Riezel scratched his cheek before speaking up. Looks like I made you all worry, huh? My bad. Well, as you can see, I'm in one piece. At least now, he was indeed okay. As for the injuries he had sustained during the fierce battle on the 8th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick and how many times he had lost limbs or come close to death, only Riezel himself knew the full story. Brain, along with the members of Blue Roses, checked on Riezel's condition with great concern one after another, and only after confirming that he was indeed in good health and entirely unharmed did they finally put their minds at ease. In the next moment, Lockhughes stepped forward, giving Riezel a deep bow. Sir Brynhart, this time, we owe you everything. Lockhughes said solemnly, her tone filled with both sincerity and respect. If not for your intervention, we might have faced the worst possible outcome. On behalf of Blue Roses, I extend our deepest gratitude to you. Seeing this, the other members of Blue Roses standing behind her also bowed to Riezel. Even Evil Eye, who usually carried an air of aloofness, seemed genuinely convinced of Riezel's strength this time, as proven by her current attitude, which was more respectful than ever, giving him a deep bow like her companions. Seriously, if it weren't for Lord Brynhart, I surely wouldn't have made it out alive. Brain added with a wry smile, expressing his gratitude as well. It was no big deal. Riezel replied casually, shaking his head. Anyway, I didn't come here just to save you. Even if you hadn't been involved, I would have ended up here eventually. Naturally, this wasn't a false display of humility or an attempt to downplay his role, but simply the truth. Lockhughes and the others didn't catch this underlying meaning, but even if they had, it wouldn't have changed their feelings. No matter what, it's thanks to Sir Brynhart that we were saved. Please, allow us to express our gratitude. Lockhughes spoke with a warm smile before quickly suppressing it and taking on a more serious expression. If it hadn't been for this encounter, we might never have known, until our deaths, that such a group of terrifying monsters existed in this world. Her words cast a heavy shadow over the atmosphere, leaving everyone present with a sense of dread. Because of this experience, they now fully understood the existence of the Great Tomb of Nazarick and, even more terrifying, the overwhelming power of beings like Ains and the Guardians, which made their mood turn grim. Just the thought of creatures like Shaltir gathering in groups on this vast, desolate grassland, forming an organization, sent chills down their spines. Not to mention Brain, Lockhughes, and the others, even Evil Eye couldn't help but feel a shiver run through her. As someone who was once known as the legendary vampire Landfall, an undead who had lived for over 2 centuries, Evil Eye was certain of one thing: things were far worse than they had imagined. They're certainly enemies far more terrifying than even the demon gods. If they become active, not only could they bring back the same chaos caused by the demon gods 200 years ago, but they could also reignite the same world war from 500 years ago, the one between the 8 greed kings and the continent's various races. Evil Eye's words made everyone feel a heavy weight in their hearts, almost as if they were facing the end of the world. Even Lockhughes seemed to revert to a simple, ordinary 19-year-old girl at this moment, looking especially fragile, powerless, her face full of confusion. Seeing Lockhughes and the others like this, Riezel silently mourned for them for a moment. It couldn't be helped. For the natives of this world, encountering a monstrous group like the Great Tomb of Nazarick was truly a disaster. However, you don't need to worry too much. Riezel chimed in, calming everyone down. While I can't guarantee everything will be fine, I've already made an agreement with the leader of those monsters. Moving forward, they shouldn't target humans too aggressively. As soon as everyone heard this, their hearts stirred. An agreement? Lockhughes couldn't help but ask. Those terrifying monsters made such an agreement? Yeah. Riezel nodded calmly. Don't think of them as invincible, terrifying monsters. They've also got things they want to protect and don't want to suffer irreparable damage, so as long as we can pose enough threat to them, we should be able to negotiate a bit. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. I feel like the one who could pull something like that off is probably only Lord Brynhart. Brain said bitterly. Everyone nodded in unison, casting respectful and admiring looks at Riezel. If that's the case, then it shouldn't get too bad. Lockhew said, feeling a little more hopeful. Sir Brynhart, what do you think we should do next? Why are you asking me? Riezel raised an eyebrow and asked back. Needless to say, his current stance was quite ambiguous. Even though he had helped innocent people for the sake of the human race, he, in fact, hadn't fully sided with them and was more like a half-outsider. Given this, what Ains had said before was actually quite true. Riezel wasn't some saint who hated evil with all his heart, nor was he someone who thought all humans were worth saving, nor did he intend to become some hero of his race. Unless something truly unbearable was happening in front of him, he actually preferred to watch the actions of the great tomb of Nazareth from a distance. If this world were like the world of Demon Slayer, where all the humans united against the atrocities of demons, Riezel wouldn't mind stepping in to help. However, just look at the humans in this world, what were they like? For example, the slain theocracy was a typical human supremacist country that would sacrifice everything for the survival of the human race, not just voluntarily but forcefully. As long as their goal was achieved, they wouldn't hesitate to slaughter their own kind, as proven by the merciless massacres in Karn village. They also treated all non-human races as enemies, even seeing them as dirty monsters that hindered the human race. While the Riezel's kingdom had already abolished slavery, the slain theocracy still enslaved demi-humans like elves, freely abusing them. From these signs alone, one could tell how highly they held themselves. As for the Riezel's kingdom, there was even less to be said. Not only was the royal family practically useless, but the nobles were so corrupt it was unbearable, treating the safety of their own kingdom like it was nothing as they focused only on their internal struggles and mercilessly exploited their own people. Understanding this situation, Riezel was immediately put off from helping them resist the great tomb of Nazareth. Of course, unless it was like that time in the royal capital, where disaster struck right in front of him and innocent people were suffering before his eyes, Riezel would basically not care about the survival of the Riezel's kingdom or the slain theocracy. All things considered, asking Riezel for his opinion on this was a mistake. Not to mention, Riezel didn't have much time left in this world. As a result, you guys should figure this out yourselves. With a nonchalant expression, Riezel spoke straightforwardly. I'm not getting involved. Chapter 386, Calmness and Indifference. You guys should figure this out yourselves. With a nonchalant expression, Riezel spoke straightforwardly. I'm not getting involved. As soon as everyone heard Riezel's words, they were stunned and speechless. Don't look at me like that. Riezel glanced at their expressions and went on. I'm just a wandering adventurer, not like Gazef Stranov, who's not only a citizen of the kingdom but also has an official position there. Isn't it a bit weird to talk to me about matters of state or even racial issues? Why, you're right. Lockhews muttered, then shook her head. But Sir Brynhart is incredibly strong, and you've dealt with those monsters before. If we have your help, then... Before Lockhews could finish her sentence, Riezel interrupted. You know, the whole idea of help is problematic from the start. Riezel said with a half-smile. Let me ask you, why should I help? Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately stunned and speechless again, but Riezel's next words would leave them even more stunned and speechless. I intervened this time, not because I want to help the kingdom or fellow humans, but because I have some past dealings with those monsters and, to some extent, because of coincidence and being forced by the situation. Riezel explained flatly and bluntly. If you still don't get it, let me be more straightforward. I don't want to help people I don't think are worth helping, like those corrupt nobles in the kingdom, for example. In the first place, isn't this exactly what those nobles should be doing? They collect taxes from their people and claim the land as their own fiefs, so when the kingdom is in trouble and threatened by powerful monsters, shouldn't they, as nobility, be leading the charge to defend it? Riezel's words were so casual that Lockhews and the others could only stare at him in speechless silence. Aren't you an adventurer too? Evil Eye asked, furrowing her brows. Since you're an adventurer, isn't dealing with monsters supposed to be our job? Hearing this, Riezel rolled his eyes, speechless at her nonsense. Yeah, it's our job, but it's not our responsibility. Riezel retorted bluntly. In the end, adventurers are just armed individuals getting paid to do a job. We've openly said we won't get involved in national affairs, right? So, please don't make adventurers sound all noble, okay? Seeing that Evil Eye and even Lockhew seemed about to say something more, Riezel raised a hand, stopping them. Okay, no need to say anything more. I've done my part. I've ensured those monsters won't indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. I'm personally satisfied with that guarantee. As for how those corrupt nobles and those monsters will play their games, I couldn't care less. So, if you're planning to discuss how to deal with those monsters and protect your kingdom, don't come to me. I'm really not interested. Even though Riezel's attitude wasn't particularly forceful, the calmness and indifference in his tone made it clear that he truly didn't care. Lockhughes and the others furrowed their brows, feeling helpless. Truthfully, Riezel's words weren't entirely unreasonable. Yes, the nobles of the kingdom were certainly unpleasant to deal with, so it made sense that no one really wanted to help them with anything. Riezel had, at least, done his part. Not only had he saved everyone present and helped calm things down in the royal capital, but he had even made an agreement with those monsters to prevent the majority of innocent people from suffering in the future. From here on, as long as those monsters kept their word, his contribution would be the greatest, and no one could criticize what he had done. However, without his help from here on, it would indeed be a huge loss. Because of this, while they accepted his reasoning logically, emotionally, Lockhughes and the others still felt helpless and couldn't accept it. At this moment, Evil Eye sighed before speaking up. Seems like I'll have to ask that guy for help. Evil Eye's face was full of displeasure as she spoke. Who? Lockhughes asked, making the others look at Evil Eye. Someone you all know. Evil Eye didn't elaborate much and explained briefly. I'll try to contact him. If it's him, he should be willing to offer some assistance. Seeing that everyone was still looking at her, Evil Eye continued. Don't worry. I can guarantee that guy's power is beyond human level, even to the point where you could say he's one of the strongest beings in this world. If he's willing to make a move, even if those monsters come right at us, we'll have a way to deal with them. Evil Eye spoke with an expression of displeasure, yet the words she said conveyed great trust in the guy she mentioned. Riezel, on the other hand, curled his lips upon hearing Evil Eye's words because, while others might not know who Evil Eye was talking about, he was very clear. Is she talking about him? In Riezel's mind, the guy Evil Eye meant was none other than the Platinum Knight who had suddenly attacked him over 4 months ago in the northern forest of Riezel. Of course, the true identity of the knight was not that of a knight, but a dragon, and not just any dragon, but one of the strongest, a true dragon lord known as Dorcas Vasion, though people usually referred to him as the Platinum Dragon Lord. Among the true dragon lords, the Platinum Dragon Lord was one of the most powerful and was considered one of the strongest living dragons. Not only was he the son of the Dragon Emperor, but he had also participated in the war between the dragon race and the 8 Greed Kings, which made him knowledgeable about Yggdrasil and the players. Though he wouldn't know everything, he had a clear understanding. He also acted as a guardian of this world's balance, paying close attention to its development and remaining particularly wary of players who came to this world. As a result, whenever a player was transported from Yggdrasil to this world, he would often take action by either gathering information on them and then testing them, or even sometimes directly eliminating those who sought to disrupt this world's balance, saving it from destruction. Because of this, the Platinum Dragon Lord was considered an enemy of players, and unless a player earned his trust, he would usually be on the opposite side of them. Evil Eye knew the Platinum Dragon Lord, aware of his existence and responsibilities because he frequently traveled around while controlling a suit of platinum armor from a distance. Yes, the Platinum Knight was just an armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon Lord. Even though the armor looked like a knight and was humanoid in shape, the inside of the armor was completely empty, merely a controlled puppet. 200 years ago, the Platinum Dragon Lord had joined the 13 heroes in this way and spent some time adventuring with them, which resulted in Evil Eye meeting him and fighting side by side with him. Aside from the Platinum Dragon Lord, Evil Eye also knew another person who had once been part of the 13 heroes, a human woman who had extended her lifespan through magic or similar means, surviving from 200 years ago to the present day. If I'm not wrong, her name is Rigret, right? Riezel, relying on his excellent memory, recalled things about the woman named Rigret. Rigret was one of the rare outliers in this world, with a level of around 40, an existence above even the realm of heroes. She was also friends with the Platinum Dragon Lord, and through that connection, she had obtained a magic item created with wild magic, which was now the magic ring Riezel wore on his hand. Gazef's master had once been an adventurer and had been in the same adventurer group as Rigret, who hadn't retired at that time. Rigret, being a close friend of Gazef's master, greatly admired Gazef as a disciple of her old friend, so she gave Gazef the magic ring, helping him, who was already halfway into the realm of heroes, fully step into it. Rigret had also been part of Blue Roses, making her the senior to Lockhughes, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina. In addition, the reason Evil Eye joined Blue Roses was very likely because of Rigret. It seemed that Evil Eye, who was connected to them, was about to ask Rigret for help in contacting the Platinum Dragon Lord. Platinum Dragon Lord, huh? Recalling the confrontation in the northern forest of Riezel more than 4 months ago, Riezel muttered quietly. Now that I think about it, he did mention back then that he was going to investigate whether the ring on me was stolen. Riezel thought that, at the time, the Platinum Dragon Lord must have assumed he had either taken the magic ring by force or secretly stolen it from Rigret. It's been so long, and there hasn't been a word from him. Maybe he's already confirmed my ring's origins are clean. Riezel silently contemplated. What Riezel didn't know was that the origins of his ring were indeed clean because the Platinum Dragon Lord had immediately contacted Rigret to confirm this matter shortly after fighting Riezel. However, thanks to this, Rigret learned about Riezel's existence and his power, and then, at the Platinum Dragon Lord's request, she asked Locuse and the others to investigate Riezel, learn about him, and trace his origins. Had Riezel known this, he might have, he would have definitely used the Platinum Dragon Lord as a test to see just how strong his power had gotten after leveling up later. Ending his thoughts, Riezel spoke again. Well, since you guys have made up your minds, let's leave this place. If we don't leave, those monsters will never be at ease. Hearing this, Locuse and the others nodded in agreement. In truth, they had been wanting to leave for a while. It was only natural. Staying so close to a group of terrifying monsters really tested their heart's capacity for stress. If it weren't for worrying about Riezel's safety, they would have already retreated to the royal capital long ago. Now that Riezel was out, they were eager to leave and return to the city. Let's go. Using fly, Riezel took the lead and flew off in the direction of Irantel. Seeing this, the others immediately followed, leaving the vast grassland behind. Chapter 387, Level. Irantel. After more than 4 months, Riezel returned to this fortress city once again. 4 months wasn't too long, but it wasn't exactly short either. At least, this span of time wasn't enough for a human city to undergo any noticeable changes, especially not a city that played such a crucial role in defending against external threats. Upon returning, the only change Riezel noticed was that the shining golden pavilion had been fully repaired and even seemed to have undergone some renovations during the process, making it look more luxurious and comfortable than before. For this reason, Riezel, Brain, Locuse, and the others chose to stay at the shining golden pavilion immediately after arriving in Irantel, without considering other inns. It was only natural. Back in the royal capital, they always stayed at the most luxurious adventurer inns, so there was no reason to settle for anything less here, or else their status as adamantite adventurers might as well be tarnished. However, Blue Roses only planned to stay for 1 night and leave tomorrow since they needed to return to the royal capital as quickly as possible to deliver information about the Great Tomb of Nazarick and ensure the kingdom took it seriously. If possible, they also hoped to draw the attention of all humans to the matter since the Great Tomb of Nazarick wasn't something a mere 1 or 2 countries could handle on their own. I heard the recent incident caused a lot of ripple effects, making things chaotic not just in the royal capital but even in the royal castle. Amid all this, the Baharuth Empire sent their people to investigate and stir up trouble, while the slain theocracy seems to have made some big moves. Locuse explained the aftermath of the incident the Great Tomb of Nazarick had caused. Everyone's too caught up in their own problems right now. I just hope the information we bring back can calm the situation down a bit, get everyone to set aside their differences, and focus on dealing with the potential threat from those monsters. It was precisely because of this that Locuse wanted to return to the royal capital as soon as possible to discuss the matter with the royal family and the nobles. She also sent letters to the Adventurers Guild, the Magicians Guild, the Merchants Guild, and various official and unofficial guilds, requesting their guild masters to attend discussions and work together on this issue. Naturally, Locuse also reached out to the other adamantite adventurer groups, asking them to return and take part in the matter, which showed just how seriously she regarded the threat of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. If Sir Brynhart could return with us, that would be even better. Locuse brought up the topic again, clearly hoping to secure Riezel's assistance. In response, Riezel had only one thing to say. I can only warn you, don't involve Mammon and Nabe from Darkness in your discussions. If you do, you'll regret it later. Riezel gave a direct warning to Locuse when he noticed her considering contacting Darkness, the Riestei's Kingdom's recently established adamantite adventurer group. Locuse was puzzled by this, but Riezel didn't bother to explain further. Anyway, I've warned you. If you don't listen, that's on you. Leaving these words behind, Riezel completely distanced himself from the matter, making it clear he wouldn't join Locuse's plans, which left her rather disappointed. Even so, she still heeded his warning, so after much hesitation, she gave up on sending a letter to Darkness. Knowing this, Riezel seemed to consider his task done, so he returned to his room without paying any more attention to Locuse and the others. Once inside his room, Riezel immediately took out a bottle of Loki's blood and let a single drop fall onto his forehead, allowing it to seep into his skin. In that instant, a faint glow appeared on Riezel's back before sacred text began to manifest, forming mysterious letters that shimmered and pulsed with light. At the same time, information about his current status poured into Riezel's mind, making him confirm once again that he had reached the limits of his current level and could no longer make any significant progress. Understanding this, Riezel resolutely decided to level up. And so, Riezel prepared to face the most critical moment before leveling up, choosing a new development ability to learn. Looks like I triggered several development abilities again. Confirming the messages that flooded into his mind, Riezel's lips slowly curled into a smile. It had to be said that this was indeed a stroke of incredible luck since the opportunity to learn a development ability upon leveling up wasn't something that happened all the time. If the conditions to trigger a development ability weren't met, it was entirely normal to level up without being able to learn even a single one. Ace was a prime example. When she reached level 5, she hadn't met the conditions for any development abilities, so she leveled up without gaining anything new. If even someone as gifted as Ace, considered a prodigy with unparalleled talent, faced this, for others, it was even harder. Simply put, learning a development ability with every level up was nearly impossible. Naturally, even if the conditions to learn a development ability were triggered, whether it was useful or something one actually wanted was an entirely different matter. Just like Tiona and Tioni, they had triggered a development ability called diving, which allowed its user to swim faster after entering water and enhanced their combat abilities in aquatic environments. Unfortunately, outside of water, the usefulness of this development ability became extremely limited. As members of an exploration-type familia, Tiona and Tioni spent their time adventuring in the dungeon, which was mostly rocky terrain. Unless they were on special floors like the Water City, diving was practically a useless development ability, a classic case of something that was more trouble than it was worth. Regardless, the two of them still chose to learn this development ability because they had no choice. At the time, since diving was the only development ability they had triggered, if they didn't choose it, they would gain nothing and waste an opportunity to learn a development ability during their level up. As a result, they went with something is better than nothing. Under these circumstances, the fact that Riezel could trigger multiple development abilities every time he leveled up was something most adventurers could only dream of. Some would probably cry from envy. Not to mention, Riezel had even triggered several super rare development abilities that no one else had ever learned. For example, Lightweight, Battle Adept, and Fast Attack were all development abilities that had never appeared in the original work. Even Loki herself admitted she had never heard of these development abilities before. And now, once again, Riezel had triggered another super rare development ability that had never been seen in the original work. Magic Chant. Riezel murmured to himself in the solitude of his room. Magic Chant. Among all the development abilities Riezel could learn this time, this one stood out the most and completely captured his attention. Judging by the name, this should be a development ability that works on magic, just like Mage, right? If that was the case, he leaned toward choosing this development ability. Up until now, all the development abilities I've gained were almost entirely for close combat, and only Mage worked for magic. I've already got plenty of combat-related development abilities, so one more or less doesn't make much of a difference. But for magic-related development abilities, I only have Mage. In truth, Riezel had triggered the learning conditions for other magic-related development abilities before, one of which was a development ability that reduced the damage and effects of magic on the user, called Magic Defense. Regrettably, he hadn't had the chance to choose it because it appeared when he advanced to level 4, showing up alongside Mage. In the end, he naturally chose Mage, an essential development ability for mages, and passed up acquiring Magic Defense. Since then, he hadn't triggered any other magic-related development abilities. Now that I've triggered another one, I can't let it slip by. Riezel didn't know why, but his instincts told him that this development ability was incredibly rare and extraordinarily powerful. Even without anything else, the mere fact that it had never appeared in the original work made it clear that this was a super rare development ability worth choosing. I'll go with Magic Chant. Riezel made his decision. Zing. In the next moment, the sacred text floating behind Riezel began to change, accompanied by a faint glow. As the old text faded away, the new text emerged in its place. Everything happened swiftly and ended just as quickly. When the sacred text, resembling crimson inscriptions, returned to Riezel's back and merged into it, gradually disappearing, a brand new status emerged in his mind. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, I. End, I. Dex, I. AGI, I. Mag, I. Lightweight, C. Swordsman, C. Mage, E. Battle Adept, F. Fast Attack, G. Magic Chant, I. Looking at the level 7 displayed below his name, Riezel smiled. From this moment on, Orario had more than one level 7, and at the same time, Loki Familia, a Familia on par with its rival, Freya Familia, finally had its own level 7 as well and would no longer be inferior to its rival. When night fell, Irantel remained brightly lit. Many lights caused by continual light illuminated the streets, casting their glow to banish the darkness and create an environment suitable for human eyes. Swish. Using teleportation magic, Riezel's figure suddenly appeared above the city. Greater teleportation. Using teleportation magic again, Riezel instantly teleported from Irantel to an empty plain some distance away from Irantel. Lightning. Hovering in midair, Riezel extended a finger toward the dark expanse and unleashed offensive magic. BZZZ. In the next moment, a lightning bolt formed at Riezel's fingertip, and after emitting a crackling and rattling sound, it shot forward violently. As Riezel watched this unfold, his eyes flickered slightly. As I thought, the power of my magic has increased by more than a little. Chapter 388, Magic Chant. Shrouded in the night, the empty plain was suddenly lit up as lightning shot out from Riezel's fingertips. It wasn't just a brief flash tearing through the darkness, but it also streaked straight ahead for hundreds of meters, slicing through the blackness as if splitting it apart with precision. The sheer brightness made it stand out even more. If a knowledgeable magic caster were here to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Why? It was simply because the third-tier magic, lightning, shouldn't be this powerful. Seriously, the range, the power, and even the casting speed are way better than before. I'd say this could rival 4th tier, no, even 5th tier magic isn't that far off. Riezel confirmed this as he continued testing other magic in the empty, pitch-black plane. Teleportation magic, the distance he could travel was now much greater than before. Instant death magic, the success rate seemed to have increased quite a bit. Defensive magic, he wasn't sure if it could withstand stronger attacks, but the duration of the magic had definitely lengthened. Even creation magic, like create greater item, had significantly improved, as the sword Riezel created with this magic was now sharper and more durable, while the quality of his clothes had also become better, making it harder for them to end up tattered as they had last time. After trying out one magic after another, Riezel finally started forming a theory. No doubt, the power and effectiveness of my magic have increased a lot. It's not just because I leveled up, but also because of magic chant, right? Magic chant seemed to be a development ability with an effect similar to swordsman, yet also different. When chanting magic, I can clearly feel a surge of power building up inside me. That must be the effect of magic chant. While swordsman was a development ability that enhanced the user's status when they held a sword, where the higher its rank, the greater the enhancement, magic chant enhanced the user's magic-related abilities whenever they chanted magic, but its effects were limited to magic-related abilities, unlike swordsman, which had a broader range of enhancements. For example, among the 5 basic abilities, swordsman would enhance all of them whenever the user held a sword, whereas magic chant would only enhance mag while the other basic abilities remained unchanged. However, the enhancement from magic chant was actually much stronger than what swordsman provided, and it also didn't just affect basic abilities but also affected development abilities. In conclusion, when someone possessing magic chant chanted magic, not only was their mag enhanced, but all magic-related development abilities also received an enhancement. For example, since Mage was a development ability that granted various magic-related support effects, such as increasing a magic spell's power, expanding its range, and improving the mind usage efficiency, magic chant would enhance these effects whenever magic was chanted. As a result, the power enhancement, the expanded range, and even the mind usage efficiency from Mage would all be significantly improved. What was even more surprising was that certain skills Riezel possessed, such as Pioneer of the Sun, which had one of its effects as doubling the power and effectiveness of specific attributes of magic, also seemed to have been affected. In other words, light and heat magic no longer just doubled in power but increased even more, as evidenced in the empty plane where a massive, charred crater nearly 100 meters wide, with smoke continuing to rise from it, marked the result of the ground being struck by Riezel's recently cast 3rd-tier magic, Fireball. My Fireball probably isn't just on par with 6th-tier magic anymore but might even be stronger than 8th-tier magic. Riezel silently looked at the still smoking charred crater on the ground, and for a moment, he had the urge to unleash Fallen Down just to give it a try. However, considering the consequences of using that magic, he pushed down this devilish urge. Even before leveling up, Riezel had been able to use Fallen Down to destroy nearly a third of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, where the 1st to 3rd floors were destroyed, despite the many defense systems in place. One should know that the place was a guild base painstakingly built by Ains Ulgaun, one of the top guilds in Yggdrasil. Now, considering not only had Riezel leveled up, but he had also gained Magic Chant, a development ability that greatly enhanced all magic-related abilities, if he were to use Fallen Down again, he might even be able to wipe out the first 5 floors of the Great Tomb of Nazarick now. Needless to say, if Riezel were to unleash Fallen Down on this plane, the people in Irantil or even the entire Riestai's kingdom probably wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Feeling the sheer power that gave him such a thought, Riezel muttered to himself. Did I already reach the level of strategic class magician? He honestly wasn't sure, but if he had indeed reached that point, things would undoubtedly get interesting. Destroying an entire city with a single strike, huh? Riezel didn't know whether to be happy or concerned, so in the end, he just forced himself to stop thinking about it for now. I should focus on figuring out what's going on with my new strength first. Riezel moved his body a little, only to feel that every action was filled with unnatural stiffness. As usual, the sudden surge in power after leveling up had made his body uncoordinated. I need to get used to this strength and make sure I can fully control it. As Riezel thought this, something suddenly crossed his mind, making him grin. Looks like we're gonna be dealing with each other for a while, Overlord. The next morning. In front of the shining golden pavilion, Riezel, Brain, and the members of Blue Roses gathered once again. Well then, we're heading back to the royal capital. Locus, along with Evil Eye, Gagarin, Tia, and Tina, stood before Riezel and Brain, seemingly bidding the two farewell as they planned to use teleportation magic to return directly to the royal capital. 5th-tier magic, teleportation, allowed for long-distance point-to-point travel and could teleport multiple people at once, but it required a pre-established marker at the destination, a so-called teleportation point. Evil Eye possessed this magic and had already placed a teleportation point in the royal capital so she could instantly return there with the rest of Blue Roses without wasting time on travel. 7th tier magic, greater teleportation, also had the same effect as teleportation but could teleport more people and had almost zero chance of failure. Unfortunately, no native in this world was capable of using magic at this tier. Meanwhile, while Riezel had mastered these two teleportation magic, he hadn't set up a teleportation point anywhere in this world. It couldn't be helped. Riezel hadn't visited many places, and he never really planned on returning to them either since, to this world, he was just a passerby. Unless he had a strong reason, he generally wouldn't leave teleportation points behind. Of course, this was also because Riezel possessed the highest tier teleportation magic, Gate. Gate was not only a teleportation magic that didn't require a pre-marked teleportation point, but as long as the caster knew the location and had a rough idea of the surrounding terrain, they could create a portal that allowed anyone to freely travel back and forth for a certain period. Moreover, this teleportation magic also had unlimited range and zero chance of failure, so even if one wanted to travel to the ends of the world, to the farthest reaches of the planet, it would still be possible. As a result, Gate was considered the highest tier teleportation magic and the most reliable space-shifting ability. Naturally, it still had drawbacks, like the time it took to cast and the fact that the created portal couldn't be moved, making it completely useless in combat. Nevertheless, Gate was undoubtedly a great teleportation magic, even within the Great Tomb of Nazarick, only a handful had learned this magic, including Ains and Shaltir. It was precisely because Riezel had mastered Gate that he hadn't set up teleportation points anywhere. If there was ever an emergency and he needed to travel, he could just use Gate to instantly reach any place he had previously visited, including the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Unfortunately, since the Great Tomb of Nazarick had anti-teleportation mechanisms in place, the most he could do was teleport to the graveyard on its surface. Meanwhile, since Evil Eye could only use teleportation, which required teleportation points and had a limited carrying capacity, if Riezel and Brain wanted to travel to the royal capital with them, she probably wouldn't be able to bring everyone along and would have to use another means. As a result, knowing that Riezel and Brain didn't plan to go to the royal capital with them, Evil Eye and the rest of Blue Roses decided to use teleportation to head straight back to the royal capital. Are you sure you two won't come back with us? Evil Eye asked Riezel and Brain again, just to make sure. No, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Riezel replied, calmly shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Evil Eye sighed lightly and didn't say anything more. Just then, Brain also replied. I'm staying behind to learn swordsmanship from Lord Brynhard for a while. Anyway, I'm just a nobody in the kingdom, so it doesn't matter whether I go or stay. Like Riezel, Brain also intended to separate from Lockhughes and the others. He was, after all, just a wandering swordsman now, with no desire to serve the Riestai's kingdom, so his time with Blue Roses had naturally come to an end. Lockhughes and the others understood this and nodded in understanding. Seeing that everything was concluded, Riezel spoke again. Go ahead and do what you want to do. At this, Lockhughes and the others nodded again, this time more firmly. Teleportation. Swish. As soon as Evil Eye finished her magic chant, she and the other four immediately disappeared, teleporting to the royal capital. Riezel gazed at the empty spot where they had once been for a moment before turning his head to Brain. We should go too. Yes. Brain stood straight and responded loudly. And so, after seeing off the members of Blue Roses and leaving only Brain by his side, Riezel went to an empty plain outside of Irantal with Brain to teach him the first sword form of thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash. Several hours later, Brain left, leaving Riezel alone. With a faint smile on his face and a sword in his hand, Riezel once again headed toward the vast grassland. Chapter 389, A Favor. Great Tomb of Nazarick's 10th floor, Throne Room. A day had passed since the confrontation with Riezel, and Ains was once again seated in the throne room, but this time, it was no longer filled with numerous NPCs. Aside from Ains, only Albedo and Demiurge were present, while the rest had been assigned to various floors, busy with the post-battle cleanup. At this moment, Ains was reviewing the damage to the Great Tomb of Nazarick from the battle through the guild administrative system while listening to Albedo's report on the losses. At the moment, after a preliminary estimate, the losses to Nazarick in this battle are as follows. On the first, second, and third floors, aside from Floor Guardian Shaltir Bloodfallen, the rest have been completely wiped out, with no survivors. On the fourth floor, Floor Guardian Gargantua suffered no damage, no consumption, and no abnormalities, but nearly all of the combatants, except for a very small portion, were killed during the defense against Riezel Brynhard. On the fifth floor, the environmental effects were unaffected, but all of the defense systems were destroyed. Floor Guardian Cositus was successfully revived after his death, but his subordinates suffered severe damage, including several level 85 Frost Virgins, who were all burned by extremely hot flames. On the 6th floor, all magical beasts sent to intercept Riezel Brynhart were slain, while Aura and Mare had both died once in battle. Several magical beasts under Aura's command, above level 80, were also exterminated, and Mare's 2 dragons didn't survive either. Even the golems in the amphitheater were mostly destroyed, with only a few still reparable. On the 7th floor, this floor suffered losses second only to the 1st to 3rd floors. Not only was the terrain altered and 4 of the evil lords killed, but even Guren, an area guardian stronger than some of the floor guardians, was also killed. All the devils and undead stationed there were wiped out, and Demiurge himself, who commanded them, was also killed. Upon hearing Albedo's report, Demiurge's expression turned ashamed. Ains, however, didn't react since he knew that the true loss was still to come. And lastly, the 8th floor, which serves as the final line of defense for the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Albedo spoke with the heaviest tone, delivering the report to Ains. Not only have the large-scale, intense battles over the past 2 months caused most of the 8th floor's defense systems to come to a standstill, but more than half of the 8th floor's area has also been destroyed. Ukanomitama and Owoshi both died once, while Rabido died 3 times. As for the 8th floor hierarchy, which the Supreme Being spent a great deal of resources creating, some of them had died multiple times as well. Even though they were all revived in the end, the resources required to activate the 8th floor, as well as the resources spent on reviving Rabido and the 8th floor hierarchy, exceeded those of the floor guardians, causing the Great Tomb of Nazarick to lose almost half of its accumulated resources. Additionally, with the areas of various floors destroyed, defense systems like magic traps and mechanical traps unable to be restarted, and cash recharge monsters unable to automatically respawn, the resources required to restore everything, including reviving those who died, would be even higher. It would likely require approximately 20% of Nazarick's resources to be depleted. Considering the possibility of a second invasion in the future, it would be best to reinforce and strengthen Nazarick's defenses, but this would also require further consumption of resources. After summarizing all the data, it's been estimated that the losses to Nazarick in this event will cause almost 70% of our resources to vanish, and possibly even more. Finishing her report, Albedo's hands trembled with anxiety. A loss of nearly 70%. One should know that the accumulated resources of the heteromorphic race-only guild Ains Ulgaun, one of the top guilds in Yggdrasil, were not small. Moreover, the uses of these resources were vast. They could be used to create high-level monsters, resurrect dead high-level NPCs, activate defense systems across various floors, and even create magic items, magic potions, special items, and other items with a wide range of effects. In other words, these resources were the very foundation of the Great Tomb of Nazarick's existence. They were the treasury, the vault, and the most essential provisions. If a guild were to use up all its resources, the day of its demise would not be far off. In fact, the players themselves might not be able to resurrect after death as a result, disappearing completely with no chance of return. As long as these resources were available, no matter how many times one died or was destroyed, there was always a chance for resurrection, but once the resources ran out, resurrection would be impossible. Because of this, resources were of utmost importance to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and they were even more important than the lives of all the guardians serving Ains. If a guardian died, they could still be resurrected using the available resources, but if the resources were gone, even the NPCs, including the guardians, would be finished. Now, these crucial resources would be reduced by as much as 70%, making Albedo's heart fill with anxiety. Naturally, Ains felt the same way. However, whether it was due to the enforced calmness from his undead race or because he had already mentally prepared himself, Ains surprisingly did not show much emotional fluctuation. Ains even had the energy to push the matter aside and turn to Demiurge. Now that the internal situation of the Great Tomb of Nazarick has been confirmed, what about the external one? At Ains' question, Demiurge quickly responded. It's actually equally chaotic, but this is undoubtedly a good thing for us. Thanks to the third princess's assistance, the royal family and nobles of the Riestai's kingdom have already blamed the slain theocracy for this incident and are preparing to send envoys to demand an explanation from the theocracy. Depending on their attitude, declaring war is not out of the question, as long as those nobles don't act foolishly in the royal capital by shifting blame onto each other or trying to undermine the royal family, causing internal strife. Likewise, there has been an unexpected development on the slain theocracy's side. Due to the miraculous survival of certain death, they learned of our existence from her and sensed that something was off, but with the Black Scripture almost completely wiped out, as its members we controlled were either killed by Gazef Stronov or defeated by adventurers, then had their equipment seized and plundered by those foolish nobles and greedy adventurers. It was said that the 6 cardinals had lost their sanity and were preparing for revenge. On the Baharuth Empire's side, due to the covert involvement of Aura and Mare, the Imperial Court Wizard, known as the strongest human magic caster, an elderly man capable of using 6th-tier magic, has already submitted to us. With his assistance, the Emperor, who has great trust in him, is highly likely to be dragged into this. Now, the signal for a large-scale war between the 3 countries has already spread. I believe that soon, our plan will come to fruition. Demiurge's report was undoubtedly a ray of hope amidst the bad news, giving Ains some comfort. Pondering for a moment, Ains then issued the instructions he had previously considered. Since that's the case, let's revise the plan. Our ultimate goal is still to probe the slain theocracy's secrets, but in the process, we need to shift the focus a bit. We need to find a way to profit from these national conflicts and extract enough resources from these countries to make up for Nazarik's losses this time. Our final goal is still the slain theocracy, but for Nazarik, even if it means delaying it, we must first figure out how to cover the losses. If necessary, if there's an opportunity to obtain something valuable like prismatic ores, as Shaltir did last time, abandoning the plan wouldn't be out of the question. Since we are heteromorphic races, our lifespans are much longer than humans, so there's no need to rush. For the time being, we need to lie low and avoid encountering powerful enemies. Did I make myself clear? Ains' instructions were naturally met with Albedo and Demiurge kneeling on one knee. Yes, Lord Ains. Albedo and Demiurge responded in unison, their heads lowered. Good. Ains nodded, finally feeling a bit more relaxed. However, just then. Lo Lord Ains. Shaltir's panicked and rushed voice suddenly resounded in Ains' mind. What's wrong, Shaltir? Ains asked in a deep voice, straightening his body. In the next second, he heard bad news. That monster. He's here again. Meanwhile, at the graveyard above the great tomb of Nazarik. When Ains appeared here in a hurry with a large group of heteromorphs, Riezel just happened to descend from the air. Yo, we meet again, Sir Mamanga. Riezel spoke with a smile as if he were just here for a casual visit to a friend's home. Unfortunately, Ains wasn't in such a good mood. What are you doing here again, Riezel Brynhart? Ains shouted in an angry yet somewhat weak tone. Didn't we agree to a ceasefire? Are you backing out? In response to this question, Riezel naturally shook his head, denying it. Nope, not at all. Riezel flashed a smile that sent a chill down Ains' spine. It's just that I've gotten a little stronger, and I'm not quite used to it yet, so I wanted to ask you for a little favor. A favor? Ains suddenly had a bad feeling. Yeah. Riezel nodded calmly. Can you open the 8th floor again and let Rabido and the others fight with me? It won't take long, just about 10 days or so. How? Upon hearing this, Ains' vision went dark, and he fainted on the spot. Chapter 390, Third Return. In the end, Riezel, under extremely unwelcome circumstances, successfully entered the great tomb of Nazarik again. Unfortunately, Riezel did not get what he wanted because Ains didn't want to open the 8th floor. It seemed that Ains could no longer bear the cost of reopening the 8th floor, so he strongly opposed Riezel's barbaric request and eventually made Riezel agree to step back. Okay, not opening the 8th floor is fine, but you have to let Rabido out to fight me, and you also have to lend me your floor guardians and high-level servants. Needless to say, this was Riezel's compromise, and if Ains still refused, he would force it. Perhaps Ains could sense this from Riezel's attitude, so although reluctant, he had no choice but to agree to Riezel's request. I'll lend them to you, but you can't kill them. It was inevitable because resurrecting NPCs required considerable resources. Okay. Riezel readily agreed to Ains' condition. Ultimately, Riezel temporarily settled in the grand arena known as the amphitheater on the 6th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarik, battling NPCs like Rabido, Shaltir, Albedo, and Cositus every day. However, the battles were mostly team battles, or more precisely, one versus many, where Riezel was always alone, while at least 3 from the Great Tomb of Nazarik participated each time and never dueled him one-on-one. In addition to the floor guardians, the Great Tomb of Nazarik sometimes sent out high-level heteromorphs, mostly above level 80, forcing Riezel to fight fiercely on the 6th floor. Even though the noise the battle caused wasn't as unprecedented as the last battle on the 8th floor, it was no less spectacular and made quite a stir. Under these circumstances, many from the Great Tomb of Nazarik, led by Ains, were shocked to find that Riezel's strength had indeed grown. However, it was not the so-called a little stronger that Riezel had claimed, but more like a transformation, where he became much stronger than before, even able to overpower Rabido, the strongest NPC in the Great Tomb of Nazarik. From now on, I swear I'll never get into conflict with this damn monster again. Ains silently observed for a while and, while sweating coldly, made this decision. 10 days passed quickly as Riezel fought fiercely on the 6th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarik. Perhaps because his opponents were strong, Riezel successfully adapted to his new strength in just 10 days, eliminating the previously overwhelming sense of disharmony. Not only that, but Riezel also took the opportunity to learn some magic spells he hadn't seen before from the NPCs and high-level heteromorphs of the Great Tomb of Nazarik, taking advantage of Nazarik once again. Needless to say, this dimensional travel left Riezel with plenty of gains. Not only had he achieved his original goal of leveling up and improving his strength, but he had also acquired a variety of magic. Before this dimensional travel, Riezel's swordsmanship had already surpassed his magical abilities, but after this dimensional travel, his magical abilities had not only caught up with his swordsmanship but might have even surpassed it. Looks like this dimensional travel is also a big success. Riezel thought with deep satisfaction, finally leaving the great tomb of Nazarick and returning to the surface under the expectant gazes of Ains and the others. Ains had been using surveillance magic to monitor Riezel until he was sure Riezel had completely left the vast grassland, and only then did he slump down on his throne and give orders to Albedo and Demiurge. From now on, all external operations initiated by Nazarick will be temporarily suspended. Aside from my side, which can still operate through darkness as Mammon, only Demiurge is permitted to fully handle the covert operations regarding the Riestai's kingdom, the slain theocracy, and the Baharuth Empire. Everyone else is to return to Nazarick immediately, and afterward, Nazarick will be sealed off from the outside. Please, for the sake of everything, don't let us encounter that monster again. Did you hear me? Ain's orders were met with responses from all the NPCs that practically screamed their relief. Yes. Clearly, Riezel had become a psychological trauma for all the inhabitants of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Even if time passed, this trauma might never fade. Warning, the time limit has reached 0, dimensional travel is about to conclude. Initiating inspection. User is detected possessing unique powers from this world, they will return with the user after dissolving the consciousness body. User is detected carrying unique items from this world, if you wish to bring them, it can be accomplished by consuming dimensional energy. A list of unique items has been compiled, please proceed with your selection. 1. Caloric Stone, 20. 2. Origin Ring, 6. 3. Wyvern Amulet, 2. 4. Giant's Glove, 2. 5. As Riezel left the vast grassland where the Great Tomb of Nazarick was located and strolled through the forest, he received the long-awaited message. Origin Ring. Is that the name the dimensional magic cube gave to the magic ring? It was understandable, since in the original work, the magic ring Riezel got from Gazef didn't have a proper name, after all. Riezel smiled faintly and then glanced at the remaining dimensional energy without attachment or regret. Dimensional energy, 353. Before initiating dimensional travel to this world, Riezel's remaining dimensional energy had been 203 units, and the time ratio for this dimensional travel was 1 to 150. In other words, Riezel had stayed in this world for 150 days, 5 months in total. As a result, his dimensional energy had accumulated to 353 units. It has already surpassed 300. Riezel's heart was lightly stirred. Why? It was simply because the dimensional magic cube could open dimensional travel to a designated world. In other words, Riezel could use this function to return to any world he had visited before. However, opening dimensional travel to a designated world required consuming 10 times the dimensional energy. Previously, 30 units of dimensional energy could open a normal dimensional travel, but for dimensional travel to a designated world, it would require 300 units. Now, Riezel's dimensional energy was enough to open dimensional travel to a designated world, which made him start to miss the world of Danmachi and his companions from Loki Familia. So far, Riezel had traveled through 3 worlds, the world of Danmachi, the world of Demon Slayer, and the current world he was in, the world of Overlord. However, the latter 2 worlds hadn't left Riezel with much attachment. In these 2 worlds, Riezel had only done everything he needed to do and gained the growth and achievements he sought, so he probably wouldn't return to them again. Only the world of Danmachi, only Loki Familia, where there were many things he couldn't let go of. Is it time to head back? Riezel was lost in thought, facing a dilemma. Forget it, no rush. Riezel ultimately suppressed the homesick-like emotions that surged within him. Knowing there's a time difference there, it's probably only been a few days, right? If the time spent during Riezel's dimensional travels was factored in, he had probably been away from the world of Danmachi for about a year. However, when a year or so was converted with the 1 to 100 time ratio, it only amounted to 3 or 4 days having passed in the world of Danmachi. Riezel wasn't someone who got overly sentimental, so it wasn't like he was missing anyone to the point of being desperate after just a year. Besides, if he went back now, he would drain almost all the dimensional energy he had managed to accumulate. I'll go back after 1 or 2 more dimensional travels. Riezel came to a decision. I'll wait until the dimensional energy doesn't run out after 1 trip to a designated world, then I'll head back. Shortly after making this decision, Riezel began picking out the items he wanted to take with him. Unlike the last time, there were quite a few things he wanted to take this time. Caloric Stone, 20. Origin Ring, 6. Wyvern Amulet, 2. Giant's Glove, 2. All of these were very useful magic items for Riezel, so he had to bring them all, especially the Caloric Stone and the Origin Ring. One was a world item, and the other was an exceptional magic item made by the ancient magic of the dragon race, both incredibly precious, so he couldn't afford to leave them behind. Even though they required a lot of dimensional energy to take, with the caloric stone requiring a whopping 20 units of dimensional energy, Riezel didn't hesitate to take them because of their value and functionality. With that, Riezel consumed 30 units of dimensional energy in one go. Dimensional energy, 323. After confirming the remaining dimensional energy, Riezel finished his selection. Item selection completed, starting execution. Items assimilated successfully. Dimensional travel concluded, initiating the return procedure. As the messages from the dimensional magic cube flowed into Riezel's mind again, his body in this world was eventually dismantled. Before long, Riezel's consciousness returned to its original state and, through the dimensional channel in his mind, began heading back to the main world. Riezel Brinhart, the powerful figure who had suddenly appeared and left few traces in this world, finally departed. However, the impact Riezel left behind in this world did not vanish. At the very least, the great tomb of Nazarick had remained dormant for several decades because of him, and it wasn't until many years later that it stepped onto the world stage. Surprisingly, the great tomb of Nazarick still honored the agreement made with Riezel, not attacking innocent humans but only dealing with high-ranking officials and enemies it faced. Meanwhile, the famous adamantite adventurer group, Blue Roses, often mentioned a human warrior, claiming he was the strongest being in this world, leaving behind numerous rumors and stories. Among the human race, a powerful figure was also born, known for his lightning slash, a certain kill strike, with strength that not only surpassed those in the realm of heroes but even outdid the outliers. He could even stand his ground against the legendary vampire known as Landfall in direct confrontation without falling behind. He had also defeated Gazef Stronov, earning the title of strongest warrior, but he always claimed he wasn't the strongest, insisting instead that the true strongest was the young man he had been chasing for decades, who was none other than his mentor. Riezel Brinhart's name became widely known because of these people, and even after hundreds of years, there were still those who mentioned him. Chapter 391, Chaotic Place. Thanks to the summer season, today's weather was clear and perfect. At this moment, the sky was cloudless, a bright blue as if washed clean, and the sun hung high above, casting golden rays down onto the earth below. On such a sunny day, a carriage, seemingly recently repaired, strangely sped down a main road at an almost unusually fast speed. It was actually inevitable. Because behind the carriage, a large group of rough men on horseback, weapons in hand, were relentlessly chasing it. Don't run. What are you running for? Stay and have some fun with us. Ha ha ha. As they chased, the rough men let out vile laughter and shouts. Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell from their behavior that they were pursuing the carriage with malicious intent. Upon closer inspection, the equipment these rough men wore looked far from proper. Some wore heavily worn armor, others dressed in clothes made of animal pelts, some even had clothes stained with blood, and a few were bare-chested, with grotesque scars running across their bodies. Needless to say, the rough, crude aura they exuded, combined with the violent emotions constantly flashing across their eyes and faces, gave off a strong impression that they were definitely not good people, undoubtedly a group of bandits. Meanwhile, their leader, a massive and burly man, glared at the carriage ahead, greed and desire constantly rising in his eyes. Heh, look at the size and decoration of that carriage. Whoever's riding in it gotta be either rich or noble. Well, even if they ain't a noble, they gotta be a wealthy merchant. And those horses pulling the carriage are top tier too, totally worth as much as military steeds on the black market. You'd need way more than just a few gold coins to get them. Looks like we hit the jackpot this time. Finally found a real catch. Thinking while licking his lips, the leader of the bandits couldn't hide his excitement. Due to the special nature of the territory they were in, it had been a long time since they had encountered such big prey. It was understandable. In the past, rich merchants or nobles had been aware of the situation in the territory and had prepared for it by either traveling on safe official roads, even if it meant taking a longer route, or bringing a large entourage of guards or knights with them. As a result, the bandits either didn't run into any prey or were too cautious to make a move. Because they hadn't come across a situation where only one carriage was traveling on this road in a long time, they normally could only rob the occasional passerby or unlucky merchant caravan. It wasn't that they couldn't make any money, but there wasn't much profit to be had. Today, however, it looked like they had found big prey. No guards, yet you dare to travel through this territory in a fancy carriage like you're begging to be robbed. Whether you're a noble or a rich merchant, you're a fucking dumbass, so just sit tight and become our prey. Having this thought, Moro, the leader of the bandits, sneered before shouting to his men. Hurry up. Block them off. Don't let them make it to the city. Upon hearing this, the bandits stopped playing around and urged their horses to pick up speed, charging ahead. While the horses they rode weren't as majestic as the one pulling the carriage was weighed down by its heavy load, so no matter how fast it went, it couldn't outrun the bandits' faster horses. In the end, they quickly caught up to the fleeing carriage, several of them already level with it, hacking at the carriage with their machetes and creating cracks in the wooden frame. Stop, damn it. Still not stopping. If you don't stop now, we'll start shooting arrows. As the bandits made such a threat, a young man, who appeared to be a servant sitting in the driver's seat, urgently pulled the reins and whipped the horses to make them run faster. Not good. We're being caught up, young lady. With a panicked expression, the young man shouted toward the inside of the carriage. Please, quickly use the communication magic crystal to call for help from the Lord. However, his shout was met with only a voice that sounded almost like crying. I already contacted Father, but he said it's too far. He can't send help in time. Upon hearing this, the young man clenched his teeth in frustration. It made sense. They were, after all, in another noble's territory. Even though this territory wasn't far from their own, it was still a different region, so no matter how fast the people from their territory were, it was impossible for them to help in time in such an urgent situation. Shit. Is there really no way out? Thinking with frustration, the young man couldn't help but recall the various rumors he had heard in the past, remembering the tragic fate of girls who had fallen into the hands of bandits, which made his face turn pale at the thought. No. At least I have to make sure she escapes. He couldn't bear to see the young lady he admired fall into the bandits' hands and be harmed. Gerald, please think of something. Hearing a crying voice coming again from inside the carriage, the young man, known as Gerald, gritted his teeth harder. Regrettably, no matter how anxious or frustrated he felt, the situation wouldn't improve. TCH, still not stopping. Morrow, who was behind them, looked at the speeding carriage in annoyance and immediately gave the order. Archers. Fire. At Morrow's command, several of the bandits riding horses behind and on both sides took out their bows and began to shoot. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, the sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out as arrows flew toward the carriage, landing and piercing it in various places, quickly turning it into a porcupine. Some arrows even flew over the carriage, targeting the driver and the horses pulling it. Even though the accuracy wasn't perfect, with so many arrows, a few inevitably hit their target. Damn. Gerald quickly drew his sword, holding the reins with one hand while using the sword with the other to swat away the incoming arrows. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the horses being frightened, the carriage started to lose balance, swaying as it sped forward, causing a small scream from within. Ha ha ha. Finally caught up. Thanks to the support from the archers, the bandits, who had been chasing the carriage and attacking it with machetes, finally passed Gerald, who had been sitting in the driver's seat, and reached the front of the carriage. In the next moment, they blocked the road, even swinging their machetes to attack Gerald in the driver's seat in the process, causing him to accidentally get cut by one as he scrambled to defend himself. Ayerg. Gerald let out a horrible scream and was thrown out of the driver's seat. Gerald. Hearing Gerald's scream, the girl inside the carriage screamed in horror. Meanwhile, the horses pulling the carriage were forced to stop by the bandits, slowing down and halting right in the middle of the main road. Only then did the bandits surround the carriage, blocking the entire road and ensuring no one could escape. Young lady. Seeing this, Gerald, who had fallen off the carriage, was shaken and tried to get up, but before he could, a foot kicked him in the back. Bang. With a dull thud, Gerald was kicked away. Run. Go on, keep running, you son of a bitch. Morrow, who had somehow dismounted, walked toward Gerald with a grim look and then kicked him while shouting. BAS, tard. Gerald tried to resist, but the wound from the machete kept him from getting up, leaving him bleeding on the ground, unable to move. Enough. Drag out those inside the carriage. After confirming that Gerald couldn't fight back anymore, Morrow grinned and ordered his men. No. Gerald seemed to be greatly triggered, as he ignored his injuries and grabbed his sword, shouting at Morrow. We are from the Elisir family. You dare to attack someone from a noble family. At this, not only was Morrow not intimidated at all, but he also kicked Gerald again, knocking him down. Elisir family? Ain't that the Viscount family from the neighboring territory? Morrow raised an eyebrow, smirking. Well, didn't expect someone from a Viscount family to be this dumb. Even if you've never come here, you should have at least heard about what's going on in this territory, yeah. You really think that kinda talk's gonna scare us? Upon hearing this, the nearby bandits chuckled mockingly. Noble. We've probably robbed nobles more times than we can count. Who gives a fuck about them? Let them come and punish us. What a load of bullshit. You know, those damn nobles would rather stay as far away from this place as possible. Why would they come here to suffer when they can just enjoy themselves on their own lands? It's so fucking frustrating. Why do those shitty nobles get to live in big manors and enjoy their lives while we gotta suffer in places like this? Yeah. Needless to say, the bandits didn't feel the slightest fear after hearing Gerald's words and, in fact, grew even more indignant. Okay, what's the point of talking to this dumbass? Morrow said, clearly annoyed. Come on, let's just get to work. Since they're from a noble family, we should be able to get a good ransom. As Morrow spoke and began to get ready to carry out his usual kidnapping routine, someone suddenly called out. "Boss, it looks like another carriage is coming from behind." As soon as they heard this, all the bandits, including Moro, instinctively turned to look behind them. Soon enough, a carriage indeed came into view, rolling down the road from the other side. In that instant, all the bandits' eyes lit up. It was only natural. "Oh, that carriage looks way fancier than this one. Another big fish, huh? Haha, today's our lucky day." One after another, the bandits laughed, making Gerald, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, instinctively shout, "Help!" Gerald's shout caused the carriage to come to a stop. Inside the carriage, a young man who seemed to have been resting with his eyes closed slowly opened them. "Seriously, this place is indeed chaotic." A soft whisper echoed inside the carriage, settling down only after a while. Chapter 392, Talking too much to trash like you is pretty pointless. Now, the carriage surrounded by the bandits was no longer just one, but two. It was thanks to Moro's swift order, given as soon as he saw the approaching carriage, which, like the one they were dealing with, had no guards or knights around it. Evidently, the bandits seemed to be somewhat trained, as at the sound of Moro's command, they quickly sprung into action, splitting into groups to surround the incoming, more luxurious carriage. However, once they surrounded it, the bandits paused, suddenly stunned. Like beasts with their eyes gleaming, they stared intently at the driver's seat of the luxurious carriage. Why? It was simply because the person in the driver's seat, handling the reins, was, surprisingly, an unbelievably beautiful girl. What? Seemingly unaware of what was happening, or rather, seemingly unable to process it, the girl looked at the bandits surrounding her and her carriage without any way to protest and just hesitantly asked. Looking small and delicate, with a curvaceous body that belied her age, the girl's appearance was exquisite, as though sculpted by the finest hands, like a porcelain doll. Besides being beautiful, she was also unbelievably cute, thanks to the slight sheen of her pale gray hair that reached her knees and the pitiful look in her gray eyes that made one feel an instinctive urge to protect her. In her arms, she clutched a dazzling golden sword, which was clearly of significant value, but the bandits had forgotten about it entirely as their eyes were now fixed only on this girl, who was so beautiful and so perfect in every way, with lust gleaming in their eyes. How could this happen? Gerald, who had just called out for help, wasn't filled with awe at the sight but with sheer terror. It wasn't that he didn't find the girl beautiful, but quite the opposite. He found her so beautiful that even he couldn't help but be in awe, but that was precisely why he was so terrified. Anyone with common sense should understand that when facing a group of ruthless bandits, the more beautiful a woman was, the more miserable her fate would be at this moment. Not to mention, he had hoped someone would come to save both him and his young lady, but what arrived was actually a fragile-looking girl. Didn't this just make things worse? Ruin. Gerald shouted with all his might without thinking. Bang. Shortly after shouting at the girl, Gerald was kicked again. Moro withdrew his foot, not even glancing at Gerald, and like the other bandits, his eyes seemed to focus solely on the delicate and beautiful girl in the driver's seat. With a lascivious grin, Moro approached the girl. "Hey, today's really my lucky day. First, I ran into a rare big fish, and now another one just drops right at my doorstep. I ain't ever believed in gods, but man, I gotta give them some credit for this one." With such a thought, Moro laughed heartily, his eyes shamelessly scanning the girl's body. "Get down, little sis. And tell everyone in the carriage to get down too." Moro's words prompted raucous laughter from the bandits around them. "Get down. Get down. Get down." All the bandits shouted in unison, clearly eager for what was to come. A rough, vulgar, despicable, and lecherous atmosphere spread throughout the road, making it feel as though they were about to witness some evil ritual, as if a judgment was approaching and hell itself was about to open up. Overwhelmed by the scene and atmosphere, the girl clutched her golden sword and looked completely lost. Until. "We should head down, Lisbeth." A faint voice came from inside the carriage. Even though the voice wasn't loud, in fact, it could be described as very soft, even such a soft voice was incredibly powerful, overpowering the crude and vile shouts all around, silencing the evil atmosphere that had taken over the scene. Upon hearing the voice, the girl, Lisbeth, finally seemed to find her footing and calmly responded. "Got it, master." Saying this, Lisbeth jumped down from the driver's seat and stood ready beside the carriage. In the next moment, the carriage door slowly opened, allowing a young man to step out. Oh. Moro's attention was immediately drawn to the young man as he squinted, observing him. Another dumb noble, huh? It wasn't surprising that Moro thought this way since, although the young man's clothes weren't excessively fancy, they were much cleaner and neater than what commoners usually wore. Not only did he wear a mysterious-looking green jewel pendant around his neck, a pricey ring on his hand, and a thin blackish-red fingerless glove on one of his hands, but there was also an amulet with embroidered dragon wings hanging from his waist. Every detail of his outfit screamed of his distinguished status. Are those magic items? As a professional bandit, Moro had a decent eye for treasure. Even though he wasn't an expert, his skills were far above those of an average person with no experience, so he strongly suspected that the young man's accessories were all expensive magic items. Because of this, Moro became cautious. Carrying magic items meant that the young man might very well have the power to resist them. Even if the young man wasn't carrying any weapons, didn't appear to be a swordsman or a magician, and seemed to have almost no presence at all, Moro knew that as long as those magic items were the kind that could be used in battle, the young man could still pose a threat. Looking closer, the sword the girl beside the young man was holding was clearly no ordinary weapon either. Such a pair of youngsters gave off a strange vibe everywhere. "You. Take off all that stuff on you," Moro shouted at the young man who had just stepped out of the carriage. Needless to say, Moro, deciding to be cautious, clearly wanted to take out the threat first. Meanwhile, the surrounding bandits, under Moro's shout, began to regain some of their senses and reluctantly tore their gaze away from Lisbeth. They either raised their weapons or pulled up their bows, aiming at the young man. "Master." Seeing this, Lisbeth didn't hesitate for a second and stood in front of the young man, but he placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. "Are you guys bandits?" Glancing around at the group of rough men before looking at Moro, the young man asked calmly. "Are you the leader? What's it to you? Got a problem?" Moro asked with a grin. At this, the young man shook his head, his movements light and casual, his attitude completely composed. "Nah, we just got here not long ago, so we wanted to ask a few things. Judging by your look, you've been around for a while. Running into a local bandit like you right after coming in. Guess this place really is as chaotic as the rumors say." Hearing the young man's calm words, Moro became irritated. "Do you know what kind of situation you're in right now, you punk?" Moro raised his machete, glaring at the young man with a sharp glare. "I ain't here to play tour guide for some dumb young master like you, so be a good boy and hand over all your stuff. Yeah, those accessories on you too, and that sword from the pretty young lady over there. If you just do what I say and let me squeeze a nice ransom out of your family, maybe I'll let you live." As Moro spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Lisbeth again, especially at her body. At the same time, the surrounding bandits exchanged glances, unable to stop themselves from letting out some crude laughter. It was obvious from their behavior that the two of them might be able to survive, but when it came to the treatment they would receive beyond that, especially for Lisbeth, it pretty much went without saying. Either way, there was no chance Lisbeth would leave unscathed, even if Moro and his men didn't say it outright. The implication was clear. Meanwhile, the young man, upon hearing Moro's words, immediately fell silent, his eyes growing colder. "UPU." Seeing this, Moro was about to snap, but before he could, the young man's words interrupted him. "Looks like talking too much to trash like you is pretty pointless." Speaking in a cold and emotionless voice, the young man calmly shook his head. "Oh well, we'll just find another guy to ask. It's not like there aren't any around." While the bandits hadn't yet realized the meaning behind the young man's words, Lisbeth understood immediately. "Master, I." Lisbeth seemed ready to act, but the young man simply shook his head. "It's fine. It'll be over soon anyway." As soon as the young man spoke these words, a chill suddenly swept over the entire group of bandits. "Attack!" Moro's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted. "Don't hold back. All of you, attack together." At this command, the bandits quickly sprang into action. Some rushed forward, weapons in hand, roaring with fury, while others readied their bows and arrows, aiming at the young man. However, facing this unprovoked violence, surrounded by a group of bandits all preparing to strike him, the young man just stood in place with indifference, his expression as calm as a still pond. Mass hold species. In the next second, the young man chanted a magic spell indifferently. In that instant, all the bandits rushing toward the young man and those readying their arrows froze in place. It was as if invisible ropes had bound their bodies, every one of them stuck where they stood without exception, their eyes wide, faces showing fear, unable to move a muscle. "What?" Gerald, struggling to get up, froze upon seeing the scene. "You're a magician." Moro, the only one who hadn't been affected by the young man's magic, finally showed a change in his expression. At Moro's shout, however, the young man didn't answer and only gazed at him indifferently, causing the same chill he had felt before to resurface. "Bastard." Seeing his men all bound by the young man's unknown magic in one go, Moro didn't hesitate for a second to turn and flee. Lightning. Unfortunately for Moro, as the young man's indifferent chant echoed again, a blinding lightning bolt shot out in an instant, chasing after him. Poochie. In the next second, the lightning pierced through Moro's body, entering his back and emerging from his chest. Egg. Arbrigay. Moro was confused for a second before letting out a terrible scream and collapsing on the spot, soon turning into a lifeless corpse. Chapter 393, Mavro's Territory. Silence. It was as if time itself had stopped flowing. With the heavy sound of Moro falling, all movement seemed to be cut off abruptly at that moment, creating an eerie sense of silence. Bound by magic, the bandits looked on in terror as they saw the young man point a finger toward their leader's direction. The tip of his finger still crackled with electricity, quickly replacing the desire and violence in their eyes with fear. Amazing. Gerald muttered in awe, trembling when he saw this scene. As a bandit leader, Moro was clearly no slouch, or else Gerald would have been able to resist. Even though Gerald knew he wasn't exactly a great, powerful man in Elisir territory, his strength was considered among the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to become a viscount's retainer. When they came out to this territory this time, the Elisir family had not assigned guards or knights to their precious young lady, partly because it was her request. Simply put, she had left without her father's permission, sneaking out with only one retainer in a hurry, believing that with Gerald's strength, even if it was just him alone, he could protect her well. However, the reality proved that both of them were overly naive. Indeed, Gerald was among the top experts in Elisir territory, but that was ultimately just a viscount's territory. What kind of experts could appear in the territory of a minor noble? Gerald might be the tallest among the short, and if thrown into a world like Overlord, he might still become one of the few powerful humans. At the very least, he could easily achieve a status similar to Gazef or Brain. But in a world like the Akasha continent, where even level 5 sword masters could appear at any time, his strength would be considered insufficient to even become a knight of a major noble family. For example, the knights of the Riezel family, every single one of them, had the strength of level 3 to level 4. In the world of Overlord, they would undoubtedly belong to the realm of heroes or even be considered outliers, but in the Akasha continent, they would only barely qualify to be part of a major noble family's knightly order. Sadly, Gerald was not even close to that level. Coming to this chaotic territory, it was no surprise that his fate turned out like this, where he couldn't even stop a few bandits before being struck down. Moro, as the leader of these bandits, probably had strength that could rival the knights of major noble families, and yet, he was so easily dealt with. How could Gerald not tremble at this? Even Sir Marcius couldn't do that, could he? As Gerald thought of the Elisir family he served, where even the Viscount and many of his children addressed the strongest magician of their territory with respect, he felt that even that magician could never do something like launching a lightning strike from his fingertip to easily kill a bandit leader with strength comparable to that of a knight from a major noble family. Who is he? Gerald's mind barely had time to form this question before his eyes widened in disbelief. Why? It was simply because an even more unbelievable scene soon appeared before him. Cry of the Banshee. After dealing with Moro, the young man retracted his electrified hand and immediately cast another magic. It was an extremely terrifying magic, where once released, a wailing scream of women instantly swept through the area. Upon hearing the scream, Gerald had a momentary feeling as if his heart had been crushed, his soul frozen, and his body's temperature rapidly draining away, slowly turning him into a corpse. Fortunately, it seemed that the young man was deliberately controlling the magic's range, allowing the wailing scream to only echo within a dozen meters, missing Gerald and Lisbeth, and only affecting the surrounding bandits. In that instant, the terrified bandits met their end. Thud. 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 With each dull thud of bodies hitting the ground, the bandits maintained their terrified expressions, one by one collapsing onto the ground, losing their lives. What's going on? Gerald wanted to shout like this, but his instincts, clearer than his muddled thoughts, told him exactly what was going on right now. It was actually very simple. All the bandits were dead, all of them, without exception. AoE instant death magic is crazy convenient, huh? Standing amidst a pile of bandits' corpses, the young man talked to himself in a way no one else could understand. But for someone like me, who doesn't have instant death magic buffs like him, it's probably only useful against way weaker opponents. Well, it still saved me a ton of effort anyway. Upon hearing this, not only did Gerald not understand, but Lisbeth beside the young man also couldn't follow. Nonetheless, that didn't stop Lisbeth from admiring the young man. Amazing. You seem even more powerful than before, Master. Lisbeth's eyes sparkled as she looked at the young man she called Master, completely different from the helpless look she had earlier. It was easy to see just how much admiration she held for the young man. Seeing this, Gerald couldn't help but feel a little jealous of the young man, even though, in his eyes, the young man now seemed to embody the word terrifying. In response, the young man simply smiled calmly at Lisbeth, looking like he was used to being admired by such a beautiful girl, as if he didn't think much of it. Before long, the young man turned his gaze toward Gerald, making his heart tense. If the young man had ill intentions toward him and his young lady, they would definitely be done for. Understanding this, Gerald couldn't help but grow anxious. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario he imagined didn't come to pass. Are you injured? Stepping forward and approaching Gerald, the young man asked with a frown as he saw Gerald drenched in blood. With injuries like these, heal or heavy recover is unnecessary, right? Muttering to himself, the young man then extended his hand toward Gerald. Middle healing. A gentle light appeared in the young man's palm, shining on Gerald. Gerald was surprised to find that the pain in his body was quickly fading, and the bloody wounds on his body were healing at a visible rate. Before long, his injuries were completely healed, and soon, the light in the young man's hand disappeared. "Okay, get up." Speaking with a calm voice and gaze, the young man made Gerald instinctively follow his command. Thank you for your help, Sir Magician." Gerald hurriedly bowed his head toward the young man, his tone becoming extremely respectful. It couldn't be helped. In front of him was someone who could easily take care of a bandit group of nearly 100 people with just a wave of his hand and effortlessly heal injuries. Gerald had to show respect even to the magician named Marcius in the Elisir territory, let alone this young magician, who was far more mysterious and powerful than Marcius. If he acted too rudely, it wouldn't be surprising if he ended up like those bandits, knocked to the ground, losing his life. Moreover, considering the young man had saved him, all in all, Gerald had every reason to show such respect. No need to be so polite. Looking at the nervous Gerald, the young man spoke with a faint smile. "In this situation, it's pretty obvious who needs to be dealt with and who needs help, so you don't need to be so tense since I also just did it on a whim anyway. Besides, I also wanted to ask you a few things, if that's okay with you." Even though not overly warm, the young man's words didn't carry any malice either, easing Gerald's tension a bit. "If you don't mind, please allow me to be of service to you." Gerald responded with a polite smile. If this was all it took to be saved, it was undoubtedly more than worth it. "Good." Nodding in satisfaction, the young man gazed at Gerald for a moment before asking a question. "Right, what's your name?" "My name is Gerald, a retainer of Viscount Elisir from the neighboring territory." Gerald performed a formal knight's bow. "How should I address you, sir?" At this, the young man answered frankly. "Just call me Riezel." Needless to say, the young man who appeared here with Lisbeth was, of course, Riezel, who had just returned from the dimensional travel that had ended a few days ago, coming back from the world of Overlord. As soon as he returned, Riezel, along with Lisbeth, set off on the journey they had planned. He had already said his goodbyes to Yuri, and the preparations for the trip had been completed during his dimensional travel, so he immediately left the royal capital with Lisbeth in a carriage without hesitation, watched by Yuri, Marilyn, Ein, Ian, Modeste, Isaac, and others. Riezel and Lisbeth first spent a day traveling to Trancha, then took a ship from there, spending about 4 days and nights heading towards Siniel's direction. In the end, they disembarked in this chaotic territory, where they switched to a carriage. Being the closest territory to Siniel, this so-called chaotic territory, known as Mavros territory, lay along Gena's border. Beyond this territory, it was no longer part of Gena's, so anyone heading to the neutral region between Gena's and Ryberg, Siniel, had to pass through Mavros territory. However, Mavros territory was notorious for being the most chaotic and dark territory within Gena's. As for why it was called that, the reason was simple. Because of the long-standing war between Gena's and Ryberg, Mavros territory, the closest territory to Ryberg, has faced many problems. Over there, many refugees who suffered from the war took refuge, unable to get enough food or warmth. Many bandits also roamed freely, having turned to crime after losing their families in the war. Moreover, the lord of this land is the guardian sword saint, who spends most of his time defending the border from foreign enemies, so his governance of the territory isn't as perfect as in other places. All of these combined have turned Mavros territory into the most chaotic and extremely dangerous territory. All of these were the things Yuri had told Riezel before he left the Frenzel residence in the royal capital. Now, Riezel was experiencing it for himself, experiencing the chaos in this territory. Chapter 394, 2 New Passengers. In Mavros territory, due to food shortages and poor economic management, rampant bandits would rob passing merchants and nobles, but since merchants and nobles had the ability to deal with them, sometimes they could even make a small fortune off the bandits. For example, aside from the bandits' horses, which could fetch a good price, their equipment, though it might not be top-notch, could still sell for a few gold coins with a little cleaning and polishing. Of course, considering this world had slavery, even the bandits themselves were valuable. People like bandits were usually able-bodied, armed criminals with combat abilities, so if taken to the slave market, they could definitely be sold for a fortune. In fact, most of the slaves in Gena's came from such sources. Sometimes, they were captured bandits, other times, they were enemy soldiers taken as prisoners of war, and there were also those arrested for crimes in various noble territories who ended up being sold as laborers or fighters. All of them, without exception, became the main supply of slaves across the kingdom. Naturally, there were also illegal slaver groups who secretly captured and sold innocent people to slave traders, which was, of course, considered a crime in Gena's, but aside from that, the others were exceptions and not restricted by any laws. In conclusion, when dealing with criminals like bandits, merchants and nobles usually preferred capturing them alive and selling them as slaves to make some extra money. Unfortunately, Riezel didn't leave any of them alive. All the bandits who could have been sold were dead, making even Gerald, who absolutely hated these bandits, feel like it was a bit of a waste. Nevertheless, Gerald didn't let them go to waste entirely. I'll help you strip the bandits of their equipment and belongings, Sir Riezel. Gerald volunteered and rushed to do it so fast that Riezel, who was about to say it wasn't necessary, didn't even get the chance to speak. Seeing Gerald already rummaging through the bandits' equipment and valuables, Riezel thought about it for a moment, but didn't stop him in the end. It was simply because Riezel didn't really have a choice. Sadly, this world isn't like the ones I traveled to before, so tossing gold around doesn't work here. Riezel thought helplessly. During his dimensional travels, aside from the first world, Danmachi, Riezel never had to worry about money again. Why? It was obviously because the magic system of the Akasha continent had already developed to a highly advanced level, and alchemy had reached an incredible standard, where structure system magicians could even create various precious metals effortlessly using magic. As a result, Riezel had been able to easily make gold himself, so ever since the world of Demon Slayer, he hadn't needed to think about money. If he ever traveled to another world where gold held value, he wouldn't have to worry about it either. However, in the Akasha continent, where creating gold from nothing was a common technology, gold was worth about as much as a rock on the side of the road. In other words, on the Akasha continent, Riezel was no longer the rich young man who could casually throw around gold leaves or nuggets but a completely broke young man. One should remember that the currency of this world was made from magic metals like magic copper, magic silver, and magic gold. Each coin made from them had a special magic rune watermark, making them impossible to counterfeit or replace. For this reason, Riezel, who had been staying at the Riezel residence, was flat out broke. In fact, the travel expenses for this trip had actually been covered by Yuri's personal sponsorship. Riezel only found out about it later because Yuri had given the money to Lisbeth instead of him, leaving him no chance to refuse. Thanks to that, the carriage, the travel costs, everything had been provided as a favor by the Riezel family. Riezel himself had set out on this journey with not a single coin to his name, which made him feel a little awkward. Sure, Yuri had provided plenty of funds, so even if he spent freely, it would last him a good while. But Riezel obviously didn't want to just sit around and burn through the money, let alone wait until he was broke and rely on Yuri again. With such a thought in mind, Riezel ultimately didn't stop Gerald and let him collect all the bandits' equipment and belongings, loading them onto the carriage one by one. I'll help out. Lisbeth spoke quickly, rushing over to lend a hand. And no need. I can do it alone. Gerald responded, his voice trembling with nervousness, and his head shook rapidly like a rattle, clearly rejecting Lisbeth's offer. In his eyes, a beautiful girl like Lisbeth shouldn't be doing such heavy work, so he did all the heavy lifting himself. In no time, he gathered the horses the bandits had ridden, tied them together with a long lead rope, and attached it to Riezel's carriage, letting the carriage pull the horses along. Once he was done with that, he ran to his own carriage and helped the person inside down. Seeing this, Riezel wasn't surprised since the transparent world had already detected someone was inside Gerald's carriage. However, when Riezel saw the person Gerald had helped down, he was slightly taken aback. It was because the person was actually a young girl, not even 12 years old, younger than both Lisbeth and Modeste. She was quite short, barely taller than Isaac, with an innocent and immature face, clearly a little girl who hadn't seen much of the world. She was also pretty and had a delicate, almost porcelain-like quality to her. Even though she wasn't as stunning as Lisbeth, she definitely had the makings of a beautiful woman, no doubt about it. Regardless, no matter how cute she was still just a 12-year-old girl. After getting out of the carriage, she immediately hid behind Gerald, looking terrified and clearly still shaken by the recent incident. "Young lady, why don't you greet our guests?" Gerald spoke in an unusually soft voice, his overly gentle manner making Riezel give him a strange look. Perhaps in some people's eyes, Gerald's attitude toward the little girl might seem like that of an elder brother to his younger sister, but in Riezel's eyes, Gerald's gaze seemed off. He didn't look like he was looking at a younger sister in need of care, but more like he was looking at a lover who hadn't grown up yet. A lolicon. Surely not. Riezel muttered softly, and while doing so, he couldn't help but feel that he needed to reconsider what kind of person Gerald really was. Unaware of Riezel's thoughts, Gerald continued speaking softly to the little girl, and after a while, the little girl timidly walked out and introduced herself. I am Fanny Elisser. Pleased to meet you. Fanny spoke awkwardly, offering a clumsy curtsy to Riezel and Lisbeth before hiding behind Gerald again, just like a shy daughter. Elisser. Riezel suppressed a sense of oddness in his heart and turned to Gerald. Isn't that the Viscount you mentioned earlier? Yes. Gerald nodded and began to explain. Viscount Elisser is the lord of the nearby Elisser territory, and young Lady Fanny is the eldest daughter of Viscount Elisser, the young lady of the Elisser family. Eldest daughter. Riezel paused for a moment, then looked at the little girl timidly hiding behind Gerald. A kid this young is actually the eldest daughter in a Viscount family. Upon hearing this, Fanny, who had been nervously hiding behind Gerald, puffed out her cheeks. I'm not a kid. Fanny mumbled in a voice that was almost a whisper, clearly not happy about being treated like a little child. Young Lady Fanny isn't a kid at all and is already pretty mature for her age. Gerald, for some reason, spoke very seriously. She's about to turn 13, and in 2 more years, she could even get married. Gerald spoke with such seriousness that it almost felt like he was expecting something, though no one could really tell what. At least, this was what Riezel thought. Lisbeth seemed to think the same and instinctively stepped back as if she wanted to distance herself from Gerald. Okay. Riezel, feeling the urge to rethink his opinion of Gerald, tried to change the subject. So, just the 2 of you. How come you didn't bring any guards or knights with you? Upon watching Gerald and Fanny, this was the first question that popped into Riezel's mind. Logically speaking, since Fanny was a viscount's eldest daughter, she should have had a few guards or knights with her for protection when she went out, not just a retainer. If this retainer were particularly capable, say, a sword master with the sword master medal, it would make sense. A sword master, after all, could easily take on 1,000 regular soldiers, so someone with such skill could definitely protect the daughter of a minor noble family on their own with no problem. However, a minor noble family like the Elisir family clearly didn't have any sword master level experts. For this reason, it made sense to provide a viscount's eldest daughter with a few strong guards or knights to protect her, especially considering she was in a chaotic place like Mavros territory. Without enough guards or knights for protection, it was no different than courting death. Yet, Fanny, with only one retainer of average ability accompanying her, dared to venture into this dangerous territory, which made this behavior seem off. Considering this, Riezel's doubts were definitely justified. Meanwhile, upon hearing Riezel's question, tears began to well up in Fanny's eyes, while Gerald showed a somewhat awkward expression. We have our reasons for doing this. Gerald answered with hesitation. Really? Riezel narrowed his eyes and then smiled. In that case, do you mind if I listen to your so-called reason? Hearing this, Gerald wanted to say no, but seeing Riezel's expression, it was clear he was starting to doubt them. In the end, Gerald could only helplessly nod. Please, allow us to travel with you for a while then. At this, Riezel nodded graciously. Welcome. With that, Riezel's carriage welcomed 2 new passengers. Chapter 395, Agreement of Ginas and Ryberg. Since their carriage had been riddled with arrows by bandits and hacked up beyond recognition, Gerald and Fanny had no choice but to ride with Riezel in his carriage. Lisbeth was still the one driving, though she had a tense expression. She gripped the reins with one hand and held her sword with the other, as if focusing all her attention on guiding the horses, not daring to let her guard down even a little. It was actually because she had only recently learned how to drive a carriage. Before she turned 7, she was too young and had wandered around with her grandmother, never once having had the chance to drive a carriage. After she turned 7, Hendrik brought her into the royal palace, making her a secluded princess, which meant she had even fewer opportunities to practice. For that reason, it wasn't until Riezel decided to head for Siniel that Marilyn hastily taught Lisbeth some carriage driving basics. However, because the lesson had been rushed, lasting barely half a day, Lisbeth was extra careful and nervous, terrified that, as a complete beginner, she would end up causing an accident. Gerald and Fanny, unaware of this, exchanged uncertain and strange glances when they saw Lisbeth taking the reins. Why does such a pretty elder sister have to drive the carriage? Fanny accidentally muttered her thoughts aloud. Not bothering to explain his relationship with Lisbeth, Riezel had Fanny and Gerald sit across from him before finally learning why they had ended up so vulnerable in Mavros territory. However, upon learning it, Riezel was left speechless. You 2 snuck out. Riezel's expression turned rather complicated. Yes. Gerald, sensing Riezel's mood, admitted with a guilty look. Viscount Elisir didn't approve of young Lady Fanny coming to this territory, but she had a reason she couldn't ignore, so I thought I could handle guarding her alone. So, you 2 hid it from the family and ran off on your own. Riezel interrupted. Sadly, once you actually arrived in this place, you realized you underestimated how chaotic it is and how capable the bandits are. Yes. Gerald's guilt deepened, and he sounded almost shaken. We were lucky to have met you, Sir Riezel. Otherwise, I can't even begin to imagine what kind of fate awaited the 2 of us in those bandits' hands. Fanny, still huddled close to Gerald, had the same shaken look on her face as if the earlier incident had left a lasting trauma. How reckless. Riezel crossed his arms and commented flatly. So, what's this reason that made you risk so much to come here? Thankfully, the answer to this question made some sense. I am looking for my younger brother. It was as if Fanny had suddenly found her courage as she blurted this out to Riezel. Your younger brother? Riezel blinked slightly and then glanced at Gerald. Gerald pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment before finally letting out a sigh and explaining. Actually, the young lady's younger brother was sent to the Mavros family. Shortly after saying this, Gerald then explained in more detail, making Riezel gradually understand what was going on. Apparently, this was simply because of the war between Ginas and Ryberg. Ginas and Ryberg had been at war for years, but since both were among the most powerful countries on the Akasha continent, no matter how many times they clashed, neither could truly overpower the other. because their military strength was evenly matched. If they kept fighting like this, both sides would end up suffering heavy losses, so even if one emerged victorious, the cost would be devastating. Understanding this, the royal families and nobles of both Jinas and Rieberg became worried, knowing that even if they won, their national strength would weaken, leaving them vulnerable to the other two great countries on the continent, both waiting for an opportunity, along with the numerous smaller countries eager to exploit any weakness. As a result, years ago, some high-ranking officials from both sides began suggesting a ceasefire to prevent a scenario where they exhausted each other only for others to reap the benefits. However, these suggestions were met with strong resistance and opposition. Why? Simple. Rieberg was well known as a war-driven kingdom on the Akasha continent, as ever since its founding, it had embraced an aggressive military culture, advocating for territorial expansion through warfare and wealth accumulation through conquest. It was, through and through, a country built on strength. Such an ideology attracted countless battle-hardened warriors, and as its military power grew stronger, Rieberg successfully annexed many smaller countries. Eventually, it became one of the four great countries on the Akasha continent, expanding its borders until it reached Jinas. In this country, both the king and the nobles were ambitious figures who coveted Jinas's vast lands and abundant resources, which was why they declared war on Jinas 40 years ago. In other words, the dominant voices in Rieberg were the pro-war faction, while the advocates for peace were few and weak. Jinas, on the other hand, was the one being invaded, the one forced into war. After 40 years of war, the accumulated hatred between the two countries was unimaginable. With this situation, Rieberg's calls for peace were already faint, and Jinas had plenty of people who despised them to the core, so negotiating peace was bound to face overwhelming resistance. Forget about convincing the enemy, just getting their own people to accept it was already an uphill battle. However, if both countries kept tearing each other apart, neither would be the last one standing. Instead, the true winners would be the other two great countries lurking in the shadows, along with the many smaller countries eager to feast on the remains. Because of this, after much deliberation, both sides signed an agreement with several terms, which were as follows. Every 3 years, Jinas and Rieberg shall engage in a war that lasts for 3 years, and if neither side achieves victory by the end of this period, they must cease the war for another 3 years before resuming it. During this ceasefire period, if a third party intervenes and threatens either country, the other must provide support and jointly repel the foreign threat. Violation of this agreement shall result in the offending party being deemed the loser of the war and forced to accept any demands from the victorious side, including but not limited to ceding territory. According to Gerald, this strange, half-hearted agreement served two main purposes. One was to prevent foreign countries from interfering and seizing the opportunity to devour them both, while the other was to grant both sides time to recover so they wouldn't burn themselves out completely. Riezel wasn't sure if the setup made any sense or if it would ever lead to a decisive outcome, but since this was how things were done, he just accepted it without overthinking. And then, the real problem came. For the war that happens once every 3 years, the kingdom carries out a conscription campaign across all its territories during the ceasefire period. All of the recruits are gathered in Mavro's territory and handed over to the Mavros family, who are in charge of training them. In this way, once the war begins after 3 years, the trainees can immediately be deployed to the battlefield, becoming proper soldiers. In order to actively support this conscription, the kingdom has a rule: aside from major nobles like dukes, marquises, and counts, the male members of minor noble families, such as viscounts and barons, must have at least one person participate in the conscription campaign and train in Mavro's territory for 3 years. Gerald explained seriously to Riezel. Even though the trainees are usually limited to males over the age of 15, some nobles, wanting to give their heirs proper training and improve their personal value, sometimes send their children to Mavro's territory at an even younger age. Some nobles even see this as a way to boost their child's prestige, and there are also those who send their children here specifically to correct their arrogant and spoiled personalities. Among them, even major nobles are no exception. As for actually fighting on the battlefield, that has nothing to do with them. It was understandable. No matter what, they couldn't just send underage children to war, right? For this reason, once the 3-year training period was up, if those noble children were still underage, they would be sent back home. Naturally, the kingdom didn't stop this practice either since it was beneficial for them. After undergoing military training, these noble children would typically become loyal supporters of the kingdom, patriots who stood firm in defending their nation. Some even awakened astonishing potential, becoming highly skilled swordsmen during this training period. Given this, wasn't this a much better outcome than letting noble families raise a bunch of arrogant, incompetent brats? If this could cultivate a generation of nobles who were fiercely loyal to the kingdom, then even without considering their personal abilities, just the influence they had on their families alone, if it ensured these families remained steadfastly loyal, was already a huge contribution. I see. Riezel nodded in understanding. He wasn't particularly familiar with this kind of thing since the original Riezel was just a clueless country boy, so it was normal for him not to know about the customs of the kingdom. At the same time, he also figured out what Fanny meant by looking for her younger brother. So, her little brother got sent to Mavro's territory for this training. Riezel asked Gerald in a casual tone. Yes, the young master was sent here a year ago. Gerald nodded firmly, his expression turning solemn. Originally, this shouldn't have been such a big deal, at least, not enough for someone as inexperienced as Fanny to sneak out of her house and come all the way to such a dangerous place just to look for him. Unless something happened to him. Riezel quickly made the connection. And sure enough, we don't really know if we can call it something happened or not. Gerald hesitated for a moment before continuing. But for the past year, the young master has been sending letters home every month, but then, 3 months ago, he suddenly stopped without any warning. That doesn't necessarily mean anything happened, right? Riezel shook his head. Maybe he just didn't feel like writing anymore, or maybe training's been so exhausting that he hasn't had the energy to send letters. As Riezel's words resounded, the one refuting him wasn't Gerald but Fanny. No. That's impossible. Fanny's voice was still very soft, but she spoke with absolute certainty. Finn would never stop sending me a letter. Upon hearing this, Riezel reacted to her extremely certain words. Who did you just mention? Finn. Riezel asked, looking at Fanny in surprise. Finn is my younger brother. Fanny hesitated for a moment but still gathered the courage to speak. My younger brother's name is Finn Alisser. Upon hearing this, Riezel nodded calmly on the surface, but inwardly, he was starting to have doubts. Well, there's someone here with the same name as you, Captain. Thinking of the small-statured yet loving and dignified Palom Captain, Riezel suddenly wished he could return to the world of Danmachi. As Riezel fell into deep thought, Gerald carefully spoke up. Viscount Alisser has 5 children, born to 3 different wives. Among them, young Lady Fanny is the eldest daughter, and young Master Finn is the 3rd son. They're only a year apart and share the same mother, so they have a very close relationship. When the young master goes on a long trip, he always sends a letter to the young lady to reassure her, which is why the sudden loss of contact must have made her worry. Gerald thoroughly explained the situation to Riezel. In other words, Fanny believed that the sudden lack of communication from her younger brother was suspicious and that something must have happened, which was why she couldn't help but come looking for him. However, her father didn't agree because Mavro's territory was in turmoil and dangerous, and he didn't believe his son would be in any danger in such a heavily guarded military region either, so he stopped her from going. Yet, who would expect that Fanny would sneak away with only Gerald, without any guards or knights, and make her way to Mavro's territory in search of her younger brother? All of this explained why Fanny and Gerald had arrived in this chaotic territory with just the 2 of them without any protection. Okay. I got your situation now. Riezel nodded lightly. Well, since it's on the way anyway, I'll take you 2 to the nearest city. After that, you can decide what to do. Upon hearing this, Gerald and Fanny were overjoyed. Thank you, Sir Riezel. Thank you. Gerald and Fanny quickly bowed to Riezel. Seeing this, Riezel extended a hand to help them both up. Now, it's my turn to ask a question. Saying this, Riezel glanced at Fanny before turning his gaze to Gerald. Please, go ahead. If it's something I know, I'll tell you the truth. Gerald responded seriously. All right. Riezel smiled slightly. Do you know? Just as Riezel was about to ask the question on his mind, Lisbeth's voice suddenly came from the driver's seat. Master. Ahead, there are a lot of people. Lisbeth's panicked words made Riezel furrow his brows and stop talking. People. Are they bandits? Gerald and Fanny immediately tensed up. Riezel reached out and pulled up the curtains of the carriage window to look outside. Upon seeing what was ahead, astonishment appeared in Riezel's eyes. Chapter 396, Refugees. They are. When the scene outside the carriage came into view, not just Riezel, but even Gerald and Fanny looked shocked. Because right in front of the carriage, a large group of people was blocking the main road. Dressed in tattered clothes, covered in dirt and ash, and looking extremely unkempt, they seemed more like homeless vagrants than bandits. In fact, they weren't much different from actual vagrants. At this moment, these people were kneeling in front of the carriage, bowing their heads repeatedly as they begged loudly. Please. Give us something to eat. We're begging you. We haven't had anything for days. Just a little. Just a little. Please, give us some food. I don't care what happens to me, but my child. In no time, desperate cries and pleas filled the air, overwhelming the entire carriage, making Lisbeth in the driver's seat look flustered and Riezel, Gerald, and Fanny inside the carriage stunned. Refugees. Riezel's brows furrowed deeply. Gerald didn't look much better, his face filled with doubt and unease. I've heard before that, on top of the rampant bandits, Mavro's territory is full of refugees struggling to survive, but I didn't think there would be this many. Gerald's words made Riezel's brows furrow even more. Honestly, he hadn't expected to run into a large group of refugees right on the main road, and to make matters worse, there were a lot of them. If he counted the crying infants, there had to be over 100. Needless to say, such a number was even more than the bandits they had encountered before. Seeing that the carriage stopped instead of going around them, the refugees seemed to grasp onto some kind of hope, making their cries and pleas grow even more intense. Hearing their cries and pleas, Fanny, whose small face was filled with pity, wasn't the only one struggling, as even Riezel, who was usually composed, felt uncomfortable. Mavro's territory doesn't provide any aid for these refugees. Riezel blurted out this question almost instinctively. How are they supposed to? Gerald let out a sigh as if expressing his own frustration. At first, the Mavros family tried to help, but as time went on and the number of refugees grew, even a marquee family like them couldn't support all of them. In the end, they had no choice but to leave them be. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, they simply couldn't, which was precisely what made this territory's situation so difficult. So, the number of refugees has grown so much that even the lord of this territory can't handle it anymore. Riezel murmured to himself. It couldn't be helped since this place borders an enemy kingdom that's at war with ours. Gerald responded, his tone heavy with emotion. Even though the main battlefield between the two kingdoms is in a neutral region, Ryberg has been sending people to infiltrate this territory and cause trouble just to gain the upper hand. Just like how in the world of Overlord, the slain theocracy was willing to use innocent villagers near Irantal as bait to lure out Gazef Stronov, slaughtering them mercilessly, Ryberg had no qualms about sabotaging this territory to target the Mavros family, making the local lord's life a living nightmare. However, unlike the world of Overlord, this world heavily relied on magic in warfare. In the world of Overlord, magic casters were a minority, and wars were still mainly fought by warriors and knights, but in the Akasha continent, magicians frequently appeared on battlefields, casting militarized wide-area ranged magic to bombard enemy troops and territories. Especially those tactical class and strategic class magicians, just one of their large-scale magic spells could drastically alter the terrain. For this reason, destroying enemy lands was ridiculously easy. If not for the fact that big cities had systems to detect magical energy fluctuations and defend against large-scale offensive magic, people everywhere would have to live in constant fear of being wiped out by an enemy magician's attack at any moment. Naturally, only big cities had the means to maintain such defenses, while small towns and villages simply couldn't afford that level of protection. As a result, in this border territory, poor people who couldn't live in the big cities inevitably got caught up in the aftermath of war, losing their homes and their families or being forced to flee, eventually becoming homeless refugees. Upon hearing Gerald's explanation, Riezel couldn't help but fall into silence. What came to his mind was the royal capital, Yaluvia, the dazzling hydromel restaurant, and the royal market that catered exclusively to nobles and wealthy merchants. It could be said that the lives of the elites in Yaluvia were nothing short of extravagant, at least, that was how it seemed when compared to these refugees. And yet, because their wealth and luxury still hadn't satisfied them, they had stupidly split into two factions, constantly scheming for power, never sparing a thought for the fact that their country was still at war. If they just paid a little attention to the refugees at the border, if they redirected even a fraction of the energy they wasted on infighting, couldn't they come up with a proper relief system? He understood well that a marquee family alone couldn't provide aid to so many refugees, but could a country ranked among the top 4 in the Akasha continent really not afford to? Eventually, the more Riezel thought about it, the more disgusted he felt toward the elites in the royal capital. Not that he had ever liked nobles or the royal family in the first place. Just as Riezel sank deeper into his thoughts and Gerald found himself at a loss for words, Fanny spoke up hesitantly. They're still crying, still bowing. I saw so many people knocking their heads on the ground so hard that they bled, and there were also little kids, really little kids, crying about being hungry. Can't we help them? Fanny's words pulled Riezel back to reality. Young lady. Gerald instinctively wanted to stop Fanny. It couldn't be helped. It was important to know that the refugees were not just 10 or 20 people but over 100. If they stepped in to help, the cost would be huge. Sure, for a high-ranking noble, such an amount wouldn't be much, but feeding over 100 refugees would still require a considerable sum. If Fanny asked her father for help, that would be understandable, but making such a request for a total stranger who had merely saved her life. It went without saying, that was just audacious. Understanding this, Gerald prepared to talk Fanny out of it, but before he could say anything, Riezel spoke first. Lisbeth. Riezel called Lisbeth, who was in the driver's seat. How much food do we have left? Lisbeth, who was panicking behind the reins and unsure of what to do, immediately looked as if she had just seen a savior the moment she heard Riezel's voice. A lot. Lisbeth quickly replied. Elder sister Mari, Miss Marilyn prepared enough food for Master and me to last several months, but since it's meant for travel, most of it is stuff like jerky, dried fish, and flatbread, things that are easy to carry. Got it. Riezel nodded calmly. In that case, take out some of them and distribute them to the refugees. Understood, Master. Lisbeth, who was more than happy to do so, immediately jumped down from the driver's seat and ran to the storage rack in the back of the carriage to get the food. "I'll help too." Gerald, seeing that Riezel was willing to aid the refugees, eagerly jumped out of the carriage as well to help Lisbeth. Thank you." Fanny, sitting across from Riezel, expressed her gratitude and the fear in her eyes lessened quite a bit. Clearly, in the heart of this sheltered noble girl, Riezel had already earned himself a good guy card. "No need to thank me. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning to help them anyway." Riezel spoke calmly while shaking his head before pulling back the curtain once more and looking outside. He saw Lisbeth and Gerald handing out jerky, dried fish, and flatbread taken from the carriage's storage rack, distributing them bit by bit to the refugees. Meanwhile, the refugees bowed their heads in gratitude before immediately devouring the food like they hadn't eaten in days. Lisbeth even handed out some cow's milk and goat's milk to a few women carrying infants, earning their tearful thanks. Eventually, the previous cries and pleas quieted down a little, making Riezel feel somewhat better. Once the refugees had been provided for, Riezel and the others got back on the road, heading toward the nearest city. However, soon after, it became clear that Riezel's luxurious carriage stood out way too much on the main road, as they ended up encountering wave after wave of bandit attacks, along with refugees blocking the way to beg. Seeing a lavish carriage with only a ridiculously pretty little girl driving it and not a single guard or knight in sight, the bandits couldn't help but get ideas and moved into attack. As for the refugees, they didn't overthink things, they simply saw a fancy carriage and noticed it lacked the usual entourage of nobles or merchants who would always drive them away, so they rushed forward to beg. Riezel's way of dealing with these people was simple and straightforward. If they were bandits, he crushed them without exception, eliminating the ruthless leaders while sparing the rest. Following Gerald's suggestion, instead of killing them all, he captured them, planning to take them to the nearest city and sell them off, forcing them to atone as slaves. If they were refugees, he provided relief by letting Lisbeth and Gerald distribute food to them, and sometimes, they even handed out equipment and warm clothing taken from the captured bandits. As they continued on like this, the number of weapons, horses, and captured bandits in Riezel's carriage kept increasing, while their food and clothing supplies dwindled. Before long, Lisbeth, looking troubled, came to find Riezel. "Master, our food isn't enough." Truthfully, this was a very normal situation, an expected outcome. Along the way, not only had Riezel helped countless refugees, but the defeated bandits also hadn't carried much food on them, so over time, the supply had dwindled. "Maybe, we should just give up." "I agree. Sir Riezel has been merciful enough." Fanny and Gerald spoke up when they learned about the dwindling supply. Riezel, however, looked at the refugees kneeling outside, some of them even elderly and children, deep in thought. Pondering for a moment, he then came up with an idea. "Wait here for a moment." Leaving these words behind, Riezel stood up and chanted magic. Greater teleportation. In the next moment, Riezel disappeared from his spot, scaring Fanny and Gerald. Disappeared. "What's going on?" Fanny cried out, while Gerald's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Lisbeth was stunned, looking around in confusion as if trying to spot where Riezel had gone. At this moment, Riezel had already been using teleportation magic all the way and had arrived high above a mountain range. "Is this the place?" Riezel took out a map and checked his current location. He was now looking for places specially marked with red circles on the map, which were meant to indicate danger. As Riezel read the map, he recalled what Yuri had said to him. In the area near the royal capital and in some prosperous territories within the kingdom, the king and some lords of the territories would send out their nightly orders to patrol. Sometimes, they would also hire mercenaries or hunters to regularly clear out monsters that appeared in these thriving areas, ensuring the safety of main roads and travel routes. But the more remote and borderland territories are, the more monsters roam freely. Some places are even outright monster habitats, where sightings are a common occurrence. Mavro's territory is one of those territories. Over there, not only are there plenty of bandits and refugees, but monsters are just as abundant. Recalling Yuri's words, Riezel looked at the map and realized that the dangerous areas marked with red circles within Mavro's territory were far more numerous than those in the surrounding territories. Naturally, the place Riezel had arrived at was one of these marked dangerous areas. Whoosh! After confirming that he had arrived at the correct spot, Riezel dove straight into the dangerous mountain range, a place most people would avoid. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Soon, the sounds of monster roars echoed through the mountains, followed by a loud explosion, and then, the area fell silent again. Master. Sir Riezel. Sir Riezel. At the same time, beside the luxurious carriage, Lisbeth, Gerald, and Fanny shouted loudly as they searched for Riezel, ignoring the confused expressions of the refugees. Master. Where are you? Lisbeth seemed a bit anxious, her eyes even starting to tear up, looking like a pure-hearted girl who had just lost her lover as she shouted. Her pitiful expression left the hungry refugees staring in awe, as though they were mesmerized. However, soon enough, they were awed in a completely different way. "I'm here." As Riezel's voice resounded, everyone suddenly felt as if the sky had turned dark before a large shadow gradually appeared on the ground. Everyone immediately turned to look, raising their heads to the sky. When they looked up, everyone, including Lisbeth, Gerald, and Fanny, was dumbfounded. Riezel was descending from the sky, slowly flying down from midair. In his hands, he was carrying an enormous demon boar. Boom. Riezel threw the demon boar harshly onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "I brought the food back." Riezel spoke casually, leaving everyone present speechless. Chapter 397, Have you ever been in love? Compared to wild beasts, monster meat might not necessarily be as delicious, but its nutritional value was definitely much higher than that of ordinary beasts. Born with the ability to use magical energy to nourish their bodies and strengthen their physique, size, and even strength, monsters were generally considered a great supplement for humans, as long as their meat didn't carry any deadly poison. As a result, monster meat was considered one of the finest ingredients in major cities and countries, with some even used as a material for refining magic potions that produce special effects on the human body, like enhancing physical strength, leading to the emergence of hunters who specialized in hunting monsters and selling their meat. For this reason, the price of monster meat was quite high. While the price depended on the species, a single pound of monster meat could easily sell for dozens of silver coins. A single pound could even fetch dozens of gold coins for rarer and more delicious monsters. In the past, someone on the Akasha continent once sold 2 pounds of dragon meat, not the meat of lesser dragons like wyverns or earth dragons, but the meat of legendary true dragons. Ultimately, those 2 pounds of dragon meat sold for the astronomical price of 1,150 gold coins, making this event something that, even after many years, people still talked about from time to time. Given this, it was easy to imagine the shock of the people present when Riezel hunted a boar-like monster larger than an elephant. Gerald rushed over, babbling in confusion. "Sir Riezel, is this the food you're going to use to help the refugees? Such precious monster meat. Really?" Throwing out this question, Gerald was clearly in a state of chaos. It couldn't be helped. If Riezel were to sell the demon boar he hunted, given its size and meat quality, it could easily fetch thousands of gold coins. While demon boar meat might not compare to dragon meat, this boar likely weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Even if it was sold for 50 silver coins per pound, it could easily go for 500,000 silver coins for 10,000 pounds, which would convert to 5,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins, many small nobles wouldn't even have that much wealth, yet Riezel was planning to use monster meat worth that much to help the refugees. From Gerald's perspective, this seemed like an utter waste. Regardless, Riezel didn't really care. Just use it. Riezel did indeed have to consider the financial aspect, but when it came to the refugees, he didn't want to be concerned with such trivial matters. Monster meat was inherently a great supplement with high nutritional value, so if these refugees ate monster meat, it might help replenish their weakened bodies from long periods of hunger, allowing them to last longer. Because of this, Riezel had decided to hunt monsters to help the refugees instead of regular beasts. Anyway, with his current abilities, he could just hunt another if he really wanted and had no reason to fear not being able to hunt more. Nonetheless, this situation also gave him a bit of clarity. When I really need money, I'll just hunt monsters and sell them. With this method of earning money, as long as monsters still existed, Riezel wouldn't need to worry about finances in the Akasha continent. Understanding this, Riezel's heart was set. In the end, Riezel had Lisbeth take the demon boar he had brought back and prepare it. Since cooking required skill, and cooking a demon boar bigger than an elephant was quite a task, Riezel had been a little worried that Lisbeth, a princess, wouldn't be able to handle it, but to his surprise, she didn't hesitate, and immediately took it on without hesitation. "When I was wandering with Grandma Mia in the past, I often roasted meat in the wilderness." Lisbeth spoke casually while skillfully handling the demon boar. She carefully plucked the demon boar's fur, cleaned it, and gutted it, all while Gerald watched in stunned silence. Afterward, using a nearby log, she skewered its body and placed it over the fire Riezel had ignited with his magic. The entire process was so smooth that it showed no signs of rustiness from her years of sheltered princess life. By the way, the knife Lisbeth used to handle the demon boar was also made by Riezel using Create Greater item. Ordinary knives could hardly cut through the body of a monster, let alone such a large demon boar, so to properly handle ingredients like this, not only did the tools have to be of high quality, but the skills also had to be exceptional. It was only natural since the demon boar that was currently being roasted could have charged into the fire 1,000 times if it were still alive, and it wouldn't have been harmed. Ordinary flames couldn't possibly kill such a powerful monster, so there was no way it would cook that easily. Even if it were cooked, the flesh of a monster like a demon boar, with bones tough as iron, couldn't possibly be chewed by ordinary humans. Because of this, preparing monster meat required exceptional skill, not something just anyone could do. Yet, Lisbeth handled it with such exquisite skill. Even though the fire Riezel lit was just an ordinary and simple bonfire, Lisbeth somehow managed to cook the massive demon boar with it. Riezel only saw Lisbeth sprinkle something like salt on the demon boar's body, then pull out a ceramic jar from somewhere, take out some sauce from it, and brush it onto the demon boar. Before long, the demon boar was cooked. Lisbeth's smooth handling and techniques made Riezel deeply suspect that this little princess must have grown up eating monster meat before she turned 7. No wonder she's so strong. Riezel recalled their first encounter during the match at the Riezel residence. He had thought at the time that this delicate little princess had absurd arm strength, as when they fought, even though his strength was at about level 7, he had barely blocked a single strike from her, making his arm numb. Back then, Riezel had thought Lisbeth was like Mitsuri from the world of Demon Slayer, someone with a body naturally endowed with muscle density far beyond that of ordinary people. However, now it seemed Lisbeth's extraordinary strength wasn't natural but more likely the result of years of eating monster meat in the wilderness, her body nourished by it, and that was what gave her such impressive arm strength. As Riezel was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly had an idea. Even though it's not innate, Lisbeth could still have a body like Kenroji's. What if I teach her love breathing? She should be able to learn love breathing, right? Love breathing was a breathing style created by Love Hashira Kenroji Mitsuri, a derived breathing style from one of the 5 fundamental breathing styles, flame breathing. It was gentle yet incredibly resilient, a flexible and versatile breathing style that combined offense and defense. When Mitsuri used love breathing, her exceptional arm strength allowed her to block intense, barrage-like attacks with a special soft blade while standing still, and when moving, she could swiftly strike down her opponents with lightning speed. If Lisbeth learned love breathing, with her arm strength, she could attack with unstoppable force and defend with the sturdiness of a wall, making it hard for anyone to overpower her. Should I give it a shot? Riezel was starting to feel a bit tempted, mainly because Lisbeth had casually mentioned something before they set out. I want to avoid using the War King sword style in front of outsiders as much as possible, or my identity is going to get exposed. Since the War King sword style was an inherited swordsmanship of the royal family of Jinas, it was renowned even overseas, not just within their own country. In other words, anyone familiar with it would recognize it instantly once it was used, which meant Lisbeth's identity as a princess of Jinas would no longer be a secret. For this reason, to keep her identity hidden, Lisbeth definitely couldn't use the War King sword style whenever she wanted, especially in public. If someone recognized her as a member of the royal family, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. If it weren't for this, a certain maid wouldn't have held back during the war festival, an important event, and would have gone all out. Now, Lisbeth had similar concerns. Unless her life was on the line, she probably wouldn't be willing to use the War King sword style. But without it, her strength would be seriously reduced, and whether she could even reach the strength of level 5 was uncertain. I remember when we were at the Riezel residence, Lisbeth fought against Ayn and Ian without using the War King sword style, right? At that time, not only could Lisbeth not even defeat Ayn and Ian, who had only become sword masters a year ago, but she was also actually at a disadvantage. Even though Lisbeth became a sword master in a shorter time than Ayn and Ian, with the assistance of the War King sword style, she could exert strength comparable to the highest threshold of level 5, so her raw strength was greater than Ayn's and Ian's. Unfortunately, once Lisbeth stopped using the War King sword style, she couldn't even defeat Ayn and Ian, showing just how much special swordsmanship could enhance a swordsman's abilities. However, Lisbeth also told Riezel that the reason she had only recently become a sword master was that the royal family had a rule: one had to possess strength on par with a sword master without relying on the War King sword style to receive the sword master medal and officially become a sword master. Lisbeth didn't know exactly why the royal family had this rule, but Marilyn had once said something about it. Maybe it's to avoid suspicion. What Marilyn said was understandable. Becoming a sword master quickly by relying on a powerful inherited special swordsmanship, after all, would make a lot of swordsmen from humble backgrounds who didn't have any special swordsmanship inheritance feel resentful. It was said that in the early days of Jinas's founding, the national government was rather unstable, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, the royal family had carefully established many rules, some of which had been preserved to this day, including the rule of possessing strength on par with a sword master without relying on the War King sword style. As a result, whether it was Lisbeth, Marilyn, or even Soren, all of them became sword masters without relying on the War King sword style. However, since Lisbeth hadn't been a sword master for long, being weaker than Ayn and Ian, who had already been sword masters for a year, was only natural without using the War King sword style. Knowing this, Riezel wanted to help his little attendant become stronger. Lisbeth, who had just finished roasting the demon boar, walked over to Riezel when he called her over. "What's up, master?" Lisbeth jogged over with a bit of black ash on her face, but her expression was cheerful. Needless to say, returning to wilderness life and roasting meat made this little princess feel nostalgic. However, the next second, she panicked. Why? It was because of one sentence from Riezel. "Lisbeth, have you ever been in love?" Chapter 398, Love Breathing. "Lisbeth, have you ever been in love?" When Riezel asked this with a curious look on his face, Lisbeth instantly froze before she began to panic a moment later. What are you talking about so suddenly, master? Lisbeth was both flustered and flushed. Seeing her like this, Riezel couldn't help but smile, feeling amused. Shy, huh? Riezel couldn't be blamed for saying this. One should remember that this little princess was bold enough to crawl into his bed, and during dimensional travel, when his consciousness wasn't even in his body, she had even spent the entire day and night hugging him at zero distance. Ultimately, when Riezel finally woke up after returning from dimensional travel and felt the warmth of her in his arms, he almost thought he had made a mistake that all men would make. As a result, Riezel was completely flustered for the first time in his life, but when the little princess woke up, she just rubbed her eyes and casually greeted him like nothing had happened. Afterward, she just turned over and went right back to sleep. Given that moment, seeing Lisbeth blushing up a storm just from a simple question made Riezel unable to help but feel amused. Master! Lisbeth exclaimed, seeming to remember that moment, making her little face immediately turn as red as a cooked crab. Honestly, it wasn't like she wanted that to happen. It was clearly his repeated instructions to keep him protected, to stay close to him. Stay close. What did stay close mean? She demonstrated the true meaning of the phrase with her actions, being extremely loyal and dedicated. However, because his embrace was just so warm, she accidentally fell asleep, something she believed could not be avoided. Seeing the little princess almost turn into a steam princess, Riezel kindly shifted the topic. Okay, I won't bring it up anymore. Just tell me, have you ever been in love? Riezel's second straightforward question made Lisbeth feel like her already burning face could never cool down and only got hotter. I never. Lisbeth shook her head vigorously, her ears turning red in the process. Is that so? Riezel scratched his face in wonder. That makes things a bit troublesome. Why? Lisbeth asked shyly, her voice barely a whisper, her face flushed. Does it trouble you that I have never been in love, master? Nah, not really. Riezel patted Lisbeth's head, completely unaware that his act unknowingly contributed to the birth of a steam princess. It's just that if you've never been in love, the things I'm about to teach you might not work out smoothly. It couldn't be helped. Even though Riezel had learned all sorts of breathing styles, it didn't mean he could master them all perfectly. For example, Tanjiro, who could use sun breathing, water breathing, and flame breathing, faced many difficulties when it came to water breathing, as no matter how much he trained, his strength while using it never matched what he could achieve with flame breathing, let alone sun breathing. Breathing styles in the Demon Slayer world were like this, where some suited certain people and others did not. If someone practiced a breathing style that didn't suit them, not only would it be less effective, but the power they could wield would be very limited. For this reason, even though Riezel had learned all sorts of breathing styles, some of them didn't suit him at all, leaving his understanding of them quite limited. For now, the breathing style that suited Riezel best was, of course, sun breathing, or else his Nichiren sword wouldn't have turned into a black blade. Among the 5 fundamental breathing styles, flame breathing, which closely resembled sun breathing, was the best match for Riezel, followed by thunder breathing, then wind breathing. As for stone breathing and water breathing, they were less compatible with him. Among the other derived breathing styles, mist breathing was a good match, and sound breathing seemed fine as well, but serpent breathing, insect breathing, and love breathing were much less compatible with Riezel. As for moon breathing, since this breathing style was directly derived from sun breathing, its compatibility with Riezel was close to that of sun breathing. If it were to be quantified, the compatibility between Riezel and the various breathing styles would look something like this. Sun breathing, 100%. Moon breathing, 95%. Flame breathing, 90%. Thunder breathing, 88%. Wind breathing, 85%. Stone breathing, 70%. Water breathing, 75%. Mist breathing, 80%. Sound breathing, 70%. Insect breathing, 50%. Serpent breathing, 30%. Love breathing, 20%. Yes, love breathing was the least compatible with Riezel out of all the breathing styles he knew. Even though love breathing was derived from flame breathing, which logically should have made it close to sun breathing, it still didn't suit Riezel. In fact, when Riezel tried to use love breathing, it was incredibly awkward. Not only could he not use it smoothly, but even when he tried to force it, the power would drastically decrease. Love breathing was the breathing style created by Mitsuri, designed specifically for her own needs, as she put it. My breathing style is a perfect manifestation of a girl's heart. It's the emotional personification of a great love. Riezel's reaction upon hearing Mitsuri's explanation was only confusion. In any case, according to the creator's explanation, a girl in love would be able to fully unleash the power of love breathing. Riezel had only asked Lisbeth that question because he suddenly remembered this matter. What do you mean, master? Lisbeth, who didn't know about it, could only look confused, though she was very curious. Are you going to teach me something related to love? Upon hearing these ambiguous words, Riesel's heart felt a strange twist, but Lisbeth herself probably didn't realize it. It was unavoidable since, from other people's perspectives, the way Lisbeth said it made it feel like he was about to trick the pure and innocent little princess into learning something inappropriate. Riezel quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss the unhealthy thoughts slowly forming in his mind. I'm gonna teach you swordsmanship. Riezel finally shared his intentions with Lisbeth. Swordsmanship. Lisbeth still looked confused. It couldn't be helped. She already had one of the continent's most powerful swordsmanship, after all. Even though she would likely use it less in the future to avoid revealing her identity, swordsmanship in the Akasha continent wasn't just for fighting enemies. One should know that the primary function of Akasha continent swordsmanship was to train one's body, giving humans extraordinary strength to stand up to magicians who could wield magic. For this reason, even though she might not have had the chance to use the War King sword style in battle, she could still practice it freely in private. As long as she kept practicing, refining her swordsmanship, and strengthening her body, she could keep getting stronger. Unless she encountered a bottleneck, an obstacle, or needed to test herself in real combat to break through her limits, could not being able to use the War King sword style in battle affect her growth as a swordsman. Besides, if a critical moment came and she needed to use the War King sword style, she would still use it without hesitation since she was Riesel's attendant. If he were in danger, regardless of attendant contract or personal feelings, she would go all out to save him from harm. With such a belief, Lisbeth never considered learning another swordsmanship. Moreover, swordsmanship in the Akasha continent wasn't something one could just learn at will. Elementary swordsmanship and advanced swordsmanship aside, special swordsmanship had strict requirements, and very few people could meet the criteria for special swordsmanship, making it rare for someone to master both. With Lisbeth's talent, learning elementary swordsmanship or advanced swordsmanship would just be a waste of time, and she couldn't meet the conditions for other special swordsmanship either, so when Riezel said he would teach her swordsmanship, she was really confused. Don't think too much. Glancing at Lisbeth, who had a look of confusion on her face, Riezel could almost guess what was on her mind, so he spoke up directly to clear her confusion. Just follow me, and you'll understand the rest later. Upon hearing this, Lisbeth relaxed and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Since it's Master's order, all I need to do is follow it, no need to worry about anything else, just like elder sister Marilyn taught me. Lisbeth involuntarily recalled the moment when Marilyn taught her everything about attendance. But why did elder sister Marilyn say that if Master wants me to come to his room in the middle of the night, I need to find a way to avoid it without breaking the contract's violation mechanism? Why can't I go? And why did she seem so hesitant when she said it? Lisbeth began to brainstorm. Is it because she already found out that I went to Master's room in the middle of the night? Is that why she scolded me? But, nothing weird happened, right? Was she worried Master might bully me when no one was looking? If that's the case, next time, I'll tell her there's delicious food in Master's room and games to play, especially at midnight. It's not as scary as she thinks. That should put elder sister Marilyn's mind at ease, right? Lisbeth smiled faintly as she got lost in her thoughts until Riesel's voice reached her ears, snapping her out of them. First, breathe like I do. Riezel began adjusting his breathing, demonstrating for Lisbeth. Teaching the breathing technique first. Lisbeth finally pushed aside all the scattered thoughts in her mind and focused, trying to match her breathing to Riesel's. Because breathing was a key part of swordsmanship in this world, Lisbeth was very familiar with it since she had been practicing the War King sword style from the age of 7. As a result, with Riesel's deliberate demonstration and guidance, Lisbeth quickly adjusted her breathing to match his. Hoo. H-A-A-A. Hoo. H-A-A-A. Eventually, the sounds of their breathing echoed along the main road, gradually growing louder and clearer. As the sky gradually darkened, the main road remained lively, with the refugees showing no sign of dispersing. Chapter 399, Carudia. Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. At this moment, the bustling main road, the bonfire roasting demon boar, and the tantalizing smell of meat wafting into the air became a beacon in the dark, attracting countless uninvited guests. Bandits were, of course, inevitable, as 3 waves of them struck in a single night. Wild beasts and monsters in the surrounding area were also drawn in, making several attempts to attack. Some merchant caravans, traveling through the main road overnight, happened to pass by, and upon seeing the refugees gathering around the bonfire, eating and drinking with abandon, and the half-roasted demon boar still skewered on the fire, they stopped in their tracks. It had to be said that roasting precious monster meat right on the main road was brazen, whether in a good or bad sense, it made Riesel's spot extremely eye-catching. As a result, within just one night, multiple incidents had occurred, leaving Riezel feeling quite irritated, especially with the merchants passing by. Some even got excited and sent people to negotiate with him, trying to buy the demon boar meat at a low price, and when that didn't work, some resorted to threats or even outright theft, truly shameless. In all honesty, what made Riezel truly irritated was that he had no reliable hands to help him deal with them. Forget about the refugees, they were all just ordinary people who clearly couldn't possibly fend off bandits, monsters, or the guards of merchants. Fanny was just a mascot, while Gerald was barely a level 3 swordsman. As for Lisbeth, she was busy practicing love breathing and keeping an eye on the demon boar meat roasting, so she couldn't help out all the time. In the end, Riezel found himself the idlest person, becoming the one who dealt with attacks from bandits, monsters, and troublesome merchants, making him feel utterly helpless. Naturally, while things were getting annoying and troublesome, with Riezel present, nothing could go wrong. As a result, the next morning, with the heartfelt thanks of the refugees who had been helped, Riezel's group smoothly set off again, driving their carriage. On the way, they helped 2 more waves of refugees, defeated 2 more waves of bandits, and by around noon, they finally reached the nearest city, Carudia. Carudia was a northern city located on the outskirts of Mavros territory, often referred to as Iron City. Backed by mines with several rich mineral veins, Carudia produced all kinds of metallic ores, attracting merchants seeking business opportunities, blacksmiths making a living by forging equipment, and alchemist magicians skilled in crafting magic items, resulting in a well-rounded commercial economy. Additionally, since Mavros territory bordered the battlefield between Genas and Ryberg, Carudia, which could produce equipment and magic items, held a high position in the territory. It could even be considered a backup stronghold for the front lines. Every year, the Mavros family would buy large quantities of equipment from Carudia, and the kingdom would also often place orders for a lot of equipment, either for the front lines or to be sent to the royal capital as military supplies. Many famous swordsmen also came to Carudia to purchase weapons or armor, making the city more and more prosperous. For this reason, Carudia became the wealthiest city in the surrounding territories, so wealthy that it seemed out of place in the otherwise poverty-stricken Mavros territory. When Riezel's group arrived at this so-called prosperous city, the sight that greeted them was shocking. So many refugees. Fanny stuttered as she peered out the window of the carriage. Around the walls of Carudia, a large group of refugees had gathered. Some sat on the ground, shivering in the cold, while others had set up rickety tents, living there as if it were their home. The area around the walls almost looked like a rundown junkyard. Some refugees had even gathered at the city gate, begging the guards for something, only to be shoved back. Go away. No refugees are allowed near the city gate. No one is allowed near the city gate. Move. A large number of guards at the gates formed several lines, pushing back or even knocking over any refugees who dared to approach the city gate or the road leading into the city. Amid this chaos, a merchant caravan strutted confidently into the city, while the refugees surrounding the walls watched with envy, longing, or numbness, but none dared to approach and beg for help. Seeing a scene like this, it was hard to believe that this was Carudia, the city rumored to be prosperous and wealthy. Are these refugees not allowed to enter the city? Riezel asked calmly while watching the scene. Well, isn't that normal? Gerald chuckled bitterly. I mean, with so many refugees, if they all rushed into the city at once, even a wealthy city like Carudia would have problems. Riezel didn't agree with Gerald's words, so he didn't respond and instead glanced around. Glancing at the surrounding area, he didn't spot any relief facilities, nor did he see anyone tending to the gathered refugees. In other words, Carudia hadn't helped the refugees at all, leaving them outside the city without care. Here, the refugees couldn't get any assistance, so if they hadn't set up tents, they had no choice but to sleep in the open, and if they were hungry, they had to figure it out on their own. Nevertheless, they still chose to gather here, clearly because there were guards and patrolling knights, so at least they didn't have to worry about being attacked by bandits or monsters from the wilderness. Lisbeth. Riezel didn't comment on the situation but instead spoke to Lisbeth, who was in the driver's seat. Is there any leftover monster meat? Upon hearing this, Lisbeth immediately answered. Yes, quite a bit. A demon boar weighing over 10,000 pounds obviously couldn't be consumed in one night. Lisbeth and Gerald had already processed the remaining demon boar meat, cutting it into chunks, and now it was piled up on the carriage's rear cargo rack. Riezel had also cast preserve on the demon boar meat, a magic that could maintain the freshness of food or ingredients at the moment it was cast, preventing them from spoiling over time. Thanks to that, the demon boar meat still maintained its fresh, just cooked state, each piece still steaming hot. Okay, you can distribute the meat. Riezel nodded calmly. Understood. Lisbeth was already used to this order, so she immediately began carrying it out. At the same time, Gerald, as always, got out of the carriage right away to help Lisbeth hand out food to the refugees. I'll help too. Surprisingly, Fanny seemed unable to sit still, and for the first time, she gathered her courage and stepped out of the carriage to assist Lisbeth and Gerald in handing out food. Riezel, on the other hand, closed his eyes to rest for a moment before stepping out of the carriage. By this time, the world outside the carriage had completely changed. It was now bustling to the extreme, a stark contrast to the heavy, deathly atmosphere from earlier. Please, take your time. Here you go, don't fight, everyone will get some. I have some too. As Lisbeth, Gerald, and Fanny were distributing the demon boar meat along the main road, the refugees, like sharks scenting blood, rushed over, each one pushing and scrambling. Needless to say, such a commotion naturally caught the attention of the guards. In fact, Walter had already noticed the arrival of Riezel's luxurious carriage. As the captain of the guards responsible for guarding Carudia's city gate in this area, Walter didn't stand at the gate maintaining order like the other guards but stood off to the side with his arms crossed, keeping an eye on his surroundings. Stationed at the city gate, Walter and the other guards were not only tasked with guarding it and occasionally fighting nearby monsters, but they also had the responsibility of stepping in to restore order if the refugees gathered here fought over food or other reasons. Especially when nobles or merchant caravans were about to enter or leave the city, if any clueless refugees attempted to beg and block the road, obstructing traffic and causing congestion, it was their duty to punish those refugees and make them back off. Thanks to that, the refugees usually didn't dare block the path of noble or merchant caravans to beg. It went without saying that without the deterrence of the guards, the famished refugees might have done anything they could. Not only would they have blocked the road to beg, but they could also have turned into bandits and attacked any passing carriages in an instant. In order to prevent such situations, whenever it was his turn to guard the city gate, Walter would quietly observe the surroundings like this. Because of this, when Riezel's luxurious carriage appeared from the main road leading into the city, he immediately spotted it. However, as soon as he spotted the carriage, he felt a bit surprised. Why? Simple. Behind the carriage was a large group of people and horses tied together with ropes and reins, lined up in a row, dragged behind the carriage. Walter instantly recognized who they were. Bandits. He could tell at a glance who they were just from their appearance and attire. Did they defeat the bandits who attacked them and want to sell them as slaves? Truthfully, this wasn't anything unusual. Walter often encountered similar situations when guarding the city gate, where bandits would attack travelers. If the travelers had the ability to defeat them, they would usually take the bandits as spoils and sell them at the slave market in the city, so he was already used to it. However, upon seeing the carriage more clearly, Walter couldn't help but be surprised again for a few seconds. No guards, no accompanying knights. It shouldn't be a merchant caravan or a noble, yet they've captured so many bandits with just one carriage. Yes, Walter was truly surprised this time, for two reasons. First, the number of bandits being dragged by the carriage was immense, far surpassing anything he had ever seen. Second, despite having only one carriage, the driver was surprisingly a stunningly beautiful girl who even left him momentarily stunned. Looks like the owner of that carriage is no ordinary. Walter muttered to himself, his expression becoming serious. He had a feeling that a distinguished guest was about to arrive, so he needed to be cautious to avoid offending them. Just as Walter was thinking this, something even more surprising happened. Suddenly, the carriage, with numerous bandits and horses behind it, stopped and began distributing food to the nearby refugees. Such a scene not only surprised Walter but also caused a slight stir among the other guards around. Are they seriously giving out food to those refugees? Man, that's surprising. Yeah, first time I've seen someone actually help those refugees. Are they really that rich? I mean, there's a ton of refugees here. Can they really afford to feed them all? Doesn't look like they're just handing out cheap bread, but fresh cooked meat. What kind of meat is that? Probably pork. TCH, that's real generous, giving out meat to that many refugees. Bet the owner of that carriage is a big shot. Is it someone from a major noble family? In the end, the guards began discussing among themselves. Walter didn't join in but started speculating about the identity of the carriage's owner. As Walter pondered who the carriage's owner was, the next second, everyone saw a young man step out of the carriage. Sure enough, a noble. As soon as Walter and the other guards saw the young man, this was the first thought that crossed their minds. He was dressed in casual clothes but wore some not ordinary-looking accessories, a green jewel pendant, an exquisite ring, a black and red glove, and an amulet partially visible at his waist. Anyone who saw them knew they were surely worth a lot. He still looked a little young, and strangely, from head to toe, there was nothing remarkable about him. He didn't have a strong presence or aura, yet for some reason, there was a mysterious aura about him, making people feel like they shouldn't underestimate him. In their eyes, these characteristics clearly pointed to him being the son of some major noble. Captain, should we stop them? As one of the guards asked Walter, some of the others looked at him like he was an idiot. Aren't you afraid of offending him? Walter asked seriously. But isn't it kinda bad if we don't stop them? Another guard chimed in with a hesitant expression. I mean, all the refugees around are gathering over there, completely blocking the road. If a rush starts, it might turn into a full-blown riot. If we just stand by and do nothing, it's gonna be real trouble. Upon hearing this, Walter began to hesitate. Just then, from within the city gate, a carriage surrounded by many knights drove out of Carudia. What's going on? A displeased voice came from the carriage. It's so noisy, and why's the road blocked? How are we supposed to get through? When Walter heard the voice, he knew things were about to get bad. It couldn't be helped. Because the one arriving was none other than the most notorious and troublesome figure in Carudia. Chapter 400, Grandmaster Nibbled. Time rewound to about 5 minutes ago. On a wide avenue in Carudia, a carriage escorted by a group of knights slowly made its way through, heading toward the city gate. Seeing the carriage and the group of knights, the pedestrians around initially turned their attention to them, curious about the commotion they caused. But the moment they saw the crest on the carriage, they reacted as if they had encountered something terrifying and quickly stepped aside, making way for the carriage and the knights to pass. Inside the carriage, 4 people were seated. Among them, one was a young nobleman dressed in luxurious attire, seemingly in his 20s, and fairly handsome, enough to be called a good-looking man, but his complexion was sadly pale, giving off a weak and frail impression. "Thank you so much for allowing me to travel with you, Grandmaster Nibbled." With a bright smile on his face, the young nobleman spoke to the person sitting across from him. He was an elderly man in his 60s with graying hair, wearing a magician's robe and holding a staff embedded with a jewel. Rings and bracelets adorned both his hands, while a belt hung at his waist, decorated with various crystals and potions, making a faint herbal scent linger around him. No need to be so polite. If anything, I should be the one grateful. Nibbled, the elderly man, shook his head slowly, his tone respectful but his attitude indifferent. "Since this is my first time visiting the Guardian Sword Saint's territory, I wouldn't even know how to get to the residence of the Mavros family without a guide. It's quite the trouble for Count Hadith, sending even his eldest son just to guide me. Please just call me Felix, Grandmaster." Felix, the young nobleman, replied cheerfully, clearly trying to build rapport. "You're a renowned magician in Genas, while I'm just a junior in front of you, so please, don't mind formalities, just call me by my name." Hearing this, Nibbled glanced at Felix and then gave a slight nod. "In that case, I shall address you as young Master Felix." Needless to say, the use of young master made it clear that Nibbled was deliberately keeping his distance. However, Felix didn't seem to notice as he remained just as enthusiastic while continuing to chat with Nibbled. On the southern border of Mavros territory is a city named Becer, the closest city to the neutral zone in all of Genas and also the most important military base in Mavros territory. Felix explained with a warm smile. "It's also where the Mavros family resides, which is quite far from here. If Grandmaster wants to visit the Mavros family, it'll take about a day's journey to reach Becer." "A day, huh, that's not too long," Nibbled murmured thoughtfully. "Yes." Felix nodded, still grinning, but now with a hint of pride creeping into his tone. "It's actually because the carriage we're riding isn't just any carriage but the most advanced riding vehicle in all of Carudia. It's a custom-built carriage specifically worked on by a structure system magician, making it both lightweight and reinforced. Even with several tons of cargo loaded on, an ordinary horse can pull it effortlessly at top speed. Besides the carriage, its wheels are also specially made with built-in magic items that maximize shock absorption and weight reduction. Plus, there's also a mechanism, or rather, a magic spell that generates lift over certain terrains, so even if we travel through rough mountains, the ride will be smooth, and we won't feel the slightest bump. As for the horses pulling this carriage, they're not ordinary horses either but high-end alchemy constructs, metallic horses that look exactly like real ones. From what I know, if they run at full speed and we don't count delays from obstacles, they could cross all of Genas in just a few days. Needless to say, the carriage they rode was an extravagant creation that must have cost a fortune. In all of Carudia, there was only one carriage like it, making it clear just how rare and luxurious it was. "Oh. Is that so?" Nibbled seemed a little interested. "I guess this carriage isn't used very often then." He wasn't asking because he thought the carriage was particularly valuable but simply considering it from an energy consumption standpoint. Since the carriage was practically built with magic and magic items, and even the horses were creations of alchemy magic, running it at full power would likely result in a massive drain on magical energy. At least, that was what Nibbled thought. If the metallic horses ran at a speed that could cross all of Genas in just a few days, then during those few days, it would probably burn through several high-quality magic crystals. "Yes, you're right, Grandmaster." Felix didn't seem to notice the deeper implication of Nibbled's words, as his tone carried even more pride. "Since this is a carriage my family spent a fortune on, using a lot of manpower and connections to get it built, my father rarely uses it and only takes it out once a year for the Lord's Assembly when he heads to Becer. He only agreed to bring it out this time because of you, Grandmaster." "Well, that's quite a bother for Count Hadith." Nibbled lowered his head slightly. "Please convey my gratitude to him on my behalf." "I'll make sure to pass on your words, Grandmaster. I'm sure my father will be pleased to hear them." Felix agreed without hesitation. Just then, the person sitting beside Nibbled spoke up. "We could have just flown there, Grandpa." Saying these words was a girl who looked several years younger than Felix, around 17 or 18 years old. Like Nibbled, she wore a magician's robe and held a staff in her hand, which was inlaid with a jewel, while her slender, fair fingers bore a single ring, unlike Nibbled, whose 10 fingers were nearly covered with them. She also had a belt around her waist, but instead of being lined with crystals and potions, it only had a small bag attached that emitted faint waves of magical energy, making it clear that it wasn't just an ordinary bag but a powerful magic item. As for her appearance, rather than calling her beautiful, it would be more accurate to say she was cute, as her fair face, untouched by sunlight, still had a youthful roundness, making her look quite childlike. If not for her height, which was at least 160 centimeters, and her long ash-blonde hair paired with clear tea-colored eyes that added a bit of maturity, she could easily be mistaken for a child. At this moment, the girl, who had been silent this whole time, seemingly absorbed in the view outside the window, casually spoke up. "We can just fly with your little dragon, Grandpa. Carrying the two of us is a piece of cake. Didn't we come here like that? Can't we just keep flying to Becerre? Why bother with a carriage?" Upon hearing this, Felix's expression stiffened slightly. "Andrea, don't say things like that." Nibbled immediately gave a small reprimand. "I'm not saying anything wrong though." Andrea muttered in annoyance. "What do you even know?" Nibbled tapped his granddaughter's head lightly with his staff. "Mavro's territory is full of monsters, including plenty of flying ones. If we just fly through its skies without a care, what do we do if we get attacked? What do we do? We fight them, of course." Andrea puffed up her cheeks. "We're magicians, not swordsmen. We don't need to get up close to fight. We can just cast magic from a distance. What's there to be scared of? You." Nibbled let out a small, helpless chuckle before turning to Felix. "I apologize, young Master Felix. My granddaughter doesn't interact with people much, so she doesn't really understand social etiquette. Please don't mind her words." Andrea seemed unconvinced by her grandfather's statement and wanted to argue, but when she met his sharp gaze, she reluctantly fell silent. Seeing this, Felix regained his composure. "No, it's fine." Felix responded quickly. "Miss Andrea's pretty simple-minded and doesn't mean any harm. I can tell." As he spoke, he didn't notice that Andrea was looking at him with a slightly disgusted expression. It was obvious that she didn't like Felix. She really wanted to say that while she had no ill intentions, she had deliberately set him up just to embarrass him. She just couldn't help it. He kept throwing disgusting glances her way from time to time, and on top of that, his reputation in the city was also terrible. If her grandfather weren't right beside her, she would have already taught him a lesson herself. "It's all Grandpa's fault. Why'd we have to stop in Carudia?" Andrea grumbled internally. Nibbled and Andrea had come to Mavro's territory because they were invited. Yes, their destination was indeed the Mavros family, but since they had been traveling for a long time, they wanted to take a short break, which was why they stopped in Carudia. In fact, they knew exactly where Becerre was and how to get to the Mavros family since they had a map, so getting lost wasn't a concern, and there was no way they wouldn't know how to reach their destination. In other words, Nibbled's claim that he didn't know the way was none other than a lie, just a polite excuse. Why? It was because some people from the Hadith family suddenly showed up when they stopped in Carudia, saying that Count Hadith, who ruled over Carudia, wanted to host Nibbled before forcibly inviting him to the Hadith family as a guest. Afterward, Count Hadith enthusiastically insisted on having his son escort them to the Mavros family, leaving Nibbled with no choice but to accept, which left them stuck riding in the Hadith family's special carriage with Felix on their way to Becerre. Andrea was really annoyed about this. Sure, she knew that her grandfather was highly esteemed in Ginas and the surrounding countries. He was a great magician respected by many, so no matter where he went, he always received the highest level of hospitality. It wasn't the first time this had happened, and not just happened, it happened so often that she had already gotten used to it. It was just that Felix's behavior really pissed her off, making her feel increasingly annoyed. Whatever, forget it. Seeing that her grandfather was still exchanging a bunch of pointless pleasantries with Felix, Andrea could only turn her head away. Just pretend I didn't see anything. I just need to bear with it. Unfortunately, they still had a whole day left before reaching Becerre, which meant she had to stay in the same carriage as the disgusting men for an entire day. Scumbag, here we go again. Feeling another one of those nasty stares from Felix, like he wanted to lick her body all over, Andrea held back her revulsion. Hope this day passes quickly. Andrea let out a sigh and muttered under her breath while imagining herself beating the crap out of Felix in her head. With Andrea's anticipation, the luxurious, special carriage, built at great expense by the Hadith family, finally left Carudia, passing through the city gate and heading outside. However, the moment they were outside, Felix and the others inside the carriage immediately heard an extremely noisy commotion. Before long, a knight's voice came from beside the carriage. "Young master, something's happening outside the city. For some reason, the refugees have blocked the road." As the knight reported the situation, Felix furrowed his brows. "What's going on?" At this moment, Felix didn't sound as polite as he had been with Nibbled but spoke with barely restrained frustration, clearly annoyed. It's so noisy, and why's the road blocked? How are we supposed to get through? Just as Felix finished speaking, Walter arrived outside the carriage with 2 guards. Greetings, young Master Felix. Walter bowed slightly in the direction of the carriage. I apologize. It seems there's been an incident here. I'll have it taken care of right away and clear the road, so please wait a moment. Hearing this, Felix's frown deepened, and the annoyance in his eyes grew even stronger. If this had been any other time, he would have already lost his temper and vented his frustration on these refugees. Because his time was precious, wasting even a second on these refugees was an absolute waste. A bunch of filthy lowlifes daring to waste his time was nothing short of a crime, something that had to be punished. Unfortunately, he had to maintain his image in front of Nibbled and Andrea right now, so he couldn't just lash out. Suppressing his frustration, Felix lifted the curtain and glanced outside. His gaze quickly swept over the dirty refugees and landed at the center of the commotion. As soon as he saw it, his eyes were instantly drawn to a particular figure. That's... Felix froze for a second before his eyes flashed with unprecedented amazement and greed. Chapter 401, Interesting and Exceptional Young Man. Oh. Someone's actually helping out the refugees. When Felix lifted the curtain of the carriage window and looked outside, Nibbled, sitting across from him, also took in the scene outside the carriage and spotted the source of the commotion. Such a scene surprised Nibbled a little, but it also made him feel somewhat relieved. Rare to come across kind-hearted people. As Nibbled sighed at the sight, Andrea seemed curious about what was happening outside, so she peered out of the carriage, her gaze falling on the 3 people handing out meat. It didn't take long for Andrea to notice the most striking one among the 3. Hey, the little sister in the middle looks real pretty, Grandpa. Andrea was drawn to the exceptionally beautiful silver-haired girl with a stunning figure who fumbled a little as she handed out meat to the refugees. She really is quite the beauty. Nibbled naturally noticed the striking silver-haired girl as well, nodding while stroking his beard in appreciation. A girl with looks like that probably isn't from an ordinary family. Isn't that obvious? Andrea agreed with her grandfather's statement. I mean, no regular folks could afford to help out that many refugees, and, Grandpa, did you notice the meat? Of course. Nibbled chuckled lightly. Even though the magical energy on that meat is faint, it's still there. No doubt, that's not normal meat but monster meat. Nibbled's words caught Felix's attention, who had been staring intently outside. Monster meat. Felix looked stunned. They're actually using precious monster meat to feed refugees. Indeed. Nibbled nodded firmly. Looks like whoever's in charge of helping these refugees is a generous one. Shortly after saying this, he instinctively turned his gaze toward the luxurious carriage parked on the main road, making Andrea and Felix also shift their eyes in the same direction. In the next second, all 3 of them spotted a young man standing in front of the carriage, gazing toward Carudia. That young man. Nibbled muttered, his eyes flickering as his expression gradually became more serious. Who is he? Andrea muttered as well, feeling a little curious about the young man. Felix studied the young man carefully, seeming deep in thought, and after a while, he gestured toward Walter and the other guards, who were standing outside. Do you guys know who that is? Felix pointed in the young man's direction as he asked Walter and the other guards. Walter and the other guards exchanged glances with each other. Sorry, we don't know that person. Walter replied respectfully. I'm really not familiar with his face, so I'm afraid he's not a local from around here. As the captain of the guards who guarded the city gates of Carudia and someone who had been guarding them for 4 or 5 years now, Walter had a decent grasp of the nobles and wealthy merchants who frequently passed through the city. Given this, if even he had never seen the young man before, it meant the young man was most likely not a local of Mavro's territory. Of course, unless the young man was a local but had never once set foot in Carudia. However, was that even possible? Carudia was, after all, the wealthiest city in Mavro's territory. It was one thing if the young man was just an average commoner or a refugee, but anyone with money wouldn't pass up the chance to come here. Considering the fact that the young man had the ability to provide relief for so many refugees, he was definitely someone with a lot of wealth, most likely from a noble family. Naturally, if the young man really was from a noble family, there was no way he wouldn't have come to check out Carudia after hearing the rumors about it, since Carudia was not just home to countless master-crafted weapons and armor, but it also had a massive selection of magic items made by renowned alchemist magicians. Anyone with money would want to come here, so someone from a noble family, especially noble children who never had to worry about money, would absolutely be interested in the vast selection of equipment and items in Carudia. Even a great magician like Nibbled couldn't help but stop by when passing through Carudia. Aside from taking a break, he probably wanted to see what valuable things the city had to offer. In truth, Andrea was the same. At first, she had been really curious about Carudia and was even looking forward to buying some powerful magic items here, but after running into Felix, her excitement took a nosedive. Given all that, Walter was confident that the young man was an outsider, not a local of Mavro's territory. Is that so? Felix narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Judging by his outfit, he doesn't seem to come from any powerful background. Maybe he just happens to have some money. At least, that was what he hoped. Unfortunately, that hope was shattered the next moment. You got it wrong, young Master Felix. Nibbled was still stroking his beard, his gaze fixed on the young man as he chuckled. I'm certain that young man's background is definitely not ordinary. Why? Andrea asked her grandfather, puzzled. I mean, his outfit really is pretty plain, so what makes you think he's not ordinary, Grandpa? You can't judge people by appearances, my dear granddaughter. Nibbled replied while rubbing the ring on his hand. Look at the accessories that young man is wearing. They're all magic items. Of course, I know they're magic items. Andrea wasn't blind, she could see that much. But magic items aren't exclusive to people with impressive backgrounds. Anyone with money can buy them. Well, the problem is, even I can't tell where those magic items came from. Nibbled said with a wry smile. You know, that glove and that amulet are fine since I can tell from the way they radiate magical energy that they're not particularly rare or valuable, but that pendant around his neck and that ring on his hand. They're a different story. Being called a grandmaster and having lived this long, Nibbled naturally had sharp eyes and a wealth of experience. He had an exceptional sense when it came to magic and magical energy, easily seeing through most people and having his own method for identifying magic items. To someone like Nibbled, the magic items worn by the young man truly stood out, especially the green jewel pendant and the dragon claw-shaped ring. Whether it was the way magical energy flowed through them or how they operated, they were on a completely different level from ordinary magic items. Because of this, Nibbled was sure that those two items were incredibly powerful and precious, most likely ancient relics passed down from an ancient magic civilization, especially the green jewel pendant. It felt even more valuable and powerful than all the magic items he carried. Treasures like them, there was no way they could be bought with money, so Nibbled was convinced that the young man wasn't ordinary. Besides, the young man himself was strange, as, despite having an impressive presence, he somehow felt non-existent. In Nibbled's perception, it was as if the young man were completely transparent. If the young man weren't standing right in his line of sight, he might not have even noticed his existence. Nibbled had even tried sensing the young man's magical energy, using the power of one of the rings he wore to enhance his perception, but sadly, he felt nothing. It was as if the young man had no magical energy at all. Now, this was what interested Nibbled. In this world, there were plenty of people with weak magical energy, but someone with none whatsoever was unheard of. Everyone had magical energy, just in varying amounts, so the fact that he couldn't sense any from the young man already said a lot. Just as Nibbled was carefully observing the young man, he noticed that the young man was looking back in his direction. He was just staring this way, his gaze calm, his expression unreadable, but strangely, his eyes seemed to shimmer with a transparent glow, giving Nibbled the distinct feeling that he was being seen through completely. Ho, interesting. Nibbled chuckled, then turned to Felix. Young Master Felix, please wait here for a moment. Huh. Felix was slightly taken aback. Grandmaster, is there something you need to take care of? I can have the knights assist you. No, this isn't something anyone else can help with. Nibbled smiled and shook his head. I just want to go meet that interesting and exceptional young man. With that, Nibbled stood up and stepped out of the carriage. Wait for me. Grandpa. Andrea hurried to catch up. No way was she going to stay alone with this disgusting young master in the carriage. If given a choice, she would rather chat with the refugees than spend time with him. Besides, she was also kind of curious about the young men who seemed to be around her age. Just like that, Nibbled and Andrea left the carriage and stepped onto the ground. Seeing this, the expression on Felix's face disappeared. No longer polite and no longer smiling, Felix's face darkened, and his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, like a predator ready to strike. Jack. Here. Felix spoke expressionlessly, making the fourth person in the carriage, someone who had been silent the entire time, respond. He was a tall, lean man wearing a swordsman's outfit, gripping a sword in his hand, but strangely, his face was stiff, his entire presence lifeless, making him look like a walking corpse. Just sitting there, without saying a word, he gave off a chilling aura. If the people in this carriage weren't far from ordinary, no normal person would even dare to share a space with him, let alone talk to him. Felix, however, spoke in a tone full of superiority as he ordered the swordsman named Jack. Go find out who that guy is and the people around him, especially that guy. I want every detail. Hearing this order, Jack gave a stiff nod before vanishing from the carriage. Only then did Felix turn his attention back outside, his gaze landing on the silver-haired girl distributing monster meat, his eyes filled with obsession. So beautiful. A stunning girl like her coming right to me. How could I not take her in? Too bad I still need to watch my image for now. Guess I'll have to take it slow. Chapter 402, Lightning Sword Saint. Meanwhile, on Riezel's side. As Riezel got off the carriage and observed Carudia while waiting for Lisbeth and the others to return, before long, he noticed something unusual. At first, his attention went to Carudia's city gate, where he saw a carriage that didn't seem like an ordinary means of transport, but then he realized that a few gazes from inside that carriage were directed at him. Whoever they were, they really weren't even trying to hide their scrutiny. Not only were their eyes blatant, sizing him up without restraint, but one of them even carried a faint hostility, which made Riezel shift his gaze toward the carriage as well. As Riezel activated the transparent world and peered into the carriage's interior, what he saw immediately surprised him. Who are those two? Within Riezel's transparent world, none of the 4 people inside the carriage could hide, they were all fully exposed in his vision. In any case, what caught his attention was the out-of-the-ordinary state of 2 among the 4. One of them looked like a swordsman who bizarrely didn't have a heart, carrying a weapon at his side, while the other was a magician with an immense amount of magical energy flowing through his body, not as much as Yuri's, but still far stronger than the original Riezel's, whose gait was damaged. Looks like the people in that carriage aren't ordinary. Just like how Nibbled saw Riezel, Riezel also came to a similar conclusion. Meanwhile, just as such a thought crossed Riezel's mind, he noticed movement inside the carriage, and soon, the magician with the immense magical energy stepped out, accompanied by another person whose magical energy was also quite formidable. As for the strange swordsman without a heart, he vanished completely, not even Riezel could tell how he disappeared. Riezel's eyes flickered as he watched the 2 who stepped out of the carriage. One was an old man in his 60s, while the other was a teenage girl. Both wore elegant black magician robes and held jewel-encrusted staves about an arm's length long. As soon as they stepped out of the carriage, they approached Riezel immediately. Hey, if you're handing out food, do it somewhere else. Don't block the road into the city. And you refugees, go eat somewhere else. Don't stand around here. Sorry. No, we're not scolding you, just giving you a heads up, okay? Please don't cry, miss. At the same time, the guards led by Walter arrived to clear the refugees and open up the road, but when one of the guards spoke too harshly, Lisbeth got startled and instantly teared up, looking all pitiful, which made the guard flustered and panic, realizing he had scared her. Riezel spared them a glance but didn't wait for Walter to come over, immediately grabbing the reins of his carriage and moving it to the side of the main road. Only then did Nibbled and Andrea finally reach him, as if they had arrived fashionably late. Hello there. Nibbled grinned like a friendly old neighbor, greeting Riezel with warmth. His attitude was completely different from the formal tone he had used with Felix in the carriage earlier. Andrea didn't say anything and simply stood beside Nibbled, curiously sizing up Riezel. Riezel cast Andrea a subtle glance before finally meeting Nibbled's gaze. Hello. Riezel nodded lightly before giving a slight bow. Sorry, looks like we blocked your way. He could pretty much guess why the old man and his group hadn't just taken the carriage and left Carudia. Strangely, Nibbled didn't seem to care about it at all. Ho, if blocking the road for a bit means saving so many refugees, I wouldn't mind if you blocked it even longer. Nibbled still had that cheerful grin on his face. It was clear he wanted to chat with Riezel. I just helped them out a little, so it's nowhere near enough to call it saving them. Riezel calmly shook his head. You're right. Nibbled's smile finally faded a little, then he looked around at the refugees. Because of your aid, they might make it through the next few days, but whether they can survive after that, who knows? As long as the war doesn't end, all of this won't stop. Riezel said flatly. Ending a war is easier said than done, you know. Nibbled spoke with a helpless expression, seeming to be affected by Riezel's words. Even when a big country invades a smaller one, it usually takes a long time to actually win the war and occupy the land. And when it's a war between 2 big countries, that's even worse. You know, the war between Genas and Ryberg has been going on for 40 years. Even with that so-called agreement, both sides have been fighting on and off, but that just makes the war drag on even longer. Unless someone actually steps in and forces a ceasefire, it's impossible for them to settle the war in anything less than a few more decades. Nibbled started talking to Riezel about international affairs. It seemed like he wanted to hear Riezel's thoughts, maybe because he was curious about the young man who was willing to use precious monster meat to help a bunch of refugees. Unfortunately, Riezel had zero interest in that topic. How would I know what those people in power are thinking? Riezel said bluntly, his face adorned with indifference. It's their country, their land, they can do whatever they want since it's got nothing to do with me. I just felt like butting in a little on something unfair happening in front of me. I don't care about whatever those bored old geezers are scheming. Such brutally straightforward words didn't just leave Nibbled and Andrea stunned, even Felix, who had just stepped down from the carriage and was walking over, froze for a second and stopped in his tracks. Riezel glanced at Felix for a moment before turning his attention back to Nibbled. May I ask who you are? Riezel finally asked for Nibbled's identity. Me. Nibbled snapped back to attention, then returned to his usual cheerful demeanor. I'm Nibbled Garland, from Letras territory. Oh. Letras, huh? Riezel's interest was immediately piqued. Letras territory was a duke's territory located east of Genas, and its ruling family was said to be descended from the king's younger brother 6 generations ago. Back when the 3rd-generation king was in power, they still held succession rights to the throne, but once that king abdicated and the current king's grandfather took the throne, they lost their claim. Riezel knew about Letras territory mainly because Yuri had mentioned it to him once over tea. She had 2 reasons for bringing it up. Firstly, it had a connection to the Frenzel family. Yuri's maternal family was a vassal of the Letras family, pledging loyalty to them, which gave the Frenzel family some ties to the Letras family in the past, but unfortunately, those ties weakened after Yuri's mother returned to her family. Nevertheless, Yuri had told Riezel before that her elder sister, the one their mother had taken with her, was now serving as the current Duke Letras' secretary, which made her keep a close eye on the Letras family's affairs. Secondly, it was because the current head of the Letras family, Duke Letras, was one of the rare female noble leaders, just like Yuri. She was quite a bit older than Yuri, already 24 this year, but for various reasons, she still wasn't married, making her marriage a major issue for both the Letras family and the entire Letras territory, turning it into a hot topic in the royal capital every year. More importantly, Duke Letras, like Yuri, refused to align with either the royal faction or the Duke faction. In other words, the Letras family, much like the Frenzel family, remained neutral, more of a bystander than a participant, which made the Letras family's movements a matter of interest to many nobles, including the royal family and Yuri. Yuri had spent plenty of idle moments chatting with Riezel about the Letras family, so thanks to that, he was pretty familiar with Letras territory. Now, the old man in front of him, whose magical energy was absurdly immense, enough to rival a strategic-class magician, was actually from Letras territory. Didn't that mean he had ties to the Letras family? Such a thought couldn't help but flash through Riezel's mind. Nonetheless, he didn't bring it up and simply listened as Nibbled continued his introduction. And this is my granddaughter, Andrea Garland. Nibbled introduced the girl standing beside him. Hello, nice to meet you. Andrea gave a slight bow before curiously asking a question. Excuse me, may I know your name? Where are you from? Just call me Riezel. I came from the royal capital, Yuluvia. Riezel answered calmly. Royal capital. Andrea mumbled to herself. You came from Yuluvia? Nibbled asked, looking a bit surprised. In the next moment, his gaze instinctively shifted toward the luxurious carriage beside Riezel, and with just one glance, he immediately spotted the crest on it. Isn't that the Frenzel family's crest? Nibbled froze for a moment before quickly turning his head back and staring at Riezel. Could it be that you? Are you Sir Riezel Brynhart? While asking, Nibbled's eyes lit up with excitement. Riezel Brynhart. Andrea was taken aback for a moment before her eyes widened. What? Nearby, Felix and his family's knights, who were about to walk over, were completely stunned as they heard Nibbled's words. Riezel Brynhart, this name had recently spread across all of Genas and even throughout the entire Akasha continent for one simple reason. Because he was the newly ascended Sword Saint, the youngest Sword Saint in history. He's the Lightning Sword Saint. Felix's eyes grew wider and wider as he stood there in shock. Chapter 403, Hostile Gaze. By now, as long as someone wasn't completely cut off from the world, they would know that not long ago, the royal family of Genas had awarded a Sword Saint medal to a single man, officially making him the 7th Sword Saint of Genas. He was only 17 this year, making him the youngest Sword Saint in history. He also wasn't a noble, not even a swordsman before, just a youngster from a rural territory. However, out of nowhere, he suddenly showed an overwhelming mastery of swordsmanship, and in the end, he was recognized by Genas's higher-ups, acknowledged as someone who had already stepped into the realm of a Sword Saint. He was Riezel Brynhart, known as the Lightning Sword Saint. What made him well known was when he set up an arena for his challengers in the royal capital for nearly a month, fighting 1,000 challenges daily without suffering a single defeat. Because of this incredible feat, the phrase, "a flash of lightning means defeat," started spreading, becoming the signature phrase used to describe the Lightning Sword Saint. Of course, the Lightning Sword Saint's reputation didn't just spread within Genas, as it rapidly reached the neighboring countries as well. Even though Mavros territory and Letras territory weren't exactly close to the royal capital, Yuluvia, when it came to a legendary figure like the Lightning Sword Saint, it wasn't just the nobles with influence and connections who had heard about him, even some commoners at the bottom of society knew his story. What was worth mentioning was that despite being a new Sword Saint, the Lightning Sword Saint's popularity was definitely only high and not low compared to the others. Why? It was simply because he was way too young, so young that countless youngsters started looking up to him, took him as their role model, and saw him as their motivation to push forward. If someone can become a Sword Saint at 17, then I can do it too. Such a belief was shared among many youngsters who hadn't yet been crushed by society, hadn't experienced the cruel reality of the world, and still carried their lofty dreams and burning passion. In this way, Riezel's appearance sparked a craze, not just in Gina's but also in the neighboring countries, inspiring many youngsters to rise and make a name for themselves. Given all of this, when Riezel mentioned his name and when the family crest on the carriage that Yuri had generously provided was noticed, his identity was basically exposed. In all honesty, anyone who was well informed would know that the famous lightning sword saint wasn't working with Gina's but with the Riezel family's strategic class magician, so much so that he had even stayed at their residence for months. Gerald and Fanny, being from a viscount's territory, were only slightly more knowledgeable than the average person, which was why they hadn't immediately recognized Riezel. However, Nibbled was different. Not only did he recognize the Riezel family's crest on the carriage, but after hearing Riezel's name, he also instantly figured out who he was. As a result, as soon as Nibbled's question dropped, Riezel, bathed in the stunned gazes of Nibbled and the others, stood in place, debating whether he should just scrape the Riezel family's crest off the carriage. In the end, Riezel gave Nibbled a slight nod of acknowledgement. Yeah, that's me. Riezel didn't bother hiding anything and admitted it outright. He hadn't been trying to conceal his identity in the first place, he just wasn't going around announcing it to everyone. If people didn't recognize him, that was fine, but if they did, he wasn't about to deny it either. Ho ho, this is truly an honor. Nibbled's attitude changed completely in an instant. Just moments ago, he had clearly treated Riezel as an interesting youngster, basically, just a child, a junior, but now, for the first time, he placed Riezel on the same level as himself and gave Riezel a respectful bow. No wonder you had the guts to just hand out monster meat like that, so you're the lightning sword saint. Nibbled's tone turned respectful and polite. Nah, that isn't about guts or anything. I told you, I was just lending a hand this once. Riezel chuckled lightly. By the way, you really believe who I say I am just like that, Sir Garland? Of course. Nibbled stroked his beard with a smile. I already had my suspicions that you weren't ordinary, and now that I've seen the Riezel family's crest, how could I not believe you? I see. Riezel nodded calmly, then suddenly shifted his tone, becoming quite indifferent. By the way, who's this? He was, of course, referring to Felix, who had approached but hadn't introduced himself yet. Felix was still frozen in place, unable to move, and it wasn't until Riezel's gaze landed on him that he suddenly snapped out of it, rushing forward and giving a respectful bow. Greetings, Sir Brynhart. Maybe it was because it happened so suddenly, or maybe Riezel's identity was just too shocking, but Felix was stumbling over his words. I am Felix Hadith, the eldest son of Count Hadith. Felix still seemed a bit out of it, even fumbling with his attempt at a formal greeting. Hadith. Upon hearing the name, Riezel muttered in wonder, clearly not recognizing it. Ho ho, the Hadith family governs Carudia and is a vassal of the Mavros family. Nibbled explained with a chuckle, seeming to notice Riezel's confusion. Young Master Felix's father is the current Count Hadith, and Count Hadith's elder sister is married to Marquis Mavros. Hearing this, Riezel gave Felix another look. Marquis Mavros was the guardian sword saint and the lord of Mavros territory, so if Count Hadith's elder sister was his wife, that made Count Hadith his brother-in-law. In other words, Felix was Marquis Mavros's nephew, the biggest second-generation noble in Carudia. However, that wasn't important. What was important was that Riezel was pretty sure he had just sensed a faintly hostile gaze from Felix. He clearly didn't even know Felix, so why was this man looking at him like that? What's the reason? As Riezel pondered inwardly, his gaze on Felix became intrigued. Under Riezel's gaze, Felix couldn't help but swallow hard, cursing inwardly. Fuck, why'd I have to run into a guy like him? It couldn't be helped. Riezel was a huge deal lately, making waves everywhere. Just like his uncle, Riezel was one of the strongest swordsmen to earn the status of sword saint, so someone like him was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Forget about him, even his father or even his uncle probably wouldn't dare to provoke Riezel so easily. Who dared? Riezel wasn't just the youngest sword saint in history with a bright future ahead but also had the Riezel family backing him. What was the Riezel family? Not only were they a Marquis family, just like the Mavros family, but their current family head was none other than Yuri Riezel, a well-known genius who became a strategic class magician 2 years ago. In terms of power and influence, they were no weaker than the Mavros family, and if anything, they had even started to surpass them. If he pissed off someone as influential as Riezel, his father might have to rush to Becerra overnight just to beg for help from his uncle. As for himself, if he wasn't kicked out of the family with his legs broken, he would already be lucky. Just thinking about what would happen if he angered Riezel sent a wave of panic through Felix, taking all his effort to force himself to calm down. No, it's fine, I'm still safe. I haven't actually made a move against him yet. Such a thought was the only thing that gave Felix a sense of relief, feeling like he had narrowly escaped death. Calming down, Felix then straightened up and gave Riezel a respectful bow once more without hesitation. It really is an honor for Sir Sword Saint to grace Carudia with your presence. Please wait a moment, I'll notify my father right away and have him prepare a grand welcome ceremony for you. In the next moment, Felix took out a communication magic crystal, ready to contact his father immediately. No need. Riezel, naturally, had no interest in any grand welcome ceremony. He stared at Felix for a long moment, long enough to make Felix break out in a cold sweat, before finally speaking in a calm tone. I just happened to pass by and will be leaving soon, so there's no need to go through all that trouble. As Riezel spoke, he glanced around at the refugees. Rather than wasting money on an unnecessary welcome ceremony, wouldn't it be better to spend it on food to help these refugees? Don't you think so, young Master Felix? Riezel's words carried an unclear meaning, making Felix force an awkward, strained smile. Why, you are absolutely right. Felix could only nod. I'll inform my father and ask him to provide more aid for the refugees. Upon hearing this, Riezel's expression didn't change, he clearly wasn't holding out much hope for it. Let alone Riezel, even Nibbled and Andrea standing nearby weren't buying it. If the Hadith family actually cared about helping the refugees, they would have done something long ago, so the fact that the refugees were still stuck here, starving and suffering, said enough. Nonetheless, the fact that Riezel had spoken up about it made Nibbled and Andrea feel a slight sense of admiration for this newly ascended sword saint. He's maybe way too young, but having a sword saint like him is probably a blessing for Genas. Nibbled thought with relief, stroking his beard while nodding repeatedly. So, he's that famous lightning sword saint. Andrea was still curiously sizing up Riezel, but her gaze was completely different from before. She glanced at Riezel, who looked calm and indifferent, then at Felix, who was drenched in sweat and pale as a sheet. Instantly, she involuntarily compared the two and, without hesitation, declared Felix's complete defeat. In the first place, could they really be compared? Someone like Riezel was what a true big shot looked like in Andrea's eyes, while Felix, seeing his current state, only made her dislike him even more. Ho, don't just stand around. Why don't we find a place to sit? Nibbled chuckled, speaking in a warm tone. Seeing that Lisbeth, Gerald, and Fanny weren't finished yet, Riezel nodded at Nibbled's suggestion. Sure, let's sit down and talk. With that, Riezel, Nibbled, and Andrea left together. Felix trailed behind, his eyes full of reluctance as he looked in Lisbeth's direction. He understood that his favorite prey so far was probably lost.